The Perfect Supreme Chapter 1971 to Chapter 2050. Geniuses of the three realms gathered. The entire street quietened down. Many people saw that the blade actually exploded with 800 laws. Moreover, the blade seemed to be scattered, but it was also very condensed, giving people an extremely strange feeling. Amazing, Wuxing is only in the 9th stage realm, but he exploded with 800 laws. This person's background is probably not small. The practitioners of the godly kingdom, excluding the giants of the human realm, are generally stronger than us. Many people whispered. Their gazes were fixed on a man in white. This man had long golden hair, and there was a dazzling sun embroidered on the back of his clothes. He seemed to be an expert of the sun god kingdom. Moreover, looking at his age, he was obviously a genius of the god race. Clap clap clap. At this time, there were slapping sounds, and several figures walked out. These people had colorful skin, and some had horns on their heads, and some had wings on their backs. Apparently, they were from the demon race. Worthy of being the genius of the god race, Jin Jingdao. But I wonder how the son of desolation is compared to the human realm's Xianxia heroes. One of the young men smiled. His strength was also unfathomable. Who are you? Yes. The man in white said indifferently. I'm the demon race's pink prince. Yes. The young man smiled. In his smile, his mouth revealed devil fangs, which made the man in white come to a realization. Currently, their sun god kingdom's relationship with the demon race was not bad, so he didn't force it. But he said indifferently, Xianxia heroes? Son of desolation? What rubbish. Yes. Those are the top geniuses of the human realm. For example, the one over there is the double talisman judge of the Xianxia heroes. It is said that he is going to become a giant in the human realm. As for the son of desolation, even I have to be wary of him. The pink prince smiled indifferently. There are many experts from the human realm who came here this time, but overall, their strength is weaker than the godly kingdom, so their geniuses are also a bunch of trash. In the entire three realms, only the god race is number one. The man in white said disdainfully. Life Blade, don't be rude. You should know that the one you're talking to is the pink second prince of the 6 great demon kings. At this time, a voice with boundless majesty came. In the sky, a gorgeous golden prodigy floated over. There was a sun embroidered on the prodigy's canopy. 4 beautiful women carried the prodigy with golden wheels beneath their feet. They were scorching and dazzling, causing the entire 5th city to become silent. The sun, as a citizen of the nation of God, who didn't know that terrifying being, the proud child landed on the ground. Then, a figure walked out. This person was spirited and had long golden hair that was tied behind his head. He seemed to be in high spirits. Golden Feiwu of the 9th Sun Sky was one of the top talents of the nation of God. He was young, but his power was almost at the peak of the nation of God. Apologize to Pink Second Prince. Jin Feiwu said after walking out. Yes. The white-clothed youth called Life Blade immediately bowed and apologized. He knew that someone who could be valued by 9th Sun Sky God Jin Feiwu was definitely not weak. Hee, no need to be so polite. Pink Second Prince smiled and waved his hand. He seemed very polite. Although he was the son of the demons, and the other party claimed to be a top talent of the divine race, in reality, there were no absolute enemies or friends. There were only eternal interests. Currently, the demons and the sun god nation had the same goal, so they were also temporary friends. Of course, if the human realm had the same goal as them, the demons could also become friends with the human realm. My nation of God is getting more and more lively. I heard that the barrier tablet has always been guarding the 5th city. Now that it has been taken away by several ancient giants, the 5th city has lost the suppression of the barrier tablet. That legendary thing is about to appear. At this time, laughter came from a restaurant on the street. Many people's eyes narrowed. There were so many powerful people here, but someone dared to speak here. This courage was very big. In a restaurant on the street, a handsome man was sitting there. He was playing with a wine cup in his hand. There were colorful flames warming the wine. Seeing this, Jin Feiwu immediately laughed. He knew that Pink Second Prince did not know the origin of this person, so he explained, I didn't expect the Fire Cloud Empire's top talent to be here. Could it be that you're here for the legendary thing? Top talent? Another top talent. Could it be that fire cloud unification master? The people of the nation of God were in an uproar. Hee, I came with Undying to take a look. However, this place is still a legend. It's not certain whether it's true or not. However, the barrier tablet has been taken away. Whether this city is hiding something or not, everything will be revealed. The man laughed. Undying? Could it be Undying Evil God? Jin Feiwu's face changed slightly. He did not have a good relationship with Undying Evil God. Most importantly, Undying Evil God was also a top talent. He was half a step into the martial emperor realm. His strength was not weaker than Jin Feiwu's. Such a grand occasion. I guess not only Undying Evil God, but also the last top talent of the nation of God has come early. He's just hiding in the fifth city. After all, in terms of strength, the 4 top talents of the nation of God are not the only ones. The 6 great demon kings of the demon race are also not to be underestimated. For example, the pink second prince beside you. In addition, the 8 great desolates of the mortal world are also here. Boom, as soon as these words fell, the hearts of all the martial artists present roared. The geniuses of the god race, the demon race, and the human race had gathered? If so, the fifth city would undoubtedly be in an uproar. Suddenly, many people looked around. Some of the experts of the mortal world found that in a tea house not far from the street, several figures were sitting there. They were the heavenly martial prowess, mortal fall, and undying prince. The desolates were really here, and they seemed to have seen what happened before. For a moment, the top geniuses of the 3 races were somewhat at loggerheads. Their invisible gazes collided, and intense sparks bloomed. As time passed, the other little demon kings of the demon race also arrived. They were Emojia Ao, Black Hole, Demon King of Destruction, and Tian Ho. Not only were these experts geniuses, but each of them was also a figure that could shake the 3 realms. However, the geniuses of the 3 races were divided into 3 camps. Although they were hostile to each other, they did not fight. Obviously, they were afraid of each other, so they did not want to be the first to attack. Moreover, their purpose of coming here was naturally for the legendary item. According to the legends, there was a treasure left behind by an ancient expert. As for what it was, no one knew. However, there were records in the history of the nation of God that thousands of years ago, this place was a land of ruins. Moreover, there were laws that permeated the air every day. Everywhere it passed, people were plunged into misery and suffering. Later, the experts of the nation of God used a boundary plate to seal this place, and it gradually became prosperous. After a long time had passed, some powerful martial artists guessed that some treasure had been sealed here. Now, the boundary plate was taken away, so all the experts came to see if they could obtain some great fortune. I heard that the desolates have the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. I wonder if it's true. The Tao of Life and Death, Li Xiaoyao, of course, was a name that some of the older martial artists knew. He was the #1 sovereign of the 4 great eras of the mortal world. According to the legends, Li Xiaoyao had defeated the demons, ghosts, and even the nation of God. The one called Fallen Mortal, is it? Another voice sounded out, and the geniuses of the 3 races were seated in the taverns, teahouses, and restaurants, watching from a distance of several hundred meters. Everyone also looked towards Huang Sun's side, their gazes landing on a youth. That youth was drinking tea, his expression calm, unmoved. Is he the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? If he recovers his former strength, then the 4 realms will be united by him again. He's not the strongest right now. Why don't we join forces and kill him? Are you stupid? He is the child of Huang. Apart from giants, who can kill him? Moreover, the 6 little demon kings and the 4 great divine talents didn't act blindly without thinking. Naturally, they have some misgivings. Who knows, maybe the ancient giants of the mortal world are paying attention to this place. That's true. The crowd discussed animatedly. There were demons and gods, and naturally, there were also humans. The human experts all laughed. Now that Huang Sun was here, the demons and gods wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. Sooner or later, there will be a battle between us. But for now, let's wait for the results of those big shots discussions. Evil God of Immortality, one of the 4 ultimate talents, said indifferently. At present, Whether the humans were friends or foes was still undetermined, so he didn't make a move. Hee, I'll be waiting for you. In the distance, Fallen Dust took a sip of tea and said indifferently. As for Tianzong martial god and Prince Xiaoyao, their eyes were also filled with fighting spirit. They were clearly very interested in the top geniuses of the demon and celestial races. I heard that the human realm has the most geniuses, and their potential is also very strong. There is a great chance that they can become the children of desolation. However, I wonder how they compare to the geniuses of our demon race and god race? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Nine Suns' heavenly divine Jin Feiwu who spoke. That's right. In the vast human world, it is said that only Li Xiaoyao has been to the martial god realm. Then the human race should be very strong. Che, the overall strength of humanity is generally weaker than the god race. What qualifications do they have to be arrogant? In my opinion, besides the son of famine, everyone else is trash. That's right, trash. Laughter came from both sides of the street. It was the people from the nation of God. Hearing this, some of the human world's martial artists frowned. The divine race's people were very arrogant. As for the son of famine and the others, they acted as if they hadn't heard anything and continued to drink their tea. It was clear that they wouldn't casually attack, because the other side had geniuses from two great clans. Once they attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Haha, the human race is a bunch of hypocrites who bully the weak and fear the strong. My demon race has long experienced this. One of the 6 minor demon kings sneered. This person was 3 meters tall and was clad in armor. His aura was terrifying. He was none other than Mo Jiao, one of the great commanders of the demon army. He was also the youngest demon monarch. Hee, aren't the demons the same? You only know how to talk big. What was surprising was that the Sons of Desolation and the others were silent, but there were people from the human side who refuted them. This made many humans excited. Looking over, it turned out that there was another camp among the geniuses of the 3 clans. It was the camp of the Xian-Di-10 heroes. One had to say that this Xian-Di-10 heroes had a backbone. That's the double talisman judge. Someone was surprised. The double talisman judge had the cultivation of the 9th realm of Wuxing. He was ranked 3rd among the Xian-Di-10 heroes. You want to show off? Impudent. Life Blade, go and teach him a lesson. Seeing the double talisman judge speak, Nine Suns god Jin Feiwu said indifferently. To him, only the Sons of Desolation could make him afraid. The other human world's geniuses were just trash. The white-clothed youth immediately walked out, and a large golden saber appeared in his right hand. With a shake of his hand, the saber actually grew to 5 meters long with a bang. He walked out with the large saber on his shoulder, and the entire street was shaken. What a terrifying aura. The people from the 3 clans were shocked. The godly kingdom was indeed full of strong people. The one in front of them was only below the 4 absolute geniuses, but he was already so strong. It was hard to imagine how strong the 4 absolute geniuses were. The ancient giants are discussing the result, so I'll give them face. I won't kill you today, but you better come out and apologize. Life Blade stopped and looked at the restaurant indifferently. The Xian-Di-10 heroes frowned. They could feel that Life Blade was very strong, and his laws were probably more than 1,000. Your talent is only at the 2nd grade of the divine realm. You're not my match. I refuse this battle. The double talisman judge looked at him and said indifferently. Haha, are all humans this arrogant? Life Blade smiled and raised his right hand, slashing down with his great blade. With a rumbling sound, the restaurant where the double talisman magistrate was located was split into 2. Moreover, the wine cup in his hand cracked, spilling wine all over his body. This caused him to angrily glare at his opponent. This was going too far. Haha, what's your name? The Xian-Di-10 heroes? I think it's a bear as in a bear, ha ha ha. Life Blade carried his blade and slowly walked over. Loud laughter came from the street. Many humans secretly clenched their fists. This guy was too arrogant. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. If he didn't, he would just humiliate them. They couldn't help but look at the child of wilds in the distance, hoping that he would stand up for them. However, Tianzong and the others thought that their status was higher, so they didn't say anything. It was disappointing. Wait, did I say you could leave? At this moment, the double talisman judge walked out. Clearly, he couldn't take this lying down. That's right. We're all at the same level, and you're more talented than me. Let's see who's stronger. Life Blade also stopped and waved his blade. The universe is boundless. The heaven's stem and the earth branch all have their own fate. I am the master of fate. Bing Ding Cho Wu Blade. He didn't waste time and slashed out. 9 tranquil hell, good and evil will be rewarded. I am the judge. My left hand lives, my right hand dies. The double talisman judge didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He also erupted with terrifying law power. He held a talisman in each hand, representing life and death. Yang realm, Yin realm, ghost, mortal. As soon as the 2 talismans appeared, it was as if the door to life and death had been opened. Ghostly winds blew, but there was also a vast amount of life force within. It clashed with Life Blade's blade, rumble, the 2 powerhouses clashed, shaking the entire street. One specializes in fate, the other in the Tao of life and death. Both are the laws of heaven and earth. But the double talisman judge's talent is stronger. He won't lose. Hee, that's not necessarily true. Lifeblade of the Godly Kingdom is no pushover. All around the street, the martial artists of various races were amazed by these rising stars. They were almost at the level of the giants of the 3 races. You have some skills. Unfortunately, your talent is the door of life and death. It won't affect me because I'm in charge of life. The terrifying life and death chi attacked, but Lifeblade was unmoved. He stepped forward and disappeared on the spot. He appeared above the double talisman judge's head and slashed down with his 5-meter-long blade. Calamity, rumble, the terrifying power of laws exploded, reaching over 1,200. Moreover, these laws were not only numerous, they were also extremely powerful. Ordinary 9th-degree realm experts like Wu Xing were absolutely not his match. One must know that in a battle, not only did the number of laws matter, it also depended on the strength of the laws. Law Soaring Heaven Talisman. The double talisman magistrate's expression changed. He raised his talismans and the gate of life and death started to open, forming the cycle of life and death. However, after clashing with the large blade in the sky, he discovered that his talismans melted like tofu. There's something strange about your saber. The double talisman magistrate's expression changed. His body was killed in one slash, but he quickly appeared on the other side. It was his doppelganger. That's right, mine is a 1-star immortal weapon. Therefore, on the path of martial arts, stronger innate talent does not represent everything. Weapons are also a part of one's strength. Lifeblade followed closely and shouted, Divine Mandate Heavenly Dance. With one slash, 1,500 laws actually exploded. It was the law of life. This kind of law was extremely strange and tyrannical. It could change the heavens and defy fate. Bang bang bang, the double talisman magistrate kept retreating. The life and death talisman in his hand also scattered. He discovered that his innate talent was ineffective against Lifeblade. Lifeblade borrowed the large blade and had more laws than him. Apologize. With the final slash, the life and death talisman in the double talisman magistrate's hand shattered. A blade hung on his neck, causing the double talisman magistrate to be at a loss. He lost. Xian 10 Heroes was ranked 3rd, but he still lost. I will not apologize. The double talisman magistrate frowned and said. There were many humans watching, so he could not lose face for the human world. Then you will be crippled from now on. Lifeblade waved his blade and laws exploded, shattering the double talisman magistrate's dantian and turning him into a cripple. Lifeblade stepped on the double talisman magistrate's chest and looked at the remaining members of the Xian 10 Heroes with a proud gaze. Finally, his gaze landed on Long Yin Feng. You are the strongest among them. Come, if you don't come, he will forever be stepped on by me. Long Yin Feng's gaze flickered. In reality, he really did want to go up because this was an opportunity for the 3 clans to become famous. However, he soon realized that Lifeblade's blade was very powerful and could defy the heavens and change fate. He only had a 50% chance of winning, and if he lost, his fate would be the same as the double talisman magistrate. None of the geniuses from the nation of God were weak. Everyone is looking at Long Yinfeng expectantly. The latter is the third dragon ancestor of the Xianyuan clan, he should be able to win glory for the human race. However, Long Yinfeng pondered for a moment and chose to remain silent. Seeing this, the crowd sighed softly. Xiandi was the number one of the 10 heroes, yet he didn't dare to fight. How embarrassing! Everyone looked at the double talisman magistrate again and could not help but secretly admire him. This was a martial artist of our generation. Even if he was crippled, he would not fear a battle. Soon after, they looked at the Son of Desolation's side and saw that the 3 top geniuses of the human world were also silent. Everyone's expression became even more gloomy. Haha, Xiandi's 10 bears? More like a coward. Like I said, the human world is full of people with undeserved reputation. They only know how to be hypocritical and shameless. Such trash actually wants to monopolize the human world. They are simply looking down on themselves. Trash. A large amount of laughter came from the side of the devil and god race. This made Long Yinfeng feel extremely embarrassed. He felt that he was very unlucky. Why did Life Blade take a fancy to him, causing him to not dare to go up, and if he did not go up, he would lose face? Wait, you want to fight? That person over there is the Son of Desolation, Lin Ling. His status is higher, you can try with him. Suddenly, Long Yinfeng sneered and made everyone look at the street far away. They saw outside a restaurant, a blue-robed youth was leaning against the wall, drinking wine with his eyes slightly closed, as if he did not care about everything that was happening around him. Lin Ling? Looking at that handsome youth, many people's hearts were pounding. Currently, in the 3 realms, there were many people who had heard of Lin Ling's name. Devil race, human race, they had already heard of him. As for the god race, it was because of the astronomical bounty. This person is Lin Ling who killed my 3rd brother? On the other side, Pink Second Prince's expression was cold. He did not expect that after the astronomical bounty, Lin Ling was actually not dead and even dared to come here. As for Prince Xiaoyao and Martial God, their eyes flickered. They were also surprised by Lin Ling's appearance. The 4 absolute geniuses of the godly kingdom looked at Lin Ling with great interest. They were puzzled as to why Lin Ling could become the Son of Desolation even though his realm was not high. Another Son of Desolation? Hehe, you are not with Fallen Dust and the rest, so you are probably not in the same camp. However, you seem to be only at the 7th layer of Wuxing. You can be called a Son of Desolation with such strength? This was the first time Life Blade saw Lin Ling, so he was a little surprised. Could it be that the title of Son of Desolation was randomly given? Some trash could also become a Son of Desolation? Come and fight me. Life Blade raised the blade in his hand and indifferently looked at Lin Ling. The crowd was also looking forward to it. The devil race and the god race also wanted to see the strength of Son of Desolation Lin Ling. As for Long Yinfeng, he sneered. He had succeeded in causing trouble. At least, he was not the only one being scolded. Moreover, if Lin Ling lost, he would be scolded even more. Come and fight me, trash. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Life Blade angrily shouted again. Not interested. The youth in the distance was Lin Ling. He continued to drink and indifferently said. He came here to find the statue, but the astrolabe heavenly armor indicated that the statue was in this city, so he was forced to stay in the city. Moreover, he was also forced to see the confrontation between the top geniuses of the 3 realms. However, he did not feel any pressure regarding this. Although his strength did not reach the level of a Son of Desolation, it was not difficult for him to sweep through the 10 heroes of Xiandi. Moreover, he had the Berserk God Fruit and the Berserk Armor, so even if a Son of Desolation wanted to kill him, it would not be easy. Not interested? Or you don't dare? Life Blade was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. He never thought that as a Son of Desolation, Lin Ling also did not dare to fight him. His foot was still on the double talisman judge's chest, and he ruthlessly rubbed his foot a few times. This guy is the only one in the human race with backbone. Unfortunately, he is now under my foot, heavily humiliated. Don't you plan to do anything? He was obviously provoking Lin Ling to fight, because Wuxing was only at the 7th realm. He did not put him in his eyes. Lin Ling glanced at the double talisman judge indifferently and continued to drink. Hehe, as expected, trash. Are the human race a bunch of cowards? What a disgrace. Seeing this, everyone laughed even more. This Lin Ling was somewhat undeserving of his reputation. Among the human race, everyone's face was gloomy. Even mad god Lin Ling did not dare to be arrogant. This showed that the god race's geniuses were indeed terrifying. However, they didn't blame Lin Ling, because at least Lin Ling spoke. He was better than those children of desolation, because they didn't even speak. They didn't care about the other humans at all. Lin Ling, come out and fight him. At this time, Long Yinfeng suddenly said. If Lin Ling did not fight, he would become the focus again. He did not want to be scolded. Must fight, why should I listen to you? Lin Ling said with a smile. They are humiliating the human race, how can we not fight? I am one of the 10 heroes of Xiandi, so I order you to fight. Long Yinfeng stood up and shouted angrily as if he was blaming Lin Ling for losing face for the human race. Order me? Who do you think you are? You are only the leader of the 10 heroes of Xiandi, do you think you are one of the 7 emperors? Lin Ling shook his head. At least, my cultivation is higher than yours, and I became famous earlier than you in the human world. Is this enough? Long Yinfeng's expression became even more unsightly. Lin Ling refuted him in front of the 3 clans. Could it be that Lin Ling thought that he would be able to sweep through the 10 heroes just because he became famous in the Dharma River? Maybe in the future, but definitely not now. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so why don't you fight? You should know that others challenged you first, but you put the blame on me. Do you want me to fight for you? Also, your face is really thick. I am the son of Huang, and you are only one of the 10 heroes of Xiandi. Do you think you can order me around with this identity? In my eyes, you are just trash. Lin Ling sneered. His words were like pearls. Long Yinfeng's expression froze. He couldn't refute. He admitted that he was stronger than Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's identity was indeed higher than his. Long Yinfeng, so shameful. You only know how to bully your own people, but you are as low-key as a dog in front of foreign experts. No, calling him a dog is an insult to dogs. Many humans also shouted. Long Yinfeng himself didn't dare to fight, but he actually had the cheek to ask Lin Ling to fight. He obviously didn't want to lose face, and wanted everyone to ridicule Lin Ling instead of him. Trash. You're stronger than Lin Ling, but you don't dare to fight. You're even silent in front of a god race genius. You're a disgrace to the entire human race. At least Lin Ling dares to retort. Disdainful voices drifted out, causing Long Yinfeng's complexion to become extremely unsightly. His illustrious reputation was completely destroyed. Haha, both of you are afraid of me, so you're avoiding me? Lifeblade couldn't help but laugh while watching the human geniuses fight among themselves. Both of them didn't dare to fight. This was undoubtedly a great boost to his reputation. However, this matter wasn't over yet, because if he could stomp on the child of desolation, then that would be the most satisfying thing. Lin Ling, is that you? At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly came from afar. Several figures walked over quickly with surprised expressions on their faces. The leader was a woman in a black dress. She had a noble and mysterious aura, giving people the feeling of darkness. But what was surprising was that she also had the pure feeling of the sea. The combination of these 2 mysterious powers made her even more attractive. As for the people behind her, they were dressed strangely, but they were all excited when they saw Lin Ling. Sir. Among them, a tall and sturdy man knelt down before Lin Ling with one knee. It's you guys. Lin Ling also looked at them in astonishment. These people were the geniuses of the 18 islands of the spirit race. The kneeling man was Tai Yan, and the black-dressed woman was the Black Feather Princess. Back then on True Spirit Island, in order to meet Taoist Kame, Lin Ling had fought against them. However, it seemed that their strength had increased, and their cultivation was even higher than Lin Ling's. It really is you. The Black Feather Princess excitedly looked at Lin Ling. If it wasn't for Lin Ling removing her seal, she definitely wouldn't have reached this height, and Tai Yan was the same. Why are you guys here? Lin Ling curiously asked. We followed the Spirit Crown Prince and the Spirit Guardian here. They are both children of desolation. The Black Feather Princess smiled with an extremely gentle appearance. causing the spirit race youth behind her to be astonished. In their impression, the little princess was the most indifferent, but they didn't expect her to reveal such a feminine side. Children of Desolation? Lin Ling was stunned. Currently, he knew that the Children of Desolation were heaven-warping divine martial, son of heaven carefree, and mortal dust. He didn't expect the spirit race to have two as well. Including himself, Lin Ling, there were only two Children of Desolation that he hadn't seen before. Not bad woman, tsk, not bad at all. Son of Huang Lin Ling, is this your woman? Bring her here, then you and I will fight, and I will forgive you. Seeing the black feather princess, Lifeblade's eyes lit up. That woman was not bad, the voice interrupted Lin Ling's conversation. The black feather princess and the others were stunned. That person wanted their spirit race's little princess? Who do you think you are? Tai Yan walked out with a cold expression. I saw you kneeling in front of Lin Ling before. You should be under Lin Ling, but your master doesn't dare to speak. What qualifications do you have to speak? Get lost. Lifeblade said disdainfully. His gaze was still fixed on Lin Ling. Did you not hear my words? Bring her here. His voice carried a thick majesty. He was deliberately ordering Lin Ling in front of the three races. Moreover, there were now 4 races because of the addition of the spirit race. As for facing Lin Ling, he didn't care at all because Lin Ling didn't dare to fight him. Around the street, many people sneered. Lin Ling was about to lose face. He couldn't even protect his own woman. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. The black feather princess feathers fluttered, appearing even more mysterious. Clearly, she wouldn't allow anyone to humiliate her benefactor. Haha, relying on a woman to protect him? This is the human race's child of desolation? I think he relied on a woman to become a child of desolation. Lifeblade laughed loudly. The god race also laughed loudly. Relying on a woman to become a child of desolation, Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't know where Lifeblade's confidence and leisure came from. He actually dared to challenge him in front of the geniuses of the other races. Now that the situation had developed to this point, even if Lin Ling was too lazy to fight, it was clearly impossible because he couldn't let the Black Feather Princess and the others be implicated. My time is limited, so let's settle this in one move. Block my blade and you win. Lin Ling finally walked out, causing the laughter to instantly disappear. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, but soon, their laughter became even louder. This was because Lin Ling didn't dare to fight before. Now, he didn't want to lose face in front of a beauty, so he fought to the death. Many humans shook their heads. They also had the same thought. Haha, do you think you won't lose face if you agree to fight now? Perhaps it will be even more embarrassing. Lifeblade indifferently said. He felt that Lin Ling's choice was very foolish. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was expressionless. He walked step by step towards Lifeblade and said, I didn't fight before because I didn't want to fight for someone, especially that hypocrite. The moment his words fell, many people looked at Long Yinfeng. So it turned out that Lin Ling didn't fight because he didn't want to fight for Long Yinfeng. As for the double talisman magistrate, he is indeed a man, but I don't like to fight for the dignity of others because he lost. If I defeat his opponent for him, it would be a humiliation to him. Also, his opponent must be defeated by himself. Lin Ling spoke again, but this time, his words caused the entire street to become silent. Could this be the reason why Lin Ling didn't fight before? As for the double talisman magistrate on the ground, he became excited. Lin Ling's words were not wrong. He was a martial artist, a man, and a member of the Xian 10 heroes. He lost. He didn't like others fighting for him because it was indeed a humiliation to him. He had no self-awareness. Lin Ling, I admire you today. The double talisman judge roared angrily. Although his dantian had been destroyed, his fighting spirit had not been extinguished. At worst, he would cultivate bitterly for 1,000 years and fight again. As a man, it doesn't matter if he loses, but he must not lose his fighting spirit. I believe you can rise. Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked at the double talisman magistrate with a faint smile, which made many humans secretly admire him. The double talisman magistrate was indeed an arrogant martial artist, even better than Lin Ling. Soon after, they all looked at Lin Ling. Previously, Lin Ling did not want to fight, that was for a reason, but now, He had agreed to fight, but was he a match for Lifeblade? Lifeblade's strength was obvious to all. Even Xianxia, the number one of the 10 heroes, didn't dare to fight him. This meant that his strength was already half a step into the ranks of the Children of Desolation. Although Lin Ling's talent was strong, his cultivation time was too short. Very good. Fighting for the sake of your confidant is a very good reason. However, there is a price to pay for playing the hero. Lifeblade sneered. If Lin Ling could fight, then that would satisfy him. As for Lin Ling's cultivation, he knew that Lin Ling's strength wasn't worth mentioning. It wasn't just him, but even Son of Famine and the others were sneering. There wasn't much time left until the end of the spiritual river, so there was no way Lin Ling's strength would increase so much and surpass the Xianxia 10 heroes. Therefore, in this battle, Lin Ling was definitely going to lose face. It was even possible that he would be crippled. Divine will heavenly dance. A powerful power of laws erupted. A vortex appeared around the Lifeblade. It was a vortex of fate. It was extremely shocking. Before the law of fate erupted, it immediately touched Lin Ling like countless tentacles, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. Such a strange talent seemed to be able to change the heavens and the fate of others. It seemed like the godly kingdom was also full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A mere genius already had this kind of talent. What about the 4 absolute geniuses? However, this law of fate could affect others, but it clearly couldn't affect Lin Ling because no one could control Lin Ling's life. The reason was that he was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, but at this moment, Lifeblade had condensed all the laws into his saber, causing it to become even more dazzling. He had actually erupted with 1,500 laws. What was surprising was that even though Lifeblade was facing Lin Ling, who had a lower cultivation, he had used all his cards from the very beginning. And Lin. His reputation would soar if word got out that the Desolation's son was crippled by him. You said before that you didn't want to waste time, so you wanted to defeat me in one move. Now, let's see if I can defeat you in one move, or if you can defeat me in one move. Lifeblade said coldly as he held his terrifying blade. Lin Ling definitely couldn't block his blade. Lin Ling was still calm. His blue and white robe was as pure as the sky. He knew that Lifeblade's cultivation was at the 9th layer of Wuxing. He had killed people at this level before, but this was his first time using his own strength. However, Lifeblade's talent was weaker than his. It was only that blade that was powerful. It wasn't worth mentioning. Lin Ling didn't say much. His body emitted a terrifying aura, as if he was the sole ruler of the world. The illusion of the godly demon body appeared behind Lin Ling, causing the ground to crack. It was as if he was standing in front of a giant beast. Physical strength? Trash talent. Lifeblade said indifferently. He didn't care about that talent at all. As for Lin Ling's hand, he slowly reached behind him and pulled out the tyrannical song sword. The moment he pulled out the sword, space exploded and the entire street shook. The shattered void around Lin Ling formed a scene that resembled a pool of lightning. What sword is that? What a powerful power of law. The expressions of the warriors changed drastically. They felt a strong pressure. Lin Ling, the Desolation's son, didn't have an undeserved reputation. Lifeblade's expression also changed slightly, but he still shook his head. No matter how strange Lin Ling's sword was, he was definitely no match for Lifeblade. After all, Lifeblade was the leader of the Sun God Nation and the only genius below the 4 ultimate geniuses. You can't defeat me by relying on external objects. Lifeblade said softly. Seeing that Lin Ling was still ignoring him, he didn't choose to wait any longer. The 5-meter-long giant blade in his hand slashed out fiercely. It formed a storm as if it was going to cut the street in half. 1,500 points of power of law suddenly burst out. The giant blade was like a pillar that supported the sky. It was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, which made many people frown. Lin Ling still hadn't pulled out his sword? Almost as soon as they thought of this, Lin Ling's sword finally appeared. 1,200 points of power of law slashed out. In addition to the power of the godly demon body, it was a 3rd-grade divine rank talent. This sword was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Lifeblade's eyes narrowed. When Lin Ling didn't pull out his sword, he felt that it was just SOSO. But when he pulled out his sword, it was the most terrifying sword he had ever seen in his life. It made his heart tremble. There were even voices that came out. How could a guy like Wu Xing, who was only in the 7th stage, have such a sword? Clang, under countless gazes, Life Blade's blade collided with Lin Ling's sword and immediately shattered into pieces. Compared to Lin Ling's immortal weapon, his blade was too tender. Then, the space law cut through Life Blade, cutting his clothes into pieces and cutting his dantian. Finally, a sword hung on Life Blade's neck. This sword shocked the 3 realms. Everyone's expression changed. The god race was shocked that Lin Ling's realm was lower than Life Blade's, but he defeated him with one sword. One had to know that Life Blade was a genius of the Sun God Nation. The demon race and human race were shocked that Lin Ling was even stronger than last time. This sword also told the 3 realms that he, Lin Ling, had already surpassed the so-called Xian 10 heroes. He was now the true son of Huang, especially Long Yin Feng, Tianzong Divine Marshal, and the others. At this moment, their expressions were ugly. They knew that Lin Ling would definitely grow, but they didn't expect that it would take such a short time. Without a doubt, after this earth-shattering battle, Lin Ling had stepped into the eyes of the 3 realms' geniuses. You want to fight me with your current appearance? Lin Ling's voice drifted out of the silence. Life Blade's face was pale and even twisted. It was extremely humiliating. Everyone was sure that Lin Ling didn't want to fight earlier. Sure enough, he was not interested. You crippled me. Life Blade gritted his teeth and spat out this sentence. He was very unwilling. If you're not convinced, then you can cripple me. Lin Ling put away his sword and walked towards Life Blade. His calm appearance caused Life Blade's body to tremble. When you cripple others, do you not think about their unwillingness? Lin Ling's right hand reached out and grabbed Life Blade's neck, then fiercely slammed him to the ground. After a boom, Lin Ling's foot stomped on Life Blade's body. You should be lucky. If it wasn't for the Dual Talisman Magistrate, you would be dead right now. I left you alive for the Dual Talisman Magistrate. His voice drifted out, shocking everyone. In the distance, the Dual Talisman Magistrate clenched his fists tightly, but he smiled. Life Blade was also a cripple like him. Then, everyone would start at the same time and see who was stronger. Lin Ling's foot was still on Life Blade's body as he lightly said, "Martial artists from the nation of God, are they all so ignorant?" His voice drifted out again, causing everyone's hearts to rumble. The martial artists from the nation of God who were clamoring earlier all went silent. Meanwhile, the humans fiercely clenched their fists in excitement. As expected of Mad God Lin Ling. When no one dared to fight, he was still arrogant to the end. Long Yin Feng, get the hell out here. Pink Prince Long Yinfeng's complexion changed as he braced himself and said, why should I listen to your orders? In terms of status, you are inferior to me. In terms of strength, you are also inferior to me. Then, according to your previous rules, shouldn't you listen to my orders? Lin Ling looked straight at him and said. In the beginning, he was waiting for the second stone sculpture to appear, so he was too lazy to fight. However, Long Yin Feng had forced him to fight. Since he had to fight, Lin Ling would not leave the matter at that. Long Yin Feng, get out, Lin Ling is calling for you. You trash, coward, why are you still hiding? Lin Ling has already defeated the opponent that you don't dare to fight. Don't you feel that you are losing face? On the side of the human race, many people angrily shouted. They had long found the pretentious Long Yinfeng to be an eyesore. Fine, I will come out. Long Yinfeng's face darkened as he walked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently as he pointed at an expert of the demon race and said, go fight him. What, you are ordering my war demon clan? I refuse. Long Yinfeng did not expect Lin Ling to make such a request. Trash, you are simply throwing away the face of the human race. Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold as he heavily swung his palm, teaching Long Yinfeng a lesson in front of the 3 races. It was as if the head of the Xian 10 heroes was under his command. Slap, the crisp sound of a slap resounded. It was painful on Long Yinfeng's face, but it pierced his heart. His eyes were red as he raised his head to stare at Lin Ling. Lin Ling dared to slap his face? Withdraw your gaze, otherwise, I don't mind cleaning up the scum of the human race. If you are not convinced, fight. Lin Ling's gaze was filled with battle intent as he stared at Long Yinfeng. Long Yinfeng held his cheek and lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Ling's eyes again. His body was trembling. Lin Ling actually gave him a slap, moreover, it was a direct slap in front of so many people. Where would he put his face now? However, when he was about to resist, he suddenly realized that Lin Ling might be waiting for him to resist and even use this opportunity to kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to speak. He never thought that the price of framing Lin Ling would be so great. Of course, this was because he underestimated Lin Ling's strength. He thought that he was still stronger than Lin Ling, causing him to offend the wrong person. Let's fight. Lin Ling shouted again. Long Yinfeng, go and fight. Fight like a man. Sneakily hiding behind others and plotting against them, what kind of ability is that? On the human side, many people followed suit and shouted. I was wrong, I don't dare to fight. Long Yinfeng simply did not dare to challenge the demon race, and he also could not refuse, so he begged for forgiveness. Trash. Not only the humans, but even the demon race and the celestial race laughed mockingly. The head of the Xianxia 10 heroes was actually so shameful. This head position, it was better not to be. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Ling sneered and directly gave Long Yinfeng 3 slaps. Get lost. He naturally knew that Long Yinfeng hated him to the bone, and Lin Ling never showed mercy to those who were hostile to Lin Ling. However, the experts of the 3 races were present, so Lin Ling did not kill Long Yinfeng. Of course, the main reason was that Long Yinfeng was like an ant to him, and could be killed at any time. After the 3 slaps, Long Yinfeng's face burned with pain. He gritted his teeth and left step by step under the mocking gazes. At this moment, even the other members of the Xianxia 10 heroes were extremely disdainful of him. Long Yinfeng did not dare to fight and shifted the blame to Lin Ling. They were already disdainful of him. However, at that time, Lin Ling also did not dare to fight, so they had nothing to say and did not angrily curse Long Yinfeng. However, the result was that Lin Ling was not afraid to fight, and won beautifully. Then, what qualifications did Long Yinfeng have to speak? Slapping his face, how could he resist? Not bad strength. Mad God Lin Ling is among the children of desolation. His cultivation time is the shortest, but his rise is the fastest. In the hearts of us demons, Lin Ling is the true genius. At this time, a laughing voice was heard. Everyone looked over and discovered that the speaker was Pink Prince, and his words undoubtedly made the faces of Prince Xiaoyao and the others unsightly. Because in the hearts of the demons, Lin Ling was the one who was valued. They were actually behind Lin Ling. Did this mean that they were not as good as Lin Ling? Lin Ling also looked at Pink Prince. This was the first time he saw this person. However, in reality, it was also the first time Pink Prince saw Lin Ling in person. Wuxing is a 7th stage realm, a 3rd-grade god-rank talent. With the help of the sword in his hand, he can erupt with 1,200 laws. Although it is slightly less than Lifeblade's laws, the power of the laws is stronger. After all, Lifeblade's talent is lower than yours. Pink Prince said again. This made many people puzzled as to what Pink Prince was trying to say. Wuxing is already like this when he is a 7th stage realm. What if Wuxing is a 10th stage realm? Pink Prince finally said something. Everyone's eyes flickered. They finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. In an instant, the gods and demons' geniuses had murderous intent in their hearts. It was better to strangle such a monstrous genius in the cradle. In their hearts, Lin Ling was only inferior to Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, fallen dust. The degree of dread he caused was ranked 2nd. My lord, he only relied on that sword to win against me. At this time, Lifeblade on the ground said unwillingly. Weapons are also a part of one's strength. Didn't you also rely on that blade to defeat the double talisman magistrate? Moreover, you must know that he is 2 stages lower than you. What was surprising was that Pink Prince actually spoke up for Lin Ling. His words were like a slap to Lifeblade's face, making him unable to refute. I am very interested in the Son of Desolation, Lin Ling. So, how about we exchange a move? The current Lin Ling's strength has been recognized. He is the true Son of Desolation. I believe your Excellency Lin Ling wouldn't dare to do so. Pink Prince said again, finally revealing his motive. Hearing this, the 4 gods race geniuses sneered. If there was a chance, they would definitely kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't have a huge grudge with them, so they didn't make a move. But they didn't expect Pink Prince to actually make a move. However, they believed that Lin Ling wouldn't exchange that move. Pink Prince was the devil race's little devil king and his strength was comparable to a son of desolation. He wasn't a waste-like life blade, although Lin Ling was a son of desolation, but his cultivation realm was too low and this was his weakness. So if he wanted to exchange a move with Pink Prince, unless he was an idiot, otherwise he would absolutely not agree to it. Lin Ling directly shook his head. You are at the peak of Wuxing realm and a genius of the devil race. Whereas I am only at the 7th stage realm of Wuxing. Do you think there is any meaning in this exchange? He was confident that he would surpass all the sons of desolation. But rice must be eaten bite by bite. Currently he had surpassed the Xian D10 heroes and this progress was extremely terrifying. But he had not reached the level where he could sweep away Pink Prince. Haha, indeed there is no meaning. But I believe you will accept the challenge. Because I am Pink Prince and also the person who wants to arrest you. Pink Prince laughed as he walked out step by step. It is rumored that Mad God Lin Ling cannot be bullied. He is lawless and when he is rash, he doesn't even fear the heavens. Now that you have met someone who wants to kill you, you shouldn't be able to endure silently, right? So it's you. Lin Ling's pupils turned icy cold. From the moment you killed Pink Third Prince, you, Lin Ling, have become my enemy. Pink Prince kept his smile and revealed his demonic nature. Do you dare to exchange pointers? A one-move spar, all the humans had a serious expression. Lin Ling couldn't go, or his life would be in danger. As for Tianzong and the others, they sneered. Lin Ling wanted to represent the human race, but he was obviously a thorn in their side. This Lin Ling was still too inexperienced. Ignore him. If you don't fight, will he dare to force his way in? The Black Feather Princess walked over. She also knew how terrifying Pink Prince was. He was comparable to the son of famine of the spirit race. No one wanted Lin Ling to fight, but they didn't know that Lin Ling would definitely lose in a one-move spar. Moreover, Pink Prince had already revealed his killing intent. Lin Ling wouldn't be bullied by others, his personality was to become stronger when facing a strong opponent. He hated it when others were high above him. A one-move spar. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Ling slowly walked forward. His firm voice shook the street. The geniuses of the godly nation were all shocked, the son of famine and the others were also stunned, even the experts of the three races sucked in a cold breath. Pink Prince's strength was without a doubt. He was probably invincible in the realm of Wuxing. Lin Ling wasn't his opponent at all. But Lin Ling actually agreed, this one-move spar was probably an unprecedented battle among the younger generation of the three races. Haha, you're bold. Pink Prince laughed boldly. He wasn't surprised that Lin Ling agreed. If Lin Ling was humble, then he wouldn't be Lin Ling. Prince, let me. A burly demon said from the side of the demon race. This person had a body of white bones that were as hard as armor. He was the powerful Tian Ho. No need. Let me do it. Pink Prince shook his head and stared at Lin Ling. His killing intent grew thicker. He wanted to kill Lin Ling with his own hands. Lin Ling, be careful. His voice floated out. It seemed like a warning, but he didn't show any mercy. Pink calamity. Boom, boundless red demonic fog drifted out and formed a tide. It transformed into a terrifying punch that blasted toward Lin Ling. In that instant, the entire fifth city shook. The houses collapsed and tumbled in the sky like straw. One had to know that the spiritual energies in the unparalleled stupa cloud were much richer. Therefore, the attacks of human realm experts did not cause much of a stir. However, Pink Prince was able to cause such a stir. This meant that his strength was terrifying. He overestimated himself. He actually dared to take a punch from Pink Prince. When Pink Prince became famous, this Lin Ling was probably still in his mother's womb. The geniuses from the nation of God said coldly. They could already see the result of this battle. Furthermore, they knew that Pink Prince did not use his full strength because he did not need to use his full strength against Lin Ling. Fallen Dust and the others also shook their heads. Even they didn't dare to casually fight Pink Prince, so they didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Lin Ling, be careful. Compared to their schadenfreude, the geniuses from the spirit race and the human race shouted anxiously. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. He could see that the punch had exploded with the power of 4,000 laws. This was obviously not Pink Prince's full strength. He did not even use his innate talent. However, it was enough to kill any 7th or 9th stage wuxing. However, Pink Prince did not use his full strength. Wasn't he underestimating Lin Ling too much? 4,000 laws. Do you think that I, Lin Ling, have never fought before? Lin Ling's pupils were burning with flames. He wanted to see how impressive Pink Prince was. I'm sure that you have never fought before. 4,000 laws is something that you can only look up to. Hearing this, Pink Prince shouted coldly. His words were filled with contempt. You can talk nonsense after this move. Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered and the yellow spring's flame spread out. This time, he did not use his sword. Instead, he chose to use his fire martial arts. Another third-grade god ranked innate talent. Evil God Undying, Nine Sun Sky God, Jin Feiwu, and the others' expressions changed. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling. They did not expect Lin Ling to be a double innate talent. His potential is more terrifying than expected. It's a pity that he hasn't grown. Evil God Undying paid more attention to Lin Ling rumble. White flame soared into the sky and burned vigorously. What was surprising was that no one could sense the scorching aura. Instead, they felt a little cold. This made the godly kingdom's geniuses shocked again. That was not an ordinary flame. It could be upgraded. This meant that Lin Ling's innate talent was definitely not third-grade god ranked. Heaven and earth divine flame. Someone exclaimed, making the surroundings even quieter. The devil race and god race's experts wanted to kill Lin Ling even more. Fortunately, Pink Prince was here. He would definitely succeed. Rumble, the white flames burned the ground, causing no one to see Lin Ling's figure. When Pink Prince's fist arrived, the white flames began to shrink and turned into a huge flame wheel. It collided fiercely with the surging fist. There was actually a fist hidden in the flame wheel. Seeing this, everyone held their breaths. They were not willing to miss a single scene. Yellow Spring's flame? Unfortunately, it's too weak. Pink Prince's disdainful voice floated out. Boom, finally, the two forces collided. The red and white energies intertwined. All the buildings in the fifth city were turned into dust. Is that all you've got? Pink Prince looked down from above. He could sense that Lin Ling's attack was very weak. Rumble, as soon as his words fell, the red devil mist fist pressed down on Lin Ling. You're just SOSO. But at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Although he was retreating, the reincarnation flame was getting bigger and bigger. The law erupted, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, gradually, it reached 2,500. He's only wuxing 7th stage. How can he erupt with so many laws? Exclamation point. That terrifying law energy made countless people gasp. It was as though they had seen the 6 paths of reincarnation. They didn't know that Lin Ling had already swallowed all the berserk divine fruits. How could his law be weak? The sudden surge of energy made Pink Prince's expression turn ugly. He didn't know why Lin Ling was able to erupt with the law instantly. But to him, it was just so. This is your full strength? His fist was like a demon from the devil realm. Demonic chi surged. Boom, finally, that fist hit Lin Ling's chest fiercely, causing the entire city to fall into silence. Was he dead? No matter if it was the devil clan, god clan, or even the human clan, this thought floated in their minds. In actual fact, Lin Ling had hidden his strength very deeply. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Ling defeating Life Blade was his limit. Even so, everyone was still shocked at Lin Ling's potential. But who knew that when Lin Ling and Pink Prince clashed head-on, he was still able to erupt with the law energy. This meant that Life Blade had a huge gap to Lin Ling, although Lin Ling was a demon, but his cultivation realm was still too low and his cultivation time was too short. So no matter how dazzling he was, he couldn't block Pink Prince. As time passed, 2 figures gradually appeared on the street. One maintained the state of punching out while the other was hit. 2,500 law energy. Not bad. Unfortunately, in terms of playing style, you're still inferior to me. Pink Prince spat out a sentence indifferently as he looked in front. In his imagination, even if Lin Ling didn't die, he would be crippled. I've said it before. I've only used 4,000 law energy. You're belittling me. An unprecedented battle. You are fine? Pink Prince's pupils constricted. He suddenly discovered that Lin Ling had unknowingly put on a set of red armor, and that armor seemed to have blocked his punch. In terms of laws, I'm not any lesser than you. Just at this moment, Lin Ling moved. The red armor on his body glowed brightly as it rose up and actually reached Lin Ling's right fist, causing his fist to light up and the white flame to become even hotter. Moreover, with the descent of the god-devil physique, he had the power to uproot mountains and rivers, dominating the world. It's my turn. Everyone heard this sentence, Hong. Their hearts seemed to have been struck by lightning as it exploded. Lin Ling took Pink Prince's punch, and not only did he not die, he even counterattacked. TSK, so what if it's your turn? Pink Prince was stunned as he let out a cold voice. Lin Ling was lucky to not die. Could it be that he could injure him? 8,000 laws, I've seen them all. It's just 4,000 laws. I don't understand where your arrogance comes from. Lin Ling's fist was like a shooting star as it struck towards Pink Prince's face, and this punch was so terrifying, because Lin Ling had used the berserk armor previously and absorbed Pink Prince's law energy. In addition to the berserk god fruit and the god devil physique's energy, how could this punch not be strong? Pink Prince sneered. Wuxing's 7th stage realm attack was just trash. But in an instant, his pupils constricted. He sensed the overbearingness of the law. It was the power of the great law. It was like birth, old age, sickness and death, spring, summer, autumn and winter. It was the destiny that he, Pink Prince, could not defy. You. Pink Prince's voice shocked the crowd because they seemed to have seen Pink Prince crying out in terror, but the following scene shocked their hearts even more. Hong, a punch like heavenly thunder. Pink Prince's handsome face was distorted from the impact and his body flew backwards like a shooting star. Along the ground, he passed through numerous broken buildings and actually disappeared into the 5th city's desolate forest. Silence. The entire city was silent. Pink Crown Prince, one of the top geniuses of the demon clan, comparable to the great leaders of the human realm. He was the absolute main character today. Not to mention Wuxing, who was at the 7th stage realm, even Huang's son, one of the 4 absolute geniuses. None of them dared to belittle Pink Crown Prince. But now, Lin Ling had blasted Pink Prince away. This was simply unbelievable, because even the children of Huang couldn't do this. Boom. At the same time, demonic chi exploded in the distance. A figure shot back like a cannonball and floated above everyone's heads. It was Pink Prince. Obviously, the punch from before had only injured him, but it wasn't fatal. However, the damage caused by that punch was clearly in his heart, in his dignity and face. You hurt me? Pink Prince's expression was ferocious as he stared angrily at Lin Ling. He had clearly underestimated Lin Ling. If he had used his full strength from the beginning, he would not have been injured. Of course, this wasn't because he was arrogant, but in his imagination, Wuxing was only in the 7th stage realm, so no matter how powerful he was, there was a limit to it. I was just lucky. On the ground, Lin Ling's blue long robe fluttered as he looked calmly at the sky. These words made many people's expressions change drastically. Lucky? If he was lucky, then why would Huang's son, one of the 4 absolute geniuses, be afraid of Pink Prince? To be able to achieve this step based on luck, this was obviously impossible. It's just an exchange of pointers. Why should you fly into a rage out of humiliation? I've said this before, to defeat me, Lin Ling, you need to take out at least 10,000 energy of law. 4,000? I'm very sorry, I really don't think much of it. Lin Ling said once again. His words were filled with sarcasm. Haha, didn't Pink Prince say that 4,000 energy of law was something that even Lin Ling had not seen before? But now, doesn't he feel that those words are like a slap to his own face? Perhaps his self-confidence is inflated. Asking for humiliation. On the side of the humans, after a moment of silence, cheers rang out like waves. They seemed to be extremely excited. Who in the human world didn't know of Mad God Lin Ling's arrogance? That kind of arrogance even made many people dislike Lin Ling. But now, they suddenly felt that Lin Ling was very cute. This was because when he treated his enemy with such arrogance, it made them feel elated and even proud. Ka ka ka, Pink Prince clenched his fist, emitting a crisp sound. Clearly, he was quite angry. He shouted, "How about another move?" With these words, not only were the humans stunned, but even the demons were stunned. Pink Prince couldn't afford to lose? So, another move? You want to take turns fighting me? How about I accompany you? At this time, a cold laugh came from the broken house in the distance. There were two figures standing there. One of them wore a green robe and had skin as white as snow. He was very handsome, and his ears were very long. He gave off a noble and mysterious feeling. The other person was 2 meters tall. He wore a black robe and a black mask. His eyes were emotionless, as if he was a war machine. Prince of the spiritual tribe, guardian of the spiritual tribe. Black Feather Princess was pleasantly surprised when she saw the two of them. The two of them also walked over. Wherever they passed, the top geniuses of the 3 races had a serious expression. Today was really a day of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The strongest geniuses of the 4 races had all gathered. The two of them were clearly the strongest geniuses of the spiritual tribe. Pink Prince, Lin Ling fought Life Blade before. Now, you want to spar with him. You lost because of your carelessness, and you still have the nerve to ask for another battle. Are all of you demons so thick-skinned? The handsome youth said as he walked. What does it have to do with you? Scram. Pink Prince frowned, but he obviously didn't dare to underestimate the latter. Hee, look at the spiritual tribe. Who still supports you? Although the spiritual tribe is cruel, they are magnanimous. They dare to take responsibility for their actions. As their prince, you don't acknowledge your loss. You're a disgrace to them. The spiritual tribe prince said again. However, it was true. The spiritual tribe was silent. Clearly, they also felt that Pink Prince was a disgrace. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had won fair and square. Lin Ling, you're lucky this time. Next time I won't underestimate you. Pink Prince finally reacted. He walked down from the sky with a gloomy face. He sensed that the spiritual tribe prince and crown prince seemed to be on the same side as Lin Ling. Next time, you'll still lose. Lin Ling looked at Pink Prince and said. After the first spar, he had a better understanding of the top geniuses of the spiritual tribe. Lin Ling actually won this spar. Many people also sensed that today's spar between the various races seemed to have ended. However, the previous unprecedented battle was still shocking. Although it was only a spar, it could be seen that this Huang's son, Lin Ling, wasn't an ant. On the contrary, he was very troublesome. As for Prince Xiaoyao and the others, they felt disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. The result was completely different from what they had imagined. Now, Lin Ling seemed to have a powerful helper. They couldn't do anything to him. Lin Ling, I've long heard of your name. Today, I see that you're even more powerful than I imagined. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Divine Martial Grotto Heaven. Although it was Lin Ling's first time meeting the spiritual tribe crown prince, he was polite and had helped him before. Hence, Lin Ling returned the greeting, it's just a title. However, thank you for your help. He knew that if a conflict broke out, he would be alone. Fallen Mortal and the others would not help him. It would be good if they did not kick him when he was down. There's no need to be so polite between us. After all, we are good friends. Moreover, my sister often talks about you. The spiritual tribe crown prince laughed. This made Black Feather Princess angry. She stretched out her small hand and twisted the spiritual tribe crown prince's ear, making him scream. The crowd was speechless. The powerful spiritual tribe crown prince had such a side to him, even Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He did not expect the spiritual tribe crown prince and Black Feather Princess to be siblings. Furthermore, Black Feather Princess did not mention it at True Spiritual Island. It seemed that she did not want to rely on her brother to grow. Those guys are so selfish. When the human tribe was humiliated, they stood by and did nothing. I was very unhappy. The spiritual tribe crown prince stared at Prince Xiaoyao and said. They're just trash. Lin Ling laughed disdainfully. Although he was not a saint, he had the strength to fight back when he saw how arrogant the demon tribe was. At least he was better than those hypocritical people who carried the identity of the Son of Desolation but were selfish. Although it was the first time the two had met, they felt like old friends because of the 18 islands of the spiritual tribe. They chatted like good friends. I wonder what the outcome of the discussion between the ancient giants and the other giants is. If the discussion fails, I'm afraid this war is unavoidable. The spiritual tribe guardian beside the spiritual tribe crown prince said. His voice was extremely low, like rocks rubbing against each other. Lin Ling looked at him in surprise and nodded. This war is indeed unavoidable. His intuition told him that the ancient giants of the human world could not stop the invasion of the demon tribe. Rumble. At this moment, the fifth city began to shake. The city began to sink and a bottomless hole gradually appeared. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled happily. According to the astrolabe heavenly armor, the second stone statue was in the fifth city. Now, the stone statue must be in the hole. The others also laughed. It seemed that the rumors were true. From the looks of it, the battle between Lin Ling and Pink Prince resulted in the destruction of the fifth city, and the ancient cave appeared. Besides, that's an underground city. Someone looked at the big hole and said. He could vaguely see the buildings. From the looks of it, those buildings are quite old. I'm afraid they have existed since the primordial era. Let's go in and take a look. That's right. Perhaps we can obtain a great fortune. The nation of God is a citizen of the Einherjar realm. They must have brought a lot of treasures with them. Go. No one could restrain their thoughts as they all shot towards the big hole. Let's go. Fallen Mortal and the others also laughed. They had been waiting for this moment. As for the four absolute geniuses of the gods, their eyes were filled with anger. They believed that the legendary treasure belonged to the nation of God. What right did the other races have to touch it? However, even the demons had rushed into the hole. At this time, no one cared about the thoughts of the divine race. Lin Ling, take care of yourself. Pink Prince coldly stared at Lin Ling and also left. Lin Ling naturally ignored that threat. He licked his lips and said, let's go. Let's go. At this moment, he wanted to immediately obtain the second stone sculpture. If he did, he was confident that he would surpass the other children of desolation. Pink Prince would be like an ant. All right. Let's go. The Black Feather Princess and the Spirit Crown Prince also revealed looks of anticipation as they shot into the huge hole with Lin Ling. The hole was at least 1,000 miles wide. It seemed bottomless and was pitch black. No one dared to easily approach it. However, those who came here were all top powerhouses of various races, so none of them were afraid. After a full 3 incense sticks worth of time, they finally reached the bottom of the hole. Only then did they realize that there was a completely different world here. There were mountains, water, and light. It was as if it was another world. Moreover, a huge stone tablet that was 100 meters tall sat on the ground. There were mottled words carved on it, Divine Martial Grotto. Seeing this, the people of the God race became excited. This was indeed the place where the first batch of God race powerhouses came. Perhaps they had left behind many treasures of the martial God world. If they could obtain those treasures, they could soar into the sky. Everyone, disperse. If you encounter any treasures, it will depend on your own luck. Everyone dispersed. After Lin Ling and the others landed, they exchanged a few words with each other. Then, Lin Ling set off alone. Although the Black Feather Princess wanted to follow him, he could only refuse because of the second stone sculpture. The astrolabe heavenly armor appeared in his hand. A direction began to appear on it. Lin Ling was overjoyed and sped up. On the way, he also encountered powerhouses of various races. They were searching everywhere for treasures. Of course, there were also cases of robbing each other of their treasures. Lin Ling wasn't interested in it for now when he saw this. On the other hand, all those experts took a detour when they saw Lin Ling presently. Lin Ling was renowned throughout the 4 clans, and besides top geniuses, no one dared to rashly offend him. The stone that the demon race held before had a mysterious power. If I wasn't in a hurry, I would have snatched it. Lin Ling licked his lips and said with some reluctance. Against the demon race and the God race, he naturally didn't need to be polite. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding people gradually disappeared. A scene of uncanny craftsmanship appeared in front of him. A large number of stalagmites were planted on the ground. Each stalagmite was 100 meters wide and 1,000 meters tall. Moreover, they were densely packed, making this place look like an ancient stone forest. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air, but also revealed a smile. Because of the astrolabe heavenly armor's indication, the second stone sculpture was here. His heart beat violently. Without hesitation, he shot into the stone forest. At this time, a terrifying roar came from ahead. It made one's scalp tingle. That aura was so strong that even Lin Ling felt it was a little troublesome. Obviously, this stone forest had a terrifying existence. However, the second stone sculpture was right in front of him. Therefore, even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, Lin Ling would still step in, and at this time a sense of life and death crisis arose. Lin Ling had experienced many life and death situations since he started learning martial arts. Therefore, he trusted his intuition very much. Black Tortoise 9 steps. With a low shout, Lin Ling disappeared from where he stood. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a black shadow passed by where he disappeared. Wherever it passed, those huge stalagmites all melted like tofu. That was close. Lin Ling secretly wiped his sweat. What was that? Its speed was too fast. Not good. Following that, Lin Ling shouted and stepped out with the Black Tortoise 9 steps again, and that black shadow shot over again, chasing after Lin Ling. Its speed was actually not slower than Lin Ling's. It could also enter space. After repeated pursuit, Lin Ling already had nowhere to retreat. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and the law of space bloomed. Great creation! The sword ruthlessly slashed out, and a clanging sound rang out. Lin Ling could clearly feel that his sword had struck the black shadow, but there was the sound of metal colliding. Crow. The second stone sculpture. This time, Lin Ling finally saw what it was. It was a crow that was as tall as a human, with 4 claws. Its feathers were as black as the night, and it seemed to have the power to absorb light. Moreover, its strength was extremely terrifying, because with just its feathers, it was able to block his sword. Following that, Lin Ling raised his head and saw that on top of a stalagmite in the sky, the crow from before was looking at him coldly. Its eyes seemed to have a hint of humanity. Crow. The crow immediately let out a sound, something that made one's scalp tingle appeared. On top of the stalagmites all around, there was actually a giant crow. Lin Ling already found it difficult to deal with a single mysterious crow, but there was more than one here. Damn it. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and immediately used the Mystic Turtle's 9 steps to run. Crow. Those strange crows obviously wouldn't let Lin Ling go. They all flew down, causing the void to ripple like water. Ancient Divine Crow. A voice finally sounded in Lin Ling's mind. This kind of ancient divine crow came from the martial god realm. In that place, it was an extremely ordinary existence. However, in this world, it was an extremely terrifying existence. Every one of them was comparable to the peak of the Wuxing realm, and when they grew to the limit, they could reach the height of a martial emperor. The world was heartless and treated all living things as dogs. There had never been any so-called fairness in the world. These ancient divine crows had been born in the eggs of laws since they were young. Even the feathers on their bodies carried the power of laws. Yellow Springs Army, come out! Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. He had to use his full strength. However, although the Yellow Springs Army was powerful, they were clearly unable to block the ancient divine crows. They were all sent flying backwards, but the Yellow Springs Army was extremely loyal. Those souls were still fearlessly protecting Lin Ling. Bastard, if I, Lin Ling, do not die, my Yellow Springs Army will use you as mounts. Lin Ling's pupils were cold. As the ancient divine crows got closer and closer, he had no choice but to use his strongest trump card, Freeze Time. Weng. A terrifying soul force spread out and time froze. However, what was surprising was that even though those primordial divine crows were frozen, their eyes were still staring at Lin Ling. Clearly, their thoughts were not frozen. Furthermore, there was a time limit to the freezing. The stronger the opponent, the shorter the freezing time. After Lin Ling ran wildly, those primordial divine crows chased after him again. Die. With a sword in his right hand and a flame in his left, Lin Ling went all out. He had never imagined that the second stone sculpture would be so close, but the process of obtaining it would be so difficult. The ancient divine crows also knew that Lin Ling was risking his life to resist, so they did not choose to fight head-on, and instead chose to slowly kill him. Every time an ancient divine crow flew past, blood would appear on Lin Ling's body. Furthermore, those ancient divine crows had the power of mysterious laws, and when their feathers or claws swept past Lin Ling, not only did those wounds heal very slowly, they even kept on growing bigger. If it was anyone else here, they would have died long ago. Lin Ling had the body of a god and devil, so he was barely able to block it. He retreated as he fought, but his injuries were getting worse and worse, and he was about to faint at any time. However, when he stepped into the new area of the stone forest, the ancient divine crows behind him suddenly quieted down. They stopped on top of the stalagmites and remained motionless. It was as if there was a forbidden area in front of him. Even the ancient divine crows are afraid. It seems that I, Lin Ling, am going to die here. Lin Ling smiled bitterly, but his injuries were too severe, and he finally fainted. At this time, a huge shadow appeared in the stone forest in front of him, like a river flowing along the ground. What was surprising was that wherever it passed, it was completely silent. As for the ancient divine crows on the stalagmites, they were all trembling, not daring to approach the forbidden area, not even daring to move. Gradually, the shadow stopped in front of Lin Ling, raised its head high, and stared at Lin Ling with a pair of emotionless eyes. However, in the next moment, the emotions in its eyes changed. It circled around Lin Ling, sometimes approaching, sometimes deep in thought, and then wrapped around Lin Ling, bringing Lin Ling into the depths of the stone forest. At this moment, Lin Ling was still unconscious, but without the pursuit of the ancient divine crows, the injuries on his body slowly recovered. After an unknown amount of time, when Lin Ling opened his eyes, he felt intense pain all over his body, but he sensed that he was still alive. 1 inch. What's going on? Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. His gaze wandered, and he discovered that there were even more stone forests here, as if they were walls surrounding him in the distance, and the place he was in was actually an open space. Looking in front of him, a stone sculpture that was hundreds of meters tall sat there. The man in the stone sculpture was extraordinarily handsome. His eyes were indifferently looking at the sky, and he had the aura of supremacy, and this stone sculpture was shockingly Xianxia. The second stone sculpture. Lin Ling muttered to himself, his heart was extremely excited. Unknowingly, he had found the second stone sculpture. He couldn't help but look behind him. Immediately, he saw a snake as thick as an arm. It spat out its tongue and looked at him excitedly. It looked extremely cute. What is this little black snake? Could it be that it saved me before? Lin Ling blinked slightly, and as if it knew Lin Ling's words, the little black snake continued to spit out its tongue, but it slowly grew, transforming into an ancient black snake that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a black torrent, and its aura was so terrifying that it actually caused Lin Ling's heart to rumble violently. This huge black snake was even more terrifying than the ancient divine crow from before. However, while he was surprised, Lin Ling also felt a sense of familiarity. He had seen this snake before, and it was very familiar. You know me? Lin Ling asked tentatively. The huge black snake looked ferocious and terrifying, but it nodded at Lin Ling in an extremely obedient manner, causing Lin Ling to be somewhat astonished. Suddenly, he thought, could this snake have been left behind by Xianxia? It seemed that if he wanted to know everything, he would have to come into contact with the second stone sculpture. Wait for me for a moment. Lin Ling looked at the stone sculpture, his heart beating violently. It felt as if he had returned to his own home. If I find the 3 stone sculptures, I will know everything about the past, and this is the second stone sculpture. When Lin Ling arrived under the stone sculpture, he raised his head to look at the tall stone sculpture. His eyes revealed a hint of vicissitudes. He suddenly wanted to know what had happened to the former number 1 emperor, and what had caused him to finally reincarnate. The answer to everything might be right in front of him. His hand gently touched it. Rumble. At the same time, the tall stone sculpture swayed and began to shatter, turning into a large amount of golden light that enveloped Lin Ling. In the distance, the black snake's eyes were filled with tears. After waiting for thousands of years, it had finally waited for the return of its master. Previously, if it had not sensed the aura of its master, perhaps it would have made a big mistake. a large amount of information lingered in Lin Ling's mind. At this moment, his body was shining with golden light, his long hair fluttering, as if Li Xiaoyao had come back to life. Vaguely, he was even more familiar with the secrets of this world. He could also see the experts of all the eras at a glance. He did not expect that in this world, he had left behind so many disciples, the ancient giant of the ancient rhythmic immortal plateau, the dark dragon emperor of the human realm, the azure heaven sword immortal of the demon realm. Everything began to return. Translator, Transin editor, Transin Li Xiaoyao's return. Lin Ling's eyes kept moving. Everything in the past floated into his mind like smoke, including Li Xiaoyao's birth, origin, martial arts, and so on. The huge amount of memories caused Lin Ling's mind to ache, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes were clear, but deep. They were calm with an aura that could not be shaken by the world. He stretched out his right hand, and there was still a golden light floating in his palm. Then, he smiled, stretched out his left hand, and slowly drew on his right palm. Sky Extreme Flame Seal. Lin Ling shouted. A mysterious barrier appeared on his palm and merged with it. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have seen through the netherworld flame. Boom, in his body, the netherworld flame increased rapidly from the 3rd grade of the divine rank to the 4th grade. Crackle, white flames burned and became even colder, making the surroundings look like hell. Sky Extreme Flame Seal. This was the barrier left behind by Li Xiaoyao. It had the power of flame observation and could further increase the level of the fire element. The foundation of this body is too weak. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. If others heard this, they would be shocked. Lin Ling's potential and talent were recognized as abnormal, but his foundation was still weak. Of course, when he said it was weak, it was from Li Xiaoyao's point of view. Original Source Seal. Lin Ling drew the barrier again. After 2 hours, he sat cross-legged on the ground. A huge mysterious symbol appeared under him. Warm light spread and covered Lin Ling's entire body. The flaws left behind by his cultivation in the past were now fixed. One had to know that martial artists used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to change their fate. They swallowed and refined a large amount of natural treasures. Although it did not seem to affect them much, in fact, most of them would have chronic problems. Moreover, there would be too much spiritual energy in their body that was difficult to digest. This original source seal could allow all the spiritual energy to be absorbed by the body. This 3rd grade wuxing, it's a pity. It's a waste. 4th transformation seal. Lin Ling struck out the barrier again and unleashed the 3rd grade real energy source to the limit. Chi. A smelly smoke floated out. The impurities in Lin Ling's body which could not be seen by the naked eye floated out. The excessive spiritual energy was all digested and those small worlds became more active. Lin had awakened a lot of small worlds. But after too many battles, some small worlds had started to wither and die. But now, they had regained their vigor. As for the corporeal strength source in his dantian, it began to revolve, emitting a rich power of laws. Boom, following a glass-shattering sound, the real energy source seal, wuxing's 8th stage. The terrifying thing was that the advancement this time seemed to have made up for all the flaws from before. The advancement of a single realm had actually increased the energy of 200 laws, whereas the previous increase was only Feng was the level increased Feng Xian Feng. This was the effect brought about by the 4th transformation seal. It fully unleashed the potential of the real energy source seal. In the entire heaven and earth, other than Lin Ling, no one knew about this mysterious barrier seal. The increase of 200 laws of nature in one realm, and in addition to the laws of nature that were lacking in the previous realms, Lin Ling had gained a total of 600 laws of nature. If he used the Tyrant Song sword, it would add up to 2,000 laws, which was comparable to Wuxing's 10th stage realm. Moreover, it was the powerful Wuxing's 10th stage realm, because an ordinary Wuxing's 10th stage realm would not have so many laws. After all, an ordinary Wuxing's 7th stage realm would only have 300 laws. Only geniuses with strong innate talent would have more laws. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. And this was the benefit of having a strong foundation. As for Lin Ling, he was the king of foundations. Barely satisfied, Lin Ling finally smiled. Based on his current ability, Wuxing had few opponents in the 10th stage realm. Whereas he was merely Wuxing's 8th stage realm. Essence, Qi and Spirit triple cultivation. Above Qi, I've improved again. But above Spirit, I can still improve. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he searched his memories for a suitable cultivation method. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Evasion domain. Evasion domain, this was a soul force martial art which he had obtained from a historical remains. It allowed one to see through the power of laws and break away from the laws of heaven and earth, forming a terrifying evasion ability. In Lin Ling's memories, if one's soul force was strong enough, even the clouds could be avoided. It was extremely terrifying. However, to cultivate this kind of soul force martial art, firstly, it had a high requirement on one's soul force. Secondly, once it was used, it would continue to deplete one's soul force until it was completely depleted. In the past, my soul force was 250 levels. But after merging with the second stone sculpture, it had reached 300 levels. It's enough to cultivate evasion domain. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief. This domain was very strong and could even be said to be invincible. Of course, the prerequisite was that his soul force was limitless. Evasion domain is actually using one's eyes to see through the laws of heaven and earth, breaking away from the restrictions of the laws. In actual fact, there were many things in this heaven and earth that had broken away from the laws. For example, zombies didn't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and didn't enter the 3 realms. But in actual fact, zombies had only broken away from a portion of the laws and not all of them. For example, they were afraid of fire and lightning, which was one of the laws that restrained each other, but even so, zombies were still an extremely difficult existence to deal with, whereas Lin Ling had seen through the 4 great eras from spiritual master came not long ago and he had faintly shown signs of breaking away from the laws. But unfortunately, he had just touched the doorstep. But this advantage was enough for him to cultivate evasion domain. Although Lin Ling had found all the memories, it didn't mean that he had Li Xiaoyao's strength. Because there were many powerful techniques that he couldn't use with his current strength. Moreover, the second stone sculpture had left Lin Ling's memories of this heaven and earth. There weren't many memories of the martial god world. Otherwise, Lin Ling would be even stronger. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Then, he looked behind him and saw that the huge ancient snake had already grown to the size of an arm. It was sticking out its tongue and looking at Lin Ling with great excitement. Little saint. Lin Ling revealed a gentle smile. He was excited. This snake was the black-scaled divine snake. It came from the martial god world and fell into this heaven and earth for some unknown reason. Later, it was rescued by Li Xiaoyao and raised with treasures. Gradually, it became the top existence in this heaven and earth. It was also Li Xiaoyao's mount, Qi. The little black snake stuck out its tongue and its eyes were moist. It was even more excited. Like an arrow, it shot into Lin Ling's arms and acted like a spoiled child. It had been guarding this heaven and earth for thousands of years. Now, it was finally here. Lin Ling's heart warmed. He knew that if he didn't succeed in reincarnating, little saint would wait for his death here. This loyalty was much better than a person's. I, Li Xiaoyao, am back. From now on, you and I will dominate this heaven and earth again. Lin Ling said lightly. His words were full of confidence. Qi. Winged ghost soldier, rest well, thank you for your hard work. Lin Ling said gratefully as he took a step forward and left the stone forest. Gradually, he walked out of the forbidden area, and outside, a large number of ancient heavenly crows stood on top of the stalagmites, looking down at Lin Ling. Bastard, I'm coming. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the sky indifferently. Crow. All the ancient heavenly crows were surprised. This human was still alive? This was simply a miracle, however, so what if he was alive? He would kill him right now. Crow. Those ancient heavenly crows flew down and shot towards Lin Ling from every corner like arrows, wanting to tear Lin Ling to shreds. The same move can be used once, but it won't work a second time. Lin Ling shook his head, and softly spat out a sentence, and casually shouted, "Dodge domain." Something strange happened. Lin Ling seemed to be able to see through all the traces of the ancient heavenly crows. He could dodge any law, and with a single step, he easily dodged the bites of a large number of ancient heavenly crows. At this moment, it was as if he had disappeared from the world, escaping from the laws of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Crow. Those ancient heavenly crows all had intelligence, and at this moment, they were all shocked. What's going on? That handsome man was clearly in front of them, but they couldn't attack him. Furthermore, it gave them the feeling that the man had disappeared from the world, as if he wasn't bound by the world. You're addicted to hunting me down. Lin Ling appeared to be calm and collected. When he dodged the ancient heavenly crow's pounce, he also struck out with his palm. Although it could not harm the ancient heavenly crow, it still left a clear mark on the feathered beast's body. Crow. Gradually, the ancient heavenly crows became afraid and planned to leave. Because they could not harm Lin Ling at all, how could they know that Lin Ling had activated the dodging law and had a 100% chance of dodging, but his soul force was also constantly being consumed. Once it was exhausted, the dodging law would also lose its effect, and now that they had chosen to leave, it was clear that they had overestimated Lin Ling. However, was it possible for them to leave right now? Chi-Chi knew divine seal. Lin Ling's indifferent voice gently floated out. Boom, all the ancient heavenly crows were frozen in place, their eyes filled with shock, because they wanted to fly, they wanted to leave, but they couldn't control of their bodies. In fact, they couldn't control of their souls and minds. It was as if they wanted to leave, but in their hearts, they didn't want to leave. Clearly, the mysterious mark that Lin Ling had left on them had taken effect. The Tao, the path, and the heavenly Tao, the Tao, and the Tao, the Tao for the Tao, for the Tao, for the Tao. It had to be known that the path of martial arts was filled with endless resources. There were countless martial artists who knew how to tame beasts, but they could only tame ordinary monster beasts. The stronger the monster beast, the more intense its resistance would be. It could even devour its master. And Lin Ling's Chi-Chi new divine seal was extremely powerful. He had enslaved these ancient heavenly crows, and the ancient heavenly crows would never be able to resist. I, your father, am not that easy to kill. Moreover, I've said it before, if you chase me, sooner or later, you will become the mounts of my Yellow Springs army. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief, and those ancient heavenly crows all lowered their heads, their eyes filled with depression. How could this young man be so powerful? Yellow Springs army, return. Woo woo woo. Upon receiving his order, a large number of souls flew back from the stone forest, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Great Emperor. All of the Yellow Springs army knelt down and said. Looking carefully, there were headless ghosts, white skeletons, ghosts, and so on. These Yellow Springs army cultivated the path of ghosts, and all of them were extremely powerful. Go, each of you choose an ancient heavenly crow as your mount. These ancient heavenly crows naturally like Een, so it's just right for you. Lin Ling said. Great Emperor, those terrifying feathered beasts will be our mounts. All the ghosts were surprised, because they knew how difficult it was to deal with the ancient heavenly crow. Don't you understand my words? Lin Ling said indifferently. Who told you to doubt the great emperor's words? The moving mountain eagle was Lin Ling's first Yellow Springs ghost soldier. At this moment, he had already become an elder, and he had even fallen in love with this kind of ghost lifestyle. He had even found the former Xian Di and defeated him, allowing him to let out a huge sigh of relief. Yes, sir. How could the Yellow Springs army dare to question him? They were just too shocked before. They quickly flew towards the ancient heavenly crows, thinking that if the ancient heavenly crows resisted, they would be dead for sure. However, they were clearly thinking too much. When the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers appeared on the ancient heavenly crows, they were all surprised and excited. These ancient heavenly crows all listened to them. Fly. Some of the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers flew up and soared through the stone forest at an extremely fast speed. Gradually, all of the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers flew up, forming a majestic scene of a ghost cavalry. Seeing this, Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction. His Yellow Springs army's strength had finally increased greatly. Moreover, his Yellow Springs Flames talent had increased, and the Yellow Springs army could recover 80% of their strength. Great Emperor, we were scattered earlier, and the Great Emperor disappeared without a trace, so we were like headless flies wandering around. However, we encountered people from the god race, and a few of our brothers were killed. The moving mountain eagle said to Lin Ling with extreme respect. Kill my soldiers? You have guts, but my soldiers are not so easy to kill. Lin Ling was stunned, then frowned. Although most of the Yellow Springs army were his enemies in the past, after their deaths, they had all become his subordinates. How could he, Lin Ling, pretend that he did not see them? All of you, come back! Lin Ling shouted. All of the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers turned into ghostly winds and disappeared into Lin Ling's purple mansion. They knew that Lin Ling was the most protective, and would definitely seek justice for them. Of course, now that their strength had increased greatly, they could seek justice for themselves. However, without Lin Ling's orders, they would not dare to do so. Lin Ling slowly left the stone forest. Now that Li Xiaoyao had returned, and what he lacked were cultivation resources. It was a good opportunity to go out and plunder some. The divine martial grotto was left behind by the first batch of god race, so there were naturally many treasures. Under the guidance of the moving mountain eagle, Lin Ling spent 2 hours hurrying. Then, a huge palace appeared in front of him. This palace was already in ruins, but one could see its former glory. As for the palace, a large number of experts were gathered there. There were god race, demon race, and even humans. At this moment, they were staring at a 5-meter-tall crystal bone in the main hall of the palace, and their hearts jumped. Although they did not know the origin of the crystal bone, based on the aura they sensed, it was obviously the bone of an expert. This bone has a demonic nature, so I want it. A demon race expert said coldly, his eyes filled with greed. That's a good idea, but don't forget, this is the territory of the god race. The experts of the god race were naturally unwilling. Azure devil bone, I say, everyone who sees the treasure has a share. We should split it equally among the 3 races. That's right, there are a few people from the spirit race here, we should split it equally among the 4 races. A person from the human race walked out and said. This person was the Putua envoy of the Xian D10 heroes, and there was also Buddhistesian. These 2 people were not to be underestimated in the human race. As for the spirit race, it was Tai Yan and a few others. However, although there were many geniuses on their side, the divine race and demon race had more experts, and all of them were experts who had cultivated for more than a few thousand years. You said we should split it equally among the 3 races? The experts from the divine race and demon race stopped talking and looked at the human race with ridicule. Do you think trash like you have the qualifications to speak? A 2-meter-tall demon race expert said coldly. Hee, human race, you are very arrogant. Now that your homeland has been invaded, I don't know where you get the confidence to speak to us. The divine race expert sneered. Then what do you want? The Putua envoy frowned. Get lost, or we will start a massacre. The experts from the divine race and demon race said at the same time, as if they were talking to ants. The human race and spirit race experts' faces turned ugly. The other party was too arrogant. I remember that your spirit race has a little princess who is not bad. Hee, I am different from the demon race, my taste is more human, so that little princess will be pressed on the bed by me sooner or later. On the divine race's side, a golden-haired young man said with a smile. This person was a genius from the Fire Cloud Empire, named Huizi. His strength was below the 4 divine race geniuses. Get lost. The demon race shouted angrily again. The Putua envoy's side was furious, but they knew the situation was out of their control, so they snorted and left. The human race was not united, causing them to lack a leader, so they could not resist the divine race and demon race. Wait. Just as the human race was about to leave, the tall demon race expert suddenly walked out and said, because there are many treasures in the underground city, we don't want to waste time killing you, but it doesn't mean you can leave if you want to. Now, crawl out from under our pants, those who refuse, die. Haha, that's a good suggestion, and the spirit race is the same too. The celestial race experts were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. In fact, they had always been jealous of the human race because the human race had a wider world and was the center of all the races. However, the experts that dominated that world were very weak and were as lowly as slaves. So, how could they let go of the opportunity to humiliate the human race? Don't go too far. All the humans were enraged. They found a treasure, but it was snatched away by others. They couldn't swallow this anger, but their strength was inferior, so they could only swallow their anger and leave. But now, the devil race actually wanted them to crawl out of their pants. This was an insult to their dignity. My patience is limited. If you don't kneel in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all of you will die. Also, let me tell you, don't think that just because Lin Ling gave you face, you can fly away. When the God race and devil race's big shots have finished their discussion, even Lin Ling will crawl through my pants. The devil race great senior shouted coldly. This is a good suggestion. The God race genius raised his golden hair and nodded with a smile. Whoosh. However, at this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the top of the palace, causing the entire palace to sway. Then, under everyone's gaze, a dazzling light appeared in the palace as if it was cut by a sword. Then, the entire palace's top fell. Bang! 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 Those huge rocks smashed into the ground, shocking everyone. At the same time, a young man in a blue and white robe, who looked calm and composed, floated down. You want me to kneel too? You're in a good mood. An indifferent voice came out, causing the palace to fall silent. Lin Ling had actually come. The people of the 4 major races were shocked, while the humans and spirit race were excited. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Scram. On the God race's side, the golden-haired genius's face was extremely ugly. Obviously, he was afraid of Lin Ling, however, his words made the humans laugh sarcastically. Previously, when Lin Ling was not around, the Celestials were so arrogant. However, when Lin Ling suddenly appeared, each and every one of them became fearful. Their character of bullying the weak and fearing the strong was worse than the humans. Someone wants me to kneel from the crotch of their pants. I've come as promised. Am I not welcome? Lin Ling ignored the crowd and looked at the crystal bone with a burning gaze. TSK, not bad. It's actually the Azura demon bone. It looks like my luck isn't bad. Bang! As soon as these words fell, the God race and demon race's hearts trembled. Lin Ling seemed to have taken a liking to the crystal bone. We found this giant bone first. The demon race's great monarch immediately said. However, his words made the humans look down on them. After all, they were the first to find the crystal bone. Lin Ling continued to stare at the crystal bone. With his experience, he naturally knew that this devil bone came from the martial god world. It was the skeleton of an ancient powerhouse. Most importantly, Lin Ling cultivated essence, energy, and soul, but his godly demon body had already reached its limit. Now, his godly demon body could still be improved, and that was to improve his demon body. Then, Lin Ling directly walked over. Seeing this, the God race and demon race clenched their teeth. Lin Ling was ignoring them and directly taking the treasure? Lin Ling, scram! Scram! On the demon race's side, a great monarch shouted angrily. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. It was as if he didn't care about an ant on the side of the road. He waved his left hand and white flames formed a 6 paths of reincarnation. The laws of heaven and earth erupted and sucked the great monarch into it. His soul turned into the Yellow Springs army. This action was undoubtedly shocking, because the great monarch of the demon race was Wu Xing, but he was killed in an instant. The process was too simple and violent. For a moment, the God race and demon race fell silent. Hee, Azura demon bone, what's the use of it even if you get it? That kind of treasure isn't something an ordinary person can refine. Of course, if you beg me, I may introduce some methods to you. After all, in terms of knowledge, the human race can't be compared to the God race. Hee. Suddenly, the God race genius said indifferently. As soon as these words fell, the God race experts became arrogant, as if they saw Lin Ling begging them. Hee, although the Azura demon bone is an inanimate object, the pressure it possesses isn't something an ordinary person can withstand. The God race genius became more complacent and said indifferently. But when he finished speaking, his pupils constricted. Lin Ling came in front of the tall demon bone and punched out, crushing the demon bone into powder. The demon bone's pressure had no effect on Lin Ling. Lin Ling took a deep breath and all the demon bone's powder was sucked in by Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, the illusion of a crystal skeleton appeared on Lin Ling's body. Rumble. The palace shook as if the Azura Demon King had arrived. Lin Ling's physical strength continued to rise, gradually reaching 50 universe force, 60 universe force, and finally stopping at 80 universe force. Boom! The palace's ground exploded, unable to withstand Lin Ling's terrifying power, causing Lin Ling to disappear into the ground. This. This. Are you going to risk your life? Impossible, the azure devil bone is from the ancient devil king of the martial god world. Even the divine king of our fire cloud empire would need 30 years to refine it successfully. Therefore, Lin Ling must be dead. Yes. We are most familiar with the devil bone. Lin Ling is not from the devil race, so he must have failed. Yes. The divine race and devil race were stunned for a moment before speaking one after another. Rumble. At this time, the earth rumbled, and a figure in a blue and white robe jumped up and appeared in front of everyone. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Not bad, the devil bone has finally made my fiend god body have the taste of a devil. If I can find the blood of God, this is the real fiend god body. Yes. Moreover, my fiend god body has reached the 4th grade of the divine realm, and I have 80 universe power. I can resist 60% of any devil chi. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling was undoubtedly very happy. He did not expect to get such a precious treasure as soon as he left the stone forest. After all, the only thing he lacked now was cultivation resources. In fact, if he had enough cultivation resources, he could become the strongest person in the world in 3 days and dominate the world. His words were undoubtedly like thunder, and the experts of the divine race and devil race froze in place. Lin Ling refined the devil king's bone from the martial god world in one day. No, it was not even enough time for an incense stick to burn, and the refining effect was very obvious. His talent had increased again, and his strength had also increased. This was too inconceivable, because even the great devil king of the devil race could not do this. Well, I'm in a good mood, so, whoever killed my ghost before, stand out now, and the others can still live. Lin Ling's eyes moved around, looking at the crowd. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. I admit that we are not your opponent, but there are many people who are stronger than you, such as the divine genius and the 6 great devil kings. If you have the ability, go to the east. The pink prince is there, I think you don't dare to. The devil race's great senior did not want to lose face, and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled, and his smile was extremely cold. These guys still dared to be arrogant in the face of death? The god race and the devil race were clearly his, Lin Ling's, enemies. He never showed mercy to his enemies. Pah! Lin Ling took 9 steps of the black tortoise, and appeared in front of the devil race great senior, and punched him. Boom! That fiend race great venerable was clearly not weak. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Ling and was smashed to smithereens with a single punch. Speak, continue. I admiring people with courage. After that, Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd calmly. You. The Shin clan, who had always been arrogant, was furious. Lin Ling seemed to treat them like ants. They were the dignified Shin clan, noble and holy. When had they ever been ants? Great sect. Lin Ling took another step forward. That god race member who said you was killed with a single punch. That punch contained 80 universes of power. The current Lin Ling was simply an Azure demon king. Continue. Lin Ling said again. The god race's eyes went wide, but no one dared to speak. They were arrogant, they were sacred, and they had courage. Then Lin Ling would beat them until they had no courage, no pride, and no holiness. So what if they were god race? In front of Lin Ling, they were still ants. Speak. Lin Ling's voice became louder, like thunder, intimidating all the god race's people until their bodies trembled. Speak, isn't the god race the highest? Why aren't you speaking? On the human side, everyone shouted. The people who killed my ghosts, step forward. Seeing the god race and devil race not dare to be arrogant anymore, Lin Ling asked coldly, moreover, even if you don't speak, I still have a way to find you. At that time everyone will die, so don't implicate others, because you can't shoulder this crime. Ghosts? We did encounter several ghosts before. Those ghosts wanted to harm us, so we took action and erased them. Don't blame us for this matter. Finally, the god race's genius finally spoke, his tone was subservient. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward step by step. They attacked first. Moreover, it's just a few ghosts. Your Excellency Lin Ling, there's no need to fight over this. I'm a genius of the Fire Cloud Empire. If your Excellency Lin Ling gives me face, after this matter, I'll represent the Fire Cloud Empire to be friends with you. The God Race genius kept retreating and said anxiously. Fire Cloud Empire, one of the 3 divine nations. Seems like a good choice. Lin Ling stopped and hesitated. The God Race genius was delighted and wanted to speak, but at this time, Lin Ling said again, unfortunately, I've always been protective. As long as it's my people, no one else has the right to teach them a lesson. So not to mention you, even the giants of your Fire Cloud Empire have to die. As soon as he said this, the God Race genius's expression changed drastically. He finally unleashed his full strength. Don't go too far. If I fight with my life on the line, it's hard to say who will win. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling appeared above his head and stomped his foot down. Boom, like a giant's leg, the God Race genius was crushed into powder. A genius who was only below the 4 unmatched talents was easily killed by someone else. Moreover, he died in an extremely ugly manner. Fight with your life on the line? Lin Ling appeared on the ground with a disdainful smile on his face. The rest of you, kill yourselves. I don't want to waste time. Are we all going to die? The faces of the people who were attacking Lin Ling's soul were pale. As for the demon race, their hearts were pounding. Lin Ling was indeed protective. He actually wiped out the other party's entire army just because they attacked one of his subordinates. As for the human race, they sighed. The God race and demon race were so proud before, but after Lin Ling's arrival, he suppressed 2 major races alone. It had to be said that in this world, strength still determined everything. No matter how proud a race was, if they were weaker than others, it was a joke. Bang bang bang. The murderers all self-destructed and died without hesitation. They had some backbone because if they didn't kill themselves, they would implicate others. In this aspect, they were much better than the human race. However, Lin Ling didn't have any sympathy. He wasn't a saint and only cared about the people around him. As for the great calamity of the world, as long as they didn't provoke him, he didn't care who the king was. Tai Yan, come out. Retracting his gaze, Lin Ling shouted. Tai Yan immediately walked out from the spirit race and knelt on one knee before Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and walked in front of him. Both his hands formed a complicated seal and then he patted Tai Yan's head, causing Tai Yan to show a pained expression. But in the next moment, his body grew bigger and turned into a 10-meter-tall blue giant. His skin was condensed from seawater and gave off an extremely majestic feeling. Most importantly, his cultivation instantly reached the peak of Wuxing's 10th realm. He was probably only 1 step away from Martial Emperor. Sea Giant Clan, not bad. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. The previous boundary was to stimulate Tai Yan's potential and Tai Yan didn't disappoint him. Thank you, sir. Mysterious Bodyborn, so envious. Envious. At this moment, not only the human race, but also the devil race and the divine race were envious. After all, Wuxing's advancement was measured in years. For those with poor talent, it would take thousands of years. For those with good talent, it would take hundreds of years. But now, Lin Ling had used less than an incense stick's worth of time, and an expert was born just like that. This Lin Ling was so mysterious. These people will crawl over your crotch. If they crawl over obediently, I will spare their lives. Envious. Lin Ling turned and left. Tai Yan nodded heavily. His gaze was fixed on the divine race, and he finally revealed a carefree smile. The divine race and devil race's faces were unsightly. They wanted to crawl under his crotch? This suggestion was made by them, and now it was implemented by them. This drastic change made them feel like they were dreaming. Right, you said that pink prince is in the east? Envious. Lin Ling suddenly stopped and said indifferently. That's right. Do you dare to go? A great venerable among the devil race coldly shouted. At this moment, he was fuming with anger. Did some treasure appear over there? Lin Ling asked curiously. I heard that a powerful talent appeared, and it came from the martial god world. However, Lin Ling, you don't need to pretend. Your current strength is not Pink Prince's opponent, so you don't dare to go. The devil race great venerable said proudly. He was not Lin Ling's opponent, but Lin Ling was definitely afraid of Pink Prince. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. East? That treasure is mine. Envious. That treasure is mine. Such a domineering sentence made the devil race's pupils dilate. Linling was not afraid of Pink Prince? How could this be? Talkative guy, let him crawl 10 laps. Envious. Linling obviously disdained to explain anything. He left after saying that. Tai Yan immediately nodded. He stared at the devil race great venerable with malicious intent. The devil race great venerable smiled bitterly. It seemed like he had no choice now. Lord, when this matter is over, I will come find you. At this moment, Tai Yan was extremely excited. He could feel that Linling had changed. He gave off the feeling that he could control the heavens and earth, just like the spirit race's spirit god from the legends. There are so many treasures in this martial god world. I definitely can't miss this opportunity. Moreover, Yu and the others' talents are limited. It's time to find a suitable talent for them. After leaving the palace, Linling released an ancient divine crow. He stood on top of the ancient divine crow and looked into the distance. In the past, when the devil race invaded, Linling was worried about his friends and family. But now, he was no longer afraid because he could increase the strength of his friends and family. This great calamity was nothing to him. Moreover, he currently had many trump cards and he was not afraid even if it was an ancient giant. As for the great tribulation of heaven and earth, countless humans would suffer, but Linling didn't care at all. So what if Li Xiaoyao saved the world in the past? Thousands of years later, no one would remember him. Therefore, the most important thing was to help his friends. Of course, if there was a chance to help ordinary people, Linling wouldn't miss it. Because his nature was kind. In my previous life, I saved countless people. Unfortunately, most of them were hypocrites. For example, the ancient Ji family, the Xianyuan clan, and the 4 great immortal imperial families of the saints' great domain. But did they remember that kindness? Absolutely not. Therefore, Li Xiaoyao, who lived a carefree life, ended up in a miserable state. No one knew that he died in the martial god world. In this life, when I laugh, the heavens laugh. When I'm angry, the heavens and earth are angry. This is the true carefree life. Linling muttered to himself. If one day, the world called him a devil, not only would he not be angry, he would be happy, because only a devil could do whatever he wanted and not be bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Rumble. At this time, there was a rumbling sound in front of him. Linling used the eye of time and saw a great battle in front of him. Moreover, there were many people involved in the battle. Among them, there was the devil race's Pink Prince, the deity race's genius Jin Feiwu, and the spirit race's guardian and Tianzong Shenwu. Each of these terrifying existences was an expert below the ancient era's giants. With just a move of their feet, the 4 clans would be stirred up. As for the other top geniuses, Linling guessed that they were in other places. Because this place was too big, there must be more than one treasure. Very good, it's the talents of the divine body and the ice spirit Xian body. These talents surpass the divine realm. Soon after, Linling became excited. He saw several terrifying rays of light shooting up into the sky in front of him. This was the powerful talent from the martial god realm. This talent was useless to ordinary people. Only experts could refine it. However, Linling had hundreds of ways to refine it. Of course, he was only interested in 2 great talents. They were left for Yu and Yu'er. In this world, the pinnacle of talents was the immortal body. However, in the martial god world, the immortal body was the most ordinary talent. Above it was the Xian body, which was also divided into heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. Rumor had it that there were immortal bodies and desolate bodies. Of course, that was just a rumor. Linling was not interested in learning about it for the time being. First, I will get the Xian body for Yu. Linling went in another direction. In front of them was a ruin. There were dilapidated walls everywhere, but they could sense that this used to be the imperial city. For some unknown reason, the imperial city had fallen. A large number of experts had died, and some of the top experts had left behind their talents. Yanran, you must look after the divine body for me. I will stop the geniuses of the other races. After you get it, immediately leave this place. Tomorrow, I will announce the godly nation and marry you. In front of a ruin, a large number of figures were standing there. A green-haired, devilishly charming man laughed. Beside him was a golden-haired woman. She was like a goddess, with limpid eyes and snow-white skin. She was the number one beauty of the sun god nation, Jin Yanran. Moreover, she had another identity. She was the wife of a young prince of the immortal divine nation. There are 5 talents here. One of them, the spirit ice Xian body, is very suitable for me. It is the talent of soul force and ice law. You must get it for me. After all, you can become the immortal evil god because I got a large number of cultivation treasures from that idiot. Jin Yanran replied. Don't worry, baby. It has been hard for you to marry that idiot. However, you also got a lot of benefits from that idiot. The green-haired man laughed. His smile was very attractive. It could make an ordinary woman lose herself in it. He was one of the 4 absolute geniuses, the immortal evil god. Hee, that idiot Zhang Yingjun, I married him. It was too easy for him. So, he gave me his cultivation treasures. That is what he should do. Jin Yanran shook her head. Her beautiful eyes were full of disdain. If Zhang Yingjun was not spoiled by the immortal divine nation, she would not have married that boring trash. At least the immortal evil god was handsome, evil, and had a lot of tricks. It made her forget to leave. Well, I will go first. The guardian of the spirit race and the heaven-warping martial god are not soft persimmons. I must stop them. You must get the talent as soon as possible. Unfaithful woman, lay down the barrier, use the divine Wutong wood. Yes. Jin Yanran immediately looked into the distance, where there was a flickering light. It was the divine body, and in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, she had to lay down a barrier and collect the talent. My lord, the divine Wutong wood is a treasure of the immortal divine nation. Lord Zhang Yingjun gave it to you, do you want to waste it here? A guard said in surprise. What is given to me belongs to me. This treasure can let me obtain the talent, and it has its own uses. Yes. Jin Yanran shook her head, as if giving all of Zhang Yingjun's treasures to her was a matter of course. The other guards sighed inwardly, but they did not dare to oppose. After all, Jin Yanran had great prestige in the immortal divine nation, and even the king did not dare to make things difficult for her. The reason was naturally because of Zhang Yingjun. Zhang Yingjun liked Jin Yanran too much, and he would agree to any request. However, Jin Yanran used Zhang Yingjun's treasures to give to the immortal evil god, and she was also living a good life with the immortal evil god. Such a matter undoubtedly made people angry, but there was nothing they could do. You seem to be Zhang Yingjun's wife. Yes. Just as Jin Yanran finished setting up the enchantment, a voice suddenly sounded out. They saw a huge black crow flying in the sky, and a handsome young man was standing on top of it. Everyone was puzzled, who was that person? Jin Yanran was also surprised, but it was clear that not long ago, when Lin Ling fought against Life Blade on the street, and when he fought against Pink Prince, she did not appear, so she did not recognize Lin Ling. Who are you? Yes. Jin Yanran raised her pure white chin, and said arrogantly. Zhang Yingjun's friend, Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was extremely cold. He clearly saw what happened before. Although he knew Jin Yanran did not like Zhang Yingjun, he did not expect Jin Yanran to be with someone else. If Jin Yanran hadn't married Zhang Yingjun, Lin Ling wouldn't have had anything to say. After all, it was others' freedom. However, they were already married in name. In this case, Jin Yanran cheated on Zhang Yingjun. Most importantly, Zhang Yingjun worshipped Jin Yanran, and he could get whatever he wanted. Jin Yanran not only used it for herself, but also used it to raise her lover. How could Lin Ling not be enraged by such a shameless person who didn't abide by the virtues of a woman? So it was you. You can leave. This has nothing to do with you. Jin Yanran finally remembered that the young man and Zhang Yingjun were friends. Earlier, you seemed to have walked together with someone else. Your actions brought shame to Zhang Yingjun. Lin Ling walked down from the sky with a cold expression. As I said, it's none of your business. Also, no matter what I did to Zhang Yingjun, he did it willingly, and he owes me. Most importantly, I don't like him. He talks about how handsome he is every day, but in reality, he's not handsome at all. Doesn't he know how disgusting those words are? Jin Yanran said coldly. So, you cheated on him? Lin Ling's voice became lower and lower. I don't have the right to make you like anyone, and I don't have the time to care. But since you married him, you should do your duty well. If you don't like him, you can choose to separate. At that time, even if you become a woman of the mortal world, and anyone can ride you, I won't care. But now, you want to get benefits from Zhang Yingjun, despise him for being ugly, and use his treasures to raise him. Don't you think you have no sense of shame? You are simply unreasonable. Just like Zhang Yingjun, you don't understand other people's hearts at all. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Jin Yanran was obviously angry, because Lin Ling actually said that she was a woman of the mortal world, and anyone could ride her. This comparison was too disgusting. She was the daughter of a minister of the sun god nation. How could a woman of the mortal world compare to her? Everyone has their own dreams. Don't you have them too? I'm moving toward my goals and dreams, that's all. My dream is to become a person above others. I have people I like, and there are people who like me. Is this dream wrong? I know you are Zhang Yingjun's friend. For his sake, I will spare you this time. If you slander me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Jin Yanran said coldly. Her dream was to have a man who liked her, who would provide her with endless treasures for cultivation. At the same time, she also wanted a man she liked, who would accompany her at night, and such a dream made Lin Ling laugh, a disgusting laugh. She wanted to have everything. This woman thought too highly of herself. I don't have time to care about your business, but I will tell Zhang Yingjun. Zhang Yingjun will definitely make a choice. Now, get lost, because you are too disgusting. Don't appear in front of me. Although Lin Ling was angry, he didn't make a move for the time being because he had to wait for Zhang Yingjun's reply. And now, he wanted to seize the divine body. I already knew you were up to no good. You said so much just to get that treasure. I will also tell Zhang Yingjun, tell him how ugly his friend is. Jin Yanran's sneer deepened, as if she had seen through Lin Ling's intentions. However, if you want that treasure, do you have a clear view of yourself? Get up, God's 8 desolations 6 directions boundary. Boom. Rumble. Along with her voice, the hidden boundaries in the surroundings rose into the sky, forming a terrifying light curtain. The aura of the 8 desolations 6 directions boundary also filled the air. This Jin Yanran was actually a boundary master. Humph, you're just a lowly human. You approached Zhang Yingjun because you wanted to get some benefits from him. However, I've seen through you. Now, get the hell out of here. A barrier is not something a lowly human like you can understand. Boom. Jin Yanran disdained to say anything more to Lin Ling. She strode with her slender legs, her golden hair fluttering, like a goddess walking toward the treasure. Unfortunately, boundaries, the strongest boundary master in the nation of God was only 1 star. This meant that she, Jin Yanran, was only a white-robed boundary master. However, Lin Ling was able to forge a 3-star boundary. He had already become a blue-robed boundary master. Lin Ling's face turned cold. He didn't say anything more. His hands moved frequently, and a more terrifying boundary was blasted out by him. Although the 8 desolations 6 directions boundary in front of him was more complicated than a normal boundary, Lin Ling knew that the 10 revolutions 9 emptiness boundary could easily break this boundary. Moreover, it was broken silently. Outside the boundary, the guards all opened their mouths wide. In their eyes, the young prince's friend actually walked into the boundary, and the 8 desolations 6 directions boundary melted like tofu. They were all shocked. Wasn't that person a human? How could he break the boundary of the nation of God? At this moment, Jin Yanran didn't know what happened behind her. She smiled and walked forward as if she had obtained a powerful talent. At this moment, a voice came. You said I was up to no good? Excuse me, this treasure is yours? This treasure has your name? Do you know who left this treasure behind? Yes. Primeval Chi, you can't answer me, right? Then I'll tell you. The divine body is the body with the most balanced of the 5 elements. It uses humans as a barrier, and when it reaches the peak, it can become a divine body. You don't know anything, but you say that the divine body is yours. With your rubbish knowledge, I'm afraid that even if you were given the talent, you wouldn't know how to use it. Lin Ling said as he walked, his eyes filled with disdain. You're talking nonsense. Scram. Jin Yanran was furious. She pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. When she was angry, she didn't realize that Lin Ling could break her enchantment. Was he someone she could provoke? Lin Ling shook his head, as if it was beneath him to say anything more. He stopped in his tracks and sent out a slap, paw. The loud slap made Jin Yanran dizzy and a little confused, because even Zhang Yingjun didn't dare to hit her, but as a human, Lin Ling dared to hit her. Revolt, this is definitely a revolt. Do you know what you're doing? Jin Yanran roared like a shrew, but what answered her was a slap. Lin Ling was telling her what he, Lin Ling, was doing, paw paw paw. Moreover, he continued to slap Jin Yanran until she spat out her teeth. It was extremely disgusting. Aren't you very noble? Aren't you a goddess? Let me tell you, in my eyes, you're nothing but a slut. After a few slaps, Lin Ling punched out, boom, a punch landed on Jin Yanran's stomach, causing her beautiful face to distort, giving off an extremely ugly feeling. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a cannonball, smashing into the distance. She was in an extremely sorry state. How dirty my hands. Lin Ling strode away. If Lin Ling didn't want to tell Zhang Yingjun about this, he would have killed Jin Yanran long ago. Of course, not killing her now didn't mean that he would let her go. After he told Zhang Yingjun about this, if Zhang Yingjun didn't have a choice, he would make the choice for Zhang Yingjun, because Jin Yanran gave him a disgusting feeling. At this moment, Jin Yanran spat out blood, her hair was messy, her nose was bruised, and her face was swollen. She struggled to sit up, her eyes full of resentment. Take a good look at your own strength. Take a good look at who is the real lowly commoner. If you still can't see clearly, then I'll send you to the underworld to see clearly. But at this time, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Jin Yanran didn't dare to speak, but her eyes were full of hatred. She would let the undying evil god kill this ant. She had never expected that the treasure would not be obtained by the geniuses of the mortal world, but instead, it would be obtained by this ant. He was truly a piece of rat *T that ruined a nest of soup. Of course, if she knew that the so-called rat shit was Huang's son, then she wouldn't dare think like this. Lin Ling arrived at the bottom of the city wall. Precious light blossomed there, and the pressure was extremely terrifying. Not bad, it's indeed the aura of a Xian body. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. This powerful talent was very suitable for Yu to use. It could activate the divine wheel, absorb all the laws and great Daos, and then feed them back. Then, his hands formed a complicated barrier, and under the shocked gazes of the guards in the distance, he collected the precious light. Heavens, he's actually not afraid of the pressure of that treasure? You have to know, that's the talent left behind by the powerhouses of the martial god realm. In the blink of an eye, he collected the treasure and easily broke the 8 Desolation 6-direction formation. Is he also a boundary master? Moreover, he's so young. Those guards were all shocked, because they imagined that even if the immortal divine king came, he wouldn't be able to collect the treasure in a short period of time. Although martial artists grew slowly, their age could be vaguely guessed from their appearance. And for powerful martial artists, even 1,000 years of cultivation was extremely young, so they could see that Lin Ling's cultivation time was very short. Lin Ling ignored them and looked into the distance. The battle there was extremely fierce, and all the powerhouses were fighting for the treasure. However, Lin Ling saw a familiar person, and it was the Black Feather Princess. Go over there. Lin Ling said indifferently. At this moment, in the chaotic ruins, figures flickered, and laws collided. The spirit race's genius Black Feather Princess, legend has it that you have the talent of the sea and darkness. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. Who are you? I'm Yuan Ruachan of the human race's primitive royal family. I can be considered an ally of the spirit race. This time, I hope I can help the Black Feather Princess. No need. Hee, now that the celestial race and the demon race are in chaos, the Black Feather Princess is not safe alone. Let us protect you. After that, just spend a night with us. Beautiful spirit race, I have never tried it before. In front of a ruin, an emerald sword was unearthed. It looked extremely extraordinary, and on the city wall not far from the sword, several figures stood indifferently. There were a few people on the left, and the leader was a woman wearing black feathers. She held a bow in one hand and pointed to the front. The spirit race people beside her were all on guard. As for the other side, they were the powerhouses of the saint's great domain. They obviously had their eyes on the sword and the black feather princess. At this moment, the surroundings were in chaos. If anything happened to the black feather princess, no one would know who was behind it. Hee, why do you have to be so rough? Among those powerhouses, a young man wearing a white robe floated down. This person was called Yuan Ruochen, and he was from the primitive royal family of the 4 human immortal royal families. This ancient force had also given birth to a son of desolation. This sword is mine. Yuan Ruochen was like a flying swan. He floated down and slashed out. Dazzling laws were like threads, cutting the surrounding city wall. Rumble, amidst the dust that filled the air, Yuan Ruochen walked toward the emerald-treasured sword. He was calm and confident. Don't shoot an arrow at me. Otherwise, you will stay here forever. He suddenly said. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, the black feather princess shot an arrow at him. How could she be willing to let the sword be taken away by someone else? Moreover, that person looked elegant, but his words were extremely frivolous. You overestimate yourself. Yuan Ruochen seemed to be pleased with himself. He slashed out with his sword and split the black feather princess' terrifying sword into 2. The arrow was also caught by his left hand. He put it under his nose and sniffed it. It smells so good. You. This action was undoubtedly a humiliation to the black feather princess. However, just as Yuan Ruochen arrived in front of the sword, the sound of crows came from the sky. A young man in a blue and white robe appeared in the sky and then floated down. The black feather princess could not help but laugh. Yuan Ruochen's expression did not change. He looked at the person indifferently and shook his head. His left hand was still reaching for the sword on the ground. However, just as he was about to grab the sword, a hand reached out and grabbed his wrist. At the same time, an indifferent voice sounded, "This sword is not yours." Yuan Ruochen raised his head and his eyes were filled with surprise. When did this person appear in front of him? Looking at his cultivation, this person was only Wuxing's 8th stage realm. Why was he so strange? The person who came was Lin Ling. Let go of your hand. Although you are somewhat powerful, your cultivation is not high. So don't provoke trouble. Yuan Ruochen's eyes turned cold. The primeval qi. I didn't expect an expert from the saint's great domain to come. However, this sword is not yours. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently and said. The Battle of the Beacon Tower. You have good taste and talent. Are you interested in learning swordsmanship with me? Yuan Ruochen pondered for a moment and said. Hearing this, a few people's faces changed. Yuan Ruochen was known as the primitive sword saint in the Great Saint Realm. Countless people wanted to be his disciple, but he rejected them all. Now, he had his eyes on a disciple as soon as he arrived in the nation of gods. Why aren't you thanking him? Those people were envious. This was a great opportunity. You're not qualified. Lin Ling ignored them and let go of Yuan Ruochen's hand. He slowly put away the sword on the ground and was secretly satisfied. This sword was a 2-star immortal weapon. No wonder there were so many people competing for it. Then, Lin Ling threw the sword to the black feather princess. The black feather princess had asked the spirit tribe crown prince to help him. Now, it was time to return the favor. The black feather princess was overjoyed after receiving the sword. Humph. Seeing that Lin Ling ignored him, Yuan Ruochen immediately snorted. He was being shameless. I won't kill you, but I'll stab you 1,800 times. A long sword appeared in Yuan Ruochen's hand. The law erupted and the space cracked. He had the talent of space. This sword is flying. It's the sword of space speed. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, he stabbed out 2,000 swords of law at a speed faster than light. The law was extremely sharp. Rumble, behind Lin Ling, the ruins exploded. This showed how terrifying this sword was. The black feather princess wanted to warn Lin Ling to be careful, but it was too late. 2,000 swords of law were stabbed out, but it was over quickly. It felt like it was over in the blink of an eye. Not everyone is qualified to be my disciple. It's your blessing that I have my eyes on you. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Kneel. But very quickly, his eyes narrowed. He saw that Lin Ling was still standing there. His expression was calm and his eyes were clear. Just now, Yuan Ruochen's sword of heavenly law had not even touched Lin Ling's clothes. What had happened? He didn't know that Lin Ling was way better than him in terms of space domain. Moreover, Lin Ling's evasion domain was so powerful that he could see through those swords. What surprised Yuan Ruochen was that the sword in his hand had fallen into Lin Ling's hands. Boring. Humph. With a wave of his right hand, the law of space erupted. Then, he tossed the sword aside and left, clang, the sword fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. As for Yuan Ruochen, he stubbornly stood where he was. That sword had been too fast. It was the power of the spatial laws, and he couldn't see through it. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his crotch. He looked down and saw that his white robe was already stained with blood. His crotch had been severed. Ah, you crippled me! Yuan Ruochen let out a ferocious cry. From now on, he couldn't have sex. Previously, he wanted to taste the black feather princess. Although it was mostly teasing, it was now an extravagant hope. Who are you? Yuan Ruochen fell to the ground and looked at Lin Ling with difficulty. Lin Ling ignored him and left with the black feather princess and the others. The black feather princess looked at Yuan Ruochen with disdain and said, "He's Lin Ling, the son of famine." Hearing this, Yuan Ruochen and the others' expressions changed drastically. It was Lin Ling. The most ironic thing was that Yuan Ruochen wanted to take Lin Ling as his disciple. Of course, although Lin Ling was famous, his cultivation realm was not high. This was known to all. So subconsciously, many people thought that they could surpass Lin Ling and seize the identity of the son of famine. But Yuan Ruochen now knew that Lin Ling's sword Dao was stronger than his. It was more powerful than the rumors. After all, Yuan Ruochen could fight with the son of famine and not be defeated for 10 rounds. Among the younger generation of the human realm, who could do this? And Lin Ling only needed one sword to defeat him. Lin Ling led the Black Feather Princess and the others to the center of the ruins. The battle there was even more intense. Lin Ling, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Yuan Ruochen is Wuxing's 10th stage. He's stronger than Life Blade. Did you hide your strength in the 5th city not long ago? The Black Feather Princess was extremely surprised. Lin Ling smiled faintly. I had some small fortuitous encounters, so my strength increased. The Black Feather Princess' expression changed drastically. What kind of fortuitous encounter could make Lin Ling's strength increase again in such a short period of time? She stared at Lin Ling and the light in her eyes became brighter. Lin Ling also noticed the scorching light and smiled bitterly. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, he seemed to be very popular with beauties. In his memory, Li Xiaoyao was even more exaggerated. Not only was he free and unfettered, but he was also a romantic. There were countless people who had a crush on him. Not good, the battle there is getting more and more intense. I'm afraid the Spirit Clan's guardian is in danger. At this time, the Black Feather Princess said anxiously. The battle in front included the experts of the 4 clans. At the beginning, it was a clash between clans, but gradually, it became a spectator. On an ancient beacon tower, a cold light was emitted. The pressure and holiness caused the entire beacon tower to freeze into ice pillars. It was the talent left behind by the martial god realm's expert. It seemed that the ancient expert had died on the beacon tower a long time ago. That was why the talent was left there. At this moment, the strongest geniuses of the various clans were fighting. They were the Devil Race's Pink Prince, the God Race's 9 Sons God, Jin Feiwu, the Spirit Clan's Guardian, and the Human Race's Heavenly Martial God. So powerful, they are really abnormal. Their strength is comparable to the human world's giants. If given a little more time, these people will definitely be the most terrifying existence of the 4 clans. The Heavenly Martial God rushed to the beacon tower. The experts of the 4 clans were extremely excited and cheered. They wanted to see the final owner of the treasure, and now, the Heavenly Martial God was obviously the closest to the treasure. However, at this moment, evil energy rushed to the sky, causing the air to burn. The undying evil god had arrived. Rumble. His attack immediately knocked the Heavenly Martial God down, causing the experts of the human race to feel regretful. It was so close, the undying evil god looked at the treasure on the beacon tower and shouted excitedly. Was the treasure going to be his? Dreaming? However, the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth erupted, turning into terrifying fire laws that burned the underground city. In the sky, the infernal god descended, and 9 flames roared. It was the 9 suns god, Jin Feiwu. His attack undoubtedly shocked the world, letting the 4 clans know of his strength. Moreover, although the undying evil god was one of the 4 ultimate geniuses, at this moment, the treasure was in front of him, so Jin Feiwu did not hold back. However, just as the 9 suns god rushed to the beacon tower, the spirit clan's guardian arrived. This person transformed into a 100-meter-tall metal man, and his fists seemed to explode the world. The 9 suns divine gold Feiwu was immediately stopped. Seeing this, the crowd sighed. The strength of the top geniuses of the various clans was unquestionable, but their strength was comparable to each other. Because of this, no one knew who would end up with the treasure. Who can compete? These bastards. Tianzong martial god's eyes were bloodshot. He had lived high and mighty his entire life, but when he encountered someone of the same age who was no weaker than him, he had suffered losses time and time again. This was a heavy blow to him. You're old, so scram to the side. But at this time a cold voice suddenly rang out. Like a tide, like thunder, it spread over in a mighty manner. Countless people's expressions changed. They looked over and saw a figure flying over from the distance. Had someone else come to compete? I'm old? You've got guts. Tianzong martial god was already in a bad mood. Now that someone suddenly said he was old, he was even angrier. He wanted to see just who was so arrogant. This treasure is mine. Countless people heard this sentence, causing their expressions to change drastically. The current situation was that none of the strongest geniuses of the various races could seize the treasure. They were evenly matched, and it was like a battle between tigers and dragons. But how arrogant was this newcomer? He actually dared to say that the treasure was his. At this moment, the top geniuses of the various races frowned. They all stopped fighting and looked at the newcomer. Crow. A giant crow appeared in the sky, like a dark crow. And on top of the crow, a youth in a clean blue and white robe stood there. His expression was calm, and his eyes were unfazed even if the sky collapsed. Son of Famine Linling? Seeing this handsome youth, everyone's hearts thundered. They never thought that Linling would dare to take a share of the loot. Did he have enough strength? Linling's potential could not be underestimated. But not long ago, when he fought with Pink Prince, everyone knew that he won by a fluke. This also meant that he had not reached the height of a son of famine. So right now, he did not have the qualifications to join the top-level battlefield. The crowd began to discuss. Some were disdainful, some were mocking, and some were looking forward to it, especially the humans. They were looking forward to it the most. Although Linling's strength was recognized as inferior to Tianzong martial god, Linling was the representative of miracles. Haha, this fellow actually came. The guardian of the spirit race smiled. Perhaps he knew that it would be difficult for him to obtain that treasure. Therefore, if Linling was confident in obtaining it, he did not mind helping Linling. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Linling's eyes stared at the icicle on the beacon tower. The icicle was about the size of a palm and was shaped like a crystal. However, it revealed a terrifying might. It was an ice attribute Xian body. Moreover, the most mysterious thing was that there was a terrifying soul pressure coming from it. Clearly, this was a Xian body formed from the combination of soul force and ice element. In fact, that mysterious Xian physique was even more talented than Linling. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to obtain Li Xiaoyao's third stone sculpture in the future, he definitely wouldn't miss out on that Xian physique. Linling, you said that the treasure belongs to you? At this time, the heaven-blessed martial warrior spoke. His eyes were very cold. This was because he had seen Linling rise step by step. The ant of the past was only a step away from him today. Heaven-blessed martial warrior, it's just a treasure, yet you still can't get it after spending so much effort. Don't you think that you're a disgrace to the name of Desolation, son? Linling retracted his gaze and looked indifferently at the other party. Ha ha ha. The heaven-blessed martial warrior laughed loudly. You, Linling, don't have the qualifications to talk to me. You can't get that treasure. You're just asking to be humiliated. I can tell you that if you can get that treasure, I don't care about the name of Desolation's son. In his opinion, Lin Ling was talking nonsense. He was so strong, but he was still stopped by others. What right did Lin Ling have to talk so arrogantly? Do you think you'll keep your words? Lin Ling shook his head and looked at the remaining geniuses. The top geniuses sneered. The 9 Sons Divine God Jin Feiwu said, "You want to get that treasure?" Yes. Lin Ling nodded. Hearing this, the 9 Sons Divine God Jin Feiwu laughed. He did not know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Then go ahead and try. The undying evil god said indifferently, as if he had no intention of stopping Lin Ling. The others were the same, but in fact, it was impossible. Everyone had a chance to get the treasure, but they were all stopped at the crucial moment and almost died. Therefore, if Lin Ling dared to go, someone would definitely stop him. They might even kill Lin Ling while Lin Ling was distracted by the treasure, and this was the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Since you're giving the treasure to me, I'll gladly accept it. Go. Lin Ling did not seem to know the evil intentions of the top experts. He took a step forward and headed for the beacon tower. At this moment, everyone was nervous. Lin Ling could not possibly get the treasure. Impossible. Those geniuses are very shrewd. They will definitely make a move at the crucial moment. Go. Lin Ling, you're courting death. Damn. Lin Ling's appearance had calmed down the previous battle, but the geniuses were only resting for a while. An even more intense battle would definitely erupt. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had become the fuse. Finally, when Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the beacon tower, a god's extremity made a move. Get down. Scram. It was the 9 Sons Divine God Jin Feiwu. He had wanted to see if Lin Ling would be so bold, but who knew that Lin Ling would be so bold? 9 flames entwined together like a firestorm, sweeping toward Lin Ling, and instantly erupting with 2,000 points of law power. This level of law power was obviously not Jin Feiwu's full strength, because he was afraid of the others, so he did not dare to use his full strength. However, it was enough to send Lin Ling flying. Lin Ling had fought against Pink Prince not long ago. He guessed that it was because of Lin Ling's armor. Lin Ling's strength was still very weak. The other top geniuses sneered. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would deal with it. Get back. Go. However, at this time, countless waves of water drifted over, forming an ocean that seemed to drown the earth. Then, a blue giant descended and similarly erupted with 2,000 points of law power, turning it into a fist that blasted toward the 9 flames. Rumble. The collision of water and fire caused a storm and thunder to explode. What was shocking was that the 9 flames were actually evenly matched with the sea giant. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. What was going on? Other than those experts, there was actually someone who could block Jin Feiwu's attack? Taiyan? Go. While everyone was shocked, a voice drifted out. At this moment, the spirit tribe's guardian was shocked. Obviously, he had seen through the true body of the sea giant. What surprised him was that when did Taiyan reach such strength? Lord Guardian, this is the strength that Lord Lin Ling raised for me. Go. The sea giant let out a low voice, and his subconscious words made everyone gasp. Lin Ling, he had actually nurtured such a terrifying genius? This was too unimaginable. 4th grade divine rank talent? Yes. Jin Feiwu's expression was extremely cold. In fact, if they really fought, the sea giant was not his opponent, but it was obviously difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. The Pink Prince's talent suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling, his eyes darkening. That giant was Lin Ling's doing? Lin Ling's own strength was not strong, so why did he help to raise the other's strength? Moreover, to raise one's strength to such an extent was not something that anyone could do. He's getting closer and closer to the beacon tower. Heavens! He didn't even look at Heavenly God 9 Sons when he attacked earlier. Everyone's eyes were still fixed on Lin Ling, their faces full of shock. Lin Ling was like a king returning. The other top geniuses had ugly expressions. They hadn't expected Lin Ling to reach such heights. You said I'm old? Haha, then I'll let you see if I'm old. Tianzhou martial god snorted coldly. Before this, he had treated Lin Ling as an ant and didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to obtain the treasure. That was why he stood aside and watched. But now, he could no longer sit still. Haha, if you want to attack, I'll play with you. However, just as he was about to make a move, the guardian of the spiritual tribe strode over with earth-shattering steps. You're helping him? Don't you want the treasure? Tianzong martial god was unhappy. I want the treasure, but I lack the courage. So, if Lin Ling is confident that he can get it, I'll help him, the guardian of the spiritual tribe said calmly. Many people were shocked. The guardian of the spiritual tribe was the son of Huang, so he was proud and arrogant. But he was willing to put down his pride and help Lin Ling. This was extremely rare. Moreover, they didn't understand why Lin Ling would get the guardian of the spiritual tribe to help him. In their minds, Lin Ling and the guardian of the spiritual tribe should be the servant. Lin Ling should be the master. What courage! Lin Ling is getting closer to the beacon tower. The crowd looked at Lin Ling again and saw that the blue-robed youth was still walking forward. It was as if he knew what was going to happen. It had to be said that the aura of a king who wouldn't be alarmed even if the heavens collapsed was much better than that of the geniuses of the various races. Let's make a move. Our competition was so intense earlier. How can we allow that fellow with no real strength to take advantage of us? Wretch God of Undying finally spoke. Clearly, he was lying when he said that he wouldn't attack. He only wanted to see if Lin Ling had the courage to do so. Are you going to attack? Jin Feiwu said calmly. I suddenly feel that I don't need to do anything. Someone else will. Evil God Undying suddenly laughed evilly. His gaze shifted and landed on Pink Prince, who had been silent all this while. Pink Prince would definitely take action and kill Lin Ling. Their voices drifted out, causing the experts around the beacon tower to look towards the ground. That's right, Pink Prince definitely wouldn't let Lin Ling have his way. Moreover, Lin Ling had humiliated Pink Prince previously. Pink Prince probably still remembered how stunning that punch was. Pink Prince would definitely make a move. For a time, the ancient land fell silent. In the battle between Lin Ling and Pink Prince, who could compete, of course, the outcome was obvious. I've said it before. You shouldn't appear in front of me. Indeed, a hoarse voice finally drifted out from the ground. Pink Prince had his hands behind his back and kicked out. Not far away, 100-meter-wide boulder was kicked away and shot towards Lin Ling like a cannonball. He had attacked. Today, he was going to return the humiliation from that punch 10 times over by killing Lin Ling. The boulder was extremely fast. Compared to Lin Ling was like an ant. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling continued to move forward as though he didn't notice Pink Prince's provocation. However, when the boulder was only a meter away from him, he finally threw out a punch. However, this punch was earth-shattering. Boom! The 100-meter-wide boulder exploded, sending gravel flying in all directions. It was obvious that Lin Ling had casually thrown out a punch, but it had violently shattered the boulder. So cool. However, to many people from various races, that punch was indeed shocking. As for Lin Ling, he finally came to a stop. It was as though he had only just realized that he had been stopped by someone. It's time to continue the spar. And on the ground, Pink Prince revealed a sinister smile as his fiendish teeth flashed. So it's you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. What was surprising was that he had only just noticed Pink Prince. It was as though he had been ignoring everyone previously. Such boldness was undoubtedly worthy of admiration. Then, are you seeking revenge? However, let me remind you that the second punch might be more painful. Lin Ling said with a smile. In the second spar, you might be the one to be humiliated. Pink Prince stretched his neck. Anyone could tell that he was enraged. He was the son of one of the infernal domain's 5 great infernal kings. How could he be humiliated by a weak human? How exciting. Are they going to fight? Lin Ling seems to be very confident. Perhaps, he might be able to give Pink Prince a second punch. Dream on. Last time, Pink Prince underestimated Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength, do you think he can give him a second punch? That's right. In fact, everyone is well aware of the outcome of the battle between the two. The only difference is how badly Lin Ling will be beaten up. The experts from the human, infernal, celestial, and spirit tribes expressed their opinions. Last time, I only used 30% of my strength. However, you have already gone all out. This time, do you think I will still use 30% of my strength? Pink Prince took a step and appeared in front of Lin Ling. Between the two of them was the mysterious talent. Is that so? Then this time, you'd better use 100% of your strength. The price for underestimating me is very high. Lin Ling laughed. This caused Pink Prince's eyes to turn cold. Indeed, he had underestimated Lin Ling the last time and had paid a huge price, 100%? You're not qualified. 50% is enough. This time, I'll let you see my talent. Pink Myriad Demonic Barrier. Pink Prince opened his arms and a terrifying talent erupted from his body, forming a large area of red demonic fog. This talent was actually at the 5th grade of the divine rank. The demonic fog surged and spread out. On the ground below, many experts were instantly turned into stone statues. They were unable to block it and were killed in one move. What a terrifying talent. As expected, Pink Prince underestimated Lin Ling the last time. Otherwise, with his talent, Lin Ling would be dead for sure. Legend has it that the son of the infernal race has a terrifying talent. He has long snake-like hair. As long as it looks at him, anyone would be turned into a stone statue. Is this Pink Prince's talent? He's too invincible. Many experts retreated to avoid the red demonic fog. The demonic chi there was too terrifying. He thought that by defeating Life Blade, he could enter the ranks of the Children of Desolation. What a pity. He doesn't know the difference between us. Die. He died just like that? I told you, that treasure isn't something Lin Ling can obtain. Jin Feiwu, Tianzong Divine Marshal, and the other geniuses shook their heads in disdain. They weren't surprised by the result in front of them. In the sky, the red demonic fog was like a tide. Wherever it passed, all creatures would be turned into stone statues. Even the dust couldn't escape this calamity. As for Lin Ling, he had already turned into a stone statue. Moreover, a large number of demonic stones were flying towards him, turning him into a vast mountain. Underworld Army, Ghost Cavalry. Hee, you're still too inexperienced to be so arrogant in front of me. As for the mountain, Pink Prince shook his head. Lin Ling's armor was indeed powerful, but this time, he used his talent to suppress Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's armor was no longer effective. I'm arrogant, the world is arrogant, what can you do? However, at this moment, the huge mountain began to sway. Following that, a fist blasted out. Boom! 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 The heavy mountain was actually blasted apart. A figure slowly walked out. The terrifying demonic aura was not any weaker than Pink Prince's. The crystal demon bone also appeared at this moment. It was the Azura demon bone. Seeing this, the world suddenly became silent. What happened? Pink Prince also opened his mouth wide. He was very familiar with Lin Ling's strength, so he was confident that he could kill Lin Ling this time. However, he now realized that Lin Ling was even more difficult to deal with than before. Could it be that after entering the underground city, Lin Ling's strength had increased again in this short period of time? How could this be? Jin Feiwu and the other top geniuses' faces changed drastically. They noticed that the demonic chi on Lin Ling's body was very dense, and his talent seemed to have reached the 4th grade of the divine rank. Moreover, because of the terrifying demon bone, he seemed to be immune to most of the demonic chi. This was also the reason why Pink Prince's talent was ineffective against Lin Ling. In fact, if it was Jin Feiwu, who also had the talent of the 5th grade of the divine rank, Lin Ling would definitely not be able to resist. Because Lin Ling's talent was not afraid of demons, but it was impossible for him to not be afraid of the sun god fire. 4th grade of the divine rank talent, and your cultivation realm has increased. What did you do in this short period of time? Pink Prince said word by word, and he was shocked again. I just increased my strength, it's that simple. Of course, you missed out on one point, and that is that my physical strength has reached 80 units. Lin Ling walked out step by step with a cold expression. At this moment, he was even more like an Azura demon king. I said that you should explode with 100% of your strength, 50%? Sorry, you lost again in the second spar. Lin Ling's footsteps quickened. The Azure Demon King's fist smashed out ruthlessly. 80 universes of power erupted at the same time. Now that he had the demon bone, his strength had greatly increased. If he could obtain the blood of God, then that would be his true divinity and demon body. So fast. Pink Prince sensed the explosion in the air. The entire sky was like boiling water, constantly boiling. Lin Ling clearly did not use the power of laws. He was able to erupt with such speed with just the strength of his body. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling's fist appeared in front of him. What did he see? What he saw was not a venerable sovereign, but an Azure Demon King from the martial god realm. He instantly understood that in this short period of time, Lin Ling's strength had indeed increased greatly. To be able to increase his strength by so much in such a short period of time, Lin Ling was truly a monster among the 4 great clans. The second punch will be very painful. Lin Ling roared. Boom, with a single punch, 80 universes of strength erupted. What kind of concept was this? It could be said that 10 universes of power could destroy a city, but 80 universes? It was unimaginable. Pink Prince's face twisted, and his teeth spat out. Then, he smashed into the ground like a cannonball. The ground instantly cracked, and a 1,000-meter-wide hole appeared. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. It was as if Lin Ling's punch had smashed Pink Prince into the earth's core. This punch was so terrifying. In this second spar, Pink Prince was once again defeated. Furthermore, it was still a shocking punch. Most importantly, Lin Ling did not cause much damage to him last time, but this time, he had clearly dealt him a heavy blow. Seeing this, the entire beacon tower was silent. Now, who dared to say that Lin Ling had not reached the level of Desolation Sun? He could now fight to a draw with Desolation Sun. No, it should be that his skill was higher. Chi-Chi, staring at the figure in the sky, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What was a monster of the 4 great clans? Right now, the monster was here. As for the Black Feather Princess in the distance, she was also stunned. Previously, she wanted Lin Ling to help the Spirit Tribe's watcher, but who knew that Lin Ling would send Pink Prince flying? Do you think I'm stupid? Don't you have any confidence in coming here? So, I don't know if I'm stupid or if you're stupid. Chi-Chi, above the sky, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the top geniuses and shook his head. He naturally knew that these geniuses were disdainful of him, but the result determined everything. The strength he had displayed now gave these geniuses a ruthless slap in the face. This treasure is mine. Chi-Chi. Then, Lin Ling turned around and walked towards the top of the beacon tower. In your dreams. Chi-Chi. You dare. Chi-Chi. At the beginning, everyone was disdainful of Lin Ling, but now, they all took him seriously and could no longer sit still. They had clearly been tricked. Lin Ling was stronger than they imagined. Of course, this was not because they looked down on Lin Ling, but because it was impossible for him to increase his strength in such a short time. It could be called a miracle. Kill. Kill. The undying evil god flew into the sky and exploded with killing intent. Jin Feiwu also exploded with terrifying flames. Her eyes were red as she charged into the sky. If Lin Ling were to obtain that treasure, they would lose all their prestige and dignity. After all, none of them had succeeded in their previous competition. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was a rising star. If he were to win the final treasure, then they would all be inferior to Lin Ling. I said that you're stupid. Do you think I only have one talent? Let me tell you, I still have the Yellow Springs flame. Come out, Yellow Springs army. Kill. Looking at the experts on the ground who were charging at him like crazy, Lin Ling sneered. He opened his hands as if he had opened the door to the ghost world, allowing a large number of the Yellow Springs army to appear in front of everyone, and this Yellow Springs army was not a match for Jin Feiwu and the rest. But the truly terrifying ones were the ancient heavenly crows, because the ancient heavenly crows were Wu Xing's 10th stage realm strength. Even if Lin Ling faced them, he would have to avoid them. Moreover, one of them was not enough to make Jin Feiwu and the rest fearful. But what about thousands of them? Crows. Crows. The majestic sight of ghost cavalry began to appear in the sky. It was densely packed with black crows. There were ghosts riding crows, and with Lin Ling as the center, they flew out in all directions. At this moment, Lin Ling was like the Yellow Springs great emperor. Looking at this terrifying scene, Tianzong and Wu Xing were stunned, Jin Feiwu was stunned, the undying evil god was stunned, even the spirit clan's guardian was stunned. They had obviously sensed the terror of the ancient heavenly crows. But in such a short period of time, how did Lin Ling's strength increase by so much? He was going to block all the monstrous geniuses alone. Not good, he's going to get the treasure. Stop him. After the shock, the various clans' strongest geniuses roared. They would rather die than let Lin Ling have his way. Otherwise, what face would they have left? Crows. However, what welcomed them was a black mass of ghost cavalry. Do you dare? People of Sun God Kingdom, listen to my orders, kill him. Jin Feiwu also knew how difficult it was to deal with the ancient divine crow. Its speed and defense were beyond imagination, so he needed cannon fodder. A large number of Sun God Kingdom warriors rushed into the sky. They didn't know that they had become cannon fodder. Courting death. With the other party having already revealed his killing intent, Lin Ling would naturally not show mercy. With a jolt of his heart, thousands of ghost cavalry flew over, their speed able to traverse space and their defensive power able to forcibly resist the power of laws. Also, their claws and wings were able to easily reap the lives of 9th-level martial saints. The sky was filled with dark crows that covered the heavens and covered the earth as it was a shocking sight to behold. The Sun God Kingdom warriors all cried out in pain. It was as if there were a large number of death gods flying above their heads. In an instant, there were countless casualties. Moreover, the Yellow Springs army also collected all the treasures left behind by the warriors. Very pitiful people, they don't even know that they have become cannon fodder. Lin Ling's face was emotionless. He had obtained Li Xiaoyao's memories and was already used to killing. Moreover, those people were courting death themselves. Boom, at this moment, Jin Feiwu borrowed the cannon fodder's defense and a golden flame burst out. It soared up with a dense heaven and earth divine might. It was one of the 10 great divine flames, Sun God Fire. He was one of the 4 absolute talents, so his strength was obviously extremely difficult to deal with. Sun God Fire, the source of all sun martial arts, is also the nemesis of Yin Soul Ghost Qi. However, have you completely refined your Sun God Fire? The fire of 9 suns is unclear. If you forcefully use the Sun God Fire, it will only cause you to be burned to death by the Sun God Fire. Although fire is powerful, there are many people who play with fire. Lin Ling stared at Jin Feiwu, his voice like thunder. What did you say? When his words fell, Jin Feiwu's footsteps instantly stopped and his face froze. Indeed, he possessed the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth, and his talent was even stronger than Lin Ling's flames of Yellow Springs. However, his talent was too high, so he couldn't control it completely. If he rashly unleashed all of the divine flames of sun, the result would be that he, Jin Feiwu, might be burned to death. In fact, Lin Ling's Yellow Springs flame was also one of the 10 great divine flames, but its talent level was temporarily lower than Jin Feiwu's. This was also the reason why Lin Ling could control the Yellow Springs flame. If the Yellow Springs flame's level was increased, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to control it. The terror of Lin Ling's Yellow Spring army was obvious to all. If he, Jin Feiwu, did not unleash the Sun God Fire, he would not be able to do anything to Lin Ling. How do you know all this? Jin Feiwu said with a gloomy face. I know far more than you can imagine. Lin Ling said indifferently, of course, you can choose not to believe me, but if you use the Sun God Fire, I might be able to take it. Do you dare? Hearing this, Jin Feiwu's eyes narrowed. The Sun God Fire was the Sun God Nation's totem, and it was also a secret. Lin Ling actually dared to say that he could take it? Don't believe his words. He wants you to be wary and not make a move in the end. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was Evil God Immortal. Although Lin Ling's ghost cavalry was terrifying, they could see that if they really went all out, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to stop them. Therefore, Lin Ling must be using words to intimidate them. Evil God Immortal, your talent is the divine grade 5th stage Emperor Burning Sky. It is domineering and can devour all the flames in the world. However, you want Jin Feiwu to unleash his full strength. Are you trying to devour his Sun God Fire? You have a good plan, but be careful of the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold laughter floated over. Hearing this, evil god Immortal's expression changed drastically, and he roared, "Nonsense!" He was shocked. Lin Ling was like his master. He actually knew his hidden secret. "I'm talking nonsense? Hee, then make a move. Why are you standing there? Jin Feiwu, your flames can restrain my underworld ghost soldiers. Why don't you make a move?" Lin Ling spread out his hands. His voice was extremely cold, and it shocked the hearts of the two divine geniuses. They actually didn't dare to make a move. Obviously, the two of them were wary of each other, afraid that the other would take advantage of them. So powerful, Lin Ling seemed to have pointed out their weakness with just a few words. Seeing that scene, many people were shocked again. Kill. On the other hand, Lin Ling was fearless. He controlled the locust-like primordial divine crows to wreak havoc everywhere. Crow. Even Jin Feiwu was in trouble. He was swept by the primordial divine crow's claws. Although he was not injured, he was in an extremely sorry state. He was so angry that he was boiling with anger. However, if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he had to erupt with 100% of his strength. Otherwise, it was impossible. However, how could he dare to casually erupt with his full strength and let others take advantage of him? Evil God Immortal was the same. On the other side, heaven-warping martial god's talent was also extremely heaven-defying. It was actually the god-slowing road. Once the law was out, the law was vast and mighty. It could slow down everything, including time and law. Such talent was indeed heaven-defying. However, it was obviously not easy to block the primordial divine crow. After all, he was not as good as Jin Feiwu's heaven and earth divine fire. He could not restrain the primordial divine crow, therefore, for a moment, he was also in an incomparably sorry state. He was chased by the primordial divine crow until his face was covered in dust. Of course, if not for Lin Ling being a little afraid of Jin Feiwu and Pink Prince, he would have already killed heaven-warping martial god. "I've said it before, you're old. Scram." Lin Ling looked at heaven-warping martial god and shouted. In the past, he had to look up to heaven-warping martial god. However, now that Li Xiaoyao's memory had returned, heaven-warping martial god was actually just SOSO to him. "You, don't be too arrogant. Scram." Heaven-warping martial god had never suffered such a big loss before. He angrily shouted. "If you're not convinced, then fight me. Otherwise, scram." Scram. Lin Ling coldly laughed. He pointed at heaven-warping martial god and shouted. This made the human side sigh. Heaven-warping martial god was so strong, but facing Lin Ling, could he only scram? And the result was indeed so. Heaven-warping martial god began to retreat. His face was extremely ugly as he retreated. "Lin Ling, your strength is actually not comparable to us. The real powerful one is that mysterious crow. However, relying on external objects, you will never win against us." Scram. After leaving behind this sentence, he gave up on the treasure and fled far away. "So it's those mysterious crows." Scram. Many people suddenly understood, but they still felt shocked. How did Lin Ling control such terrifying crows? The secrets on his body were like a bottomless pit. And with heaven-warping martial god's escape, the two absolutes did not dare to rashly make a move. Therefore, Lin Ling also collected the treasures of the beacon tower. Seeing this, the crowd sighed even more. Today, the treasures were unearthed. The top geniuses of each race were like dragons and tigers fighting. No one won. However, after Lin Ling arrived, he suppressed all the elite geniuses alone and finally obtained the treasures that everyone was looking forward to. Who would this treasure end up in? Finally appeared, but the result made the experts of the four races extremely shocked. After Lin Ling collected the treasures, he took out a large number of rings. These rings were all left behind after the death of the divine race and the demon race. They were all obtained by the ancient divine crow and handed over to him. As for the treasures in the rings, most of them were obtained from the underground city. Lin Ling opened the rings one by one. At the same time, Lin Ling began to inspect them. What a pile of trash treasures! After inspecting, Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. There were many immortal weapons, broken barriers, and other treasures. However, Lin Ling did not care about these treasures at all. The breakthrough was earth-shattering. Crazy! Everyone stared at Lin Ling's actions, their hearts aching. Most of those weapons were 2-star. Even in the nation of God, they could cause a bloodbath, let alone in the mortal world. But now, Lin Ling had taken them apart. For a moment, everyone was furious, but they were also curious about what Lin Ling was going to do. Lin Ling did not care about what they were thinking. He took out the treasures that were disassembled from the immortal weapons and placed them around him. Then, Lin Ling started to draw an enchantment in the sky. The complexity of the enchantment made everyone curious. Everyone wanted to kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was actually drawing an enchantment in the sky. What was he trying to do? Hui Fei Hong Gate's boundary formation, a 3-stars boundary formation, has the power to destroy all treasures. Instead of using these treasures to forge immortal weapons, I might as well use them for cultivation. Fourth Revolution Seal. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, making him look like a mysterious world spiritist. When the gigantic spirit formation appeared beneath his feet, light soared into the sky. The treasures in the surroundings began to disintegrate, returning to their origin, turning into the most primitive spirit chi. With the help of the spiritual chi, Lin Ling began to raise his cultivation. The crowd was still curious about what Lin Ling was doing, but when they saw Lin Ling sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, they were speechless. Presently, the experts of various races were gathered, and there were even the 6 young devil kings among them. However, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in cultivation? This was too arrogant. He's breaking through. Jin Feiwu stared at Lin Ling and spat out a sentence in shock. Silence. As soon as these words were spoken, the area within 10,000 li of the beacon tower was completely silent. Lin Ling was actually making a breakthrough here. Moreover, in front of countless people, was he ignoring everyone? Or was he overconfident? For a moment, everyone's jaws dropped. Mad God Lin Ling had gone mad in 4 regions. Even the experts of the human race could only smile bitterly. Today, Lin Ling had greatly raised the prestige of the human race. Bastard. Too arrogant. Jin Feiwu and Undying. Evil God clenched their fists tightly. Lin Ling had obtained a great treasure, and that was enough. Now, he was even cultivating in front of them. Did he think they were mediocre? Kill him. Jin Feiwu let out a furious roar. This time, he wanted the experts of the demon clan to kill Lin Ling. However, none of the devil race's experts moved. Putting aside Jin Feiwu's words, why would they listen to her? Even if they did, would they be able to kill Lin Ling? Because Lin Ling was surrounded by locust-like ghost cavalry, forming a forbidden land of death. They would probably be torn to shreds before they could even reach the sky. Jin Feiwu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth when he saw that everyone was indifferent. If it wasn't for the evil god of immortality, he really wanted to kill Lin Ling even if he had to risk his life. But, can treasures used to forge immortal weapons be used for cultivation? Suddenly, someone asked doubtfully. Wuxing's requirement for a breakthrough is even higher. So, not to mention the materials for forging immortal weapons, even ordinary treasures can't satisfy him. He must be deliberately mystifying. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling's cultivation method was simply beyond their knowledge. They thought it was impossible. Boom. However, at this moment, the barrier in the sky shattered, and a terrifying power of law burst out. The soaring aura made all the experts, except for Jin Feiwu and a few others, tremble with fear. Breakthrough. He really broke through. The crowd's knowledge was completely overturned. Because Lin Ling's breakthrough was not only through a mess of treasures, but also a short-term breakthrough. This breakthrough was undoubtedly earth-shattering. Is this a dream? A human elder muttered to himself. This person was a sect master and had taught numerous disciples. He even often told his disciples that one must take one step at a time on the path of cultivation. There was no such thing as reaching the heavens in one step. But now, his knowledge was overturned. Lin Ling had become the first person in the human realm to break through in a short period of time. Moreover, not only in the human realm, even in the devil realm and God kingdom, Lin Ling was also the first. If he didn't remember wrongly, before Lin Ling entered the underground city, he was merely Wuxing's 7th stage realm. This fellow. Jin Feiwu and the others felt even more pressure. Although they knew that Lin Ling's potential was very strong, they didn't expect him to be so strong that it made their hair stand up. Not bad. 200 power of law were born in one go. Moreover, the power of the Yellow Springs flame has increased again. The Yellow Springs army can recover more than 80% of their strength. At this moment, Lin Ling stood up and smiled. Unfortunately, I didn't reach Wuxing's 10th stage realm. I'm a little disappointed. Based on his cultivation experience and knowledge, Wuxing's realm wasn't very difficult. So after using so many treasures, Lin Ling was a little disappointed that he didn't break through 2 stages consecutively. If Li Xiaoyao was still alive, he might give himself a few slaps. Disappointed? Hearing Lin Ling's words, not only the various strong practitioners, even Jin Feiwu's forehead was filled with green veins. If this was disappointment, then how were they going to face others? Ignoring everyone's gazes, Lin Ling kept the treasures and left in big strides. Those densely packed ghost cavalry followed in the sky, and it was still a ghastly sight. He's really like the Yellow Springs Emperor. Not long ago, when this Lin Ling was at the Dharma River, he was only stronger than a few of the Xian D10 heroes. But in this short period of time, he broke through 2 stages consecutively. I'm afraid that in a one-on-one battle, the various top geniuses wouldn't be able to defeat him easily. I really don't know how he cultivates. Why is he getting stronger and stronger, as though there's no bottleneck at all? The various strong practitioners stared at the departing Lin Ling with solemn expressions. Seeing Lin Ling obtain the treasures and seeing Lin Ling break through, they couldn't do anything. This kind of humiliation was imaginable. Jin Feiwu and Undying Evil God were the same. Today, they had lost all their face. Of course, what made them even angrier was that Lin Ling had the ability to threaten them. Rumble. At this time, the ground exploded and dust flew. A figure floated out. It was Pink Prince. There was still a clear fist print on his face. It was obvious that Lin Ling's unexpected punch had injured him. He said in a low voice, "You are all trash and cowardly bandits. How dare you call yourselves the divine race?" He was scolding Jin Feiwu and Undying Evil God because the 2 of them had actually stood aside and watched. Hearing this, the 2 of them immediately became gloomy. Lin Ling is already fully fledged and doesn't fear any of us now. But if he's given more time, he'll definitely be able to defeat all of us. However, you had the chance to kill him before, but you didn't dare. You're selfish, you don't have the courage. Shame on you. Pink Prince shouted angrily. However, what he said was true. If Jin Feiwu and Undying Evil God were to go all out, they would definitely be able to kill Lin Ling. However, they each had their own ulterior motives and were afraid of each other, which allowed Lin Ling to benefit. Moreover, they actually watched as Lin Ling broke through. It was unknown how they could swallow this kind of humiliation. Let him be arrogant for now. Sooner or later, I'll definitely kill him. That's right. When my divine sun fire is completely refined, I'll be the first to kill him. Encountering an expert on the way. Lin Ling, what is his background? Why is his growth faster than fallen mortal? Pink Crown Prince touched the wound on his cheek and his anger boiled. Lin Ling had obviously become a huge problem for them. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have issued a bounty on Lin Ling and would have killed him personally. Let's go. He left with the demons. After all, it would be even more embarrassing to stay here. Moreover, there were countless treasures in the underground city. If he missed the treasure in the beacon tower, he couldn't miss out on the treasures in other places. So powerful. He shook the top geniuses of various clans alone. This guy is getting stronger and stronger. The Spirit Clan's guardian looked into the distance in shock. When he helped Lin Ling previously, he only had 60% confidence. But who knew that Lin Ling would suppress everyone and really obtain the final treasure? This result made him feel like he was in a dream. He is the Lord Spirit God. He is the most perfect and omnipotent. Tai Yan and Black Feather Princess ran over and said with admiration in their eyes. They weren't surprised by the miracle Lin Ling had created. Indeed. The Spirit Clan's guardian wore a black mask, but this was the first time he smiled. At this moment, Lin Ling was moving forward with a smile on his face. He had gained a lot this time. Other than the treasure in the beacon tower, he had successfully reached Wuxing's 9th stage realm. His power of law had increased by a lot. Moreover, his 2 god-level talents had also increased. Now, even if he met Wuxing's 10th stage realm, He could easily kill him. Of course, Jin Feiwu and the other god-level talents were an exception. Because not only did they have a lot of laws, the most important thing was that their talents were very high. My current strength is still a little weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to be afraid of Jin Feiwu and the rest. Lin Ling thought to himself. He knew that if Jin Feiwu and the rest fought with their lives, Lin Ling could only choose to let the small saints fight. And in the mortal world, Lin Ling still had many disciples. This was also one of his powerful assets. Along the way, Lin Ling collected quite a number of treasures. At this time, he felt a powerful aura locking onto him. Then, clouds of fire swept across the sky, as if the entire ceiling of the underground city was burning. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of Lin Ling. This person wore a red robe and had a mustache on his face. His face seemed as if it had been carved with a blade, and the laws of fire on his body were extremely terrifying. They had probably reached an unimaginable height. Lin Ling was certain that this person was a martial emperor because the laws of the martial emperor realm were counted in tens of millions. Compared to the laws of the Wuxing realm, this person's laws were tens of millions of times higher. It could be said that with a martial emperor, even 10 million Wuxing realm experts would not be a match for him. A martial emperor, the emperor of martial arts. Most importantly, Lin Ling sensed that this person was at the advanced stage of the martial emperor realm. He was much more powerful than the Ji family head. Eh? That middle-aged man was also looking at Lin Ling. His eyes were filled with astonishment because Lin Ling's performance was too calm. There was no trace of fear. One must know that facing him, the #1 divine king of Fire Cloud Empire, not many people could remain calm. This made him take a closer look at Lin Ling as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. However, he was going to be disappointed. Even if his strength was exceedingly powerful, he still could not see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling gave him a feeling that he was very ordinary but also very mysterious. However, Lin Ling's cultivation realm was indeed not high. He was only at the 8th stage of the Wuxing realm, so he was certain that Lin Ling was not a top genius from various clans. Didn't a talent treasure appear in that direction? What's the result? Yes. That middle-aged man said indifferently. It was taken by someone else. Lin Ling replied. Who is it? Yes. That middle-aged man frowned and said, is it Jin Feiwu? Or the undying evil god? I heard that the devil race's pink prince was also there. Could it be him? That's not true. No, it was Lin Ling who obtained it. That's right. Lin Ling smiled, appearing calm and composed. But his words made that middle-aged man's expression changed. Who is Lin Ling? Moreover, how could he possibly get the treasure in front of a god's peerless talent? You're lying to me. You're lying. I'm not so free. If it wasn't for the fact that you're blocking the way, I wouldn't even bother to say a word. That's right. Lin Ling shook his head and said, if you don't believe me, you can go and ask. That's right. Although that middle-aged man's ability was very strong, comparable to an ancient giant, but Lin Ling was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. To him, these people were just ants, so how could he possibly lower his voice to speak? That middle-aged man finally frowned but still asked curiously, who is this Lin Ling? That's right. Human realm son of desolation. Lin Ling replied. Hearing that, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock. Human realm son of desolation? Why hadn't he heard of this name before? Could it be that he had risen up during this period of time? Various mysteries arose in his mind and finally his gaze turned towards Lin Ling. And who are you? Yes. You're talking too much. I'm in a hurry, so move aside. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head again, apparently too lazy to say more. But his words made the middle-aged man stunned. He was the Fire Cloud Divine King and there was actually someone who wasn't afraid of him. Moreover, the other party was just a Wuxing 8th stage realm little fellow. This made one astonished. You're not afraid that I'll kill you? Yes. That middle-aged man frowned. You don't have that kind of free time. Moreover, you should be a divine king from the 3 great divine kingdoms. For someone with such ability to come to the underground city, I'm afraid that a treasure has appeared in the underground city which attracted you. And since you're here, then the human realm, demon race and spirit race's ancient giants would also be here. So you can't cover the sky with one hand, so why should I be afraid? Lin Ling said indifferently. Your boldness and arrogance are the best I've seen in my life. But don't forget that in this world, strength reigns supreme. It's very easy for me to kill you. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with killing intent. This human brat was too calm, and his courage was extraordinary. Most importantly, he was from the human race. If such a courageous junior grew up, it would be extremely unfavorable for them. Lin Ling also knew that the other party had the intention to kill, but he still said indifferently, in this world, strength reigns supreme. But I can tell you that if you want to kill me, it's not difficult. But you'll definitely have to spend a lot of effort. And in this short period of time, the 7 immortal treasures have been obtained by others. As he spoke, Lin Ling looked into the distance. Now that his soul force was greatly enhanced, even if it was far away, he could still see clearly, and in the underground city, there were chaotic battles everywhere. But if one were to talk about the most sensational place, it would undoubtedly be that place because the 7 immortal treasures were there. It was the most precious treasure in the entire divine martial grotto heaven, causing all the experts to be mobilized to be ancient giants. He even saw the strongest giant from the human realm's disaster race fall. How do you know about the 7 immortal treasures? Where is it? The middle-aged man's face changed dramatically, then he shouted angrily, if you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Stop. Stop pretending in front of me, because those who pretended to be high and mighty in front of me are all dead. And now, you can kill me, but I'll still say the same thing, it's not easy to kill me. In the end, you may miss the 7 immortal treasures. Stop. Return. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. An ant was so arrogant, his right hand appeared and gathered 100 million strands of the power of law. He could easily kill Lin Ling. He wanted to see if this human boy would panic. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lin Ling continued to move forward as if he did not notice the terrifying power of law behind him. To Lin Ling, 100 million strands of the power of law were nothing. It was not like he had never seen it before. Moreover, even if he was humble, if the other party wanted to kill him, he would still attack. Therefore, he did not have to show a humble attitude. Moreover, with a little saint, it would not be easy for the other party to kill him. East, the 7 treasures of immortal are there. If you are late, you might not get anything. Lin Ling's voice floated from afar, causing the middle-aged man to be stunned and hesitate. In fact, he really wanted to kill the human boy because he felt that the boy was too mysterious. His cultivation level was not high, but he seemed to be dominating everything. However, if he attacked, he might miss the 7 treasures of immortal. Those treasures were obviously more precious and could allow him to rise among the giants of various races. Kill? Or not kill? The boy was so weak. Perhaps he could kill him in a breath. However, the boy was very confident and seemed to be hiding a trump card. Once they attacked, the boy would delay him for a long time, and he would suffer a great loss. Could it be that the boy was specially arranged by the ancient giants of the human race to tempt him? In a short period of time, thousands of thoughts crossed the middle-aged man's mind. In the end, he gritted his teeth and headed east, no matter what. The boy's intentions were, it was obvious that he could not miss the 7 treasures of immortal. Unfortunately, he did not know that his hesitation this time would lead to regret later because he missed the opportunity to kill Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling continued to move forward. When he sensed that the terrifying power of law had disappeared, he could not help but laugh. However, he was not surprised by the expert's decision because in front of treasures, anyone would give up the things in front of them and choose treasures that could increase their strength. The 7 treasures of the immortal, they seem to be powerful immortal weapons. Unfortunately, they are useless to me. If I had enough materials, I would be able to forge such treasures myself. But right now, going to the 7 treasures of the immortal is clearly courting death. That place is the martial platforms of the hegemons of the various races. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He chose to leave the underground city. As for the middle-aged man from before, he guessed that he was the #1 god king of the Fire Cloud Empire. His strength was comparable to Taoist Kame and martial god Tianyu. Currently, Lin Ling still had to look up to a powerhouse of this level. However, as long as he had enough cultivation resources, he would definitely be able to easily surpass such a powerhouse. The 5th city was still in ruins. A large number of experts stood at the side of the giant hole. Through the darkness, they stared at the mysterious underground city. Crow. At this moment, a shadow flew out quickly and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In just a moment, it disappeared without a trace. Who is that person? That giant crow from before gave me so much pressure. Blue robe? It looks like Lin Ling. Who is Lin Ling? Why do so many people know him? Even the demon race over there seems to know him. The Son of Desolation is also the most mysterious existence among the Sons of Desolation of the human race. His cultivation realm isn't high, but he can withstand a punch from Pink Prince. He is also the existence with the most potential among the Sons of Desolation. Isn't the Son of Desolation the one with the most potential? I heard that he is the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. That trash. There are many people who want to kill him. However, he has never done anything sensational. On the contrary, he has done many embarrassing things. Perhaps he is keeping a low profile. Low profile, I even suspect that he is the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. However, this time, the two great demon kings of the demon race have entered the underground city. Moreover, their goal is to kill the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Rumble. On the other side of the cave, the demon race revealed murderous intent. That's right. This time, the great demon kings had entered the underground city. Other than obtaining the treasures, killing the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao was also the most important thing. Fallen Mortal must be in a difficult situation at this moment. However, as they had guessed, Fallen Mortal was indeed in a difficult situation. There were many people who wanted to kill Li Xiaoyao. Fallen Mortal wanted to shout that he was not the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. The real Li Xiaoyao had already left. Lin Ling returned to the immortal divine nation. The first thing he did was to find Lu Susu, Qin Hu, and the others. You're back. That's great. I heard that the ancient giants of various races have appeared in the fifth city. Moreover, the top geniuses of various races have also appeared. It can be said that experts are as common as clouds. Lu Susu saw Lin Ling and immediately jogged over. She had a joyful smile on her face. Female profiteer, are you worried about me? Don't worry. The fifth city is not as scary as you think. Lin Ling smiled. Who is worried about you? I am afraid that after you fall, there will be no one to send me off in the future. Lu Susu curled her lips and said. Is that so? Then I will go to the fifth city to take a look. Lin Ling nodded and turned to leave. Don't go. Lu Susu immediately pulled Lin Ling's hand, causing Lin Ling to laugh. Only then did Lu Susu realize that she had been tricked. I realized that after you came back, you seem to have changed a little. Lu Susu stomped her feet and said. Perhaps I have found myself. Lin Ling said meaningfully. This was his true self. Hee, I also realized that Lin Ling is a little different. However, he is still not as handsome as me. Zhang Yingjun smiled and looked at Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling was fine, he was relieved. Lin Ling, you must not go to the fifth city. You are now a wanted criminal. There are many experts there. I am afraid that all of them will be harmful to you. Qin Hu also said. They did not know that Lin Ling had returned from the fifth city. Moreover, the guy who wanted Lin Ling, Pink Prince, had also been punched twice by Lin Ling. Oh right, I have some treasures here. Lu Susu, Qin Hu, you two can use them to cultivate. Although they are all trash, it is better than nothing. After regaining his memories, Lin Ling did not care much about fame and fortune. Therefore, he was too lazy to talk about the fifth city. He took out the treasures that he had stolen and casually threw them on the ground. This is the berserk divine fruit? And there are so many of them. There is also the purple divine flower that is unique to the nation of God. What is this? This looks like the cloud essence magical water recorded in the immortal divine kingdom's ancient books. Qin Hu and Lu Susu looked at the ground in shock. Even with their knowledge, they could not recognize these treasures. However, Zhang Yingjun had seen many of them. These were treasures that were rare even in the nation of God. Lin Ling actually said that they were trash treasures. Even the cloud essence magical water could instantly restore one's source of power. Legend had it that it only appeared in the martial god realm. How could Lin Ling casually throw away such treasures? Moreover, where did Lin Ling get these treasures? Lin Ling waved his hand. With his knowledge, these were indeed trash treasures. However, he was too lazy to explain. Instead, he looked at Zhang Yingjun seriously and told him about Jin Yanran's collusion with the immortal evil god. Hearing this, Lu Susu and Qin Hu were stunned. Their eyes were filled with anger. Jin Yanran had gone too far. Meanwhile, Zhang Yingjun stood there quietly and did not say a word. Lin Ling sighed softly and left with Lu Susu and Qin Hu. Moreover, Lin Ling faintly knew that Zhang Yingjun also knew about these things. However, he had been giving Jin Yanran a chance, hoping that she would change her mind. Unfortunately, in this world, infatuated people could not exchange for infatuation. In the end, the one who was hurt was still himself. Hungry Ghost Path. It won't be long before the devil race and the god race enter the human world. The negotiations between the ancient giants have failed. Therefore, all of you must quickly increase your strength. That way, you will have the strength to protect yourselves. Along the way, Lin Ling said slowly. Lu Susu and Qin Hu were taken aback. Did the humans fail to enter the nation of God? At that time, the devil race and the celestial race would enter the mortal world, and the mortal world would be bathed in blood. Under the heavens, those who have been united for a long time must be divided, those who have been separated for a long time must be united. This is an unchangeable truth. The human race has been peaceful for 10,000 years. The storms that should come will come. Therefore, it's not a big deal. In fact, no matter what changes there are, strength is everything. Lin Ling looked at the sky indifferently, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Li Xiaoyao was a character from the ancient times and had already seen through all of this. Therefore, no matter what kind of calamity it was fine as long as the people around him were fine. Looking at Lin Ling, they suddenly felt that Lin Ling was even more different than before. Don't worry, you're all my friends. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Retracting his gaze, Lin Ling said with a smile, but there was a strong confidence in his smile. Lu Susu and Qin Hu felt warmth in their hearts. That's what you said. If I have any difficulties in the future, you must help me. At worst, I'll repay you with my body. Lu Susu said with a smile. In the past, when Lin Ling was still weak, she had helped him many times. Now that Lin Ling had become strong, he had started to protect her. Lin Ling stared at Lu Susu's voluptuous body and shrugged. All right then, you can repay me with your body in the future. With that, he left with a smile. Lu Susu was a little surprised. In the past, Lin Ling was a little shy, but now, Lin Ling was very calm. Hee, it's good to be young. Plus, he's strong and talented. Which girl wouldn't want to marry him? Unlike me, an old uncle who doesn't love anyone. Qin Hu laughed and said, however, Lu Susu, don't miss out on Lin Ling. In this world, there are very few men like Lin Ling. TSK, if he doesn't want me, I'll chase after him. Lu Susu curled her lips and said. However, there was a hint of guilt in her eyes. She also knew that Lin Ling was the object of adoration of tens of thousands of girls. She had to hold on to him tightly. Lin Ling casually found a mountain and started cultivating. Although he already had a guess about the outcome of the ancient giants' discussion, he still had to wait for the ancient giants to announce it. After exhausting all the treasures, I've finally stepped into Wuxing's 9th stage realm. Lin Ling said with a joyful smile. This breakthrough was very smooth, but with Lin Ling's experience, everything was normal because there were too many treasures here. With all of them piled up, it would be abnormal if Lin Ling didn't break through. This time, I've broken through 2 stages consecutively. The following breakthroughs will be difficult. A practitioner's breakthrough had always been 1 step at a time. The first time was smooth, but the second time, the difficulty would be doubled. The reason why he could break through 2 stages consecutively was because he had accumulated too much experience and comprehension. Currently, I have 1,800 power of laws, which is much more than the ordinary Wuxing's 9th stage realm. If I use the Tyrant Song Sword, I can reach 2,000 and can defeat the ordinary Wuxing's 10th stage realm. Moreover, my physical energy source has merged together. Space and fire laws can be used at will. This means that if I use the physical energy source's laws on fire, I will have 1,800 power of laws. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and the yellow spring's flame appeared. The white flame was extremely mysterious. It didn't have any scorching feeling, instead it was very cold. 6 paths of reincarnation. Looking at the white flame quietly, Lin Ling's eyes shone. Although he had Li Xiaoya's memories, Li Xiaoya wasn't good at the yellow spring's flame, so he needed to comprehend it himself. Of course, this wasn't difficult for Lin Ling. From the white flame, Lin Ling could faintly see that the 10 great godly flames of heaven and earth were born from the gathering of countless souls. Before the desolate era, the yellow spring's flame didn't exist, but there were too many dead people. They gathered in the ghost realm and eventually formed the yellow spring's flame. In fact, the yellow spring's flame was also a law of heaven and earth. It had the power to cleanse the ghosts of heaven and earth. Because the dead entered the cycle of reincarnation, they could be reborn and the wheel of heaven and earth would have order. Pa pa pa. When Lin Ling was comprehending the yellow spring's flame, the cold white flame floated up and formed 2 huge reincarnation flame circles in the sky. Woo woo woo. At the same time, the dead souls of the nation of God all flew towards the reincarnation flame circles and disappeared. This was a kind of reincarnation heavenly power that no one could resist. The 6 paths of reincarnation were divided into 1, heaven path, 2, Azura path, 3, human path, 4, beast path, 5, hungry ghost path, and 6, hell path. The hell path was the first path. It mainly produced the suction force of heaven and earth to trap the enemy and turn the dead into the Yellow Springs army. The hungry ghost path was the initial formation of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It could raise the power of law by 2,000, and this was also a law martial art, raising the power of law by 2,000, in addition to Lin Ling's own power of law by 1,800. Lin Ling's law had reached a terrifying limit. Of course, this seemed simple. But even if an ordinary person obtained the 6 paths of reincarnation, it was very difficult to cultivate it successfully. The reason why Lin Ling was successful was because of Li Xiaoya's memories. This 6 paths of reincarnation is better than many of Li Xiaoya's martial arts. It's very suitable for me. Not bad. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Right now, his strength had greatly increased. Even if he met Wu Xing, who was in the 10th stage realm, he could easily defeat him. Even if he met the Son of Desolation, he was not afraid. Although the Son of Desolation's innate talent was higher than his, Lin Ling's law martial art was stronger. Moreover, Lin Ling's innate talent could still be raised. If it was raised, a top genius like the Son of Desolation was not worth mentioning. Of course, Lin Ling was not arrogant. Because according to the norm, the Son of Desolation had no chance to surpass him. But the Son of Desolation and the rest had entered the underground city and had probably obtained many benefits. Their strength had also soared. The cultivation this time has consumed quite a lot of time. But it's time to go back. I've obtained 2 great profound physique innate talents which can allow you and the rest to raise their innate talents. And I wonder how is doing. Lin Ling's lips curled into a gentle smile. He was starting to miss his family. At this moment, in the immortal God Kingdom, a beautiful figure walked into the imperial city with fury. That long golden hair made many people in the imperial palace have a drastic change in expression. Scram, where's Zhang Yingjun? That woman shouted, as if a goddess was enraged. The immortal God Kingdom's experts gasped. It was actually Jin Yanran. However, many of them were seeing the Sun God Kingdom's goddess for the first time. They could not help but be envious of her beauty. However, they could still see that there was a palm print on her face. The little prince is now at the back mountain of the imperial city. But sir, shouldn't you inform him? Yes. Although Jin Yanran was beautiful, it was too rude for her to barge into the imperial palace like this. Go to hell. Jin Yanran said coldly. She looked like a beauty that could captivate fish and beasts, but when she killed someone, she did not even frown. So domineering. She came. Zhang Yingjun, get out here. After entering the immortal divine kingdom, Jin Yanran shouted, causing the vast divine kingdom to sway. Many people frowned. They didn't expect Jin Yanran to be so bold. However, after thinking about it, since the young prince doted on her so much, Jin Yanran was also undisciplined and out of control. Although the young prince dotes on her, she might not be too rude. Could it be that the immortal divine king doesn't care about her? Yes. I heard that the immortal divine king and immortal Buddha king both went to the fifth city. Moreover, the other divine nations, devil race, and human race's ancient giants also went. That is why without the immortal divine king, who can stop Jin Yanran? Oh. So that's how it is. However, Jin Yanran is arrogant because of her beauty. I still don't like her. Yes. The immortal divine kingdom's martial artists discussed animatedly. Bang, 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 Jin Yanran was furious at this moment, because Zhang Yingjuan's friend had stolen her treasure and even hit her. Right now, she wanted to ask what kind of friend Zhang Yingjun had made, and she also wanted to see how proud the man who dared to hit her would be. Therefore, in order to vent her anger, she didn't bother to collect treasures in the underground city. She directly left to find the immortal divine kingdom. Milady. Yes. Along the way, there were still many people who tried to stop Jin Yanran. Die. Zhang Yingjun, get out here. Yes. Unfortunately, Jin Yanran was furious and didn't show any mercy. She looked down at those guards and directly attacked, killing them again. Who dares to stop Milady Jin? You're courting death. Yes. Jin Yanran's maid in the immortal divine kingdom also rushed over at this moment to open a path for Jin Yanran. Die. Even the young prince doesn't dare to stop Milady Jin. Do you think you're qualified? Yes. Those maids were used to running amok in the immortal divine kingdom, so they all attacked. In an instant, there were countless casualties. No one dared to stop them. Meanwhile, Jin Yanran brought her maids to find Zhang Yingjun. She believed that no matter how many people she killed, Zhang Yingjun wouldn't blame her. Instead, he would blame those guards for their dog eyes. What do you mean? Do you think everyone in the immortal divine kingdom is a slave? Yes. At this moment, two figures flew down from the sky and blocked in front of Jin Yanran and the others. They were Lu Susu and Qin Hu. The others did not dare to stop Jin Yanran because they knew of Jin Yanran's prestige. However, Lu Susu and the others were not afraid because they were not from the immortal divine nation. Most importantly, they knew of Jin Yanran's ugly deeds. Bitch, it's none of your business. Men, slap their mouths and kill them. Jin Yanran shouted angrily. She was unhappy when she saw the two lowly humans. You're too domineering. You want to kill me? Do you think this is your sun god nation? Lu Susu was also very unhappy to see Jin Yanran, but she was not afraid at all. You're nothing but a lowly peasant, and so is the one next to you, and so is that bootlicker. He actually dared to hit me. Tell him to get the hell out here. Today, I'll definitely kill him. And let me tell you, don't think that just because you have Zhang Yingjuan's backing, I won't dare to touch you. If I really want to kill you, Zhang Yingjun won't dare to stop me. Jin Yanran said angrily, which made Qin Hu frown. He was also very unhappy with Jin Yanran, but he still asked, hit you? Who was it? Do you have proof? Yes. It's that Lin something, a peasant's name. I'm too lazy to remember it. As for proof? I'm the proof. Yes. Jin Yanran waved her hand, and let the servant girls hit Lu Susu's face. Thus, Qin Hu could not stand it anymore. This woman was simply unreasonable, unruly, and domineering. However, he knew that Lu Susu's strength was not very strong, so he stood in front of Lu Susu and said, You dare? Yes. I don't dare? Hee, get out of here. Yes. Jin Yanran had gained a lot of benefits from Zhang Yingjun these years, so her strength was stronger than Qin Hu's. She swung her palm through the air, Qin Hu could not block it at all. He spat out blood and flew 100 meters away. His eyes were full of shock and unwillingness. He was one of the Xian-di-10 heroes of the mortal realm, but in the godly nation, he was not a match for a woman. Trash. Humph. Jin Yanran snorted disdainfully. Her beautiful eyes were full of resentment as she stared indifferently at Lu Susu. This bitch, give me 300 slaps, then sell her in the sun god nation. Humph. You've gone too far. Humph. Lu Susu did not expect Jin Yanran to be so bold and domineering. In the immortal divine nation, if I say one, no one dares to say two. Humph. Today, Jin Yanran was obviously furious. She directly announced her status, which made many people sigh. In the immortal divine nation, perhaps other than the immortal God King and the immortal Buddha King, no one dared to provoke Jin Yanran. Hit. Humph. Those servant girls grabbed Lu Susu, and all of them laughed coldly. Not a bad beauty, but too bad you're too lowly. You actually dared to offend our goddess, so we have to hit you. Humph. I hate people who are prettier than me the most. If your delicate face is scarred, hee, I don't know if you'll feel good in your heart. Humph. She'll definitely feel good. The heart of beauty is a woman's unchanging mentality. If her face is scarred, how could she not feel good? Hit. One of the servant girls revealed Hongyan fingernails and said with a smile. Meanwhile, Lu Susu firmly bit her lips. Her status in the human world was not low, but in the immortal divine nation, she was very weak. A mere servant girl dared to lecture her. I like your unresigned expression the most, because you really want to kill us, but you can't. Hit. Hit. Seeing Lu Susu's appearance, those servant girls were even more proud. Xiao, a palm swept towards Lu Susu's white and tender face. Among them, the bright red fingernails were extremely dazzling. However, at this moment, an arm grabbed that wrist, making several servant girls stunned. Only then did they realize that it was the young prince Zhang Yingjun. He actually came. At this moment, Zhang Yingjun's face was gloomy. He quietly stood there, making several servant girls nervous. They were not afraid of anyone, but they were afraid of three people. One of them was the young prince Zhang Yingjun. This slut dared to curse Master Jin. Young prince, you have to uphold justice for Master Jin. One of the servant girls first covered Lu Susu's face. She's my guest, you can't hit her. Yes. Zhang Yingjun said in a low voice. Those servant girls did not dare to move. Not long ago, your friend hit me. Now, you're opposing me because of a vixen. Zhang Yingjun, I'm the goddess of the sun god nation. How many people have pursued me? I've rejected them all and married you. But I didn't expect you to be such a heartless man. You're abandoning your old love after having a new one. Jin Yanran was stunned. She pointed at Zhang Yingjun and angrily cursed. I didn't. Yes. Zhang Yingjun's whole body trembled. Then hit her. Zhang Yingjun, get out of my way. If you dare to stop me again, from now on, don't even think about touching me again. Jin Yanran stared at Zhang Yingjun. Her aura was extremely terrifying. It actually made Zhang Yingjun tremble even more violently. Ever since Jin Yanran married him, he had been very good to her. If she wanted a star or a moon, he, Zhang Yingjun, would give it to her without hesitation. Even though Jin Yanran often hit him, he had no regrets. So when he saw Jin Yanran angry, he immediately panicked. I'll divorce you. Don't hit me, guards. Come. However, Lu Susu was his friend, how could he allow her to be hit in front of him? After Zhang Yingjun calmed down, he immediately shouted. Let's see who dares to hit me. Go. However, after Zhang Yingjun's voice, Jin Yanran's voice was even louder, making the guards not dare to move. Jin Yanran's prestige was too great. Haha. Go. The maids' confidence rose, and they all sneered, wanting to attack. However, at this time, Lin Ling finally arrived. If you don't want to live, then attack. Go. The cold voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell, causing the maidservants to tremble. They looked into the distance and saw a handsome young man standing on a black crow, slowly flying over. Although he was young, the aura he exuded was enough to cause their hearts to tremble, so cold, they all had this feeling. Hit. Go. Jin Yanran also saw Lin Ling coming, and she was even more furious. She didn't believe that Lin Ling could still be so arrogant in front of Zhang Yingjun. Moreover, Zhang Yingjun would definitely help her. Hit. Go. The maids clenched their teeth, ready to throw caution to the wind. However, when their palms were about to land on Lu Susu's face, a sword slashed over, and several maids were split in two. After falling to the ground, they stared at Lin Ling, not expecting Lin Ling to dare to kill them. one must know that the entire immortal divine nation didn't dare to touch them. Lin Ling was only a guest, who gave him the courage? Go, Zhang Yingjun, look at what kind of friend you made, daring to kill people here. In the future, your immortal divine nation will be destroyed in his hands. Go. Jin Yanran was also surprised, but she was even more furious. Also, he bullied me, did you know? You are my man, but you can't stand up for me. Jin Yanran, misjudged you. Go. When Jin Yanran finished speaking, her eyes became hazy with tears. At this moment, Lin Ling descended from the sky and landed beside Lu Susu. After making sure that Lu Susu was fine, he stared at Jin Yanran with disgust in his eyes. You didn't follow the rules of a woman, you were unruly and rude, and today you even dared to hit my friend. If I don't give you 3 slaps, how can I swallow this anger? Lin Ling walked forward step by step, his expression extremely cold. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Zhang Yingjun, why are you standing there? Jin Yanran stared at Zhang Yingjun with her beautiful eyes, but found that Zhang Yingjun was motionless, which made her even angrier. Twisting right and wrong, catching a thief, catching the stolen goods, your skin is really thick. Lin Ling appeared in front of her and viciously slapped her. This slap caused the space to explode, but there was a power that controlled Jin Yanran, preventing her from flying backward. Another slap swept out, and Jin Yanran's chin was slapped crooked. Her hair was messy, and her eyes were full of resentment. Lin Ling, in front of everyone in the immortal divine kingdom, slapped her face, and most importantly, in front of her husband Zhang Yingjun, and this was the 2nd time. Zhang Yingjun hasn't even looked for you, and you're the villain who complained to him. I'll let you complain. Lin Ling slapped out again, knocking Jin Yanran's teeth away, and then Lin Ling turned and left. Looking at the goddess in such a sorry state, many people felt relieved. Ever since Jin Yanran married into the immortal divine nation, they had suffered a lot from Jin Yanran. It was as if Jin Yanran's marriage to the little prince was a blessing for the little prince, and the little prince had to tolerate her in every way possible. Goddess? Haha, she's just a shrew, and now she looks more like a beggar. Good. This little prince's friend is made of flesh and blood. Many people said excitedly in their hearts. Jin Yanran sat on the ground, and her mind was roaring. She couldn't believe everything in front of her. Enough. However, at this time, Zhang Yingjun, who had been silent, finally roared, enough. The crowd's expression changed. Was Zhang Yingjun going to blame Lin Ling? Zhang Yingjun doted on Jin Yanran. This was a well-known fact in the immortal divine kingdom. Lin Ling hitting Jin Yanran was tantamount to touching Zhang Yingjun's reverse scale. Kill him, he's too arrogant. You must kill him to vent my anger. Jin Yanran also thought so. She roared hysterically. She wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. He dared to hit her, Jin Yanran, so she wouldn't let him have an easy time. She would kill him with 1,000 cuts. Zhang Yingjun's face was black as he walked over step by step. What was surprising was that he walked in front of Jin Yanran and helped her up. However, Jin Yanran's anger still hadn't dissipated. Are you still a man? I was hit by others, but you're indifferent. You're a coward. Kill him right now, and if I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll forgive you. With that, she raised her chin and looked coldly at Lin Ling's slap. However, as soon as she raised her chin, Zhang Yingjun slapped her. The sound of the slap was shocking, everyone's heart trembled. The young prince who doted on Jin Yanran the most actually hit her. This was the first time. Jin Yanran couldn't believe everything in front of her eyes. She stared at Zhang Yingjun. You dare to hit me? Slap, as if to prove everything. Zhang Yingjun waved his hand again. This slap was not a dream. It was a crisp slap that stunned Jin Yanran. I've been waiting for you all these years because I love you, but I'm disappointed. I've always been patient, but you don't cherish me. Maybe I've been too good to you, so everything became natural. It also made me feel like I owe you everything, but I don't owe you anything. Zhang Yingjun said seriously, and Jin Yanran opened her mouth. She wanted to say something. Shut up. Zhang Yingjun roared, interrupting Jin Yanran. You think I don't know that you're with someone else? You think the immortal divine kingdom doesn't know? Everyone knows, and so do I. It's just that I'm numbing myself. Slap, another slap struck out. But I should let go. What's the point of forcing a love that doesn't belong to me? So today, I'll divorce you. Slap, Zhang Yingjun slapped again. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled. Everyone had their first love, and everyone cherished it. Unfortunately, love wasn't something that could be repaid with effort. Wishful love was like floating clouds. When it was time to wake up, it had to wake up. Zhang Yingjun obviously let go. Divorce me? You're divorcing me in front of the immortal divine kingdom? Jin Yanran kept retreating, and her face was extremely pale. Zhang Yingjun, who had always doted on her, actually divorced her. All of this was absolutely humiliating for her. Moreover, she felt very uncomfortable in her heart, because someone had always treated her like a pearl, doted on her, loved her, and tolerated her willfulness. But now, all of this was gone. This made her feel a deep sense of loss. Perhaps, there were some things that could only be regretted after missing them. Of course, this kind of regret wasn't love. She was just not used to losing someone who doted on her. Zhang Yingjun, I'll give you a chance to take back what you said before. Jin Yanran forcefully suppressed her anger and said coldly, otherwise, you'll regret it. Why did he block her? Bitch. The crowd squinted their eyes. This was the first time they had seen such a disgusting woman. Hee hee. Zhang Yingjun laughed. His not-so-handsome face laughed miserably. Perhaps it was hard for him to accept that his first love was broken. However, he resolutely took a step forward and used a slap to resolve everything. I won't give you any chance. This slap carried dignity and Zhang Yingjun's break. Now, it was not Jin Yanran giving Zhang Yingjun a chance, but Zhang Yingjun not giving Jin Yanran a chance. I've already divorced you. From today onwards, get the hell out of the immortal divine nation, bitch. After that slap, Zhang Yingjun felt his whole body relax, as if he had seen through something. Bitch, get lost. The entire immortal divine nation's people angrily shouted. It was very satisfying. The goddess of the sun god nation was driven away at this moment. After tomorrow, this matter would definitely spread throughout the immortal divine nation. Jin Yanran would definitely have no face to see anyone. You. Jin Yanran pointed at Zhang Yingjun, unable to speak. Her body was trembling, and the surrounding gazes were like needles to her. She had never thought that she, who was like a goddess, would be humiliated like this one day. You. All have to die. Brother evil god, help me. Jin Yanran crazily roared. There was only one voice in her head. She wanted everyone to die. Zhang Yingjun had to die, and his friends had to die. Especially that blue-robed youth. Everything was brought about by him. Evil god? Hearing those words, the crowd's expression changed. Could it be that 4 of the divine geniuses? Their faces instantly paled. The strength of the 4 divine geniuses was only below that of the ancient giants. Now that the ancient giants of the immortal divine nation had left, who could stop those geniuses? Are you scared? Are you regretting it? All of you have to die. Zhang Yingjun, let me tell you, I'm disgusted with you. You're not strong, and you're ugly. I don't understand how you're worthy of me. The one who's coming is my ideal husband. You'll see how strong he is. Jin Yanran became high-spirited and pointed at Zhang Yingjun proudly. If he dared to divorce her, she would destroy everything. And you guys, I don't know what kind of drug you gave Zhang Yingjun to make him help you, but you underestimate me too much. The height I'm at is not something you can look up to, so you all have to die, especially that blue-robed guy. You'll be the first to die. Run, all of you run, let's see which one of you can escape. Jin Yanran seemed to be venting her anger as she shouted. Not good. Zhang Yingjun immediately panicked, and hurriedly said to Lin Ling, quickly leave, this person should be the undead evil god, his strength is not something we can resist. Let's go. Many people also said to Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling had awakened the little prince, so they were very grateful to Lin Ling leave. Lin Ling's face was calm, he didn't know why he had to leave. After these words, not only Zhang Yingjun and the others, but even Lu Susu and the others were panicking. Lin Ling didn't plan to leave. Lin Ling's strength was very strong, but he was definitely not a match for the 4 legendary geniuses. Haha, you want to leave? It's too late, you all can't leave. Seeing that everyone was panicking, Jin Yanran was even happier. Let me tell you, the undead evil god is the strongest young generation of the nation of God. His strength can fight against a martial emperor, and he also represents the sun god nation to compete with the other geniuses. Compared to him, you are simply ants, trash, trash. As if she wanted Zhang Yingjun and the others to know how inferior she was, Jin Yanran arrogantly said. Hearing this, Zhang Yingjun and the others frowned. Compared to the undead evil god, they indeed needed to look up, because to represent the nation of God and compete with the other geniuses, this was a supreme honor. Bitch, are you showing off how powerful your adulterer is? Lin Ling shook his head and said. Showing off? Haha, you all are not qualified. My lover is the undead evil god. Can Zhang Yingjun compare to him? Can you compare to him? Apart from the undead divine nation's genius, who can compare to him? You all can't compare to him. Jin Yanran laughed. Her words made many people clench their fists, but they couldn't do anything about it. Indeed, no one could compare to the undead evil god. Yanran, did someone bully you? I'll kill him for you. At this time, the evil chi in the distance was vast and mighty. It actually turned into flames, covering the sky and covering the earth. Before the person arrived, the terrifying aura made many people tremble in fear. That's the heaven and earth divine fire. Quickly run, you can't block it. Zhang Yingjun's face was pale. He reminded Lin Ling, Lu Susu, and the others to run. So what if you know? You really can't block it. Jin Yanran smiled, and her embarrassed look looked even uglier. Die for me. The evil fire in the sky descended, turned into a huge palm, and fiercely slapped towards Zhang Yingjun. The person who came was crazy. He even dared to kill Zhang Yingjun. Seeing this, everyone was even more panicked. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Block? Why should I block it? He took a step forward, and instantly appeared in the sky. He stretched out his hands, and white flames swept out majestically, turned into two reincarnation flames, and collided with the huge palm in the sky. Boom, something shocking happened. The palm formed by the green evil fire in the sky, originally slapped towards the ground, but as if it was summoned, it actually flew towards the sky, and was bound by the two reincarnations. You have some skills. There's finally someone in the undead divine nation that I'm interested in. In the distance, an arrogant voice drifted over, and the evil fire turned into a green ancient sparrow, flying over. The ancient sparrow's cry made everyone's heart rumble, and their eyes turned red. The desire hidden in their bodies couldn't be suppressed. The undead evil god's talent was terrifying. He could trigger evil thoughts, forming evil fire that he could control, and greatly increase his strength. I didn't expect that after the trip to the fifth city, you didn't seem to have gained much. Your strength is still so weak. In the sky, Lin Ling lightly spat out a sentence, and the reincarnation flames under his control became even crazier. A powerful suction force was born, and it actually pulled the green flame ancient sparrow into the sky. Then, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he slashed out fiercely. Great creation! After reaching Wuxing's 9th stage, Lin Ling's spatial laws had obviously improved greatly. Roar! With a slash, the green flame ancient sparrow was split into two, and it exploded, turning into green flames floating in the sky. What? On the ground, all the experts' eyes narrowed. The little prince's friend actually broke the undead evil god's attack? No wonder he asked why he should block it. Even Jin Yanran's beautiful eyes narrowed. How could this be? What a strong power of law. Other than the two ancient giants and one absolute genius, when did such a person appear in the undead divine nation? Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? The green flames in the distance came over like a tide, forming a handsome and evil young man in the sky. The power of law in his body actually caused the undead divine nation to shake. Undead evil god. Return. However, evil god of immortality ignored him and stared at Lin Ling. This person was so familiar. You've never seen me before? You're so forgetful. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, the Yellow Spring Army flew out like a swarm of locusts, shocking the world. If evil god of immortality didn't know who Lin Ling was before, how could he not know now? After all, in the underground city, those dark crows from the 9 underworlds made all the geniuses of various races helpless. "It's you, Lin Ling!" Evil God of Immortality roared, his pupils constricting. Evil God of Immortality knows him? Everyone was shocked, including Jin Yanran, because in their imagination, Lin Ling wasn't qualified to be recognized by Evil God of Immortality. "Kill him, that brat is so arrogant, he dared to hit me, you must kill him." Jin Yanran still didn't know how terrifying Lin Ling was. She pointed at the sky and roared. Lin Ling laughed, "Yes, come and kill me." However, Evil God of Immortality was stunned. If he could kill Lin Ling, he would have done it in the underground city. Moreover, he sensed that Lin Ling was stronger than when he was in the underground city. "You crazy woman, you don't know how to do good things, you only cause trouble for me." Evil God of Immortality suddenly stared at Jin Yanran with resentment. If he knew it was Lin Ling, he definitely wouldn't have come. Jin Yanran, this bitch, actually didn't tell him it was Lin Ling. After speaking, he immediately left, not looking at Jin Yanran again. This decisive attitude undoubtedly shocked the entire immortal divine nation. Evil God of Immortality, wait. For me. Jin Yanran was stunned and immediately shouted. She still didn't know what happened. Why did Evil God of Immortality run away? He is Lin Ling, the son of Huang. Not to mention me alone, even if Jin Feiwu and I joined hands, I'm afraid we can't kill him. You're on your own now. Evil God of Immortality's angry voice came from afar. He had a feeling that if Lin Ling was forced to use his trump card, he might also die here. Even the undying evil god is scared of him. Is he the son of Huang, Lin Ling? Jin Yanran's beautiful eyes stared at the sky. She suddenly felt that she was being ridiculous. She thought that Zhang Yingjun and his friends were all going to die when Evil God of Immortality came. However, not only did Zhang Yingjun and his friends not die, Evil God of Immortality was the one who was scared away. This was too dreamy. Evil God of Immortality was one of the 4 most dangerous talents of the nation of God. Moreover, even if Lin Ling's strength was not weak, the Evil God of Immortality should have fought at least once. However, nothing happened. The Evil God of Immortality ran away as soon as it saw Lin Ling, and even ignored Jin Yanran. Could it be that there was already a battle between them? And in the end, the Evil God of Immortality was defeated. Not only did Jin Yanran feel that she was being ridiculous, even Zhang Yingjun and the others felt the same. The scene in front of them was too dramatic. This guy left once. What kind of earth-shattering thing did he do this time? Even Qin Hu, who was familiar with Lin Ling's strength, was shocked at this moment. If he remembered correctly, Lin Ling was only stronger than him. His strength was comparable to the Xian 10 heroes, but the Xian 10 heroes was not the Xian 10 heroes. Could it be that in this short period of time, Lin Ling's strength had increased again? The eyes of the entire immortal divine kingdom were staring at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not feel that there was anything strange about it. He indifferently looked into the distance. Before, he did want to kill Evil God of Immortality, but Evil God of Immortality was not weak. If he wanted to kill him, he would have to expose himself as a minor saint. In the end, after thinking about it, he decided to let Evil God of Immortality go. Haha, Lin Ling, you're really a freak. When we were in the wild forest, you weren't even this strong. You really scared me. TSK, although you're not as handsome as me, your strength is admirable. From now on, you have to protect me. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yingjun excitedly said. The little prince has found a good friend. Many people smiled as well. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Jin Yanran. Pitiful woman, this is your so-called perfect lover? And now, where is your lover? Plop, Jin Yanran dropped to her knees. She liked Evil God of Immortality because he was strong, funny, and knew 100 ways to make her happy. Therefore, she often compared Evil God of Immortality to Zhang Yingjun, and Zhang Yingjun was no doubt trash. However, when it came to going through thick and thin together, Evil God of Immortality was the first to run away. Their previous pledge of undying love was actually a joke. Evil God of Immortality was only interested in her treasures. Although Zhang Yingjun is ugly and weak, his love for you is true. Evil God of Immortality is handsome, but he's just using you. Unfortunately, you can't see through this. You're short-sighted and only care about vanity. You don't know that being ordinary is true. Lin Ling said word by word. Jin Yanran's face was full of regret. She was sure that when it came to life and death, Zhang Yingjun would be the first to stand in front of her. I was wrong, Yingjun. Give me another chance. She knelt and walked toward Zhang Yingjun. Zhang Yingjun sighed softly. Your lover left, so you're wrong. If your lover didn't leave, you'd still be high and mighty. Jin Yanran, you'd still be ugly. Lin Ling interrupted her directly. Today, I won't kill you. However, I'll take back what you took from Zhang Yingjun. Since you came empty-handed, you can leave empty-handed. Lin Ling pointed at the sky with his right hand. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in the sky and formed a strong suction force that sucked all of Jin Yanran's cultivation. A goddess was reduced to immortal from now on. Great! The crowd was excited. Over the years, Jin Yanran had gained a lot from Zhang Yingjun. Now, she was returning all of it. You've gone too far. Although Jin Yanran was regretful, she was only regretting that she had lost a sugar daddy. You wanted to hit me before, so I'll take back something. Lu Susu walked over and stretched out her fair arm. Her bright red nails were extremely dazzling. Then, she clawed at Jin Yanran. You wanted to disfigure me, so I'll disfigure you. With Jin Yanran's current strength, she obviously couldn't stop Lu Susu. Her face was covered with nail marks and her clothes were torn. She was even more embarrassed, even Lin Ling was secretly shocked. When a woman became ruthless, she was very scary. You, bitch, let go of me. Jin Yanran was furious. A dignified goddess had her clothes torn apart like a shrew. Forget it, let her go. Seeing Jin Yanran's embarrassed appearance, Zhang Yingjun sighed. He asked someone to bring a rag and put it on Jin Yanran's body. Then, he turned and left. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. He knew that after experiencing this, Zhang Yingjun would become more mature. He shook his head and said, Men, send the Sun God Nation's goddess back. Tell her that the immortal divine nation has divorced her. Also, don't let anything happen to her on the way. You must protect her well. No need, I'll go back myself. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Jin Yanran immediately shook her head. However, a large number of experts from the immortal divine nation walked out and volunteered to send Jin Yanran back. Do you have any conditions to refuse now? You killed so many of our brothers before. You should be lucky that we didn't kill you. Sensational news. Throw a few eggs at her, this slut. The crowd shouted angrily, throwing eggs and rotten vegetables. Jin Yanran, on the other hand, was dizzy from the eggs. Most importantly, she wanted to leave the unaging divine nation and change her clothes to return with dignity, but the people of the unaging divine nation didn't allow it. They wanted to personally send her off, thinking about it, if she went back in such a sorry state without any clothes, what kind of mockery would she receive from the Sun divine nation? How would she, Jin Yanran, face others in the future? Lin Ling didn't pay attention to her disgrace, because this was Jin Yanran's own sin. He had also reincarnated and left. After waiting for a few more days in the unaging divine nation, Lin Ling prepared to leave. At this time, the unaging divine king and unaging Buddha king finally returned. When they found out about what happened in the unaging divine nation, they both sucked in a cold breath of air and were secretly grateful to Lin Ling, especially the unaging Buddha Lord. He didn't expect Lin Ling's reputation to be so great in the underground city. At present, who in the demon race, divine race, and human race didn't know about the son of famine Lin Ling? Immediately, the unaging Buddha Lord personally cooked to thank Lin Ling. This made little fatty Zhang Yingjun cry out again. His father cooked for Lin Ling a second time. It was truly rare. Lin Ling, Lu Susu, and the others were all present at the dining table. Lin Ling, thank you. If you weren't here, my unaging divine nation would be in trouble. The unaging Buddha Lord looked at Lin Ling and said. He was even more grateful to Lin Ling for allowing his son to grow up. Hee, it's nothing. Lin Ling laughed. He could be considered to have repaid the unaging Buddha Lord's kindness. He curiously asked, how is the 5th city? The 7 immortal treasures were obtained by experts and divided into 7 parts. The treasures in the underground city were also plundered clean. However, the battle in the underground city was incomparably fierce. Many experts died. Among them, the ancient giants of the human world were injured. Skyshering Wuxing disappeared. Similarly, the great demon kings of the demon race were also injured. Unaging Buddha Lord explained. Lin Ling frowned. The battle in the underground city was indeed fierce. Fortunately, he left early, otherwise he would be in danger. Right, what's the result of the ancient giants' discussion? Lin. Although I am your friend, from the ancient giants of the unaging divine nation, we still wish, the ancient giants of the human world, the ancient giants of the unaging divine nation, and the other ancient giants of the divine nation. The reward is that our three great divine nations can enter the human world. Immortal Buddha Lord said with a light sigh. He was sure that the human realm would usher in an era of unprecedented numbers of experts. The experts of the demon race, the god race, and the human race had all gathered together. Hearing this, Lu Susu and the others' expressions changed. This was sensational news, Lin Ling sighed, but he wasn't surprised by this result. Instead, he was worried about Daoist Came and the others. The human world is vast and boundless. It is the place that the demons and gods yearn for the most. However, there are sovereigns in this world. It is impossible for the three races to maintain a peaceful situation. Therefore, the three races finally reached an agreement. 3 years later, the Genesis battle will begin. The winner will unify the three races. The unaging Buddha Lord's final words undoubtedly made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. The three races collided? The Genesis battle? He immediately asked, the experts of the three races will eventually clash? That's not it. It will be a battle on the martial stage. The strongest martial artists of the three races will participate. Even the ancient giants will participate. This battle will determine the future of the human world. It will be the most glorious battle in history. Unaging Buddha Lord said solemnly. So that's how it is. Lin Ling nodded. He was sure that 3 years later, the human world would be vast and mighty. Although 3 years seemed like a long time, it was actually just a moment of cultivation. Especially for the ancient giants, it was just a blink of an eye. Moreover, according to what I know, the geniuses of various races have obtained benefits in the underground city. 3 years from now, they might become ancient giants. If they want to participate in the Genesis battle, then there will be a three-race of Heaven's Pride competition a year from now. If they win, they can participate in the Genesis battle. Immortal Buddha Lord said. He had high hopes for Lin Ling to participate in the competition. Lin Ling immediately made a decision. He had to participate in the competition no matter if it was for himself or for his friends and family. No matter what, I still have to apologize. Because when the ancient giants were discussing this, our unaging divine nation agreed to enter the human world. Unaging Buddha Lord said apologetically. It's fine. What will come will come. The Genesis battle? I want to see just how powerful the ancient giants of the three races are. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. His words were full of confidence, and even unaging Buddha Lord was secretly surprised. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Today, we won't go home until we're drunk. Tomorrow, we'll return to the human world. Everyone didn't talk much about the previous topic. They all laughed and drank. At this moment, the human world was surging with wind and clouds. After the godly nation opened the enchantment, the demon race entered in a mighty manner. Moreover, what was surprising was that the ghost race also entered with an army. This caused the Genesis battle to have a large number of experts. After the news of the Genesis battle spread, the entire human world was in an uproar. More and more martial artists worked hard to cultivate, trying to shine on the martial stages of the four races and become kings. As for the devil race and ghost race, perhaps because of the battle of creation, they restrained themselves. At the very least, they didn't casually slaughter those mortals. Perhaps to them, if they won, those mortals would very likely become their slaves. At this moment, there were many experts in the rainforest Holy Land. It was like a monolith. The streets and alleys were all talking about the Genesis battle. Unlike the other martial artists, they were extremely confident. Lord Lin Ling will definitely participate in this battle. He will definitely shine brightly. On a city wall, a middle-aged man looked into the distance and smiled. It was Lord Shuiwu. That brat. Sigh, I can't see through him. In the past, I was the lord above him. Now, I have to look up to him. He has also stepped onto an even bigger martial stage and clashed with the experts of the 4 races. Next to him, a man shook his head and smiled. His smile was extremely evil. It was Lord Pu. Only you are still so evil, daring to call Lin Ling a brat. If those guys outside knew, they would tear you apart. Lord Shuiwu smiled helplessly. I believe that. But, I also know that brat Lin Ling doesn't care about fame. Even if I call him a brat in front of him, he will smile back at me. Lord Pu confidently said. That's true. That brat is becoming stronger and stronger, but he has never been arrogant in front of us. He still remembers the kindness we showed him in the past. To be able to see that brat rise in this life, I am satisfied. Lord Shuiwu agreed with Lord Pu. Lin Ling was arrogant towards his enemies, but he was very good to his friends and family. He never put on airs, unless he was angry, and as they were talking, they didn't see that in the distance, dark clouds were falling. A thick killing intent was spreading towards the rainforest Holy Land. Before the Genesis battle began, some people had already begun working hard for the position of king. They had begun to eliminate their opponents. I'm old. To be able to live in the rainforest Holy Land for the rest of my life, I am satisfied. The Great Tribulation, yeah, I've been here for so long that I've started to think of this place as my home. Most importantly, it is because of Lord Lin Ling's protection that we can live such carefree lives. Not far from the city wall, many experts also laughed. They were all Lin Ling's acquaintances, the top experts of Xianpeng province in the past. Kill. However, at this moment, the dark clouds in the sky arrived, and a cold shout sounded like a clap of thunder, the earth trembled, and an ominous aura surged into the sky, causing the entire rainforest sacred ground to sway. Countless people raised their heads and looked up, only to see hundreds of figures in black cloaks floating in the sky. These people arrived in a strange and silent manner, as if they were death gods looking at the heavens and earth. Who are you? Lady Watermist said with a frown. Kill. The hundreds of figures in the sky were like ghosts. They didn't say much, only one sentence. Your esteemed self, could it be that you wish to offend Huang's son Lin Ling? Sir Pu also spoke up. He could sense that these people's strength was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling, the son of desolation, is someone that no one in the mortal world dares to provoke. Are you not afraid of Lin Ling's revenge? You should know that everyone who offends Lin Ling ends up in a miserable state. Lady Shuiwu added. According to common sense, no one should dare to provoke Lin Ling at this moment. Therefore, he didn't know where those people got their courage from, however. Those black-cloaked figures still did not move. One of them even revealed a disdainful sneer. His hand was raised high, like the butcher's knife of the Grim Reaper. The expressions of Lady Shuiwu and the others had finally changed drastically when they saw this. Where did these people come from? What was their goal? Why did they dare to kill Lin Ling even though they knew that the Rainforest Holy Land's backer was Lin Ling? Kill. In the sky, the Grim Reaper's butcher's knife finally slashed down. Rumble. The hundreds of Grim Reapers were like ghosts. Every time they attacked, the entire rainforest would shake, and countless people would die. Crazy. Many people from the Rainforest Holy Land roared in anger. This was too heartless. Those people were killed just like that. Little Cui. Father, mother. The Rainforest Holy Land was in chaos, as if it was the end of the world. Brothers, kill. Lord Watermist looked at the chaos on the ground, his eyes turning red. Kill those bastards. Even if we have to bleed to death, we have to make them pay. Although Lord Pu looked devilish, he was also an honest man. He had lived in this sacred rainforest for many years and treated this place as his home. Now that a mysterious person was slaughtering people here, he was enraged and decided to throw caution to the wind. He was actually faster than Lady Watermist. You overestimate yourself. The cloaked figure in the sky shook his head and stretched out his hand. Boundless demonic chi turned into a demonic demon king and lunged towards Lord Pu. The strength of these people was clearly terrifying. Lord Pu and the rest could not stop them at all. Old Pu. Lady Shui Wu gritted her teeth, her body exploded, she turned into water mist and disappeared on the spot, appearing in front of Lord Pu in the next second. Boom, the Devil King magnate swallowed, causing Lady Water Mist to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her bones and blood were all devoured, and her life force was dissipating. Shui Wu. Lord Pu was stunned. In truth, he didn't have a deep relationship with Lady Water Mist before this. They only knew each other. But after following Lin Ling, he realized that this legendary Lady Water Mist was also a sentimental person. After that, they often fought against strong enemies together, and in the midst of life and death situations, a bond of comradeship was born. Now, in order to save him, Lady Shui Wu died in the hands of these mysterious people. I will kill you all. Die. This was the first time in his life that Lord Pu was so angry. No, these people are not ordinary people. Their intentions are very mysterious, they must have a purpose. So, old Pu, you must leave this place alive. Let Lin Ling investigate this matter and find out who wants to kill us. Lady Shui Wu said with difficulty. Her body was pulled towards the sky by the Devil King magnate. Lord Pu's eyes were red, he gritted his teeth. That's right, he could not die. If he died, who would avenge his brothers? Everyone listen to my order, protect Lord Pu and leave. Yes. Lady Shui Wu's final voice shook the entire rainforest sacred land. Everyone looked up, their eyes seemed to be bleeding. Lady Shui Wu led the rainforest sacred land and treated everyone kindly. After so many years, they had already formed a strong bond of comradeship. But now, Lady Shui Wu was dead? Kill. Kill. All the martial artists in the rainforest sacred land exploded with killing intent. They were like ants that did not fear death. The cloaked figures in the sky were shocked. In the face of their massacre, ordinary people would have fled long ago, but the martial artists of the rainforest sacred land were very courageous. They actually fought back. This Lin Ling brought up a group of good subordinates. Kill. One of them said coldly, but he did not show any mercy. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Kill. All the cloaked figures attacked, causing demonic energy to surge in the rainforest sacred land. Ordinary martial artists died, old people died, children died. This was truly a case of not leaving even the chickens and dogs alive. Smoke billowed, spreading to the rainforest sacred land, as if destroying its former glory. The rainforest sacred land, the most sacred land in Xianpeng province, had experienced countless calamities, but had survived each time. But this time, the rainforest sacred land could not hold on. It was like a giant that supported the heavens, and at this moment, it collapsed. Ants. Kill. The cloaked figures in the sky were expressionless. Every time they attacked, they would take a large number of lives, but the martial artists in the sky did not stop. Like a carp crossing a river. This kind of courage made Lord Pu, who was far away, shed tears. Good job, his brothers were all good. Even if they were to die, they would die in the charge. Little Tai. Kill. Suddenly, Lord Pu looked at the brothers he had brought out, his body trembling. A cloaked figure reached out with his claws and tore his brother apart. Lord, leave quickly, if you die, who will avenge us? The man who was torn apart shouted before he died. Little Tai. Run. Lord Pu roared, then turned around and ran. His heart was broken, he would rather die in the hands of the enemy than run away, but if he did not run, who would tell Lin Ling what happened? The rainforest sacred land has dignity, anyone who dares to invade this place will lose without a doubt, even if you are backed by an ancient giant, but Lord Lin Ling, no matter how far he is, must be killed. Brothers, self-destruct. Go. Someone shouted, looking at the sky heroically. Ha ha ha, 100,000 people self-destruct, this scene will definitely shake the world, come. Go. Many people laughed out loud, and their voices reverberated in the sky, echoing endlessly, boom boom boom. Next, 100,000 martial artists self-destructed, forming a terrible storm. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Go. On the ground, the martial artists all flew out, self-destructing their cultivation. 100,000 gradually became 1,000,000, and even 10,000,000. Even the powerless old men had committed suicide. Even if they had to die, they would die with dignity. What a bunch of trash. Go. Who is it? Rumble, a deafening sound shook the heavens and the earth, the entire Xianpeng province was shaken. Far away, the faces of the martial artists changed drastically, guessing that something big had happened in the rainforest. Who is so bold, even daring to touch Lin Ling's territory? Sigh. At present, the ancient giant was injured, and Lin Ling's backer was also weak, so there were many people who dared to kill Lin Ling. Sigh. But Lin Ling's killing god, mad god, even if the opponent is the demon king, he still dared to kill his way into the demon territory. Sigh. Many martial artists were discussing, but they were all clenching their fists. The martial artists of the rainforest were all good. At this moment, the rainforest had turned into ruins, and on the ground, black smoke was like snakes, floating towards the sky from all directions. Are there any survivors? Sigh. One of the cloaked men said. Except for Lord Pu, everyone is dead. This Lord Pu is really ruthless, greedy for life, and afraid of death. He escaped alone. Sigh. Can he escape? Sigh. The other cloaked men sneered. Who said I escaped? Sigh. But at that moment, a voice came from the ground. Mr. Pu, who had escaped, was walking back step by step. All the caped cultivators were astonished. What a fool, he had escaped but now he was coming back, wasn't he courting death? You came back, did you think you wouldn't die? One of the cloaked men said. Haha, who doesn't die since ancient times? Although I came back, I failed to live up to everyone's expectations, but I, Lord Pu, can't watch everyone die while I run away. Sigh. Lord Pu stopped walking, looking at the sky fearlessly. So, you came back? Sigh. The cloaked man looked deeply at Lord Pu. This guy was a man of indomitable spirit. Lin Ling brat, I'm sorry, I'll leave first. Sigh. Lord Pu took a step forward, flying towards the sky, his face was filled with despair. This guy is also a lunatic, kill him. Sigh. The cloaked men were shocked, and their killing intent exploded. Boom. Boom, Lord Pu was engulfed by the terrifying attacks, he could not block the attacks of these cloaked men. Although your ambition is praiseworthy, your strength is too weak. The cloaked men shook their heads. But at this moment, a figure flew out from the fluctuation of Lingqi in front of them. If one looked carefully, one would see that his legs and arms were broken. But he still rushed over. Moreover, he rushed towards one of the cloaked men. This made the cloaked man's face change. This guy's fighting spirit was so tenacious, boom, in the end, Lord Pu self-detonated, causing the cloaked man's clothes to explode. He was in an extremely sorry state. Bastard! The cloaked man roared angrily. An ant actually made him lose face. Let's go. These people might be ants, but they have their own dignity. We've completed our mission. Next, we should go to that place. The leader of the cloaked figures said calmly as he looked at the vast land in shock. Then, he disappeared from where he stood. All of the cloaked figures had disappeared. The rainforest's sacred land was silent. The prosperous scene of the past had all disappeared at this moment, Xianpeng province. At this moment, all the experts had their eyes fixed on the rainforest's sacred land. They all sighed. After 1 day and 1 night, the rainforest's sacred land finally welcomed 3 figures. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. These 3 people were Lin Ling, Lu Susu, and Qin Hu. What happened? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He looked at the prosperous and lively hometown of the past. Looking at those familiar memories, his heart ached. This was his real hometown. This place had the ancient face sect, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and everything that Lin Ling had when he was young. Who was it? Lin Ling's body trembled. A terrifying killing intent rose to the sky. Lin Ling, are you all right? Lu Susu knew how important the rainforest's sacred land was in Lin Ling's heart. Hence, she asked worriedly. However, Lin Ling did not say anything. He continued to look at the land. Not even a chicken or a dog was spared. Such a ruthless method. Qin Hu gritted his teeth and said. He also wanted to know who was so ruthless. Haha, Lin Ling, it's time for you to pay the price for your sins today. Those people died for you. Many people had already gathered in the rainforest's sacred land. At the same time, a mocking voice floated out. Everyone looked at the person who spoke and realized that it was Shen Huangdayu's former fire tribe emperor, Huaao. In the past, Huaao had wanted to kill Lin Ling. After that, Lin Ling brought the 7 emperors and a large number of human realm experts to the fire tribe to get justice back. This caused the fire tribe's ancestor to step in and remove Huaao from his position. From then on, Huaao wandered the world, hence, Huao's hatred for Lin Ling came from the bottom of his heart. Now that Lin Ling was facing a great calamity, he naturally wanted to add insult to injury. Lin Ling, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of an ancient giant. Now, one of the ancient giants is injured and the other is missing. Your good luck has come to an end. Ha ha ha. Huaao was obviously very excited. His red hair fluttered in the wind. Father, don't say any more. Beside him, Princess Xianxia hurriedly advised. The crowd also felt that Huaao was crazy. He was rubbing salt in Lin Ling's wound. Why should I be afraid of him? He's just a desolate son in name. Do you think he dares to kill me? Huaao laughed disdainfully. He doesn't want to hear it. I'm going to say it. There are many people who want Lin Ling dead. The demon race, ghost race, human realm experts. Lin Ling's time of death has come. Father. Princess Xiao's face was pale. She did not know why, but when she looked at the trembling youth in the distance, her heart suddenly felt very painful. She knew that the man was remorseful and guilty. Because of his friends, his hometown had been destroyed. If it was before, Princess Xiao would have rejoiced in his misfortune. However, since Lin Ling had risen again and again, she had paid special attention to this man. Only now did she realize that this man had put in a lot of effort to reach this point. Moreover, this man was a true man. For Hong Yan, for his brothers, for his hometown, he dared to fight the heavens. Because of this, Princess Xiao was no longer jealous of Lin Ling. She even admired and adored him. Everyone thought that he was crazy, but who knew the heavy responsibility he shouldered? Lin Ling, your time of death has come. Huaao was still shouting to the sky, extremely excited. In the distance, Lin Ling stood there trembling. His eyes were red. Through the eye of time, he saw that Lord Shuiwu, Lord Pu, and the others were all dead. His benefactors of the past had all left him. He even saw Lord Pu self-destruct rather than die. Xiao. As Huaao was laughing to the heavens, a cold figure appeared in front of him. That billowing killing intent caused the hearts of all the martial artists in the distance to tremble. So cold, Huao's smile froze. He looked up and saw that Lin Ling had appeared in front of him. His handsome face was extremely cold. What do you want? However, Huaao laughed. He did not fear Lin Ling. After all, he was a human realm expert. Dark clouds shrouded Lin Ling shouted. The Yellow Spring's flame was like a tide, turning into 6 cycles of reincarnation. Huao's face changed as he was tied up and sucked into the cycle of reincarnation. If he entered the cycle of reincarnation, Huaao would die without a doubt. Are you qualified to laugh? A cold voice came, causing Huao's body to tremble. When did Lin Ling become so strong? He, the dignified emperor of the fire race, couldn't even block one move from Lin Ling. He specialized in fire martial arts, but after meeting the Yellow Spring's flame, he could only tremble in fear. Die for me. Lin Ling's voice came from the depths of hell, causing Huaao to be afraid. He was gloating because he didn't fear Lin Ling, but now, he had no choice but to be afraid. How terrifying. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked by the result in front of them. Lin Ling, don't. My father was wrong. If you want to kill him, I'm willing to die for him. Princess Fireglow quickly stood in front of Lin Ling and said while gritting her teeth. Then you die for me too. Lin Ling was merciless. His comrades and friends were all dead, so who dared to block him? Everyone must die. Even if the great demon king of the demon race came, he would still dare to kill him. Lin Ling, don't. Seeing Lin Ling's terrifying killing intent, Lu Susu quickly rushed over, but Lin Ling was still merciless. He had clearly lost his mind. Lu Susu quickly hugged Lin Ling and made Lin Ling look back. That pair of eyes were full of killing intent. but after seeing that it was Lu Susu, that killing intent finally disappeared. Princess Fireglow is right. You can't kill her. I don't want you to become a mindless killing machine. Lu Susu's eyes were moist. She knew that Lin Ling was in pain, but at this time, she had to pull this man and not let him enter the path of slaughter. Ah! Lin Ling's heart was filled with a crazy desire to kill. Unknowingly, a terrifying law of killing had been born, but it also gradually disappeared. If Lu Susu had not stopped Lin Ling, the law of slaughter would have been even more powerful. In the end, the law of slaughter would have formed a devil and escaped from Lin Ling's grasp. Once one reached Lin Ling's level, the devil that was born would undoubtedly be extremely terrifying. I'm fine, Lin Ling said in a hoarse voice. He had Lu Susu release him. Lin Ling took a step forward, grabbed Hua Ao, and flew towards the ground. They died a heroic death, so no one can laugh at them. Kowtow 3 times for me. Bang bang bang, Hua Ao was grabbed by Lin Ling and smashed into the ground. He heavily kowtowed, causing the entire ground to crack open. I really envy Lin Ling. To have such a leader in their lifetime, they would be satisfied even if they died. Seeing this shocking scene, many people inwardly sighed. 6 paths of reincarnation. After kowtowing 3 times, Lin Ling threw Hua Ao away. He raised his hands, and the white flame floated into the sky, forming a 6 paths of reincarnation. On the ground, the vengeful spirits were sucked in one after another. However, because too many vengeful spirits were sucked in, the real 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, forming a scene of 2 6 paths of reincarnation clashing. One was Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation, and the other was the 6 paths of reincarnation from the ghost domain. As everyone knew, the dead would enter reincarnation, but Lin Ling was now snatching the law of heaven and earth. Get lost. Looking at the 6 paths of reincarnation that appeared in the sky, Lin Ling let out a loud roar. His terrifying soul power gushed out and froze time. Moreover, this time, the freezing was directed towards the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky, causing it to stop spinning. Seeing this shocking scene, no one was not shocked, because this was the first time many martial artists saw the 6 paths of reincarnation, and also the first time they saw the 6 paths of reincarnation being frozen. This meant that Lin Ling's law power had broken away from the law of heaven and earth. So powerful. Many experts sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect that Lin Ling's trump card would be able to resist even the heavens. These cloaked people's origins are mysterious, Lin Ling muttered to himself. Previously, he used the Eye of Time to look at the rainforest sacred ground, so he knew what was happening here. However, he could not see through the cloaked people's origins. Faintly, he felt that a huge conspiracy was shrouding him. Currently, you are the son of desolation, and you have an ancient powerhouse behind you, but there are still people who want to attack you. Who are these people? Qin, who also guessed, what is their goal? He knew that ordinary people would not dare to attack Lin Ling because the price was too high. However, there were still people who dared to attack him. This meant that there was a terrifying expert behind these mysterious people. Currently, we know that these mysterious people have demonic qi, Lin Ling said coldly. He could not see through all this and could not guess who dared to attack him. Not good, they are luring the tiger away from the mountain. Suddenly, Lin Ling's expression changed dramatically. He saw through the Eye of Time that one of the cloaked people said that the mission was not over. This meant that they still wanted to kill. Could their next target be the True Spirit Island? Their massacre was indeed not random. Instead, there was a plan, and it was a thorough plan. Let's go to True Spirit Island. Lin Ling took a big step and headed toward Earthly Paradise. There was a teleportation array there, so he could reach True Spirit Island as quickly as possible. Wait for me. Lu Susu and Qin, who followed. Princess Rosie pondered for a moment and thought of her sister, Princess Fire Spirit. She also followed immediately. At True Spirit Island, Lin Ling's relatives were all there, so Lin Ling was more anxious than anyone else. When he arrived at Earthly Paradise, Lin Ling immediately headed toward the teleportation array. Stop, who are you? The Demon Clan, Ghost Clan, and Deity Clan are invading. This teleportation array cannot be used casually. An expert blocked Lin Ling's path and prevented Lin Ling from using the teleportation array. How dare you? He is Lin Ling, the son of desolation. What right do you have to stop him? Qin Hu shouted angrily. So it is Lin Ling, the son of desolation. You can use the teleportation array, but you must get the approval of the 7 emperors first. Because all the experts of the various clans are out, we must be cautious. The expert said calmly. Looking at their origins, they seem to be from the Sky Clan. You bastard, we are in a hurry to use the teleportation array. How can we have time to inform the 7 emperors? Even Lu Susu could not stand it. Then we can't help you. The expert sneered. Martial god Tian Yu was missing and the guardian of the mortal realm was seriously injured. Lin Ling had no backing, so they were not afraid of Lin Ling. Great creation! Lin Ling did not waste any time and slashed out with his sword. Rumble, the arrogant expert was split into 2, and the remaining person's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling, are you crazy? We didn't stop you from using the teleportation array. How dare you kill people here? Obviously, they did not expect Lin Ling to kill people without hesitation. Lin Ling raised his sword again, causing them to panic. They immediately said, you can use the teleportation array. Behind the scenes gulp, several heads fell to the ground, causing everyone in heavenly earth to suck in a breath of cold air. The Sky Clan had already compromised, they were afraid and begged for mercy, but Lin Ling still killed them. This kind of ruthlessness caused them to be shocked as well. Lin Ling did not say anything and stepped into the teleportation array. To him, if he delayed for even a moment, his family would be in great danger. So, he would kill anyone who tried to stop him. Everyone followed the teleportation array and reached True Spirit Island. At this moment, True Spirit Island was indeed in great danger. A large number of cloaked men appeared and slaughtered everything on True Spirit Island. That's Lin Ling's family. Kill them. A cloaked man stared at Elder Taiyan and the rest. His voice was extremely cold. Elder Taiyan and the rest gritted their teeth. After this group of people arrived, they did not say anything and immediately slaughtered them. Moreover, they were so powerful that they could die at any time. Boom. Boom. However, just as the cloaked men attacked, Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, Fire Spirit Princess and the rest exploded with all their strength. Moreover, they had the immortal weapons left behind by Lin Ling, which temporarily blocked the cloaked men's attacks. They have treasures on them, but they are all one-time use. So, they will die sooner or later. Kill. Those cloaked men were like messengers from hell. They were still mercilessly attacking. Rumble, Elder Taiyan and the rest gathered together and resisted with the treasures left behind by Lin Ling. If it were not for these treasures, they would have died long ago. We must finish this quickly because the Spirit Clan is very close to this place. The experts of the Spirit Clan will rush over at any time. A cloaked man exploded with terrifying strength. This person was actually Wu Xing's 10th realm. He grabbed with his big hand and the demonic chi was vast and mighty. It was as if he was going to tear the entire island apart. The asterisk starred, stop. At this time a cold voice finally came out. An old man appeared in the sky with an extremely cold expression. He raised his right hand and a black tortoise shell appeared and covered the ground, blocking the terrifying attack. 4. Elder Taiyan and the rest. Daoist came. Grandpa Turtle. Everyone gratefully looked at Daoist came. Among them, Linny was fiercely clenching his fists. He was angry at himself for being weak. If he was as strong as his father, how could those people do whatever they wanted? Moreover, they knew that everyone in the rainforest Holy Land had died. This caused them great pain in their hearts. Daoist came. What was surprising was that the cloaked people looked at Daoist came indifferently without the slightest hint of fear. Who are you people? What is your purpose? Daoist came also looked at him. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that there are many people who want to take action against Lin Ling. The scale of this conspiracy is beyond your imagination. The cloaked man said indifferently. Then he shouted coldly, Devil Cloud Moon concealing formation. Under his voice, the other cloaked men disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, they appeared around Daoist came and laid down a mysterious devil cloud array. This array had a blood-red moon in the sky, forming a terrifying devil cloud. Daoist came, you were seriously injured in the battle with the 5 great demon kings in the nation of gods. Therefore, this array is not something you can resist. The leader of the cloaked men said, moreover, you have always been curious about who is behind this and who has such power to summon strong people like us. Now, I can tell you that this person is someone close to you. Who is it? Daoist Kame's complexion changed dramatically. The person you are most familiar with. The cloaked man said with a faint smile. Daoist Kame's complexion changed again. Could it be Lin Ling? His heart roared. Lin Ling wanted to take action against him. Why? Lin Ling has risen. The ancient giants of the mortal realm are either seriously injured or missing. Therefore, Lin Ling wants to be an ancient giant himself. Therefore, he wants to eradicate the strong people of the older generation. The cloaked man said. Nonsense, my father is not an ungrateful person. Lin Yi immediately roared upon hearing this. Elder Tai Yan, Yu, and the others also didn't believe that Lin Ling wanted to kill Daoist Kame. Hee, you said the person you were most familiar with at first, and I was wondering who it was. Who would have thought that you would say Lin Ling? What a pity, you want to sow discord. I won't fall for it at all, because I believe in Lin Ling. At this time, Daoist Kame suddenly laughed. He didn't have much contact with Lin Ling, but he believed in Lin Ling. Hearing this, the cloaked man's complexion changed. However, he sneered and said, although you believe in Lin Ling, it is undeniable that you had a short period of time before. Although it was a short period of time, it was enough. Array, open and refine Daoist Kame. Rumble, the entire True Spirit Island was filled with surging devil chi, turning the island into a devil island. The blood-red moon rose into the sky and illuminated the sea outside the island, turning the sea into a blood-red color. You're despicable. Daoist Kame was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Although array formation was powerful, it took time to set up. In order to distract him, the cloaked man lied to him and said that the person behind this was Lin Ling. Daoist Kame was aware that according to convention, ordinary people wouldn't dare to kill their way into True Spirit Island. On the contrary, it was possible for familiar people to do so. Because of that brief moment of negligence, the array formation was completed. It had to be said that these cloaked men dared to kill their way into True Spirit Island because they had a thorough plan. This array formation is only SOSO. Watch how I break it. Daoist Kame coldly shouted. Although he was trapped in the array formation, he firmly believed that the array formation couldn't harm him. Daoist Kame is an ancient magnate with formidable strength. This array naturally can't trap you. However, you are already injured. Moreover, why would this array trap you? As long as it causes your heart devil to rise, that's enough. The cloaked man sneered. As soon as his words fell, Daoist Kame's complexion changed. He felt that the killing intent in his heart was quietly spreading like a seed sprouting. This killing intent had been strangled by him a long time ago. How could it sprout now? If it was someone else, this heart devil wouldn't be terrifying. For example, Lin Ling would choose to let it sprout and then slaughter the cloaked men outside. However, for Daoist Kame, this heart devil was huge. It could even be said that this heart devil was his weakness. The person behind this is the person I am most familiar with. I finally know who it is. It's you, the evil Buddha lineage. Daoist Kame suddenly shouted, his face full of surprise. Haha, yes, the person behind this is indeed the person you are most familiar with. It is my evil Buddha lineage. You didn't expect this, right? In the past, you separated me and I became stronger and stronger. Now, let us return to one body. The cloaked man finally took off his cloak. What was surprising was that he looked exactly the same as Daoist Kame. Obviously, he was Daoist Kame's heart devil. Moreover, it was a heart devil that had grown. In the past, the evil Buddha lineage escaped from the God Queen's garden. I didn't expect to see you here today. Fire Spirit Princess, Little Flame, and the others were surprised. They didn't expect that the person behind this was the other side of Daoist Kame. Although I want to say that I am the person behind this, I'm sorry. This plan is beyond my imagination. Even I am just a chess piece. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. There were swords that came from space. You guys are really good at eliminating your opponents in the battle of creation. Kame Spiritual Master let out a low roar. He had also sensed how many experts were involved in this massacre. "Old fart, you're about to die." Among the cloaked men, an old man said, "You were an ancient giant in the past, but today, you're just an ant." With that, he slowly removed his cloak, revealing a familiar face. It was actually the Sky Lord. "TSK, I've long heard of Kame's spiritual master's strength. Today, I'll see how great you are." Another cloaked man also removed his cloak, revealing a dark face with horns on his head. He was the Ghost King of the Oxhorn Ghost Clan. Even the Ghost Clan's experts had intervened. On the ground, everyone's expression changed drastically. "Haha, I, Kame's spiritual master, was born in the desolate antiquity era. I've witnessed the birth of the experts of the 4 great eras. You want to kill me? You're too weak." Kame's spiritual master. Under the rolling demonic cloud array, Kame's spiritual master changed his old appearance. His clothes were torn, and he grew rapidly, turning into a 100-meter-tall giant. His muscles were extremely solid, and his surroundings were filled with the power of law. This old ghost. The Sky Lord's expression was cold. He raised his right hand, and the power of law was brewing. It turned into a circular slash of light that was extremely terrifying. Skytide slash. The slash of light passed through the demonic cloud and slashed toward Kame's spiritual master. In the process, the slash of light grew larger and larger, as if it could cut the world apart. What a terrifying power of law. The Fire Spirit Princess was shocked. They couldn't see through the power of law at all, but they guessed that it was definitely tens of thousands of laws, that was terrifying. This was the great law of heaven and earth. Rumble, Kame's spiritual master's pupils constricted. He closed his dragon-like arms and forcibly blocked the huge slash of light. This showed how terrifying his strength was. King Ghost. Flag. Another powerful cloaked man also attacked. A green ghost flag appeared in his hand. He waved it in the wind, and a ghost head appeared. It turned into a huge flag that appeared above Kame's spiritual master's head. Then, it fiercely stabbed down. This ghost flag was also unparalleled in the power of law. "Suppress!" the cloaked man shouted. Obviously, he wasn't weak. He was only Kame's spiritual master. Buddha raises his head. Taoist Kame roared as he pulled out an arm and raised it towards the sky. He actually managed to block the descent of the ghost flag, as expected of an ancient giant of the mortal world. His strength was truly unparalleled. Puff, however, Taoist Kame also spat out a mouthful of blood. If he hadn't been seriously injured, those two people wouldn't have been his match. Come on, come on." But even so, he still faced the sky and roared. It was hard to imagine that once the benevolent Taoist Kame erupted with his full strength, he would be like an invincible god of war. Rumble, as the 3 powerhouses clashed, the true spirit island cracked open. The seawater in the distance soared into the sky, forming a sky full of raindrops. If it weren't for the fact that the scene was too cruel, this would definitely be an extremely beautiful scene. "Awesome, Grandpa Tortoise, go for it." Looking at the battle in the distance, Linny tightly clenched his small fists. The others were also excited. Now, Taoist Kame seemed to be able to block those two. As expected of Taoist Kame. "If we weren't injured, we wouldn't have been your match. Unfortunately, since we dared to come this time, we were already prepared." At this time, the evil Buddha lineage also joined the battle. It urged the billowing evil clouds to rush towards Taoist Kame. What was terrifying was that there was actually a rumbling Buddhist sound within it. The evil clouds merged with the demonic clouds in the sky and rolled like an ocean, causing the blood-colored moon to become even more dazzling. Taoist Kame's expression changed drastically as he sensed that the inner demon within his body was being born again. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his feet became unstable. However, he quickly stabilized his body again. "Hee, I am your weakness." However, the evil Buddha lineage immediately let out a cold voice. "I have walked through 4 great eras. How can I fall here?" Taoist Kame's face was dark gold and it occasionally turned black. It was extremely strange. Obviously, he was already injured. Now that he was attacked from both inside and outside, his injuries were worsened. Rumble, the rain in the sky became even heavier. Countless eyes stared at the towering giant as their eyes became moist. They saw that Daoist Kame was spitting out more and more blood. Rumble. Daoist Kame finally fell. The deafening sound caused the entire True Spirit Island to shake. It was as if the one who fell was not an old man but a towering mountain. Grandpa Turtle. Seeing this, the eyes of Lin Yi and the others became moist. Yu Yu even cried softly. If Daoist Kame had not used his turtle shell to protect them, he would have been able to resist for a longer time. Compared to their crying, all the cloaked people laughed. Their laughter was unbridled and extremely ear-piercing. Obviously, it was their honor to be able to defeat an ancient giant. Evil Buddha, go and devour him. Someone said excitedly. The evil Buddha lineage nodded and walked towards the demonic clouds step by step. Kill all of them. Someone looked at the tunnel and waved his right hand. Ghostly chi suddenly surged from the ground and many skeletons crawled out. Fight. Under the turtle shell, everyone's eyes were red. Starry Left Court Palace and Flaming Right Court Palace. They were going to fight to the death. Protect the young master. Everyone, follow me, and kill. Shang Qianjun roared. They all chose to fight to the death. Regardless of whether they fought to the death or not, it was already difficult for them to escape after Daoist Kame fell. Kill these ants. The cloaked people in the sky looked at them with disdain and ordered a large number of skeletons to kill them. Crow. At this moment, the sound of crows suddenly came from the sky. The sound was not loud, but it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. A dense flock of crows flew over from the sky where the seawater was pouring down. A figure stood on top of one of the crows, holding an ancient sword in his hand. At this moment, it was dazzling, as if he was dominating the world. Suddenly, the crow swooped down. Great creation! There was a sword that came from space. This sword carried unparalleled power and contained the terrifying power of laws. The sword slashed towards the ground. In fact, that sword was also slashing towards the blood-colored moon in the sky. Crack, under countless gazes, cracks appeared on the blood-colored moon, and then it exploded with a boom. The entire array shook. The demonic clouds dispersed and the array collapsed, revealing the old man lying on the ground and the shocked evil Buddha lineage. However, the sword did not stop and slashed towards the cloaked people. The cloaked people's eyes widened. In their eyes, the entire world disappeared. There was only a sword that wanted to take their lives. Crack, dozens of cloaked people trembled. In the next moment, their bodies were divided into two halves. Moreover, it was a neat two halves. Even more than half of the skeletons on the ground were killed. This sword was so terrifying. Without a doubt, this sword caused huge waves to rise in the sky and earth. There's no need to give face to the dead. That's Dad. Lin Ling is back. Right, the teleportation array on True Spirit Island was destroyed so Lin Ling could only teleport to Grand Mystic Region. But he still came back. Great, he's finally back. Everyone looked at the man who was like a god descending from the heavens and were all excited. It was too shocking. Their flag was back. Bang. At the same time, Lin Ling jumped down from the sky and stabbed his sword into the ground, shaking the entire island. Those who enter the island, die. His cold voice entered everyone's ears. Overbearing and murderous, the remaining cloaked men narrowed their eyes and their hearts sank. Lin Ling actually broke the array, and without the array, the difficulty of the evil Buddha lineage to devour Daoist Kame had obviously increased. Moreover, Lin Ling's sword not only broke the array, but also easily killed dozens of cloaked men. And those cloaked men's strength were at Wuxing's 10th stage realm. His strength has increased so quickly. Skylord frowned. The last time he was chased away by Lin Ling was even weaker than the Xian D10 heroes. But now, even the Xian D10 heroes would not be able to stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're back. At this moment, Daoist Kame's voice was heard. He sat down cross-legged and spoke with difficulty. However, the evil Buddha lineage had disappeared. It had obviously entered his body. Daoist Kame, are you alright? Lin Ling asked worriedly. Now that he had obtained Li Xiaoyao's memories, he was even more familiar with Daoist Kame. In the past, when Li Xiaoyao was weak, Daoist Kame had saved him 8 times. Now, when Lin Ling was weak, Daoist Kame had helped him a few more times. This kindness, no matter if it was in the past or present, Lin Ling had to repay it. I'm fine, I just need some time. Sure. Seeing Lin Ling's arrival, Daoist came smiled with relief. Then, he closed his eyes and began to fight against the evil Buddha lineage in his body. Lin Ling also noticed that King Daoist was fighting against his heart demon. In this aspect, he couldn't help him for the time being. He looked at Elder Taiyan, Yu, Linny, and the others and said with guilt, "Sorry, I came back late." "It's good that you came back." Elder Taiyan and the others shook their heads. They were already doomed to die today. Lin Ling had returned and saved them once more, so how could they blame Lin Ling? Moreover, this wasn't the first time Lin Ling had saved them. If Daoist hadn't blocked it for us, I'm afraid we would have died long ago. Everyone in the rainforest Holy Land is dead. These people are so hateful. Then, everyone's eyes turned red. Lin Ling's eyes also turned red. If he hadn't rushed over, everyone here would have died today. Lin Ling clenched his fists and his face turned even colder. "All of you must die." At this moment, the cloaked men were still floating in the sky, looking indifferently at Lin Ling and shaking their heads. "Don't think that you can kill us just because you killed some people. Those people were just ordinary 10th stage wuxing. Our strength is twice as strong as theirs." One of the cloaked men said coldly. As for the Sky Lord, he sneered. Although Lin Ling was a monster, his strength was obviously not enough to threaten him. Since he dared to come here today, Lin Ling would have to stay here. In fact, Elder Taiyan and the others also knew this, but they didn't seem to have any other choice. Over 2,000 laws in one sword strike. Not bad at all. In addition, your talent isn't weak. No wonder those people weren't your match before. After all, an ordinary 10th stage wuxing only has 2,000 laws, but you're just a 9th stage wuxing. TSK, you're indeed a genius. But I'll give you a chance now. Destroy your own cultivation, perhaps. One of the cloaked men from the demon race sneered, his voice was filled with strong confidence. "I'll destroy your entire clan." However, before he finished speaking, Lin Ling shouted coldly. Lin Ling was currently in a rage and couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He was domineering and direct. "You." The cloaked man from the demon race clearly had a strong background. He was a demon monarch. After being scolded by Lin Ling, his face turned ashen. While he was also at the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm, the amount of time he had spent cultivating was 100 times longer than Lin Ling's. Thus, he possessed even more laws, having reached 3,000. Lin Ling still wasn't qualified to be arrogant before him. "I gave you face, but you don't want it." The cloaked man shouted coldly. "There's no need to give face to a dead person." Lin Ling also shouted coldly. He stretched out his left hand and a white flame floated out towards the sky. Right now, he had a reincarnation cycle in the rainforest sacred land, so he could only use one. "Everyone, don't attack. I'll do it. I want to see how powerful this junior who killed the Demon King's son is." Seeing Lin Ling so arrogant, the cloaked man from the demon race walked out. His white beard grew crazily and turned into a white ocean. "You're indeed a monster, but compared to me, you're still too tender." The white beard was like countless tentacles, sweeping towards Lin Ling, making Ancestor Extreme Flame and the rest cry out anxiously. However, under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling didn't move at all, even the Sky Lord frowned. What was Lin Ling trying to do? However, the next scene made them clear, only to see those snake-like beards getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. The white reincarnation circle in the sky also emitted a terrifying power of laws. It actually reached over 3,000. "Hungry Ghost Dao." Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. "Be careful." The Sky Lord's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling's laws were even more than imagined. The cloaked man from the demon race immediately reacted, but his laws were all sucked over by the reincarnation circle in the sky. Moreover, he was also sucked over, he couldn't block it at all. "Not good, save me." The demon race great sovereign was finally afraid, completely afraid. He never thought that a 9th degree junior of wuxing would actually erupt with 3,000 laws. One had to know that even wuxing at the 10th degree didn't have 3,000 laws. "Help him." A cloaked man frowned. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the rest mocked. Because the cloaked man from the demon race had said that no one was allowed to help, but now someone was helping. These fellows were just putting on an act. I said before, there's no need to give face to a dead person. However, Lin Ling still shouted coldly. What arrogance! Many cloaked men shouted angrily. A mysterious cloaked man immediately attacked. What was surprising was that his right hand turned into a bow. With a pull of his left hand, he shot out close to 3,000 laws. That arrow flew towards the reincarnation flame in the sky, wanting to break through it, but at this time a shadow strangely appeared and blocked the sword in midair. With a clang, that terrifying arrow of laws was blocked. It was a black crow. Seeing this, all the cloaked men sucked in a breath of cold air. A crow was so abnormal? Save me! While they were still in shock, the cloaked man from the demon race was sucked into the reincarnation circle and disappeared without a trace. Dead. All the cloaked men's mouths were agape. That cloaked man from the demon race had a strong background. He was a general under the 10 great commanders of the demon race. His strength was even stronger than the demon race great sovereign, but now he was easily killed by a junior. Moreover, he didn't even have a chance to resist. Shocking to the eye for a moment, all the cloaked figures were so angry that their bodies trembled. Although they hid their identities, their origins were extremely terrifying. Among the various races, they were people who could shake the heavens and earth with just a move of their feet. People from the Divine Marquis Mansion. Lin Ling coldly looked at one of the cloaked men. That person had shot an arrow before, so he also saw the cloaked man's origin. He didn't expect that this group of cloaked people actually came from various major powers. There were all kinds of people. This massacre was much more complicated than he had imagined. What kind of demon beast is that? Why is its defense so terrifying? One of the cloaked men stared at the primordial divine crow. A demonic beast that can kill you. Lin Ling coldly replied. With a flick of his left finger, the ancient divine crow vanished without a trace. The cloaked figure's countenance drastically changed as he sensed a killing intent descending upon him. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he sensed such a terrifying killing intent. Whoosh, the black wings were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, forcefully resisting the laws. They slashed across the cloaked man's head, causing it to fall off. Gulyalu, when his head hit the ground, everyone swallowed their saliva. The cloaked man's origin was also very terrifying. He was one of the top existences in a large force. But now, he died in a single exchange. How can Lin Ling be so powerful? Those cloaked people suddenly realized that their plan was perfect, but they seemed to have missed one person, and that person was Lin Ling. Why is this demonic beast able to ignore the power of law? This kind of demonic beast is too powerful. We have to attack with all our strength and kill that demonic beast. In this way, Lin Ling won't be worth mentioning. A cloaked man said gravely. Hearing this, the other cloaked figures nodded. If they joined forces, it shouldn't be difficult to kill a dark crow. I'm sorry, but there's more than one of these demonic beasts. However, Lin Ling's next sentence sent them from heaven to hell. They subconsciously looked towards the sky and discovered that there were a large number of crows flying in the distant sky. There wasn't just one of those mysterious demonic beasts. Looking around, there were at least 10 million of them. At this moment, all of the cloaked figures trembled. There were too many of them. How could they defend against them? Haha, good. This is the primordial divine crow from the martial god realm. Its defense is strong and it doesn't fear the power of law, and its speed surpasses the power of law. However, this did not mean that everyone was afraid of the primordial divine crow. A thin and weak cloaked man walked out. Unexpectedly, he was actually very excited. Guiqi, what is the meaning of this? A cloaked figure frowned. Because this ancient divine crow is a dark crow. It feeds on yin energy and is something that comes from the path of ghosts. In terms of the path of ghosts, can it compare to the ghost clan? The cloaked man laughed, causing the other cloaked men to laugh as well. Guiqi was just a title, but this person was the patriarch of the tortoise and beast tribe. He was extremely skilled in taming beasts, especially yin-type beasts. None of them could escape from his grasp. Even the Sky Lord laughed. He believed in Guiqi. Lin Ling, summon all of your crows. I want them to become my ghostly birds. The cloaked figure sneered. Lin Ling, come on. Let's see what other tricks you have. The other cloaked figures sneered as well. Lin Ling frowned. The ghost clan had powerful beast taming skills? His silence. In the eyes of the experts, Lin Ling was clearly afraid. This raised their morale. Without those crows, Lin Ling was not even worth mentioning. Lin Ling, you have no other choice. You will die today, and so will your friends and family. The Sky Lord sneered. Although he wasn't afraid of the primordial divine crow, he wanted to see Lin Ling's tricks taken away by others. His voice interrupted Lin Ling's thoughts. He looked coldly at the crowd. I said, step on this island. Die. It was still the same sentence. The cloaked figure's jaws dropped. Crows, at this time, the sky was filled with primordial divine crows. They were majestic and filled with yin qi. Good timing. Guiqi took off his cloak, revealing a face full of wrinkles. His aura was extremely terrifying. He began to chant in the air. His voice was like a ghost song. It was like a soul-summoning song. Strangely, the primordial divine crows surrounded Guiqi but stopped. It was as if they were under Guiqi's control. Haha, with these crows, my status will be comparable to the human realm's big shots. Guiqi roared excitedly. The other cloaked figures also let out a light breath. As expected of the powerful ghost race. Guiqi, give him a taste of his own medicine. Let Lin Ling die at the hands of the crows. A cloaked figure laughed. Letting Lin Ling die at the hands of his own crows was a good way to die. Sure. Guiqi nodded indifferently. He looked at Lin Ling. Now, do you have anything to say? Everyone looked at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's expression was still calm. Kill him. Crows, a strange thing happened. The yin crows that had been hovering in the air once again flew over and surrounded Guiqi. How can this be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I used a ghost song and a ghost curse to plant a ghost seed. These crows should listen to me. Guiqi roared to the sky. He was so angry that he spat out blood. He was a ghost, but his method of controlling crows was not as good as Lin Ling's. I don't accept this. Guiqi's body was torn to shreds, leaving only a sound behind. He didn't know that Lin Ling had planted a barrier in the souls of the primordial divine crows. That was the second most powerful beast taming barrier in the world. A mere ghost trying to compete with him in beast taming was simply overestimating himself. Another ancient expert of the ghost clan had fallen. The earth was silent. Ancestor Tai Yan and the others looked at the figure in the sky, their hearts trembling. When did Lin Ling become so strong? The sky was also silent. All the cloaked people were shocked. They couldn't understand how a mere Lin Ling could be so powerful. Kill without mercy. Lin Ling ignored their shock and pointed forward with his right hand. Crows. The crows flew over. Their aura was so terrifying that even a martial emperor would be filled with hatred in the underworld. You're courting death. Lin Ling, withdraw your crows. If you go too far, do you know who I am? Those cloaked men all roared, and one after another, they burst out with all their might. There were humans, ghosts, and demons among them. A coffin appeared in the right hand of one of the ghosts. Ghost corpses crawled out, wanting to fight the crows. Those who killed my people, die. Lin Ling shouted. More than 100 yin crows flew over and engulfed the coffin, tearing the ghost into shreds. Wait, I'm from the ancient Ji family. A human expert shouted. This person was an elder of the ancient Ji family. His strength was only below the family leader. If he came alone, he naturally wouldn't dare to provoke Lin Ling. However, after killing so many people, he had nothing to fear. However, he didn't expect that even the gathering of giants from various clans couldn't stop Lin Ling's rise. Crows, the primordial divine crow didn't care who he was and directly tore the elder to pieces. Blood sprinkled down from the sky. It was a shocking sight. The stage in the sky, on the ground, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others clenched their fists. They were very happy. Those despicable people had all been killed. Dad, you're the best. Linny was also very excited. He worshipped Lin Ling even more. At this moment, the sky was filled with a bloody massacre. Moreover, it was Lin Ling's massacre. Those who dared to destroy his rainforest sacred ground would be killed regardless of their origin. Kill until the sky and earth were turned upside down. Not only the ghost race, the devil race, but even the human race, Lin Ling would kill them all. Those who dared to provoke him, Lin Ling, would die. Kill Lin Ling's family. Among all the cloaked people, a cold voice suddenly came. It seemed a bit sinister. Lin Ling looked over and found that it was Heaven Martial Warrior. This guy also joined the massacre. Moreover, death was at hand and he still wanted to make a move against his family? It's you. Yu and Anuer's expressions changed. They thought of Heaven Martial Warrior as their brother. They didn't expect him to want to kill them. I will destroy things that don't belong to me. Lin Ling, you want to kill me? That's impossible. Let me tell you, I obtained a great treasure in the underground city. I'll be waiting for you in the competition in a year. Now, I'm leaving. Heaven Martial Warrior said indifferently and strode away. His words were full of confidence. He came and went as he pleased. Moreover, he let others kill Lin Ling's family, but he didn't kill them himself. Clearly, he wanted to borrow a knife to kill them. Of course, his talent was very strong. The ancient divine crows that approached him all slowed down. It was as if time, space, and laws were all slowed down, a heaven-defying talent. However, since he was here, how could he leave? Freeze time. Right now, Lin Ling's soul force was greatly increased. Once time was frozen, especially when it was targeted at one person, it was extremely terrifying. Heaven Martial Warrior slowed down the surrounding speed, but Lin Ling directly froze him. Why can't I move? Heaven Blessed Martial Warrior froze in the air. He panicked. He found that he couldn't move, and the space around him was also frozen. He could only think. Moreover, he guessed who attacked him. It was Lin Ling. Boom, his heart exploded. Could it be that Lin Ling was hiding another talent? And it was a talent that surpassed all other talents? You said I can kill you? Impossible. Almost at the same time, a figure appeared in front of Heaven Blessed Martial Artist. It was Lin Ling, and he walked over step by step. Heaven Martial Warrior wanted to resist, but he couldn't, and could only watch as Lin Ling approached him. The expressions of the other cloaked figures also changed drastically. They wanted to help, but when they got close to Heaven Blessed Divine Martial, they couldn't move. Lin Ling was even more terrifying than they imagined. I know. What's left behind here is only a strand of your corporeal energy source. You must have cultivated some sort of cultivation art that allowed you to split your corporeal energy source into two, leaving the other half in the ancient rhythm immortal platform. However, do you think that the other half of your corporeal energy source can return? Lin Ling faintly spoke. Heaven Martial Warrior's eyes trembled. Lin Ling actually knew his secret. However, he soon realized that the frozen time was about to end. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Clearly, Lin Ling's mysterious talent wasn't very strong. He could still resist. Of course, he wasn't sure what kind of talent it was, and whether it could grow again. If it could, then it would be heaven-defying. Gotcha, Heaven Martial Warrior shattered like glass. He could move again. Haha, Lin Ling, you're too proud. You didn't expect me to break your talent so quickly, right? Goodbye. Heaven Martial Warrior laughed. But just as he moved, a sword came from the west. A sword mark appeared on his neck, and his head fell to the ground. This sword caused Heaven Martial Warrior's strength to drop by half. On the ground, the head stared at Lin Ling as if he couldn't believe everything. Because he still couldn't escape and was killed by Lin Ling. Do you think you've seen through my talent? I just took back my talent. Lin Ling said indifferently. Then, he turned and left. Boom, the corpse in the sky also exploded, and blood rained down. This kid killed Heaven Martial Warrior so easily? Among the sons of desolation in the mortal world, his strength is definitely in the top 3. Seeing Heaven Martial Warrior die, the cloaked people were even more shocked. They all underestimated Lin Ling. They thought the most difficult one to deal with was Kame's spiritual master. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be the most terrifying. Of course, this wasn't because they were arrogant, but because they didn't expect Lin Ling's growth to be so fast. Even Daoist Kame, who was in the distance, opened his eyes to take a look. He couldn't help but smile in relief. Previously, if Lin Ling was in danger, he would have risked his life to help. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to hold the fort by himself. This meant that besides the giants of the mortal world, no one was Lin Ling's opponent. His growth speed is really terrifying. Kame Spiritual Master had seen the geniuses of the 4 eras, but Lin Ling was the most monstrous of them all. He wasn't the only one who thought so. The Sky Master also thought so. In the past, Lin Ling repeatedly opposed him and made him suffer losses. However, Lin Ling was so arrogant because he had the backing of the ancient giants. But now, Lin Ling could threaten him directly. It even made him, the Sky Lord, feel immense pressure. Lin Ling couldn't be left alive. Great Sky Slash! The Sky Lord let out a low roar and pointed out a finger. Whoosh! That slash carried the innate ability of the Sky Clan. It quickly crossed space and cut off a strand of Lin Ling's long hair. The Sky Clan was a clan that specialized in the sky and space. It's the Sky Master. The remaining cloaked men's spirits were lifted. Yes, they had forgotten about the Sky Master because the Sky Master was a giant of the mortal world. He was one of the 3 legendary powerhouses of the mortal world. Now that he had made his move, Lin Ling was dead for sure. Good, the Sky Master has finally made his move. The Sky Master is also proficient in the law of space, and the law of space is powerful. Lin Ling is dead for sure. As long as Lin Ling is dead, there is no need to worry about these dark crows. Excited voices floated out. They didn't see that as the top powerhouses of their respective clans, they were actually afraid of Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at the long hair floating on the ground, and his eyes flickered. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have cut off your hair. At this time, the Sky Master said indifferently. He was also saying that if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Then why didn't you kill me? You missed the opportunity. Lin Ling said indifferently. Haha, you still don't understand. It's actually very easy for me to kill you because I can use 10,000 law of space at any time. So what if I missed the opportunity before? I can easily create another opportunity. Moreover, I just didn't kill you before. The Sky Master shook his head in disdain and walked toward Lin Ling step by step. His pace wasn't fast, but it was magical. It was as if the sky was his stage, and on this stage, he could do anything. Show mercy to me? What's a pity? Lin Ling asked curiously, as if he didn't know how strong the Sky Master was. As soon as he said this, the cloaked people all laughed. Although they were constantly avoiding the ancient heaven divine crows, it didn't stop them from watching Lin Ling die. It's a pity that with your talent and so many powerful trump cards, you should hide and not appear in front of the Sky Master. You made the Sky Master a criminal in the mortal world. Everyone can kill him. The Sky Master definitely wants to kill you as soon as possible. You shouldn't have come. Lin Ling, now do you know what a pity is? Those experts all mocked, making Lin Ling continue to shake his head. I don't see how it's a pity. If I didn't come, who would take revenge for the rainforest holy land? If I didn't come, you, the Sky Master, would be free. So, to be able to see you again, that's my blessing. I can take revenge for both old and new grudges. Blessing? All the cloaked people's expressions froze, then the mocking smile on their faces deepened. The Sky Master was also stunned. Was it Lin Ling's blessing? Wasn't it his blessing? Could it be that Lin Ling still wanted to kill him? With these ancient heaven divine crows? Ha ha ha. The Sky Master finally laughed loudly. What a joke. I could kill you before, but I didn't. You should be lucky, but you say that meeting me is your blessing. Does this mean that you can easily kill me? The Sky Master quickened his pace, shaking his head as he walked. You can kill me, but you didn't? Then kill me for me to see. What was surprising was that Lin Ling was also walking forward. Madman. All the cloaked people shook their heads. The Sky Master was one of the 3 legends of the mortal world, and Lin Ling actually didn't run. Facts have proven everything. Now, I'll cut off one of your arms. The Sky Master disdained to explain. He stretched out his right hand and lightly tapped. The Great Law erupted again. It was the law of space speed, a speed that even Lin Ling had to look up to. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Elder Taiyan and the others tensed up. Lin Ling wasn't strong enough to shake the Sky Lord. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling's steps still didn't stop. With a light wave of his right arm, that terrifying finger of laws missed, one had to know that this was the power of laws. It represented the laws of heaven and earth, represented the 4 seasons, represented life and death. Lin Ling had actually avoided it? How lucky! The Sky Lord was also secretly shocked, but he didn't care. He thought that Lin Ling had been lucky enough to avoid the attack. After all, not to mention that Lin Ling only had a mere 3,000 laws, even if he had 8,000 laws, Lin Ling would not be his match. He was the master of the sky, and the sky was his world. Break your left arm. The Sky Lord spoke again. Everyone stared at Lin Ling previously. It was a fluke, but now it shouldn't be a fluke, but reality proved that Lin Ling was still lucky. Lin Ling dodged that terrifying finger of law once again. Boom. At this moment, everyone's hearts exploded. Even they couldn't avoid the Sky Lord's attack, but Lin Ling had avoided it twice in a row. Was this still a fluke? This shouldn't be a fluke, right? You said you can easily kill me? Lin Ling also spat out a sentence. As for the Sky Lord, his eyes trembled fiercely. He wanted to see through Lin Ling, but he found that Lin Ling was indeed only SOSO. How is this possible? I've unleashed 15,000 nomological laws, the Sky Lord exclaimed in shock. What was going on? You said you can easily kill me? You didn't kill me before, so you were being merciful to me? Lin Ling said again. His words were like a resounding slap to the Sky Lord's face, causing him to grit his teeth. Impossible, my strength surpasses yours by so much, and my laws are several times yours. It's absolutely impossible, it's definitely a fluke. The Sky Lord's entire body bloomed with white light, rising up, forming a white divine bird in the sky, sacred and oppressive. That divine bird's wings swept, and thousands of rays of light shot out like sea urchins. A ray of light actually suppressed the power of 5,000 laws, and the speed was extremely fast, surpassing Lin Ling's speed of piercing through space. Clearly, he erupted with his full strength. This move, even the Son of Desolation could not block it. He's going to die this time. The Sky Lord roared. He's definitely dead. Those cloaked people were also roaring. They discovered that their palms were already sweating from nervousness. Moreover, Lin Ling did not let the ancient heaven divine crows chase after them. It was as if he wanted them to see whether he, Lin Ling, would die. Boom. Terrifying laws descended, causing the sky to immediately explode. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling still continued forward, not even a single hair on his head damaged. How could they know that the present Lin Ling had activated the evasion domain, consuming his soul force to avoid the laws of heaven and earth, so he did not fear the Sky Lord's attack. Of course, although this evasion domain was heaven-defying, it had a time limit. Once his soul force was exhausted, he would lose his divine might. Even so, it still caused the Sky Lord and the others to feel their mouths go dry. What kind of demonic technique did you use? The Sky Lord was close to going crazy. Since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying thing happen. Demonic technique? I was just lucky. However, what angered the Sky Lord was that Lin Ling actually said it was a fluke. Moreover, as Lin Ling continued forward, he had already arrived in front of the Sky Lord. Looking at him face to face, he seemed to be asking the Sky Lord, "Aren't you able to kill me at any time? Come and kill me. Die." The Sky Lord had clearly lost his mind. He continuously attacked, but Lin Ling avoided them all. The cloaked men around him were dumbfounded. Lin Ling seemed to be in an invincible state. Could it be that even a legend of the mortal realm was helpless against him? Why was Lin Ling not so strong in the rumors? When did he become so strong? Questions after questions bombarded them, making them dizzy. Even with their seniority, none of them could see where Lin Ling's mysteriousness came from. How could they know that Lin Ling had now obtained Li Xiaoya's memories? So to Lin Ling, they were like juniors. Have you had enough fun? Lin Ling finally spat out a sentence. Fun, a legend of the mortal realm was actually playing, not to mention the Sky Lord. Even the cloaked men were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. They had calculated everything for today's massacre, but they did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. Lin Ling, I don't know what kind of demonic technique you used, but let me tell you, if you want to kill me, dream on. The Sky Lord's long hair was disheveled because of anger. Then let me tell you. First, my demonic technique has actually just ended, so I can't avoid your next attack. Second, you escaped last time, so you shouldn't appear in front of me again, because that will kill you. Lin Ling was only a step away from the Sky Lord. He raised his head and said this. Such boldness shocked everyone. The Sky Lord's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly laughed. Then you shouldn't have told me. He immediately attacked. He did not understand why Lin Ling told him that secret. Wasn't that courting death? I told you because I wanted you to die knowing. A clean slaughter. This was a shocking serpent mouth. It was as if the serpent mouth contained the laws of time. Its aura was extremely terrifying, as if it was comparable to an ancient giant. When the huge mouth opened, the Sky Lord felt a strong pressure. This mysterious thing didn't seem to be from this world. Furthermore, it seemed to have existed in an era that was even more distant than the Sky Lord. No. The Sky Lord let out a furious roar. He finally understood why Lin Ling had told him the secret. Because even if he knew, the next moment would be his death. Roar, he was swallowed in one gulp and died without a doubt. One of the three great legends of the human realm had fallen here. Moreover, he had died very miserably. He had actually been killed by a single move. Only before he died did he realize that it was indeed a blessing for Lin Ling to have met him, because he would definitely kill him. Dead? Even the Sky Lord is dead? The expressions of those cloaked people were all frozen in place. Their gazes fell on Lin Ling, and only then did they discover that a black snake was slowly growing. Moreover, it was growing bigger and bigger, as if it had turned into a black dragon. Moreover, it was holding Lin Ling on top of the snake's head. Roar. The furious roar of the giant snake caused everyone to tremble in fear. It was as if they had seen the arrival of a great calamity. The huge black snake was a little saint. Moreover, the little saint was extremely excited because he had finally returned after so many years. Roar, roar, roar. The roars continued, and the sea in the distance continued to explode. The seawater was like rain, sprinkling down. The rain seemed to be getting heavier. However, this time, it was Lin Ling's storm. I've said it before. Those who step onto this island will die. Lin Ling stood on top of the giant serpent's head. His robe fluttered in the wind, but his voice was extremely cold. At this moment, all the cloaked men were afraid. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. Not only did he have the dark crow, but he also had the mysterious ancient serpent. They had underestimated Lin Ling. Kill. Lin Ling pointed to the front, killing decisively and cleanly. He saw Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, and the comrades and friends who had grown up with him. Therefore, he had to kill them all. Lin Ling, spare our lives. We were only following orders. You dare to kill me? I am the Grand Minister of the Xianxia clan. Some of the cloaked men were begging for mercy, some were still arrogant, but that didn't stop them from dying. Kill them all. Great Flame Ancestor and the others all shouted. At first, the cloaked man was so noble, looking at them like they were ants. But now, his life was in the hands of someone else. How ironic. Ancient Ji clan, Xianxia clan, Ghost tribe, and Demon tribe. Very well, I can tell you that the ancient Ji clan, Xianxia clan, and the Divine Marquis Mansion are no more. When the cloaked people were being slaughtered, they heard Lin Ling's firm voice. They suddenly had a feeling that Lin Ling wouldn't give up. He wanted to tell the human race, devil race, ghost race, and even the divine race that if they dared to kill him, Lin Ling, then they would be exterminated. Crazy. The son of desolation. Lin Ling was crazy. They didn't know that Lin Ling already knew Li Xiaoya's secret. Therefore, he didn't need to hide anymore. It was time to show his strength in front of the world. He wanted everyone to fear him. No, spare our lives. Your Excellency Lin Ling, we know we were wrong. The voices of the experts continued to float out, but they were getting softer and softer. No matter what their origin was, they were all turned into a pile of yellow soil today. Lin Ling took a step forward and headed towards the island. At this moment, Daoist came opened his eyes and looked at the little saint in shock. Obviously, he recognized the little saint. This was Li Xiaoyao's mount. Don't move. You still need to focus on resisting the inner devil. I will lay down an enchantment for you and kill the evil Buddha lineage in your body forever. Lin Ling came in front of Daoist came and said with a smile. Kill forever? Could it be the light-sharing dust immortal formation with such power? Daoist Kame's body trembled as he stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Boom, Daoist Kame's heart roared. In the past, it was this ancient enchantment that separated his inner devil. However, he couldn't bear it at that time, so he didn't kill the inner devil and let it go. Because of this, his close friends complained to him. Now, this enchantment that had disappeared in the long river of history appeared again? If he didn't remember wrongly, only Li Xiaoyao could lay down this ancient enchantment. You. Daoist Kame raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with a face full of excitement, an ancient enchantment and a little saint. Unless he was a fool, he would have already guessed something. I already told you not to be so sentimental and soft-hearted. Now you know how to regret it. Lin Ling smiled gently. You are him? Daoist Kame almost stood up, but he was still resisting the inner devil, so he held back. This time, my eyesight isn't blurred. Lin Ling nodded. Haha, haha, you are still alive. Haha, haha, ha ha ha, you didn't die. I've missed you so much all these years. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I first saw you. So it was you. Everything was because of you. You hid so much from me. Daoist Kame laughed, but his old eyes were filled with tears. His close friend had reincarnated and had always been by his side. His wish of many years had finally been fulfilled. Ancestor Taiyan and the others were stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. Old Tortoise, is your surname Lai? I already told you that I am him, but you didn't believe me. You even said that you are my father. Lin Ling curled his lips. Daoist Kame was speechless. At that time, he naturally didn't believe that Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao. When Lin Ling was talking, he also laid down the enchantment. White light shrouded the surroundings, making Daoist Kame feel comfortable. Holy Qi, righteous Qi, noble Qi, and Buddhist Qi flowed into his body. No, I almost succeeded. I am not reconciled. Who are you? Inside the tortoise formation man's body, the evil Buddha lineage roared again and again. This was an exceptional opportunity, but he still failed because a pure and holy radiance rushed into his dantian and wrapped around him, slowly burning him up. This kind of power was very familiar, it almost killed him a long, long time ago. It's you. You actually didn't die. The evil Buddha lineage was actually the dark side of Daoist Kame. Therefore, he recognized Lin Ling. Everyone said that Luo Fanchen was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. It turns out that you are. Everyone was fooled. If they knew that you were Li Xiaoyao, they wouldn't have killed Luo Fanchen. They would have killed you instead. The voice of the evil Buddha lineage became smaller and smaller, gradually turning into ashes. They are just fools. Lin Ling said indifferently. His heart relaxed. Today, everyone who came here was annihilated. This time, they are finally ruthless. Daoist Kame sighed. Then, under the nourishment of the ancient enchantment, the injuries on his body slowly recovered. Lin Ling walked toward Elder Taiyan and the others, then picked up Lin Yi. Dad, you are so powerful. Lin Yi kissed Lin Ling's face and said proudly for Lin Ling. My lord, we have passed another tribulation. Big brother, your strength has greatly improved compared to before entering the nation of God. As expected of the boss. Bad guy. One by one, his acquaintances laughed as they surrounded Lin Ling. They knew that if it weren't for this man, they would have died many times over. Back in Shanping province, Lin Ling, thank you. Thank you. Yu Yu and the others held on to Lin Ling's hand, feeling emotional. Every time there was a storm, it was Lin Ling who gave them a safe harbor. To be able to marry Lin Ling in this life was their blessing. Sister Lu Susu, you're here too. Thank you. After that, Lu Susu and Qin who also arrived, causing Yu Yu and the others to laugh. However, at this moment, Lu Susu and the others were shocked by Lin Ling's strength. They didn't expect Lin Ling to still have a trump card hidden. Even the master of the sky was killed. Could it be that Lin Ling had already become a giant of the mortal world? However, seeing Lin Ling reunited with his family, they were still very happy because they were also part of it. Old Turtle, how's your recovery? About 70%. You won't die anyway. Thank you. After catching up, Lin Ling looked at Daoist came in the distance and said. Stinking brat, you actually cursed me to death. Daoist came scolded jokingly. Thinking of his contact with Lin Ling, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He remembered that the first time Lin Ling coveted his dragon turtle battleship. It turned out that Lin Ling was just taking back his own treasure. What are you going to do? Daoist came asked again. Those who dare to touch my family, even if they are far away, will be killed. I'll go and destroy the ancient Ji family, Xianxia clan, and Divine Marquis Manor. Thank you. Lin Ling looked into the distance, his eyes cold and emotionless. Daoist Kame's body trembled. They are from the human world's highest Deacon Palace. It will be very difficult to kill them. Thank you. No matter how difficult it is, I'll kill whoever dares to stop me. Thank you. Lin Ling said word by word. He didn't provoke anyone, but others wanted to bully him. If he endured today's matter, then his previous life's Li Xiaoyao would have lived in vain. What? Hearing those words, everyone's heart roared. They didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from, but they believed in Lin Ling's words. That's right, whoever dares to touch my home will be punished no matter how far away they are. Daoist Kame stared blankly at Lin Ling and shook his head. Whether it was Lin Ling or Li Xiaoyao, their temperaments were the same. They would repay kindness with kindness. Moreover, he was surprised by Lin Ling's decision at first, but after seeing the little saint, he immediately knew that Lin Ling's current strength was comparable to the giants of the mortal world. This meant that Lin Ling had become one of the legends of the mortal world. This was because the Sky Lord had died in the mouth of a little saint, and the little saint was Li Xiaoyao's mount. Although he was not as strong as an ancient giant, he was definitely not weaker than a legend of the mortal world. If that's the case, let's go together. Daoist Master Kame had a feeling that the human race, demon race, turtle race, and deity race were going to raise a huge wave because a venerable emperor had risen. Let's go. Lin Ling looked at everyone, then waved his right hand. The little saint turned into a streak of black light and disappeared into Lin Ling's sleeve. Lin Ling, what kind of snake is that? Yu, who was beside Lin Ling, asked in surprise. It's called the Little Saint, a mysterious scaled divine snake. It is half the bloodline of a god and comes from the martial god world. Lin Ling said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Half the bloodline of a god? Where did Lin Ling get such a terrifying ancient snake? However, you don't have to be so surprised. I have found a Xian body for you. It is very suitable for Yu and Yuer. It can greatly increase your strength. Lin Ling said again. Really? Yu and Yuer both smiled. Their talents were indeed not bad, but in the end, it depended on who they were facing. If they were facing the giants of the mortal realm, they would naturally be weaker. Therefore, when they encountered life-threatening danger earlier, they blamed themselves. Why couldn't they help the True Spirit Island? Why couldn't they help the Rainforest Sacred Land? And now, they also had the chance to become stronger. Now that I've returned, everyone has the chance to become stronger. Wuxing is the least. Lin Ling looked at Shan Qianjun and the others and said. My lord, really? Boss, I love you to death. Everyone was overjoyed. In fact, they were not weak, but it depended on who they were facing. The cloaked figures were the top experts of various worlds. Naturally, they were no match for them. However, in the mortal world, they were still an extremely powerful force. The ancient Ji family and the Xianxia clan have been eyeing us covetously. Now that martial god Tianyu has gone missing and the mortal world guardian is severely injured, they are seizing the opportunity to kill us. Bai Yuntiandi said with a frown. She knew why the other party was so fearless. It was because of the disappearance of those ancient giants. Apart from us, their target is spiritual master Gue. This is just the beginning. Next will be the mortal world guardian. If they find martial god Tianyu, they will also kill him. Everything is for the creation battle 3 years later. Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked into the distance. At this moment, the final battle of this world was quietly approaching. Who would rule the world? Everything would be decided in 3 years, everyone chatted as they walked towards the ancient Ji family. On the way, Yu and Yuer, Yuman and the fire spirit princess all took the initiative to walk with Lu Susu. They were sharp enough to notice that Lu Susu seemed to like Lin Ling. They did not object to this. Lin Ling was too outstanding and too perfect. It was normal for other girls to like him, they did not ask for anything. They only wanted to stay by Lin Ling's side forever. That was enough, because if it wasn't for Lin Ling, they would have been separated by life and death. When this guy was Li Xiaoyao, he had good luck with women. Now that he is Lin Ling, his luck with women is still enviable. Spiritual Master Gui shook his head helplessly. All the women around Lin Ling were beauties. They were willing to follow Lin Ling. This was Lin Ling's blessing. For this trip, let's go back to Xianpeng province first. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said. In fact, he knew that there were many forces involved in this massacre. However, he lacked evidence to prove that there were other forces involved. He was sure that it was the ancient Ji family, the Xianyuan family, and the Shenhou mansion. Therefore, he started with them first. Father, where are Uncle Shuiwu and the others? At this time, Linny asked. Everyone was silent. Lin Ling sighed softly. They're already dead. Everyone's dead. I'm a step too late. Lin Ling, you don't have to blame yourself. It's not your fault. Yu quickly held Lin Ling's hand and said. Lin Ling felt warm in his heart. He shook his head and said, even so, they died for me. They didn't want to participate in this creation battle. They just wanted to live a peaceful life. However, they were mercilessly slaughtered. However, although they died, I used the 6 paths of reincarnation to snatch them away from the laws of heaven and earth. From now on, they are ghosts. Hearing this, Spiritual Master Gui gasped and said, you have disrupted the order of heaven and earth. A person's death was like an extinguished lamp. They would enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, Lin Ling had broken the laws of heaven and earth and forcibly kept the ghosts. This was obviously against the laws of heaven and earth. It's none of my business. Old tortoise, you are good at everything, but you are too pedantic and stubborn. Lin Ling shook his head and said. Spiritual Master Gui nodded gloomily. This was indeed his shortcoming. This was also the reason why he was weaker than Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao could break the laws of heaven and earth, but he couldn't. Old tortoise? Back to Forbidden City, everyone boarded the Dragon Turtle battleship and returned to Xianpeng province after a long time. Who are those people? The leader seems to be Lin Ling. Is he still alive? Look, Lin Ling's family and friends are all here. Did those mysterious experts not succeed? That must be it. The experts of Xianpeng province did not leave. They were all shocked when they saw the large number of figures descending from the sky. Huao also raised his head to look at the sky. When he saw that Princess Fire Cloud and Princess Fire Spirit were there, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Previously, when Princess Fire Cloud left with Lin Ling, he was very worried because he guessed that the previous group of people were not simple. However, who knew that Lin Ling was even more complicated? When did this Lin Ling become so strong? Huao frowned. He had always wanted to see Lin Ling's good show, but it seemed that it would never be possible. Sigh, the new generation excels the old. Maybe I'm old. Firecloud is right. I was wrong in the past. I shouldn't have blindly been stubborn. Looking at Lin Ling with envy, Huao turned around and left. The trace of unwillingness in his heart had disappeared with the wind at this moment. In the past, he had been humiliated by Lin Ling and was driven out of the Fire Clan. Lin Ling was just a junior. He could kill him with a finger, so he hated Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling had become stronger. He had reached a height that he could only look up to. There was no hope for revenge. Because of this, he relaxed. If he overestimated himself and tried to climb a mountain that he could never climb, he would only be looking for trouble. Father! Princess Firecloud saw Huao in the crowd and quickly chased after him. However, no one paid attention to her except for Princess Hualing. Huao felt a little sad when he saw this. If he had not taken a wrong step in the past, he would also be by Lin Ling's side today. Sigh, we were too snobbish back then. Hua Ao sighed softly when Princess Firecloud came over. Princess Xianxia bit her lips and didn't say a word. She left with her father. It was clear that she was even more regretful than her father. At this moment, Lin Ling's right hand pointed towards the sky. The reincarnation flame was still burning in the sky, forming a mysterious black hole. However, under Lin Ling's finger, a large number of souls floated out. They were Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, and the others. "Milord." After seeing Lin Ling, those souls became excited. Although they were dead, they could still stay by their friend's side. A group of comrades could still gather together. That was enough. Between people, it was fate that they knew each other. But when a person dies, it is also the end of fate. Therefore, if they had a choice, they would rather not enter the cycle of reincarnation and accompany their comrades. Uncle Shui Wu, Uncle Pu. When Lin saw all his acquaintances, his little face was filled with excitement. Zhu Yi. Lady Watermist and the others laughed, as if they were looking at their own nephew. It's been hard on you. However, the people who massacred the rainforest Holy Land were all wiped out. This is what I, Lin Ling, can do for you. Looking at his friends, Lin Ling knelt on one knee and said word by word. "Milord, what are you doing?" Everyone was surprised, and they were very touched. Lin Ling must be guilty, so he knelt on one knee in front of them. However, they didn't blame Lin Ling at all. If it weren't for Lin Ling, they would have died long ago. Not to mention the cloaked man's massacre, they would have died long ago. Therefore, they didn't blame Lin Ling. In fact, they were grateful to Lin Ling. You protected your hometown. As the leader, I didn't protect you well. This is my fault. Lin Ling said. "Milord, please get up." Among those souls, some old men said with tears in their eyes. "Milord, please get up." The children were the same. Lin Ling slowly stood up and looked at everyone. These people had been with him since he was weak. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, in the Ancient Face Sect, in the Seven Profound Martial House, they were not only Lin Ling's family and friends, but also Lin Ling's memories that could never be erased. I will avenge you. Now, I know that one of the murderers is the ancient Ji family. Now, we will go and slaughter them. An eye for an eye. Lin Ling said with a dignified expression. As these words fell, Lady Watermist and the others were shocked. The ancient Ji family was one of the 9 deacons of the human realm's highest deacon hall. Lin Ling would avenge them? Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. As far as I know, the ancient Ji family's patriarch was a giant of the human realm. Lady Watermist quickly said. He is already dead. He died in the unparalleled Stupa cloud. Lin Ling laughed, bang. Hearing this, everyone's hearts roared. They did not know about this. Could it be that Lin Ling did not fear the ancient Ji family? Let's go. Lin Ling did not explain much. He waved his hand and led everyone towards the Forbidden City. What? Lin Ling wants to destroy the ancient Ji family? This is absolutely impossible. This is a joke. Lin Ling may be the son of famine, but who gave him such confidence? Yes, and I heard that many ancient giants were injured. Lin Ling no longer has a backer. He should be enduring humiliation now. The crowd in the distance was shocked. They looked into the distance and found that Lin Ling was indeed heading towards the Forbidden City. The ancient Ji family was a giant of Xianpeng province and also lived in the Forbidden City. Lin Ling had been here before. At that time, he was rescued by the divine martial world suppressing beast and finally left safely, and now, he had stepped into that place again. This change made Lin Ling sigh. The ancient city floating in the sky was suffused with a sacred aura. When everyone arrived, they also felt like they were revisiting an old place. Who are you? There were 3 major forces guarding the Forbidden City. They were the Supreme Family, the Eternal Palace, and the ancient Ji family. Lin Ling. Lin Ling said calmly, which made the strong people's expressions change drastically. One of them hesitated and asked, "May I know why Mr. Lin Ling is here?" To kill the ancient Ji family. Lin Ling looked into the distance, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. The strong people trembled. Looking at the dense crowd behind Lin Ling, they felt that something big was going to happen in Xianpeng province today. Let them in. Don't stop them. At this time, a clear voice was heard. It was the Eternal Fairy. Lin Ling nodded at her and then strode into the Forbidden City. What? Lin Ling is here to wipe out the ancient Ji family? He's going too far. Although he's the son of famine, he doesn't have the right to do so. I don't believe that he would dare to kill us. We must ask the highest deacon palace of the human world to stand up for us. He definitely wouldn't dare to kill us. The news spread throughout the Forbidden City. The people of the ancient Ji family also received the news and were all furious. They had been in the human world for millions of years and had never been attacked. Still arrogant? Are these guys crazy? They know that Lin Ling is here to kill them, but they still dare to show up. Don't they know that Lin Ling is called Mad God? The people from the Supreme Family were speechless. The ancient Ji family was challenging Lin Ling's limits. Lin Ling, we can sit down and talk. There's no need to attack. Then, someone from the Supreme Family said, pleading for mercy for the ancient Ji family. After all, they had been with the ancient Ji family for a long time. Get lost. Lin Ling led the crowd and floated in the sky. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words made the senior from the Supreme Family freeze. Lin Ling didn't give him any face at all. Lin Ling, everything can be discussed. What happened? Another person from the Supreme Family said. It was the Supreme Xianxia. Moreover, someone from the Eternal Palace also wanted to plead for mercy. It was the Eternal Palace Master. However, he knew that Lin Ling was stubborn and didn't give anyone face. Therefore, he tactfully kept quiet and let the Eternal Fairy do the talking. He felt bitter. No matter what, he was still a big shot in the human world. However, he didn't have the mood to talk to a junior. This was too strange. Of course, although he was depressed, he also knew Lin Ling's identity. He was the son of desolation. He had to treat him with respect. That's right. The ancient Ji family is from the Xianpeng Big region. Anything can be discussed. Fairy Eternal also spoke. Lin Ling glanced at her and the Supreme Xianxia. He wasn't as cold as before. He nodded and said, they killed my people. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Therefore, we're here to kill them. It's that simple. Indeed, Lin Ling only gave face to Wushuang Xiandi and Eternal Fairy. This made Wushuang Xiandi and Eternal Fairy a little emotional, but they still wanted to persuade him. You don't need to plead on our behalf. We heard that Lin Ling had come, so we mobilized our entire clan. Not a single one of us is missing. We're just waiting for Lin Ling to come and kill us. We want to see if he dares to kill us. At this moment, a white-haired old man from the Ji family shouted coldly. He was wearing a brocade robe and had a dignified look on his face. He was the supreme old ancestor of the ancient Ji family. Today, he was furious. This was the first time he heard that someone dared to eradicate the ancient Ji family. This was simply a joke. Their ancient Ji clan had been famous for so long, who didn't know of them? Lin Ling, a junior, dared to kill them? That was simply a pipe dream. Shut up. You were in the wrong when you went to attack the rainforest Holy Land. Seeing the Ji family's old ancestor speak, Wushuang Xiandi couldn't help but frown. He had never seen such an arrogant person. The rainforest Holy Land is just a group of lowly commoners. Can they be compared to our ancient Ji family? I don't know what happened in between, and I don't want to know. However, Lin Ling came to kill us. Does he think we're ants? If Lin Ling doesn't give us an explanation, we'll cause a ruckus in the heavenly earth. The old man shouted angrily. He actually wanted Lin Ling to give him an explanation. However, in reality, he also vaguely knew that someone in the family wanted to destroy the rainforest Holy Land. However, he felt that the rainforest Holy Land was so insignificant. If they wanted to destroy it, then so be it. What was the big deal? Come on, Lin Ling boy. When I was practicing martial arts, you weren't born yet. Are you trying to intimidate us? You found the wrong person. If you don't kill us today, you're trash. The old man stabbed the walking stick in his hand into the ground. he would let Lin Ling kill them. Obviously, he didn't believe that Lin Ling would dare to kill them. This old man. Doesn't he know Lin Ling's temperament? When he's impulsive, he doesn't care about the consequences. Xiandi was completely speechless. The ancient Ji family was used to being arrogant. Come on, Lin Ling. On the side of the ancient Ji family, everyone shouted arrogantly and let out ear-piercing laughter. Lin Ling frowned. A trace of anger rose in his heart. The ancient Ji family joined hands with others to destroy the rainforest holy land. Now, not only did they not feel guilty, they even clamored. As you wish, kill them all. Lin Ling waved his hand. Coldly. The experts of the Starry Sky Left Court Palace and the Blazing Sky Right Court Palace moved out. They weren't a match for the cloaked men. However, compared to the ancient Ji family, they had already surpassed them. Kill, Starry Sky 9 Formation. Kill, Blazing Sky River Formation. Shang Qianjun sneered and ordered the experts to move out. He was speechless. That old man took advantage of his seniority. But in front of Li Xiaoyao? Did he think that Li Xiaoyao didn't dare to kill him? He was obviously courting death. Boom, thousands of stars fell from the sky. The experts of the Starry Sky Left Court Palace formed the Big Dipper 7 stars, Big Dipper 36 stars and Big Dipper 72 stars. Boom, on the ground, a flaming river appeared. It was the experts of the Blazing Sky Right Court Palace. They originally cultivated the fire martial arts left behind by Lin Ling. Now that they had formed a large array, the river of fire exploded. Lin Ling didn't make a move. He just looked at the ground indifferently. Rumble, the terrifying law was activated. Those who weren't in the 10th stage realm with Wuxing would all die. He really killed them. He's too much. How dare he kill them? Save us. Those people of the ancient Ji family were shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Ling really dared to kill. He really dared to exterminate the entire clan. Because Lin Ling's killing was against the highest authority in the mortal realm, instantly, they regretted. They shouldn't have been so arrogant. Didn't you ask us to kill them? Didn't you say that those who don't kill are lowly commoners and trash? Why are you afraid now? Old ancestor Tai Yan roared. Those people were so arrogant earlier. Now he wanted to see how arrogant they could be. You're too much. That ancient Ji family's old ancestor was so angry that he smashed his walking stick on the ground. Lin Ling, you dare to attack us. You're dead. And that damn old man, you're a lowly commoner. They were the noble ancient Ji family. Now that they were killed by a lowly commoner in the sacred ground, how could he not be angry? Moreover, he couldn't understand who gave Lin Ling the guts to attack. When our patriarch returns, you'll definitely die. There were many experts in the ancient Ji family. However, there were only 2 people who had the ability of a big shot in the mortal realm. One was the patriarch and the other was that old ancestor. Patriarch? He's already dead in the unparalleled Buddha cloud. Lin Ling sneered as he replied. That old ancestor shuddered. Dead, their patriarch was also dead? Moreover, I killed him. Lin Ling said again. Boom, everyone from the ancient Ji family was shocked. Lin Ling, had he reached the level of a big shot in the mortal realm? How was that possible? Lin Ling, stop. Some of them are innocent. At this time, a large number of experts arrived. They were the experts of the 7 emperors. 7 emperors, help. Lin Ling is cruel and ruthless. You must kill him. The Ji family's old ancestor immediately said. His eyes were full of resentment. He wanted the 7 emperors to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he seemed to have forgotten that Lin Ling was the son of Huang. In terms of importance, he had long surpassed the ancient Ji family. Shut up. Emperor Li Shou immediately reprimanded the old ancestor, then looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was crowned emperor. Hearing this, the ancient Ji family laughed. Lin Ling did not dare to kill them. After all, he was still afraid of the 7 emperors. Emperor Li Shou sighed softly and was about to speak, but Lin Ling continued, however, there is no room for negotiation. No one will give face to me. Humph. Boom, as soon as these words fell, everyone in the Forbidden City was shocked. No matter who came, they would not give face. The seven emperors' expression changed drastically, then they smiled bitterly. Lin Ling was determined to kill. Honorable seventh emperor, are they innocent? They came to the rainforest Holy Land and killed their way into True Spirit Island. At that time, they were not innocent. But today, we came to seek justice. Not one of them felt guilty, not one of them apologized. Instead, they clamored, Your Excellency, do you still think they are innocent? Humph. Let's look at it from another perspective. Others came to kill you, failed, and then clamored. Is such an enemy innocent? Ask the world, who dares to say they are innocent? Humph. Lin Ling said word by word. His voice was like thunder, silencing the Forbidden City. Indeed, how could the ancient Ji clan be innocent? It was one thing for them to kill people, but after the incident, when people came to find them, they actually didn't apologize and were incomparably arrogant. Could it be that because they were the ancient Ji clan, they could only kill people and others couldn't kill them? If it was anyone else, they would be killed without mercy. Kill. Humph. Lin Ling waved his hand heavily. The people of the ancient Ji clan felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were really killed, their entire clan was exterminated. They immediately looked at the seven emperors, hoping that the seven emperors would help them. But this time, the seven emperors were watching with folded arms. Clearly, the ancient Ji clan had gone too far. Seventh emperor, help us. The Ji family's old ancestor finally panicked. You have to bear the consequences of your own mistakes. Moreover, this is a grudge between your two forces. Outsiders should not interfere. Emperor Liso said indifferently. Dang dang dang, the Ji family's old ancestor took 3 steps back. If the seven emperors did not help, it meant that the Deacon Hall of the mortal world would not help either. When did Lin Ling grow to such a level? Could it be that Lin Ling had already become a giant in the human realm? Then, as he watched his descendants being killed one by one, his eyes turned red. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced towards Lin Ling. His face was filled with madness as if he wanted to perish together with Lin Ling. If you dare to touch my family, then I'll make the old man beside you die. Moreover, he actually attacked Patriarch Extreme Flame. You bastard. The 7 kings were enraged. In fact, if the ancient Ji clan had apologized today, they could have interceded, but the ancient Ji clan was too arrogant. They didn't know that the current era had changed. Lin Ling had risen, and he couldn't be underestimated, and now, the Ji family's old ancestor actually dared to make a move. In this case, there was no room for discussion. The ancient Ji clan was truly going to be exterminated. My eyesight is failing. You're courting death. Sure enough, Lin Ling was furious. His family and friends had been killed, and the other party was still in the right. They even wanted to kill his grandfather. This was touching his reverse scale. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Patriarch Extreme Flame. The Ji family's old ancestor's strength was comparable to the Ji family's patriarch, a rank 1 martial emperor. He instantly exploded with tens of thousands of laws. The power of faith was extremely terrifying, and it ruthlessly bombarded Lin Ling's body. At this moment, the god of faith appeared in the sky, and golden light illuminated the sky. Lin Ling. My lord. Many people anxiously shouted, including the 7 kings. Lin Ling's current strength was simply unable to block the attack of a martial emperor expert. Ha ha ha. The Ji family's old ancestor looked up to the sky and laughed. He slapped Lin Ling's chest. Kill us? Today, I'll kill you alone. However, at this moment, the figure in front of him remained motionless. The red light shone brightly, and a terrifying power of law swept out, causing his laughter to freeze. He looked up. Lin Ling was actually fine. Lin Ling was wearing a set of armor that seemed to have blocked his power of faith. At this moment, the Ji family's old ancestor's pupils constricted. Your Ji family's patriarch died because of this armor. Lin Ling raised his head and coldly looked at the Ji family's old ancestor. He stretched out his left hand, and the Azura demon bone appeared. He ruthlessly grabbed the Ji family's old ancestor's neck. In fact, today, I'm very angry. I wanted to exterminate your Ji family, but there were people who pleaded for you. For their sake, perhaps I won't exterminate your family. However, you're too arrogant. You've underestimated me, Lin Ling. Now, you even dare to touch my reverse scale. Lin Ling's voice came from the depths of hell. You. The Ji family's old ancestor's face turned pale. What did he see? A junior was actually able to threaten him, a martial emperor powerhouse, martial emperor, that was the strongest realm in the world. Those who had this strength were all indomitable figures. But now, such a powerful martial emperor was being held by the neck like a chicken or duck. This was too shocking. Not only him, everyone was shocked at this moment, even Ancestor Tai Yan and the others were the same. Previously, when Lin Ling killed the cloaked man, they saw that it was the help of the ancient divine crow and a small saint. They never thought that Lin Ling still had other trump cards. Relying on your seniority, do you think I can't kill you? Let me tell you, this set of armor of mine can withstand 20,000 power of law. Moreover, I can use this to counterattack. Around Lin Ling's body, a large amount of space law appeared. It was a shocking sight. Wait, I was wrong, please spare our Ji family's bloodline. We have been passed down for thousands of years. Even if we didn't contribute to the mortal world, we still contributed. The Ji family's old ancestor said in panic. Bullshit, thousands of years ago, the mortal world also suffered a great calamity. At that time, it was the Lord of Heaven and Earth, Li Xiaoyao, who blocked the invasion. You all were just running for your lives. Moreover, you are not qualified to talk about qualifications in front of me. Go to hell. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. The 7 emperors wanted to speak, but they all held back. They knew that the reverse scale could not be touched. Daring to kill Ancestor Tai Yan was the same as provoking the Lord. Bang! Under countless gazes, the Ji family's old ancestor's neck was crushed. A hero of a generation fell just like that. The entire Forbidden City was silent. Everyone looked at the ground again and found that the ground was covered in blood. All the bloodline of the ancient Ji family had died. Extermination, a giant of the mortal world had also disappeared. So powerful. The spectators in the distance were all shocked. Lin Ling's strength had reached the level of a giant of the mortal world. He would kill whoever came to kill him. Even the 7 emperors were shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to grow to such a level after the trip to the unparalleled Buddha cloud. Go and exterminate the Xianyuan family. Lin Ling threw the Ji family's old ancestor's corpse and said indifferently. Lin Ling, the Xianyuan family is a force of the great Xianyuan domain. It will be very difficult to attack them. Emperor, you said with a frown. The Shanping province was Lin Ling's world. As long as Lin Ling was in the right, the Supreme Family and the Eternal Palace would side with him. However, it was impossible in the great Xianyuan domain. Lord 7 Emperors, the times have changed. There is no distinction between the mortal race, demon race, ghost race, and deity race. The only thing that matters is who can rule the world. Therefore, the mortal world's Deacon Palace might have colluded with the demon race and turtle race. The mortal world's highest Deacon Palace is just a title. Lin Ling said with a frown. What? Gate of life. With this analysis, the 7 emperors also felt that things were getting troublesome. With Kame Daoist's death, there would be one less opponent for the Genesis battle. Therefore, some people colluded with the demon race and the divine race for the Genesis battle. This also meant that the human race was already divided. Therefore, strength is everything. However, the Xianyuan clan shouldn't attack me because I will destroy them. If the human world is divided, then I, Lin Ling, will proclaim myself as the emperor. Lin Ling said again, his voice shaking the heavens. In this chaotic world, Lin Ling raised the flag and called for experts to proclaim himself as the emperor. After all, the highest hall in the mortal world had been secretly disbanded. The ancient overlords and the mortal world's overlords all had their own thoughts. In order to rule the world, they were willing to take action against each other. Since this was the case, Lin Ling would definitely declare himself king. The world is in chaos. The ghost race, the demon race, and the divine race are eyeing us covetously. The human race is doing this for themselves. It seems that we really need a flag. Lin Ling, we will go with you. Emperor, you said after some thought. If Lin Ling wanted to rise, he needed to be famous and feared by others. Therefore, they wanted to go to the Xianyuan Great Region. Then let's go. I also want to see if there is anyone in the human race who is colluding with foreign enemies. Lin Ling sneered and strode forward, everyone followed. If he was going to proclaim himself as the emperor, then they would definitely support Lin Ling. With Lin Ling here, the world would be peaceful. This little guy actually called for us. Haha, I don't know why, but I am willing to be called by him. Compared to before he entered the peerless Buddha cloud, he seems to have gained something, but I can't tell what it is. In any case, talking to him makes me feel like I am talking to a senior. Emperor Li's-ho and Emperor Yu whispered, feeling like they were in a dream. Haha, who cares? In any case, if this little guy wants to proclaim himself as the emperor, then following him won't be a bad thing. Because everyone who goes against Lin Ling will die without a doubt. The law overlord said with a wretched smile. Emperor Li-shou and the others shook their heads helplessly, but they had to admit that although this guy was despicable, his vision was very high. On the side of the seven emperors, many experts were following Lin Ling Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were astonished. The seven emperors, the supreme clans, the eternal palace, they were all following Lin Ling? Haha, old Yen, this grandson of yours is really surprising. Lin Ling's grandfather shook his head. Elder Taiyan was even more proud of himself. His grandson was indeed astonishing. However, he quickly looked into the distance. He was going to kill the Xianyuan clan this time, and there would definitely be many experts there. He wondered what the outcome would be if the two forces clashed. He couldn't help but look at the figure in front of him, and his heart immediately calmed down. No matter how big the storm was, no matter how strong the opponent was, his grandson would definitely be able to overcome it. In an instant, the entire Shanpeng province was in chaos. The seven emperors, the supreme family clans, and the eternal palaces K-Do all rushed towards the grand mystic region. Some people took boats, while others used teleportation portals. Even Xianhuang Dayu was affected by the terrifying commotion. What's going on? I've heard that Lin Ling is going to destroy the Xianyuan clan. What? Lin Ling is insane. The two battle kings of Champion University took a deep breath and said icily, Lin Ling is too arrogant. Even though they thought highly of Lin Ling wasn't giving them any face. Master, I've heard that the Xianyuan clan killed Lin Ling's friends, said someone. Lin Ling can't act recklessly. The world of cultivation is going through a catastrophe. If he kills the Xianyuan clan, it'll lead to internal strife. Master, what should Champion University do? Xianyuan is in the Shaoxing sect. I've heard that the Shaoxing sect has invited all the heroes of the world. Lin Ling and the others are probably going there too. We have to go and destroy Lin Ling's arrogance, said the two battle kings coldly. They weren't angry at Lin Ling, they just didn't like how Lin Ling acted so arrogantly. Eh? The Fire clan's ancestor, the Shi clan's ancestor, and the Yi clan's ancestor are here too. It seems like Lin Ling is going to cause a sensation in the human world. Suddenly, the two war kings looked into the distance and said. In the distance, three figures arrived. They were all giants of the human world. Lin Ling is going too far. You don't like him either. Let's go and destroy him. We'll show him that even though he's the son of Huang, he's not qualified to look down on us old cultivators, said one of the battle kings furiously. Hee, Lin Ling is really arrogant. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all, said the stone god, who had turned into a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. Next to him was the fire toad. But we're going to support Lin Ling, said the fire toad. The two battle kings were stupefied. They were going to support Lin Ling? They said angrily, Lin Ling did something disgraceful, and you support him? But we're not going to support him. Hee, that's up to you. But as far as I know, the supreme families and the eternal palace are all supporting Lin Ling, said the fire toad with a smile. Hearing this, the two battle kings' pupils constricted again. Were the supreme families crazy? But they were still disdainful. Humph, that's all there is to it. The seven emperors are also going to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling is going to be crowned emperor and become one of the legends of the human world. Moreover, the Kame spiritual master is also going, said the stone god with a smile. Without a doubt, these words froze the two battle kings' expressions. They wanted to say something ruthless at first, but they suppressed it in their hearts. Apart from the ancient Ji family, all the forces in Shanping province were supporting Lin Ling. No, the ancient Ji family had been exterminated. This meant that it was indeed all of them. You guys go and fight against Lin Ling. We'll go and support Lin Ling. We'll take our leave first. Who knows, we might have a big battle later. The stone deity said and left with the two giants of the human realm. Wait for us? In fact, we also feel that the Xianyuan clan is very arrogant. Lin Ling, that brat, has a magnanimous personality. He must have his reasons for going to exterminate the Xianyuan clan. The two battle kings chased after them. You guys aren't going to get Lin Ling back, laughed the fire toad. The two battle kings' eyes twitched. With so many giants helping Lin Ling, wouldn't it be courting death if they went against Lin Ling? Haha, the weather is good. Let's go. Yeah, the Xianyuan region is going to be very lively. Let's not miss it. The two battle kings changed the topic, causing the stone god and the rest to shake their heads and laugh. They weren't surprised by the two battle kings' choice because Lin Ling was rising. At this moment, the Xianyuan region was bustling with noise and excitement because the Slaughter sect had summoned all the heroes of the world. There were three major powers in the Xianyuan region. They were the Xianyuan clan, the Slaughter sect, and the Sky clan. As for the strongest, it was the Yungu Immortal Foundation. The strength levels of the human world were very clear. The strongest were the ancient giants, followed by the legends of the human world, and the third were the giants of the human world. Therefore, those who were able to participate in the Slaughter sect's banquet all had great backgrounds. Not only that, even the major powers of the overseas regions were invited. It could be said that the place where the Slaughter sect held their banquet was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I've killed several times as many people as you have. Murderous door? Lin Ling recalled that this ancient sect had been passed down since ancient times. Li Xiaoyao had also come into contact with it in the past and had almost destroyed the Slaughter sect. The Imperial Exterminator. So Prince Xiaoyao is the Imperial Exterminator's disciple. Lin Ling guessed. He did not need anyone to lead the way. He led the group in a certain direction in the great Xianyuan domain. Lin Ling, where are we going? The Slaughter sect is the most mysterious sect in the world. Apart from them, no one knows where they are located. Emperor Li Shou frowned. The Slaughter sect was indeed very mysterious in the mortal world. Lin Ling smiled. Come with me. He led the group on the Dragon Turtle battleship and crossed over mountains. Soon, they arrived at a desert plain. The temperature here was extremely high. Let alone plants, not even animals could be seen. It could be said to be a place at the end of the road. Sha Qiong. Emperor Yu's expression slightly changed. This place is one of the heaven and earth evil lands. It doesn't even have spiritual energy. He couldn't help but look at Kame Daoist. Kame Daoist was a prophet of the human world, so he was more familiar with Sha Qiong. However, Daoist Kame shook his head. He wasn't familiar with this place. This caused Emperor Yu and the others to be shocked. Lin Ling, why did you bring us here? This is a godforsaken place. Those big shots of the mortal realm won't come here. The Law Overlord said unhappily. They had come to kill the Xianyuan clan and at the same time, support Lin Ling's ascension to the throne. However, would he be able to ascend to the throne in this lousy place? Seal for ghosts to see? No, there might not even be ghosts here. Come with me. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he steered the Dragon Tortoise battleship deeper into the sand. Everyone was even more surprised. Moreover, the scorching temperature had reached 200 degrees Celsius. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand it. Just when many people couldn't take it anymore, Lin Ling finally stopped the Dragon Turtle battleship. He looked at the dark brown desert below and calmed down. The Eye of Time appeared. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Don't tell me they brought us here to bask in the sun. The Law Overlord became even more dissatisfied. Even Emperor Li Shou and the others frowned, but at this time, Lin Ling's hands moved, and a complex barrier was formed by him. Boom, smoke erupted from the desert below. In the next instant, a magnificent fairyland appeared. There were mountains, rivers, and countries. Moreover, the spiritual energy was extremely rich. This. Everyone's jaws dropped. There was actually a hidden paradise here. Moreover, they discovered that all the spirit chi in the desert was absorbed by the paradise. This was also the reason why there was no spirit chi in the desert. That's the gate of slaughter. Other than the special token that can teleport you there, no one else can get close. Lin Ling said indifferently. How do you know all this? At this moment, even Emperor Yu was shocked. Hehe, someone told me when I was dreaming. Lin Ling casually found an excuse, causing Emperor Li Shou and the others to open their mouths wide. How could this be possible? Only Daoist came laughed. There was no such thing as a dream. Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao. Was there anything in this world that he didn't know? Let's go down. Lin Ling led everyone down, passing through the green mountains and blue lakes, and finally entered the magnificent ancient city. At this moment, the ancient city was overcrowded. Looking around, all of them were Wuxing realm experts. Obviously, this place was not a place where ordinary people could come. Stop, who are you? Do you have an invitation? Lin Ling and the others entered the city in a mighty manner. Many people immediately noticed that some men in red robes were striding over, and there were also some women among them. However, if one looked carefully, one would be surprised to find that their bodies were filled with dense killing intent. Moreover, there were a large number of people imprisoned on both sides of the street. Each of them was as thin as a match and looked dispirited. There were even some experts from the outside who were watching from the sidelines, laughing and giving pointers. The gate of slaughter cultivated by killing all in the world. If one wanted to become stronger, the only way was to kill people. Obviously, those people were nourishment. At this moment, when those imprisoned people saw Lin Ling and the others, their lifeless eyes revealed a trace of light, as if they were waiting for someone to save them. They had been imprisoned for too long. Some had been imprisoned for 100 years, and some had even been imprisoned for 1,000 years. No wonder the gate of slaughter had to hide. It turns out that they specially capture people to cultivate. Damn it. Emperor Yu looked at the scene in front of him and frowned. What a vicious cultivation method. The others were also shocked and widened their eyes. Who are you? Do you have an invitation? Yo, this kid is not bad. He's quite handsome. Don't kill him. Leave him to me. Kill 10 flowers, don't forget the rules of the gate of slaughter. Male slaves can only be kept for 3 months. After 3 months, they have to be used for cultivation. Don't worry. After we're done with him, we'll definitely kill him. The group of people walked over coldly. Many of the women stared at Lin Ling and licked their lips. Ugly. Yu and the others frowned. The gate of slaughter had already treated people as objects. Let me do it. Qin, who could not stand it anymore. He strode forward, but Lin Ling stopped him and said coldly, since they like me, let me do it. After saying that, he walked forward step by step. Yo, you've got guts. The group of people from the gate of slaughter stared at Lin Ling and the strong exponents behind Lin Ling's strong exponents like the 7 emperors were too strong, so they naturally could not see through their cultivation. Moreover, all the strong exponents from the great Xianyuan region were at the gate of slaughter, so they had nothing to fear. Wuxing is in the 9th degree realm. You have some ability. Have you comprehended 1,500 laws? If not, don't try to show off and be my male slave. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll give you some pointers. An alluring woman said. Although her cultivation was the same as Lin Ling, she cultivated the path of slaughter and her ability was much stronger than ordinary practitioners. Lin Ling did not say a word and continued walking forward. Can't you hear me? Seeing Lin Ling's behavior, the people from the gate of slaughter frowned. That young man was really arrogant. Junior sister, you can't suppress such a male slave. Let me kill him. A man walked out, his entire body was filled with murderous aura. He transformed into a huge tower of slaughter and suppressed Lin Ling. This person's ability was not weak and he was definitely one of the top in the gate of slaughter. He was also an elder of the gate of slaughter. Because in the gate of slaughter, only juniors had the possibility of surpassing seniors. Seniors would be killed by juniors and their cultivation would be devoured. Even the current gate of slaughter, Prince Xiaoyao, also devoured the imperial killer's cultivation to become the son of Huang. Rumble, the murderous aura suppressed Lin Ling, causing many people's expressions to change. those prisoners who were locked upside. Dead for sure. This little bit of murderous aura and you call yourself the gate of slaughter? However, very soon, a disdainful voice drifted out. Lin Ling was fine, everyone's eyes widened, especially the man who attacked. He sucked in a breath of cold air. He had killed hundreds of millions of people in this lifetime, but his murderous aura could not suppress that young man. The number of people I've killed is hundreds of times more than you. Lin Ling said indifferently. His eyes stared at the man, causing the man to tremble. What did he see? He saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He saw the sky, the ground, everywhere were corpses. Moreover, the number of corpses was beyond his imagination. It was as if he had killed a path in the martial god realm, and how many corpses were there? Breaking into the blood village, how could this be? He was a disciple of the sect of life. How could that young man compare to the sect of life? The man spat out a mouthful of blood. The law of slaughter in his dantian instantly collapsed, turning him into a cripple. This turn of events made all the disciples of the slaughter sect reveal the same expression. It was horror. Killing in front of me? You're too naive. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. In this life, he had killed many people. As for Li Xiaoyao, he was even more terrifying. He had killed countless people, of course, those who died in his hands deserved to die. They couldn't be compared to the sect of life, who killed both good and bad people. Azure demon bone. Lin Ling took a step forward, causing the entire city to shake. Demonic chi surged as Lin Ling punched out, boom, the girls from the sect of life turned pale as they were smashed into pieces. Their flesh and blood splattered all over the ground, even the 7 kings were shocked because Lin Ling was not afraid of the murderous aura. Moreover, the murderous aura could suppress it. Bang! Bang, bang! Blood splattered everywhere on the street. Lin Ling was telling the sect of life that he was the real killer. Spare me, I was wrong. I only came here to learn martial arts. I'm innocent. The female disciples of the sect of life screamed in panic and some even cried out. They had joined the sect of life for 2 reasons. First, their cultivation speed was fast. Second, their background was powerful. Third, they could kill whoever they wanted. But in fact, they didn't even know what the sect of life was. Innocent? Those who died in your hands all these years, aren't they innocent? Lin Ling said with a cold expression. This is the cultivation method of the sect of life. The girls all knelt down and begged for mercy. Haha. Lin Ling laughed out loud. Just because of the cultivation method, you kill innocent people? You want them to help you increase your strength? Bang, he took a step forward and punched out with the Azure Demon King fist, smashing the girls into pieces. Blood splattered on Lin Ling's body. His blue robe turned red, but he didn't seem to care. Release all of them, Lin Ling said as he continued to walk down the street. His body was emitting a murderous aura, which was even more terrifying than the people of the slaughter sect. Yes, sir. The people from the rainforest Holy Land quickly went to release the people. Those who were released immediately knelt down towards Lin Ling in the distance and expressed their gratitude. Lin Ling was like a god of death at this moment, but in their hearts, Lin Ling was not a god of death. Who is that? How daring, the slaughter sect is holding a banquet today. He dares to come here and be so arrogant? The crowd on the street began to discuss. Who are you? In the distant streets, a large number of people from the slaughter sect arrived. They were furious. I am Lin Ling. Looking at the densely packed experts, not only was Lin Ling not afraid, the killing intent in his heart grew even stronger. He knew that Daoist Kame wouldn't dare to kill, and Emperor Li Shou and the others wouldn't dare to kill so many, but Lin Ling dared, so what if he killed a lot? I just want to have a clear conscience. Great creation! When the sword came out, heads fell. When the Azure Demon Bone came out, corpses were everywhere. With just one sword, hundreds of people from the slaughter sect died on the street. No one could stop it, blood flowed down the street, the crowd in the distance all opened their mouths wide. Too strong, too decisive, who is the slaughter sect? Is that the son of Huang, Lin Ling? Some people were even more surprised. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to come here because this was not Lin Ling's territory. Lin Ling? You are the Lin Ling that the sect leader wants to kill? The disciples of the Slaughter sect had obviously heard of Lin Ling, and they were all surprised at this moment. I will kill your sect leader sooner or later. Lin Ling's face was covered in blood, and his clothes were dyed red. The Slaughter sect called for the world, but they didn't invite me, Lin Ling. This is not giving me face, so I will kill my way there today. Lin Ling raised his sword, and his killing intent was vast. Swoosh, no one was able to stop the sword. Lin Ling actually managed to cut a bloody path through the crowd. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before the Slaughter sect was annihilated. This guy. Emperor Li Shou and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so ruthless, but after thinking about it, it was normal because Lin Ling was killing to stop killing. Killing the people of the Slaughter sect saved a lot of people. They followed Lin Ling, and soon, a vast blood-red manor appeared in front of them. Looking carefully, the manor's walls seemed to be condensed from blood, and it gave off an extremely majestic feeling. This was the former residence of the Slaughter Emperor. Before they got close to the manor, they heard the sound of chatter and laughter, and they could vaguely hear the sound of wine glasses clinking. Obviously, a large number of experts gathered in the manor, and they were all heroes of the world. Seeing the bustling scene, Daoist came frowned. The mortal world was facing a great calamity, but these guys were eating and drinking, and they didn't care about the lives of mortals. It was disgusting. Who are you people? After Lin Ling and the others got close to the manor, an expert frowned and asked. Hee, we're here to drink. Lin Ling took the lead and said with a smile, but his smile was cold, and he slashed out with his sword. The head of the Slaughter sect's disciple who was guarding the door flew to the ground, and Lin Ling was expressionless as he grabbed the head and entered the manor. Boom, the gate of the manor was kicked open by Lin Ling. At this moment, inside the manor where birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant, the giants of the mortal world gathered to drink wine. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and then a head rolled in. Seeing this, the manor fell into a dead silence. Lin Ling. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling in surprise, and they didn't understand what had happened. I'm late. Am I not welcome? Lin Ling smiled and glanced at the crowd. There were many experts here, including the Slaughter sect, the Xianxia clan, the Sky clan, and the Saint's Great Realm. Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was here. They were all stunned, and some were even dumbfounded. Because they didn't expect Lin Ling to come here, and the people behind Lin Ling were all giants of the mortal world. Prince Xiaoyao frowned, and then he smiled and said, so it's Lin Ling, welcome, welcome. Men, serve the wine. Serve your ass. I don't have time to drink your dirty wine. Lin Ling shouted angrily. You. Prince Xiaoyao's face turned ugly. Since you're not here to drink, then you're not welcome. Men, see him out. Shout until your throat is hoarse, and see if anyone will come. Lin Ling snorted. Sure enough, Prince Xiaoyao shouted a few times, but none of the Slaughter sect's disciples showed up. Prince Xiaoyao glared at Lin Ling angrily. You guessed right, all your disciples are dead. Lin Ling said without hiding anything. Crazy, everyone stared at Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling was too crazy. If he wanted to drink, they would give him face, but Lin Ling obviously didn't come to drink, he came to cause trouble. If Lin Ling was an ordinary person, even if he was one of the 10 heroes of the Xiandi, they would have killed him immediately. However, Lin Ling was the son of Huang, and his identity made them feel apprehensive. My purpose here is simple, kill the Xianxia clan, then leave immediately. Experts were dispatched one after another. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Among them, a middle-aged man wearing a purple brocade robe shook his head and then drank. He was the first dragon ancestor of the Xianxia clan. He shook his head because he thought that Lin Ling was dreaming. Not only him, but the entire manor was silent. Everyone shook their heads subconsciously. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many big shots here, they would have laughed out loud. They were laughing at Lin Ling for not seeing through himself. Although Lin Ling was the son of desolation, the Xianxia clan had existed for a longer time and was one of the 9 deacons of the mortal world. Lin Ling wanted to destroy the Xianxia clan, but it was like trying to smash an egg against a rock. Hee, who do you think you are? You think you can kill just because you say so? A young man in the crowd muttered to himself. If one looked carefully, he was the leader of the Xiandi 10 heroes, Long Yin Feng. He was also the third dragon ancestor of the Xianxia clan. Long Yinfeng was just his codename. Hee, who am I? Lin Ling laughed. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed. However, I will kill whoever I say. Whoosh, under the slash, the space exploded. Long Yinfeng's eyes narrowed as he realized that Lin Ling's strength had increased since their last meeting. He wasn't even Lin Ling's opponent last time, let alone now. He pointed at Lin Ling, and without saying anything, his head flew into the air. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. In fact, what he wanted to say before his death was that if he knew that Lin Ling would really attack, he wouldn't have said anything. Impudent. Prince Xiaoyao's side was furious. Lin Ling's arrogance was beyond their imagination. Bang, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was a legend of the Grand Xianyuan domain. She definitely had to come out to oversee the situation. She smashed the wine cup in her hand on the ground and stood up. Who gave you the courage? Prince Xiaoyao and the rest sneered when they saw the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother speak. They also wanted to see who gave Lin Ling the courage to do so. Today, if you don't give us an explanation, even if you are the son of Huang, you can forget about leaving. Another person spoke. Everyone stared at Lin Ling. As for the number one dragon ancestor of the Xianyuan clan, he was still drinking and didn't seem worried at all. However, Lin Ling smiled again and clapped his hands. The 7 kings, the clan leaders of the supreme clans, and the Empress Lord of the Eternal Palace all stepped forward. I wonder if that's enough? Several voices rang out at the same time, causing all the people who were drinking to stop what they were doing. 7 emperors? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the rest had already seen the 7 emperors, but they didn't expect them to support Lin Ling, because Lin Ling was here to kill. As the experts above Lin Ling, shouldn't they be reprimanding Lin Ling? Who dares to stop me from killing Xianyuan? Seeing everyone's gloomy face, Lin Ling spoke again. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was so angry that her body trembled. Rebellion, this was absolutely rebellion. Lin Ling was forcing her to hand over the girl. If she were to agree to a junior's demand, what face would she have left? Moreover, the experts from the Slaughter Sect, Sky Clan, and the immortal sovereign tribe of the Myriad Saint Realm also thought the same. If Lin Ling succeeded, they would be slapped in the face by Lin Ling, therefore, they couldn't allow Lin Ling to be arrogant. This is your husband? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother asked coldly. Heavenly Mother, we are grateful for your kindness, but we will follow our husband. Today, we will support our husband's decision. Even if we go to hell, we will follow him. Yu and Anuer spoke at the same time. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother became even angrier. A grown girl couldn't be kept at home. 7 emperors, Lin Ling is one of your people. Are you not going to teach him a lesson for being so arrogant? The experts from the Myriad Saint Realm shouted. If you don't teach him a lesson, then we will teach him a lesson for you. Someone else spoke. Although the 7 emperors supported Lin Ling and were somewhat afraid of Lin Ling, if one looked carefully, the experts from the 7 emperors weren't strong enough for them to fight head-on. Those who kill will be killed by others. Let me tell you, Lin Ling is going to become a legend in the mortal world and proclaim himself as an emperor. Sovereign Li Shou said indifferently. Emperor? Everyone's heart exploded. Lin Ling becoming a legend in the mortal world? This meant that Lin Ling's status was above them? In your dreams. The giants of the mortal world roared. If Lin Ling became a legend, then killing Xianyuan wouldn't be a problem. Obviously, Lin Ling had shocked everyone today. You are not welcome here. Get lost immediately. If you provoke us, then we will fight. Emperor Xiaoyao spoke as well. In truth, if Lin Ling had come alone, then he would definitely kill Lin Ling because Lin Ling had killed his disciple. However, he didn't dare to do so now because he would have to face the experts of the 7 emperors if he were to fight Lin Ling. This kind of battle was very dangerous. Even he had to be careful. Get lost? Lin Ling shook his head. In fact, he knew that many people here were involved in the massacre. However, Lin Ling only knew the ancient Ji family and Xianyuan clan. Today, he had to destroy the Xianyuan clan. Otherwise, how could he convince the others? The sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand and he slashed down fiercely. Rumble. The sword light was like a crescent moon, destroying all the banquets in the manor. Wine splattered everywhere and splashed all over the giants of the mortal world. Moreover, some of the weaker ones were screaming and lying on the ground, trembling. That sword strike had clearly frightened them badly. Let me tell you, today, you will have to hand them over whether you want to or not. I, Lin Ling, have become a legend in the mortal world. Those who dare to touch my family will be killed. Lin Ling pointed the ancient sword at the giants of the mortal world. In fact, he was declaring to the entire mortal world that he was a legend. This guy is bold. Emperor Li Shou and the others nodded secretly. Lin Ling should do this. Otherwise, no one would be afraid of him. You are courting death. Over at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's side, everyone's face was distorted. They didn't care about Lin Ling's arrogance and told him to get lost. However, Lin Ling was simply crazy. Not only did he not want to hand over the disciples, he even dared to disturb the banquet. This was simply tyrannical. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother looked at the wine on her body and her face turned green. The experts of the Sky Clan also gritted their teeth. As for the first dragon ancestor, his patience was also exhausted. I know that you are not convinced. You think that the 7 emperors alone are not enough for me to proclaim myself as the emperor. Then, I will beat you until you are convinced. Lin Ling said indifferently as if he didn't know that everyone was angry. In his sleeve, the small saint was ready to move out. This is too much. How dare you not invite us to drink? How dare you not invite Lin Ling? This is not giving us face. This banquet should be cancelled. At this time, the manor's walls were destroyed. A large number of figures arrived. Upon closer inspection, they were actually the experts of Xianxia. They were the Stone God, Fire Toad, and the others. Moreover, this slaughter gate is really hard to find. If we didn't catch a few people who were invited, we wouldn't even know about this place. Xianxia Tianzi, you really don't put us in your eyes. Fire Toad shouted coldly after entering. You. Hand him over or not, they were going crazy. Why would Lin Ling ask them to help him? Lin Ling was astonished, but he knew the Stone God and the Fire Toad, so he wasn't surprised. You're all helping Lin Ling? Asked the North Celestial Emperor of the Great Saint region. He didn't understand either. Are you deaf? We already explained everything. Shouted the Fire Toad coldly. He realized that Lin Ling was acting like his benefactor. Therefore, he was on the same side. Even Sun Yu Wu Shuang, the 2 battle kings, do you think so too? Asked the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, frowning. The 2 battle kings of Champion University smiled wryly. Actually, they wanted to stand aside and watch. Indeed, they agree with Lin Ling. Let me tell you, today, Shan Yuan must be handed over. Otherwise, even if Lin Ling doesn't do anything, the 2 battle kings of Champion University will, said the Stone God coldly. Hearing this, the 2 battle kings narrowed their eyes. When had they ever said something like this? Now, they were on the same side as Lin Ling. As expected, when the Stone God said that, everybody thought that all the strong cultivators of Xianxia were on Lin Ling's side. The 2 battle kings had no choice but to get on the same side. Alright, Lin Ling, I underestimated you. Said the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, looking at Lin Ling. She felt like she was dreaming. In the past, Lin Ling was a genius. He had become the son of Huang step by step, but he was still far from her level. But now, without realizing it, Lin Ling had become a legend in the human world. He was on the same level as her. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't find a good reason to do so. After all, if they continued fighting, they would definitely lose. Is that enough? Asked Lin Ling when he saw that everybody was silent. He was asking them if they were qualified, he was asking them if they would hand him over. In reality, this was also Lin Ling trying to intimidate them. Hehe, it's really lively. There are experts from the mortal world who want to be crowned as emperors. However, they are making such a big fuss just to be crowned as emperors. This is too much. Moreover, as if feeling that this place was not lively enough, a voice came from afar. From the sound of it, the person who came seemed to feel that Lin Ling had caused too much of a stir, so he was complaining. This also meant that this person might be supporting the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. For a moment, the experts on the side of the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother smiled as if they saw hope. Almost at the same time, a large number of experts appeared in the manor. They were the experts of the spirit tribe. What did you say before? That's right, it's too much. It's too low-key. Lin Ling's coronation should be a grand event. Not only should the human realm know about it, the demon realm should also know about it. And as a friend of the spirit race, we should come and support him. I agree that Lin Ling should be crowned emperor and become a legend of the human world. However, what the Ling race experts said next struck the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others like a bolt of lightning. It turned out that they thought it wasn't sensational enough, so they came to help. At this moment, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others were stunned. Their clothes were still stained with wine, but they didn't feel it at all. Lin Ling's coronation was supported by Xianpeng province and the great Xianyuan region. Now, even the spirit tribe supported him. They couldn't understand how a mere junior had the power to rally supporters. Even Lin Ling was secretly shocked. However, he soon sneered, "Are you going to hand him over or not?" His voice was calm, but it sounded like sarcasm in the hearts of the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others. As for the first dragon ancestor, he was panicking. Lin Ling alone wasn't scary, but the human realm experts behind him were. We have cultivated for millions of years. Do you think it's possible for a junior like you to ask us to hand him over? However, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's side refused to admit defeat. They couldn't lower their heads to a junior. 3 years later, the battle of creation will begin. That's why there's no such thing as the Deacon Palace in the human world. Everything is based on strength. That's why we're not allies. Wanting us to hand someone over is even more impossible because we're already enemies. At this time, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a man in armor. This man was from the Divine Marquis residence. His words also meant that they could cooperate with the human race, but they could also cooperate with the devil race, ghost race, and even the deity race. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to speak, 2 silhouettes shot over at lightning speed. Their murderous intent exploded. Their speed was as fast as lightning. If you die, everything will be meaningless. That's right. There is no Deacon Palace of the human realm anymore. Everything is based on strength. We can win by killing you. The 2 figures sneered. One of them was from the Divine Marquis residence, and the other was from the North Celestial Emperor. Their plan was very precise. How dare you? The 7 emperors were shocked. They didn't expect the other party to attack by force. In the crowd, Daoist came frowned. He had been hiding his strength all this time. He wanted to be Lin Ling's trump card in case the great demon king of the devil race suddenly attacked. But now, he was ready to attack. He couldn't hide anymore. It seems like you are still not convinced by me. But I agree with your words. Strength is everything. Don't move. However, under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling's expression was calm. Instead, he coldly spat out a sentence. Today, not only did he come for revenge, but he also wanted to be crowned as an emperor. Being crowned as an emperor was to protect his family and friends. Although he would become a thorn in everyone's eyes, if a man didn't stand in front of the storm and block everything, would a woman do it? Therefore, anyone who was not convinced would be killed. Little saint. Lin Ling let out a furious roar. His bloody mouth opened wide in his sleeves and shot out in an unstoppable manner. Divine world-suppressing beast. Lin Ling roared again. The appearance of 2 ancient giant beasts, one from the sky and one from the earth, shocked everyone. Boom, in the sky, the 9-headed lion prepared by Lin Ling fell like a meteor. The North Celestial Emperor's expert narrowed his eyes. That terrifying giant beast made his body tremble. On the ground, the expert of the Divine Marquis mansion was good at assassination. But the bloody mouth came swallowing him. As an archer, he had killed countless demonic beasts in his life. Today, he was going to die in the mouth of a demonic beast. Boom, boom. 2 violent explosions sounded. The 2 experts of the human realm who attacked were turned into ashes. A 9-headed lion was floating in the sky, a black ancient snake was wandering on the ground. And this was Lin Ling's strength. At this moment, not to mention the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others, even the 2 battle kings sucked in a cold breath. Had a martial emperor realm expert been killed just like that? Moreover, they felt that the black ancient snake was the most terrifying thing. They were afraid that even if they attacked, they wouldn't be a match for the black ancient snake. This guy. Prince Xiaoyao, Luo Fanchen, and the others were pale. They were all children of desolation, but it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Moreover, according to what they knew, Lin Ling also had the terrifying ancient divine crow. Lin Ling's strength wasn't the strongest, but the strength of his external objects was undeniable. The entire manor was destroyed. The whole city was paying attention to the blood manor. After seeing Lin Ling's dazzling rise, they were all frightened. The legend of the human realm, Lin Ling, no one could stop his rise. Are you going to hand over the people? The corner of Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly, and he coldly spat out, "Are you going to hand over the people?" Immortal drunken wine. At this moment, Lin Ling was throwing out wave after wave of his forces to see who was stronger. The Divine Marquis Estate, the North Immortal Emperor, and the Xianyuan clan were all silent. Indeed, each wave was stronger than the last. It could be said that even without the help of the 7 emperors, Lin Ling could easily wipe out the forces of the mortal world's giants. Plop. The first dragon ancestor was so frightened that he fell to the ground. He had seen too many storms in his life and thought that he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. However, at this moment, his pants were wet and he could smell the stench of urine. Clearly, he was scared out of his wits, especially that huge black snake. It made him feel like an ant that could swallow him at any time. He hoped that someone would help him, but there was only silence. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother stood there like a puppet. She had always thought that Lin Ling didn't have the strength to threaten her, but now, she felt that he did. It was that mysterious black snake. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, I know that you are the leader of the great Xianyuan domain and the leader of this group. However, there are some things that you don't know. Moreover, I also guessed that you didn't participate. Don't be used by others. Lin Ling said at this time. He had a feeling that the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother didn't participate in the massacre. You shut up. Lin Ling's words made some experts feel a little guilty. However, Lin Ling glanced over. With just a glance, the expert from the Sky Clan felt his heart tremble. What a cold gaze. However, he still braced himself and said, "You are only arrogant because of the 7 emperors. However, if our Sky Lord returns, you will die without a doubt." Clearly, the Sky Clan was also involved in the plan. The condition was that the Sky Lord could return to the mortal world. The Sky Lord is already dead. He died in the mouth of this guy. Lin Ling shook his head and said softly. This sentence was like thunder. If they had doubts about the Black Snake's strength at the beginning, they had no doubts now because the Sky Lord's strength was comparable to the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. However, he had also fallen. This also meant that Lin Ling was indeed a threat to the mortal world's legends. I've said what I need to say. Now, do you want to hand him over? Lin Ling said again. Today, he had achieved his goal. At the very least, he knew who was involved in the plan. When he became stronger, he would take revenge on them one by one. What if I don't hand it over? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's voice was clearly much softer, and she no longer had the domineering aura she had at the start. Slaughter you all. Lin Ling said word by word. Boom, this was definitely the most shocking sentence of the day. If they didn't hand over the person, they would all be killed. Furthermore, no one dared to doubt Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling possessed such strength. Thud thud thud, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face turned even paler. She had been forced by Lin Ling to hand over the girl. If she didn't, would he kill her? The others also stood there like idiots. With their status, facing Lin Ling, they were actually like ants, having their lives threatened by Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a long zither sound came from afar. The sound seemed to come from thousands of miles away, but in the next moment, it appeared right next to their ears. It was extremely mysterious. Moreover, under the sound of the zither, the murderous intent in everyone's heart gradually dissipated. Master, you're finally here. Hearing that voice, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face lit up with joy. Her master was here, he was finally here. Everyone here was threatened by Lin Ling, but her master was an ancient overlord who was on the same level as martial god Tianyu. Thus, there was no need to fear Lin Ling. Master, the great calamity of heaven and earth. Someone wants to use this opportunity to eliminate the dissidents. Master, please help us. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother bowed to the sky and said. The people around her were delighted. Lin Ling was dead for sure this time. I saw the divine martial realm suppressing beast come out again, so I followed. What are you all doing? A gentle voice came from the sky. It was extremely pleasant to the ears, but there was no one in sight. Clearly, that ancient overlord was far away at this moment. Is that ancient martial god Yun? Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. The human race had several ancient overlords. Ancient martial god Yun, martial god Tianyu, guardian of the human realm, immortal Kame, immortal drunken wine, and death arrow martial god from the grand saint realm. Of course, there were also some hidden ancient overlords, such as the legendary sword immortal Tsang Tian. However, these people had disappeared for so long that people wondered if they were still alive. The ancient overlords were comparable to the 5 great demon kings of the demon race, the top divine lords of the godly kingdom, and the strongest ghost emperor of the ghost race. This is not the case. Seeing that an ancient overlord was about to arrive, immortal Kame also stepped into the sky. He had been hiding to prevent the ancient overlords from interfering in this matter. In the human race, someone colluded with the ghost race and the demon race. They wanted to dominate the battle of creation and eliminate potential opponents. Lin Ling's hometown was massacred by those people, so today, Lin Ling is here for revenge. Immortal Kame said indifferently. Many people gasped. Immortal Kame was indeed supporting Lin Ling. Right now, martial god Tianyu was missing and the guardian of the human realm was seriously injured. They could not appear. Only Immortal Kame was supporting Lin Ling. Hehe, it's just one side of the story. Old tortoise, when did you become so shameless? However, after Immortal Kame's words, the sunset spread over from the other side of the sky. A handsome man stepped on the sunset with 2 fairies in his arms, smiling as he walked over. This person was very mysterious, but his strength was not to be underestimated. Immortal Drunken Wine. Immortal Kame frowned in surprise. This person was also an ancient overlord. However, Immortal Drunken Wine was extremely mysterious. It was said that he had opened a drunken immortal restaurant overseas and lived a carefree life there. Immortal Kame did not expect that he would also come. The battle of creation will begin in 3 years. I should return to Jianhu, but I did not expect to see such a foul atmosphere as soon as I came out. Are all the younger generation so impetuous nowadays? The middle-aged man said indifferently. His words seemed to be directed at Lin Ling. Obviously, Lin Ling's sensational self-proclamation had made the middle-aged man somewhat dissatisfied. Lin Ling also looked at the middle-aged man, but he did not have any impression of him. He thought that this middle-aged man must be a powerhouse who rose after Li Xiaoyao. However, did he have the qualifications to criticize him? During the great calamity of the human race, some people only cared about romance and ignored the common people. At the critical moment, he came out and wanted to rule the world. Are all ancient overlords so shameless? Lin Ling said indifferently. This guy. Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's words. This was because Lin Ling was attacking Immortal Drunken Wine. Sure enough, Immortal Drunken Wine frowned. He was very surprised by Lin Ling's boldness, but he was not happy in his heart. This matter has nothing to do with you. You came here in a carefree manner and then stood on the moral high ground to criticize me. Could it be that the so-called ancient overlords are so boring? Lin Ling said again. Fallen mortal? Li Xiaoyao? Who do you think you are? Holding a wine jug and hugging a beauty makes you an ancient overlord? Then let me ask you, where were you in the true martial world sealing enchantment? Where were you in the battle for the enchantment token? At least martial god Tianyu, the mortal world's guardian, and Taoist Kame were all injured because of this. They are the true ancient overlords. As for you, go home and drink, don't come here and make a fool of yourself. Lin Ling's words were like a string of cannons, bombarding Immortal Drunken Wine's body. Not to mention him, even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to not fear an ancient overlord. You see, this kid is lawless and doesn't even respect his seniors. He should be killed. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said after being stunned for a moment. Immortal Drunken Wine coldly stared at Lin Ling but didn't make a move. He believed that someone would make a move. Daoist came alone wouldn't be able to protect Lin Ling. In the sky, the distant sound of the zither was getting closer and closer, causing many people to become nervous. At present, Lin Ling had become a legend in the mortal world. There was no doubt about his appeal. However, he had provoked an ancient overlord. Then, would the ancient overlord let Lin Ling go? What do you guys think about my zither? What was surprising was that a woman in green clothes appeared in the sky. She was very beautiful and gentle, making people fall in love with her at first glance. She stood in the sky, and a green guqin appeared in her hand. She gently played the guqin. However, she didn't ask who was at fault. She was actually playing the zither. Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother didn't understand her master's actions. At this moment, Lin Ling also stared at the sky. Looking at the hazy woman, his eyes finally revealed a trace of nostalgia. He already knew who was coming and had been waiting for this person to come. Therefore, when Immortal Drunken Wine reprimanded him, Lin Ling wasn't afraid because he knew that he would be safe and sound today. However, the others didn't think so, because if ancient martial god Ruoyan also attacked Lin Ling, and Immortal Drunken Wine also joined in, Daoist Came wouldn't be able to stop the two ancient giants. This zither is the zither of righteous sound, one of the 10 great immortal weapons of heaven and earth. Only those who are righteous and pure of heart can play it. The martial god means that only those who are pure of heart can win for the world, for their family, and for their friends. The benevolent are invincible. At this time, a calm voice drifted out. Then, a handsome young man walked out step by step. His steps were filled with confidence, as if he was free and unfettered in the world. When they saw that person, many people were shocked. It was fallen mortal, Rumor. Has it that mortal descendant was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? Rumor has it that ancient rhyme was Li Xiaoyao's disciple as well. The great calamity of the mortal world and the battle of creation have surfaced. Who can rule the world is important to the entire world. However, if the ruler of this world is a narrow-minded person, then the world will become even more chaotic. Fallen Dust said as he walked, appearing even more carefree. Looking at Fallen Mortal, Jade Lake Heavenly Mother laughed, laughing very happily. Fallen Mortal was said to be the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Although there was no proof, at least he was the most similar to Li Xiaoyao. Most importantly, Fallen Mortal was on her side. If he could get his master to kill Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would definitely die. As for her master, Ancient Rhyme, she was the kindest person in the world. Therefore, even if Lin Ling deserved to die, Ancient Rhyme might not kill Lin Ling unless Fallen Mortal asked. Fallen Mortal, now it's up to you. The North Celestial Emperor, Sky Clan, and other experts looked at Fallen Mortal. If they could get the help of an ancient giant, then their strength would increase greatly. The Zither of Righteous Sound, you actually know about this treasure? In the sky, the woman in green looked at Fallen Mortal indifferently as if she could see through Fallen Mortal's past and present life. She had long heard that Fallen Mortal was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, but she secretly observed him. However, she didn't feel that Fallen Mortal resembled Li Xiaoyao in any way. But this time, she was somewhat moved. This zither is the only one in the world. Fallen Mortal stopped and looked at the sky indifferently. At this moment, the demeanor of an ancient master was even more obvious. In the whole world, only I understand you, only I understand this zither. I reincarnated 100 times just for today. In the Genesis battle in 3 years, I will rule the world and decide everything. Fallen Mortal's voice was extremely heroic, as if he was free and unfettered in the world. Not only did it make Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others, but it also made the experts of the demon and ghost race who were secretly watching from afar change their expressions. Did Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation finally admit it? If Fallen Mortal recovered his past strength, then who in the world could stop him? For a moment, the sky and the earth were silent, the 7 emperors and the others looked dignified. If Ancient Rhyme acknowledged Fallen Mortal, then they would be in trouble. Only Daoist Came and God of Stone smiled indifferently, not panicking at all. You really are Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation. Finally, a clear voice like a bell came from the sky. That's me. Fallen Mortal nodded, causing Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others to agree. He really is Li Xiaoyao, guaranteed to be the fake. We've already witnessed his miraculous abilities. Ancient Rhyme Martial God, please believe in him. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others smiled and said. Facing an ancient giant, they could only show flattery. In the sky, the woman in green fell silent, but many people could see that she seemed to have confirmed something. Hehe, Li Xiaoyao can't be confirmed with just a few words. Ancient rhyme martial god, although I don't know you, I'm very familiar with Li Xiaoyao. You're his disciple, so you're not very familiar with him. At this moment, a voice that disagreed with the crowd sounded. It was Daoist Came. Hearing Daoist Came's words, Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others were secretly angry, but Daoist Came was also an ancient giant, and they couldn't afford to provoke him. Then what does Daoist Came mean? In the sky, the woman in green asked. It just so happens that I have someone here who has seen Li Xiaoyao's illusion. He might be more familiar with Li Xiaoyao. Daoist Came looked at Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He knew Daoist Came's painstaking efforts. Now that he had announced that he was Li Xiaoyao, there would be endless trouble. Therefore, he took advantage of the situation and said, You said that the zither is very rare and unique? Yes, what do you mean? Are you questioning me? Ancient rhyme martial god, I think this kid should be killed. Fallen Mortal said with his hands behind his back. However, the woman in green in the sky ignored Fallen Mortal and looked at Lin Ling instead. Lin Ling smiled faintly. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the time when he was teaching martial arts. The heavenly zither of righteous sound is indeed rare, but what's really rare is the martial god's song. It's the 5 notes heaven and earth song. Lin Ling said calmly. His words made many people's expressions change drastically. The ancient rhyme martial god's zither was one of the 10 great immortal weapons of heaven and earth, passed down from the 4 great eras. However, Lin Ling said that the most precious thing was the zither's song? Nonsense. How ignorant. That's right, does he think he can compare to Li Xiaoyao? Li Xiaoyao is the first emperor of the 4 great eras. What hasn't he seen? Fallen Mortal must be right. The youngest human world legend, many people coldly shouted. They knew that if Fallen Dust was mistaken for Li Xiaoyao, then Lin Ling's death was certain. I have nothing to say to you. I can only say that you are a frog at the bottom of a well. Fallen Dust didn't even look at Lin Ling and said with disdain. Yes, compared to this zither, a truly rare zither song is one that contains all the laws of sound in the world. It's not something an ancient zither can compare to. However, a thunderous voice came from the sky, causing Fallen Dust to be badly battered. Everyone's jaws dropped. A truly precious zither song? Not one of the 10 great immortal weapons. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by this outcome. He slowly walked towards Fallen Dust and extended his fist, causing Fallen Dust to frown. What is the meaning of this? Lin Ling smiled and suddenly threw a punch at Fallen Dust's nose, causing him to stagger backwards. He was infuriated. Have you heard of the story of buying a jade and returning a pearl? A person's eyesight determines their cultivation, future, and previous life. You see the pearl in my hand, but you don't know that the true value is in my hand, the thing that holds the pearl. Lin Ling opened his hand and a pearl appeared in his palm, but his words were meaningful. Even the woman in green in the sky stared deeply at Lin Ling, wanting to see through everything about Lin Ling. However, she was surprised. Under her gaze, Lin Ling was calm and indifferent, as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. Reality has proven that you are not the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. You are not even worthy to carry his shoes. Lin Ling ignored the woman's gaze and faintly smiled. I am Li Xiaoyao. Fallen Dust was hit by Lin Ling's fist earlier and his nose was bleeding. However, at this moment, he angrily roared and appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the others were astonished. Compared to the previous Grandmaster Fallen Dust, this was the difference between heaven and earth. If you say so, then so be it. As long as you are happy. Faced with Fallen Mortal's unwillingness, Lin Ling lazily said. Words like this were undoubtedly like Fallen Mortal punching cotton. Then, may I know how many types of heaven and earth sound laws there are? Meanwhile, the green-clothed woman asked once more. To everyone's surprise, she was skilled in the laws of sound. However, they were sure that she possessed a huge amount of laws. Heaven and earth are divided into 5 laws, Gong, Shang, Jiao, Xing, and Yu, which correspond to wood, fire, earth, metal, water, liver, heart, spleen, lungs, and kidney. It's one of the great laws of heaven and earth. However, very few people can comprehend this law. Fallen Dust was the first to speak. He wanted to prove that he was Li Xiaoyao, and he seemed to have recovered his previous confidence. Many of them were puzzled when they heard this. The laws of sound had always been rare, so they didn't know how many of them there were. Sigh, you're wrong again. However, Lin Ling immediately retorted, Li Xiaoyao, no, Fallen Dust, you said that you're the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao and shocked the world. However, since I've known you, other than knowing that you've embarrassed yourself, I don't think I've seen you do anything sensational. You don't even understand the laws of heaven and earth sound. You should reincarnate again. These words were filled with ridicule and mockery. Fallen Dust was stunned on the spot. Lin Ling had struck him again. Heaven and earth are divided into 7 laws. This is also the reason why you haven't stepped into the martial god realm. It's because you've been cultivating the 5 laws. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. Lin Ling looked at the green-clothed woman in the sky. His voice was calm, but it carried an indescribable temperament. At this moment, Came Taoist laughed, Stone Deity laughed, Fire Toad was also somewhat excited. This was because they saw the most familiar Li Xiaoyao. It was also because they were the only ones who had seen Li Xiaoyao. Heaven and earth are divided into 7 laws. In the sky, the green-clothed woman's body trembled. She stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. She vaguely saw a familiar scene. In the past, when she was still young, that man sternly taught her not to follow the rules. He told her to break the laws of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth were 5 sounds, but she had broken the rules and created 7 sounds. Could it be that you are? The green-clothed woman's eyes suddenly became wet. She stared at the divine martial world-suppressing beast, and a guess arose in her heart: the divine martial world-suppressing beast rarely came out. However, over the years, it had been summoned a few times. This time, she had followed out of curiosity. Now, she realized that the divine martial world-suppressing beast had come for a reason. I'm just an ordinary kid who likes to be in a mess and be free wherever I go. Lin Ling replied with a smile. His long hair was flowing, and his long robe was fluttering. However, in the eyes of the green-clothed woman, her heart was finally shaken. An ordinary kid who likes to be in a mess and be free wherever he goes. Wasn't this what her master liked to say the most? Could it be that her master had returned? At that moment, no one knew what the ancient martial god was thinking. Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother didn't know, because there were very few people who had actually seen Li Xiaoyao. He's talking nonsense. I'm Li Xiaoyao. Fallen Mortal didn't know what had happened, so he immediately shouted. I'm Li Xiaoyao. Surprisingly, the gentle green-clothed woman in the sky shouted angrily, which was rare. She gently pressed down with a finger. Rumble, Fallen Mortal was pressed into the ground by the finger, and it extended all the way to the core of the earth. It made a human-shaped hole appear in the ground. Seeing this, the whole world was silent. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation was beaten to the ground? That was too embarrassing, and the one who did it was Li Xiaoyao's former disciple? Could it be that Fallen Mortal wasn't Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation? Suddenly, everyone opened their mouths wide. They couldn't express their shock with words. It was like watching a peerless master suddenly become a beggar. Thank you for your guidance. You let me know that he's not Li Xiaoyao, and you've seen the illusion of Li Xiaoyao. You're the one who knows Li Xiaoyao the best. Ancient martial god looked at Lin Ling, and then slightly bowed. She vaguely knew that Lin Ling didn't want to reveal his identity for the time being, so she naturally helped her master. However, seeing her master again, she was very excited and even wanted to throw herself at him. Of course, she held back all of this. However, her words represented the result. Ancient martial god seems to have chosen to stand on Lin Ling's side. What a lucky boy. Is Lin Ling going to rise completely today, and no one can stop him? Damn it. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was so angry that she secretly gritted her teeth. Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was the same. Little Yao, after you go back, you'll be in seclusion for 1,000 years. Without my permission, you're not allowed to come out. The woman in green looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and said. The latter's face instantly turned pale, and she knelt down with a plop. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out. It's over. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother is going to leave this world. There will be no more legends in the mortal world in the Xianyuan realm. Why is this happening? The result undoubtedly made everyone lose their wits. They looked at Lin Ling with shock in their eyes. Today, no one could stop Lin Ling's rise. Lin Ling had become the weakest legend in the mortal world. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Challenge. What the hell are you doing? Martial God Yungu, you and I know each other. Are you going to help that kid? In the distance, Immortal Drunken Wine's face was extremely ugly. The result was completely different from what he had imagined. In fact, he liked Martial God Yungu very much. However, other than discussing music with him, Martial God Yungu had no intention of getting to know him. Kid? Ancient Martial God Yungu smiled. Her smile was beautiful and gentle, but her hands were constantly moving like butterflies. A beautiful melody floated out, and through the jade zither, the power of 300 million laws was released. Boom. Boom, boom. This attack was too fast for anyone to react, and all of it was aimed at Immortal Drunken Wine. Immortal Drunken Wine did not expect that the other party would attack without warning. Martial God Yungu seemed to have been touched, and Immortal Drunken Wine was immediately bombarded by the terrifying laws. He was confused. Ancient Martial God Rhyme was very beautiful and gentle, but this was the first time he had seen Ancient Martial God Rhyme use violence. What the hell was going on? He did not know that he had indeed touched Martial God Yungu's reverse scale by reprimanding Lin Ling. Haha, don't be too violent. It's rare for others to come out of the martial arts world. Give them some face. Lin Ling said with a smile. That's right. What made everyone's pupils tremble was that Martial God Yungu actually agreed and stopped. What the hell was going on? Lin Ling smiled and glanced at those surprised people. Finally, his smile became colder and colder. Now, is there anyone who wants to stop me? As soon as his voice fell, the first dragon ancestors of the Xianyuan clan fell to the ground again with a plop. Today, all the experts of the mortal world had come out. There was no strongest, only stronger. Everything was to kill him and destroy his clan. However, what was terrifying was that Lin Ling had created miracles time and time again. In the end, he was still forced into a corner, leaving him with no way out. Around him, no one dared to speak up for him. Silence. Lin Ling, I won't let you off. I admit that I colluded with the ghost race and the devil race. They promised me that they would make me stronger, and even let me participate in the battle of creation. However, I didn't expect that we would ignore you when we paid attention to Daoist came. Now that things had come to this, the first dragon ancestor of Xianyuan had clearly thrown caution to the wind. This made many people shake their heads. The Xianyuan clan had really colluded with the demons. There are many things that you can't think of. However, I'm not interested in what you think or how you cooperate with others. However, you shouldn't have attacked my people. Lin Ling said coldly. Waving his right hand, the little sage shot forward, transforming into a black torrent of magical laws. Shockingly, the black torrent of magical laws was enough to strike fear into anyone who saw it. Where did Lin Ling get such a terrifying demonic beast? Other than the ancient era's giants, who could be its match? Without any suspense, the number one dragon ancestor of the Xianyuan clan had perished, and the experts of the Xianyuan clan had suffered the same fate. Go. In the Divine Lord Manor, the North Deity Emperor and the others knew that the situation was hopeless, so they all fled. You want to leave? Dream on. The seven emperors and the others also knew that the Divine Lord Manor and the others had participated in the massacre, so they were all prepared to attack. Let them go. However, Lin Ling stopped the seven emperors and the other experts. He looked indifferently into the distance and saw that the sky was filled with demonic chi that had turned into a giant. It was the great demon king of the demons. Obviously, if the seven emperors and the others were to attack, the war between the demons and the humans would break out. You're Lin Ling? I've heard a lot about you. A deep voice came from afar, shaking the heaven and earth. The mysterious great demon king had actually heard of Lin Ling's name. I was just lucky. Lin Ling replied indifferently. You're a very good junior. I'm looking forward to your participation in the Battle of Genesis. The mysterious Great Demon King stared at Lin Ling indifferently and left behind a sentence. In the end, he turned into endless demonic clouds and disappeared. When did the Great Demon King of the demons come? Has he been paying attention to this place? Only then did the crowd react, all of them trembling with fear. Only Lin Ling, immortal, came, and ancient martial god Yun in the sky had already sensed it. When ancient martial god Yun arrived, she did not act impulsively. The reason was that she was afraid of the demons and did not know what the demons were planning. However, by chance, ancient martial god Yun had found the person she had been waiting for thousands of years. Only the ancient giants of the various clans can participate in the Battle of Genesis. However, ordinary martial artists who have experienced the Outstanding Talents competition can also participate. Lin Ling, let's meet at the Outstanding Talents competition and settle all our grievances. Prince Xiaoyao withdrew his gaze from the sky and finally stared coldly at Lin Ling and said, "Alright, let's end this in a year's time." Lin Ling also smiled and nodded. After getting Lin Ling's agreement, Prince Xiaoyao also left. However, he looked deeply at Lin Ling. The last time he saw Lin Ling was in the star-picking purple mansion. At that time, Lin Ling was still very weak. However, he knew that Lin Ling had the same origin as him. They both came from another world. But now, Lin Ling had grown to such a level. As a time traveler, he, Prince Xiaoyao, must determine the winner and the loser. He did not know that Lin Ling was a time traveler in his previous life. However, 100 lifetimes ago, Lin Ling was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Although he and Lin Ling were both time travelers, Lin Ling's origin was much stronger than his. Let's go. Lin Ling did not intend to stay and left with his people. Lin Ling has become an emperor. He has become a legend in the human world. I'm looking forward to him participating in the Genesis battle 3 years later. Perhaps he will rule the world. Let's wait for the Heaven's Pride competition 1 year later. Only by passing the competition will he be qualified to participate in the Genesis battle. After Lin Ling left, the crowd discussed animatedly. However, they also acknowledged Lin Ling's identity as a legend in the human world. Moreover, after a day, the news spread throughout the human world. Everyone knew about it, even the news spread to the nation of God, the ghost race, and the devil race, causing an uproar among the 3 major races. Has he finally risen? It won't be long before he comes to find you. Yes, father. I'll wait for him. On a mountain peak, Xianxia and the Eastern Demon King looked into the distance. At this moment, they also heard Lin Ling's name. Lin Ling could be said to have shaken the 4 major races. Of course, the most important thing was the Genesis battle 3 years later. Because no matter what kind of legend or powerhouse one was, if he could not rule the world in the Genesis battle, then everything would disappear with the wind. Lin Ling was obviously working hard for the Genesis battle. However, before that, he had to go through the Heaven's Pride competition 1 year later. However, Lin Ling did not have much pressure for the competition, bringing everyone back to the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling's first priority was to improve the talent of Yu and the others because he planned to let Yu and the others participate in the Heaven's Pride competition. The arrival of the ancient martial god, everyone was gathered in the rainforest sacred ground, causing the spectators in the distance to suck in a breath of cold air. What did they just see? Outside of the 7 kings, there were the supreme clans, the Eternal Palace, the 3 historical clans of Xianhuangdayu, and the 2 war monarchs. It could be said that more than half of the human forces were gathered in the rainforest sacred ground. Lin Ling was crowned as an emperor and became a legend of the mortal world. Many people gave him face. Yes, Lin Ling was the junior with the shortest cultivation time, but he rose up in 1 step and became a legend. This is the kind of martial artist we should worship. In the future, I will follow in Lin Ling's footsteps and become a legend of the mortal world. These martial artists' blood was boiling. As for the female martial artists, their eyes were filled with worship. Everyone wanted to create miracles, but not everyone could create miracles. Over time, some hot-blooded martial artists lost their will to fight and could only cultivate blindly. But now, Lin Ling was like a rising star, telling them that as long as they persevered, nothing was impossible. TSK, this time, His Excellency became a legend of the mortal world. Even though we have turned into ghosts, I am still very excited to see His Excellency's pride. As expected of our excellency. Those who died in the rainforest sacred ground were also very excited at this moment. Not only them, but Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, Elder Extreme Flame, and Yu were also the same. In the past, they could only look up to the legends of the mortal world because they were the top experts of the world. But now, such a legend was right beside them. Moreover, in order to celebrate Lin Ling, more than half of the experts of the mortal world came. One had to say that this was an honor. Ling quickly entertain them. Patriarch Extreme Flame whispered beside Lin Ling. He was rather flattered by this unexpected favor. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. It's not their first time meeting, no need to be so polite. Ancestor Extreme Flame was speechless after hearing this. Only his little grandson would dare to neglect the giants of the mortal world like this. Hee, that's right. It's not the first time we've met. Just be casual. The overlords of the mortal world also spoke with a smile. They appeared to be approachable, but everyone knew that this approachability depended on the person. If it was a junior here, they would absolutely not receive such courtesy. But some people were still confused, such as the 2 battle kings of Champion University. They still didn't understand why Godshire and the others supported Lin Ling. Why did he want them to support him? Why did he want them to support him? Was he trying to force them to support him? Only Stone God and Daoist Came knew that Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao. His future achievements would definitely not be low. He might even be able to rule the world. While everyone was talking, a woman in a green dress flew down from the sky excitedly. Martial God Yungu. Seeing that woman, everyone was immediately surprised. They never thought that ancient martial god Yungu would come. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled and was not surprised. Ancient martial god Yungu was extremely excited, but she controlled her emotions. Even though she could announce Lin Ling's identity, it wouldn't bring her any benefits. After all, in 3 years, if everyone knew that Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao, they would definitely target Lin Ling. Even though ancient martial god Yungu was an ancient overlord, there were many people who weren't weaker than her. Hee, another ancient overlord is here. Little Ling, hurry up and bow. If that master hadn't helped you before, we wouldn't have been able to leave. Looking at the beautiful and gentle ancient martial god Yungu, Ancestor Extreme Flame was even more flattered. Even Yu and the others were the same, because in terms of seniority, ancient martial god Yungu could be their grandmother. Even though Daoist Came was there, they were already familiar with each other, so they didn't feel flattered. Bow? Lin Ling was surprised. Brat, she helped you before. Brother Ling, senior martial god Yungu is the master of Heavenly Mother, you should indeed bow. Yu and Ancestor Extreme Flame said. Yes. The 7 emperors nodded. Ancient martial god Yungu was the most mysterious among the ancient overlords, so they could only look up to her. All right. Lin Ling rubbed his nose gloomily and hurriedly bowed. No need. To everyone's surprise, ancient martial god Yungu actually panicked. Moreover, when Lin Ling bowed to her, she quickly swept past and avoided that bow. Seeing this, everyone opened their mouths wide, not understanding what was going on. Only Daoist Came smiled. Lin Ling was ancient martial god Yungu's master, so ancient martial god Yungu didn't dare to accept Lin Ling's bow. Little Ling, look at you, ancient martial god Yungu must be dissatisfied with you. Ancient martial god Yungu's appearance undoubtedly caused Ancestor Extreme Flame to misunderstand that she didn't accept Lin Ling's bow. But, how could this be? If ancient martial god Yungu no longer supported Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would become a legend in the mortal realm and would be in constant trouble. Lin Ling was even more depressed, and could only bow to ancient martial god Yungu again. However, ancient martial god Yungu was even more flattered. She swept past and retreated 100 meters away, like a frightened rabbit. It's not that I don't want to bow, it's that she doesn't want it. Seeing this, Lin Ling was extremely helpless. The corner of Ancestor Extreme Flame's eyes twitched. He still didn't understand what had happened. If you want to bow, it should be me bowing to you. No, it's you who has become a legend in the mortal realm, so there's no need to be so polite. In the distance, ancient martial god Yungu was obviously incoherent and even flattered. Hearing this, everyone was even more confused. Could it be that ancient martial god Yungu had taken a fancy to Lin Ling? However, it was possible. After all, Lin Ling was young and handsome, so it wasn't strange for an elder to take a fancy to him. Thinking about this, the two champions of Champion University suddenly became depressed. They were also good-looking. Why didn't ancient martial god Yunga like them? Even the law overlord of the seven champions had the same thought. He even shook his fat face to attract ancient martial god Yunga's attention. Of course, in the end, he was ignored by her. Without a doubt, if they could get ancient martial god Yunga's help, any one of them could soar to the sky. Lin Ling, this time, I'm here to congratulate you on becoming a legend in the mortal realm. While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, martial god Yunga walked over and smiled. She was extremely excited. She was getting closer and closer to her master. She was willing to stay by her master's side for the rest of her life, even if they were 10 meters apart. Oh, is that so? Thank you, said Lin Ling indifferently. In front of ancient martial god Yungu, he subconsciously put on the airs of a teacher. You stinky little boy, don't be so arrogant. This tone undoubtedly caused Ancestor Tai Yan to feel extremely displeased. Moreover, he was not the only one. Even the seven emperors blinked their eyes. Lin Ling was extremely courteous to them, yet he was so lazy in the face of the even more powerful martial god Yungu. It had to be said that this freak's way of doing things was really difficult to understand. However, to their surprise, Lin Ling's lazy attitude made ancient martial god Yunga smile. Her smile was so beautiful that it made the flowers pale in comparison. They also saw that ancient martial god Yungu was very excited. Everybody. He had waited for 1,000 years. Alright, you can go back first. Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking, but he smiled at ancient martial god Yun. Alright. Ancient martial god Yunga guessed. Lin Ling still did not want to reveal his identity to avoid unnecessary trouble. She immediately nodded obediently and disappeared without a trace. Why do I feel like you're an ancient magnate, and martial god Yun is your junior? Emperor Lisho said in surprise as he watched martial god Yunga leave. Hehe, ancient martial god Yunga treats people kindly. That's her temperament. It's just that you're not familiar with her. Lin Ling explained. Everyone nodded. That seemed to be the case, because they were not familiar with ancient martial god Yungu. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's prepare for the battle of creation in 3 years. Lin Ling said. There will be many variables in the battle of creation 3 years later. What is certain is that the participants will be the ancient giants of the human race, the god king of the celestial race, the great demon king of the devil race, and the ghost emperor of the ghost race. However, it will be difficult for the legends and giants of the human world to participate. The seventh emperor said with a frown. Lin Ling will definitely participate in the tournament. However, Lin Ling must win the Heaven's Pride tournament 1 year from now. Daoist Kame said. In this 1 year, Lin Ling, you have to do your best to improve your strength. Although you have all kinds of trump cards, the competition seems to be looking at individual strength. Yeah. Plus, Prince of Freedom, Fallen Mortal, Heaven-Blessed Martial God, and the others all benefited a lot from the Nation of God. They'll definitely increase their strength this year. Apart from them, the Devil race and the God race also have powerful geniuses. The giants of the mortal world spoke one after another. Lin Ling's power was enough to kill the big shots of the human world, but he relied on external items, such as the Little Saint and the Divine Martial World Suppression Beast. Obviously, such trump cards could not be used in the competition. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't seem to be under much pressure. See you in a year. Alright, we'll wait for your news. That night, they stayed in the rainforest and chatted with each other. Then, they left in the middle of the night. Lin Ling stood calmly on top of a mountain peak in the sacred land of the rainforest, looking into the distance. Master. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of Lin Ling and knelt down. It was martial god Yungu. Little Wu, it's been a long time since we last met. It feels like a dream for me to be back here again. Lin Ling's eyes were deep. At this moment, he wasn't Lin Ling, he was more likely Xiaoyao. I didn't expect Master to come back. Tears streamed down martial god Yungu's face. She used to be a blade of grass in the demon world. Only after being enlightened by Li Xiaoyao did she transform into a human body. After that, Lin Ling took her in as a disciple and taught her with great care. For ancient martial god Yun, the first person she met in her life was her master. In the years after that, she stayed by her master's side. She didn't ask for any vows of eternal love. As long as she could see her master, she would be very happy. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoyao's target was the martial god realm. In the end, he still left her. At that time, she waited for news of her master's return every day, but in the end, she only received news of her master's death. This news was like a bolt from the blue. In the following life, they stayed together for 1,000 years and waited for another 1,000 years. She had been looking forward to the day when he would return. Even if the stars changed and the sun rose and set, she didn't dare to forget his back. Because the distance between life and death was even greater than the distance between life and death. It was a memory, but in the end, she waited for it. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed softly. He took a step forward and gently helped ancient martial god Yun up. In this life, he had taken in many disciples, but the one who pestered him the most and worshipped him the most was ancient martial god Yun. Master, you're back. Ancient martial god Yun raised her head and looked at Lin Ling, as if she wanted to remember everything about Lin Ling. After 100 reincarnations, I'm indeed back. From now on, I won't let you leave me. Lin Ling nodded. Thank you, Master. Ancient martial god Yun smiled through her tears. With just one sentence, the thousands of years of waiting were worth it. Xiao He, the Dark Dragon Emperor, I saw him last time. He's still in the human realm prison of Chaos Demon Sea. But, where's Xiao Bai? Lin Ling looked into the distance and thought of his 3 disciples, who were also the only disciples recognized by Li Xiaoyao. Xiao Bai is in the demon realm. Later, she went to the ghost realm and hasn't returned for 10,000 years. Ancient martial god Yun said, Master, should I tell them that you're back? If you can find them, then tell them. If you can't find them, then leave everything to fate. After all, they'll still be back in the creation battle in 3 years. Even you may not be able to win the battle of creation in 3 years. You must improve your strength in these 3 years. That's right, Lin Ling said calmly. Ancient martial god Yun quickly nodded and then took out a ring from her hand. Master, there are treasures that Xiao Wu has collected over the years. It's enough for you to recover 40% of your strength. Lin Ling shook his head with a wry smile. I can't accept these treasures. Why? Ancient martial god Yun was surprised. Her surprised look was as cute as a little girl's. Just take it as my pride acting up. How can a master accept treasures from his disciples? Lin Ling shook his head and asked ancient martial god Yun to put away the treasures. She knew that her master was a proud person. Even if he snatched treasures from his enemies, he would not ask for treasures from his own people. Go back. If you need anything, you can come to me. Lin Ling took a deep look at ancient martial god Yun and then said with a smile. Okay. Although ancient martial god Yun wanted to stay by Lin Ling's side, she knew that Lin Ling was still alive and she could come to see him at any time. That was enough. After ancient martial god Yun left, Lin Ling was still standing on the top of the mountain, looking calm. He was preparing for the Heavenly Talents competition in a year's time. Lin Ling guessed that his opponent would at most be a LV1 martial emperor. He was not afraid of such strength, but he needed a lot of cultivation resources. Grand Sage Realm. Then, Lin Ling laughed. If he remembered correctly, there were a lot of treasures in that place. In the following days, Lin Ling also entered a state of cultivation. Although he lacked cultivation resources, he could improve the power of his martial techniques, especially the underworld flame. Because the underworld flame had not reached its limit, it was not comparable to the celestial demon dominating Earth body. Moreover, Lin Ling also knew that although he was a legend in the mortal realm, many people still wanted him dead if they had the chance. Therefore, improving his strength was indispensable. When Lin Ling entered seclusion, ancient martial god Yun returned to the ancient martial god Yun Gu immortal platform. The first thing she did was to find the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Master, why didn't you kill Lin Ling? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was punished to enter seclusion for 1,000 years. She knelt on the ground and said unwillingly. He is not someone you can provoke. Ancient martial god Yun Gu said indifferently, which made the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother tremble. Lin Ling was just a junior. Although he had some ability, he was not someone she could provoke. Master, are you also? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was surprised. I can't provoke him either. From now on, don't provoke him anymore. If he wants to kill you, I will be the first to act. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Animal Path. Jade Lake's Heavenly Mother was stunned. She had been following her master since she was a child. She had an indescribable feeling towards her master. Not only was it worship and gratitude, but there was also a kind of abnormal love. That's right, love. Although this kind of feeling shouldn't be born, she didn't know why, but she liked her master very much. Perhaps, her master was the most gentle and beautiful woman in the world. I don't believe it. Jade Lake's Heavenly Mother's eyes turned red. She didn't believe that her master would kill her for a mere junior. Even if she was beaten to death, she wouldn't believe it. After Lin Ling was crowned emperor, the world had a short period of peace. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was cultivating in his Zifu. Using the time he spent in his Zifu, he finally managed to raise the grade of the Flame of Yellow Springs to the 5th grade of the Divine grade. He was also able to cast the 3rd path of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, the Path of Animal. It could be said that he wasn't weaker than any of the desolate children. Excluding cultivation, he surpassed them in all other areas, and the animal path brought about a terrifying 10,000 laws. It could also be said that unless one's talent surpassed Lin Ling's, Lin Ling could kill a first-level martial emperor. If the 7 emperors knew about Lin Ling's cultivation progress, they would definitely be shocked. Apart from increasing his own strength, Lin Ling also helped Yu and Yuer, Little Flame, and the others to increase their strength by leaps and bounds. Each of them stepped into the Xian D10 heroes. This kind of progress was undoubtedly terrifying to many people. Even Little Flame and the others felt that it was a dream. However, what made them speechless was that this kind of progress was too slow in Lin Ling's eyes. In the following days, Little Flame and the others also went out to train. Lin Ling focused on nurturing Yu and the others. This was because Yu and the others' talents were higher than Lin Ling's, and with the help of the Violet Palace, their strength increased like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They were only slightly weaker than Lin Ling. This led to the fact that in the rainforest sacred land, other than Lin Ling, Yu and the others were the second strongest. Now that I've used up all my cultivation resources, it's about time to find new ones. Today, Lin Ling said with a smile. Where are we going to find them? Right now, the human realm's highest imperial palace has collapsed. Those treasures have all been plundered clean. Yu said with her small nose wrinkled. Even though she was a mother, she was still extremely cute. Lin Ling scratched her little nose and said, let's go to the Saint's Grand Domain, there's something we need there. Alright then, let's go together. And Yuer was still a frosty beauty, but only when she looked at Lin Ling would she reveal a beautiful smile. Upon hearing this, Yu excitedly nodded her head. It had been a long time since they had ventured out with Lin Ling. In the past, they were weak and could only be a burden to Lin Ling. However, they would definitely be of help to Lin Ling now. The 3 of them chatted for a moment before leaving. They didn't tell anyone else apart from informing Ancestor Extreme Flame. In the sky, the Dragon Turtle battleship appeared and headed towards the chaotic Demon Sea, because the Saint's Grand Domain was on the other side of the chaotic Demon Sea. After spending a day, the 3 of them stopped at the chaotic Demon Sea, put away the Dragon Turtle battleship, and walked, rumble. While the 3 of them were strolling, terrifying waves erupted from the depths of the sea, as if the sea was flowing backwards. Within them, a large number of mountain-sized lightning demon sharks appeared. Their terrifying aura caused the heavens and earth to change colors. Yu and Yuer's faces froze. They sensed that those lightning demon sharks were extremely terrifying. Lin Ling's expression was calm. In fact, he specially brought Yu and the rest here so that they could raise their combat strength. Go, get rid of them. Lin Ling, you're not going to do anything? Yu and the rest were shocked. Didn't you say that you wanted to help? The small demons we saw along the way must be you guys. Lin Ling grinned. Batty. Yu and the rest said at the same time, wrinkling their little noses, but they still charged forward. Yu's innate talent was a divine body, stronger than Lin Ling's innate talent, but she wasn't familiar with it. But even so, her strength could enter the ranks of the Sons of Huang. That was because during this period of time, she had crazily raised her strength, and her cultivation realm was higher than Lin Ling. reaching Wuxing's 10th stage realm. As for Yuer, she had the Spirit Eye's profound body, and her cultivation realm was the same as Lin Ling, but her laws were slightly weaker than Yu's. Sometimes Lin Ling was jealous of them, but he felt that it was normal. Profound body innate talent was indeed heaven-defying. Heavenly blessing. Like a fairy floating across the sea, Yu instantly made her move, and a colorful power of laws exploded. It was the power of the 5 elements. Spiritual realm. As for Yuer, it was the combination of laws and soul power. Her attack was formless and colorless, very similar to the extreme realm that she cultivated in the past. Boom boom boom, on the sea, a large number of lightning demon sharks exploded. Although these demonic beasts were terrifying, it was a pity that they met Yu and the rest. Woo woo, those lightning demon sharks were immediately frightened, those 2 women were too strong. Seeing this, Yu and the rest also planned to stop. After seeing the lightning demon sharks disappear, they all walked towards Lin Ling, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Under their feet, a black shadow of lightning rushed out from the sea. It was the lightning demon sharks. Obviously, those lightning demon sharks were cruel by nature. How could they easily give up on their prey? Yu and the rest's faces changed. In a moment of anxiety, they once again used their full strength, and in the end, they only suffered light injuries. Until all the lightning demon sharks were killed, Lin Ling solemnly said, "Don't be merciful to your enemies, because if you are merciful, it is cruel to your loved ones." Lin Ling was using this opportunity to guide Yu and the rest. "I know. Next time, I won't be merciful." Yu and the rest lowered their heads. Although they had killed people before, those people were people who deserved to be killed. But facing an enemy who chose not to fight, they couldn't do it. Their temperament was a bit too kind. This temperament was nothing in the past, but now that the human race was facing a great calamity, they had to be more decisive. "It's good that you remember." Lin Ling also gave them some guidance, and just as he was about to leave with Yu and the rest, a terrifying killing intent instantly arrived. "Haha, Lin Ling, I trust you have been well since we last met." Above the sea, ghostly energy roared, and demonic energy surged. A large number of people appeared, blocking in front of Lin Ling and the rest. The person in the lead was the pink second prince. In the past, Lin Ling had humiliated him with 2 punches in the nation of gods, and this grudge had always been in his heart. But after Lin Ling was crowned emperor, there were countless powerhouses around him, and this caused him to not dare to approach Lin Ling. But here, he didn't have to fear anything. "So it's you." Lin Ling's face sank. The pink prince said coldly, "Haha, I have already investigated you, and I know that your strength is indeed terrifying, but it is all because of external items." Lin Ling frowned and said, "So what?" "Haha, it's nothing. I am only targeting your strength, so I brought some stronger powerhouses. They should be slightly stronger than you. Come out, Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian." Beyond imagination, this expert's strength had actually reached the 5th stage of Wuxing's realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. "Come out, savage devil throne." Almost at the same time, Pink Prince shouted coldly once again. A throne floated down from the sky, and circles of black devil chi rippled out. This throne's aura was extraordinary, and was obviously an extremely powerful treasure of the Devil Clan. "You actually brought the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master's throne. Your father really dotes on you." Lin Ling's face became even gloomier. "Haha, Lin Ling, you have good knowledge. Previously I wanted to surprise you a little, but who knew that you would recognize the throne?" "That's right, this throne is my father's throne, and it can restrain your ancient heavenly crow. If you don't believe me, you can try." Pink Prince laughed out loud, as though he had already killed Lin Ling. Hearing that, Lin Ling pondered for a moment, and with a wave of his right hand, a black shadow shot out from his purple mansion. It was the ancient heavenly crow. However, the moment the ancient heavenly crow came out, the mysterious throne emitted a devil's might, overbearing and majestic. The ancient heavenly crow stopped flying, as though it did not dare to violate the throne's prestige, and showed signs of hesitation. In the end, the enchantment in the depths of its soul exploded, and the ancient heavenly crow fell. Seeing that, Lin Ling's face turned even uglier. That throne was specially used to restrain some demonic beasts, and had the might of a devil god. "Haha, a crow died just like that. Lin Ling, let's try releasing a few more." Pink Prince was undoubtedly excited, and the devil clan behind him were also laughing out loud. Lin Ling's methods had been suppressed, and without those methods, Lin Ling was only so. The last time you punched me twice, now it's time to settle the old score. Pink Prince licked his lips, and at the same time stared at Yu and the rest. He sneered, after you die, your women will belong to me. The tournament of Heaven's Chosen is about to begin. Can't you be like Prince Xiaoyao and the rest, and end your grudges in the tournament? Lin Ling said coldly. Haha, are you afraid of me? Are you begging for mercy? I'm sorry, but I can't wait for that day. I can't wait to kill you. Pink Prince laughed even louder. Seeing Lin Ling beg for mercy made him very happy. Are you so sure you can kill me? However, Lin Ling quickly said. Hee, how hard is it to kill you? Killing a human realm legend isn't hard at all for me. Stop trying to be mysterious. After today, the human realm will spread the news that human realm legend Lin Ling has fallen in the Chaos Demon Sea. The one who killed him is Pink Prince. Kill. Pink Prince bared his fangs and roared. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tong Tian ghost ancestor behind him pounced forward, and a ghastly wind blew. From the looks of it, this Tong Tian ghost ancestor was even stronger than ordinary human realm giants. Pink Prince, after you kill him, you must do what you promised me. Clearly, this ghost ancestor Tong Tian had reached some sort of agreement with Pink Prince. Woo woo, the water ghost's voice reverberated through the air, causing one's scalp to go numb. It could make one lose the ability to fight in an instant. That was the law of resentment. According to legend, every drowned person had extremely dense resentment, and the Tong Tian ghost ancestor was undoubtedly the ancestor of cultivating resentment. Little saint. Staring at the water ghosts that filled the sky, Lin Ling let out a low roar. A black shadow shot out from his sleeves and transformed into a black torrent. It collided with the Rain Ghost King in an unstoppable manner. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Pink Prince was not surprised by this. He invited the Tong Tian Ghost Ancestor King with the purpose of entangling Lin Ling's mysterious ancient snake. Without the mysterious ancient snake, coupled with the fact that Lin Ling could not use the ancient Heaven Divine Crow, wouldn't Lin Ling be easily captured? Kill. The demons also rushed over and fought with Yu and the others. Pink Prince strode towards Lin Ling. Now, what other trump cards do you have? The law around his body crazily spiraled and rose. To him, Lin Ling was already half a step into hell. Pink Sky Fist. He directly unleashed a terrifying punch. The law had reached 6,000. To any 10th stage realm Wuxing, this was extremely terrifying. Of course, the demon race's cultivation method that he cultivated could raise the law energy by a certain margin. Even Lin Ling was shocked. Because not long ago, all of his laws had not reached 5,000. Of course, this was not long ago. Evasion domain. With a low shout, Lin Ling disappeared from the spot. Eh? Pink Prince's expression changed slightly. Lin Ling still had a trump card. Moreover, his law and innate talent combined together could freeze the dust and turn it into demon stone. But Lin Ling could actually avoid it? How was this possible? Looks like you're still hiding a powerful move. But that's it. Pink Prince's eyes turned cold. Lin Ling was a mysterious person. The trump cards that he had were all unfathomable. Hence, he wanted to kill Lin Ling even more. Spontaneous devil blood ignition, 8,000 exclusive world. Pink Prince's entire body emitted a red glow as though he had opened up the Devil Kingdom. This move was obviously learnt from the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master Great Demon King. In the red glow, the law energy became even more terrifying, almost reaching 10,000. Numerous Devil Clan members charged out, turning the sea into a Devil Sea. Haha, kill him. Those Devil Clan members who were surrounding the scene were all in high spirits. On seeing the terrifying law energy in the sky attacking, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Pink Prince had found out some of his trump cards. But alas, his trump cards weren't only this, not to mention other things. Just based on the berserk armor, he wasn't afraid of Pink Prince. You're only SOSO. This time, Lin Ling didn't choose to defend. Instead, he stretched out his left hand and white flame spread out like a tide, but it was sinister and cold. the moment the flames appeared, the temperature of heaven and earth seemed to drop by several degrees. What? Pink Prince sensed that terrifying power and his expression changed drastically. Lin Ling had the underworld flames, but it didn't seem to be this powerful the last time. I know you're confused. Then, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. The last time was the last time. To me, Lin Ling, if I can't increase my strength next time, then I'm not qualified to protect my family. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Reincarnation of Heaven and Earth. Under the law, enter my reincarnation, beast path. White flames drifted out, forming a dazzling giant flaming wheel in the sky. That was the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, rumble, a terrifying suction force was born. More than 10,000 law energy exploded, turning the sea into a ghost domain. The sea water soared into the sky, and countless fishes and prawns were brought into the reincarnation as though it was the wrath of heaven and earth. As for Pink Prince, his eyes widened. He realized that Lin Ling's law energy was more powerful than his. His devil kingdom flew toward the reincarnation in the sky. It couldn't stop it at all. Even he couldn't avoid the reincarnation. What? Of course, it wasn't just him. Even the Water Ghost King was shocked. Lin Ling and Wu Xing were only in the 9th stage realm, but they exploded with the law energy of a martial emperor. I don't want to enter the reincarnation. Pink Prince cried out miserably. His body flew toward the reincarnation flames in the sky. He didn't expect that today's ambush would be complete. But he still had to die. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to realize this now. Gradually, Pink Prince disappeared into the reincarnation. The Devil Clan on the sea were stunned. They came to kill Lin Ling, but their prince died? Arrival in Crystal City so fast? As for Tong Tianguizhu, he was also stunned. He had guessed that they would be fully prepared today, and should be able to kill Lin Ling in a single move. However, the result was that it was indeed a single move, but the one who was killed was Pink Prince. This Lin Ling's strength was so strong. In the Prodigy tournament a year later, he would definitely be able to charge into the rankings. I'm not fully prepared. Lin Ling stared at Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian at the same time, and Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian knew that the situation was hopeless. He immediately turned into countless water ghosts and rushed into the sea, weaving through the sea like countless jellyfish. Only by doing so could he escape. It wasn't afraid of Lin Ling, but if Lin Ling joined forces with the ancient black snake, it definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. You killed the Pink Second Prince. The Great Demon King will not let you go. You are dead for sure. As he fled, Ghost Ancestor Tong Tian also left behind a sentence. I've heard this a lot. Lin Ling murmured to himself. He watched as the little saint charged into the sea, overturned the seas, and plundered the Heavenspan Devil Lord. Eventually, he devoured a large number of water ghosts, then returned with a look of dissatisfaction. There's no need to be unwilling. With your strength and bloodline, it wouldn't be difficult to kill him on land. He only has the geographical advantage because this is the sea. Lin Ling said with a smile. The little saint began to shrink, turning into the size of a finger. He wrapped around Lin Ling's arm and stuck out his tongue. He looked extremely cute. Lin Ling gently stroked the little saint's head, causing it to close its eyes in enjoyment. There is no such thing as absolute invincibility. If the opponent has the advantage of time and place, then the invincibility can be broken. Therefore, on the path of martial arts, once you think you are invincible, then you are not far from death. Lin Ling shook his head and said. Although he was confident, he was not arrogant. Although he had Li Xiaoyao's memories, he still had to be careful as long as his vision was not restored. With the help of a little saint, he wasn't afraid of the overlords of the mortal world. However, if there were too many of them, even a little saint wouldn't be able to stop them. Moreover, if the ancient giants were to make a move, the little saints would not be able to stop them. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at the wild throne not far away. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the wild throne. Then, he continuously pointed with 2 fingers. How dare you? You actually dared to destroy the Demon King throne. When the devil race saw Lin Ling's actions, they were all enraged. Lin Ling ignored them. Those demons were just nice for Yu and the others to practice, while he continued to release enchantments to destroy the savage throne. This savage throne was a 3-star immortal weapon, and its power was reflected in its majesty, so it was able to make the ancient divine crows not dare to approach it. However, other than this power, the others were of little value, but one of them was the empty soul ice soul. If used to forge the Tyrant Song sword, it would be able to increase the power of the Tyrant Song sword once again. Right now, the Tyrant Song sword was not weak, and could sweep through many Xiandi. However, against the son of Huang, a giant of the human realm, this sword was clearly somewhat powerless. Boom, in the end, the savage throne exploded. After Lin Ling collected the empty soul ice soul, he directly refined the rest and raised his cultivation. What? He actually used materials to cultivate. Those devil race were all shocked. After all, they had seen many people using heavenly treasures to cultivate, but this was the first time they had seen using materials to cultivate. Even Yu and the others were speechless. They felt that it was fine if Lin Ling wanted to cultivate, but he should have found a good place to cultivate. Moreover, he was actually not helping? Too lazy, the two girls could only use all their strength. In the end, they let a dozen or so devil race escape, and the rest were completely annihilated. At this time, Lin Ling also opened his eyes, and there was regret in his eyes. After Wu Xing's realm, the cultivation resources required were even greater, so this time, Lin Ling still did not break through. You let a dozen devil race escape, you guys are not qualified. Lin Ling looked at the two girls and said. Annoying, you're not helping again. Moreover, you're actually cultivating here. If you're interrupted, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yu and Anuer were dissatisfied. Lin Ling was too reckless. Since I dare to cultivate here, I naturally have confidence. However, this cultivation can be considered to have some effect. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Crazy, others spent 100 years to raise their strength, and you raised your strength again in a short period of time. How enviable. Yu and Anuer were shocked, but Anuer was a little envious. The world only sees the achievements of others, but they don't know the sacrifices they have made behind the scenes. You guys are the same. Lin Ling scratched Anuer's nose and looked at the sky. Pink Prince is dead, we can't stay here for long. Leave quickly. Yu and the others were still thinking about Lin Ling's words. The world only sees the achievements of others, but they don't know the sacrifices they have made behind the scenes. This was indeed the case. Lin Ling's cultivation speed seemed to be fast, and no matter what happened, he would not be alarmed. However, who knew the sacrifices he had made behind the scenes? The three of them advanced along the sea and gradually disappeared, and at the place where the battle happened previously, a pair of demon eyes appeared in the sky. They were extremely cold and also carried fury, but they also gradually disappeared. Obviously, Lin Ling's killing of Pink Prince had infuriated the great demon king of the south because Lin Ling had already killed 2 of his sons. Crossing the chaotic demon sea, a vast continent appeared ahead. The spiritual energy was rich, and martial artists could be seen crossing the sky from time to time, like fireflies. That place was shockingly the Saint's great territory. The Saint's great territory was far away from the 3 profound realms of the mortal realm. Apart from the mortal realm's giants, martial artists from the 2 places rarely interacted. The Saint's great territory was clearly smaller than the 3 profound realms, but the martial artist's strength was not weak. Were these jade pendants? At that time, apart from the ancient giants, ordinary people won't be able to see your aura and realm. Lin Ling took out 2 sparkling jade pendants and smilingly put them on for Yu and the others. These 2 jade pendants were precious immortal weapons. This time, Lin Ling was here to search for the treasures in his memories. Hence, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, there were 4 human immortal sovereign races in the Great Saint domain. If the 4 overlords joined forces, even a minor saint wouldn't be able to stop them. Moreover, the Great Saint domain also had an ancient overlord. The 3 of them landed on the ground and found that the ancient city was extremely grand. It was like a giant beast lying on the ground. After entering the city, they found that there were mountains, rivers, forests, and plains. Big, it was really big. Among the 3 profound realms of the mortal realm, I'm afraid that no other city can compare to this city. Yu was immediately surprised. Regarding this, Lin Ling was also surprised. Although he had been here before, there were no humans in the Saint's great territory at that time. There were only primeval forests and terrifying demonic beasts. This is very normal. Because the other places in the Saints' great territory are filled with demonic beasts, there would be beast tides from time to time. Therefore, humans are all gathered together. Moreover, this city contains 300 countries and even has 4 immortal imperial clans. At this time, a young man wearing blue clothes smiled and said, "It should be your first time here, right? Could it be that you are from the border village?" This city was called Crystal City, but there were many border villages around the city. Those who did not have high status and strength lived there. Of course, the young man was so polite mainly because he felt that Yu and the others were very beautiful, so he wanted to befriend them. "Map disturbance, thank you." Yu replied plainly. Her words seemed polite, but her attitude was cold. As for Inuer, she did not even look at the young man. She was as cold as an iceberg. "Hee, thank you." Lin Ling replied with a smile as he led Yu and the rest forward. "Humph, I gave you face, but you don't want it. You're all frogs at the bottom of a well. You can't even tell my identity, yet you insist on following a country bumpkin." The young man was extremely unhappy. He could also tell that the 2 beauties were the man's lovers. Therefore, he was jealous. Why couldn't he win the hearts of the 2 beauties despite his high status? However, he was still afraid of the 36th Palace's guardian beast, so he could only leave gloomily. "Let's go to Dao-Seeking Mountain. We'll know the whereabouts of the treasure once we find it." Lin Ling continued to move forward according to his memory. Unfortunately, there were too many changes here, making it difficult for him to find it in a short period of time. However, Yu's eyes were sharp. Very soon, she saw a shop selling maps. Immediately, everyone walked towards the shop. This shop was decorated beautifully. The windows and doors were made of crystal. Other than selling maps, there were also many other treasures for sale. To the warriors of Crystal City, maps were indispensable because this place was too big. Without a map, they would get lost. Buying maps? 1 map for 100 vitality stones. Lin Ling and the rest quickly saw that in the shop, many people were buying maps. As for the scantily dressed women, they were warmly entertaining the customers. Vitality stones? Yu looked at Lin Ling happily. She did not expect that vitality stones were also used here. "I don't have these things." Lin Ling spread his hands helplessly. At his level of strength, only treasures could catch his eye. As for vitality stones? He had already refined them. We have them, and we have a lot of them," Yu said with a smile. She seemed to be good at running a household. She held Inuer's hand and walked towards the counter. "Excuse me, we want a map." The voice sounded. It was gentle and clear, instantly attracting the attention of the entire shop. What a beautiful woman. Not only is she beautiful, even her temperament is top-notch. The other one is a woman of ice and frost. She has a great figure. TSK, is such a beauty from the border village? Don't miss it. The crowd was discussing animatedly. Some of the young masters were getting excited. However, just as they were about to make a move, they suddenly realized that there was a young man following behind the 2 women. This young man was wearing a blue and white robe. His long hair was tied behind his head, and he looked very handsome. Most importantly, the faint and indifferent aura emanating from his body was extremely attractive. How handsome. He's a good match for those 2 women. The eyes of some female martial artists flickered. Although they saw that the youth's cultivation was the same as theirs, they still felt that there was something extraordinary about him. The young man was none other than Lin Ling. He was also wearing a jade pendant, and the aura on his body was strange. It could change according to the cultivation base of the person he was observing. He's not even at the level of Wu Xing. He's just a pretty boy. Those young masters said jealously. Their cultivation base was not at the level of Wu Xing, so when they looked at Lin Ling, they felt that Lin Ling had not reached the level of Wu Xing. Lin Ling naturally heard the voices around him, but he ignored them. "Sorry, 500 vitality stones." At this moment, the woman selling the map said indifferently. "Isn't it 100 vitality stones?" Yu was surprised. "That depends on the person." Moreover, the Northern Immortal Market is spread all over Crystal City. The price is set by us. The woman played with her nails and said with a look of disdain, although the handsome man and woman in front of her gave off an extraordinary aura, her many years of experience told her that these people did not have any background. That was because the residents of Crystal City were divided into different levels. It could be seen from their clothes and the jade pendants they wore, and these people's clothes were completely different from those in Crystal City. They must be country bumpkins from the border village. That's too much. It was clearly 100 vitality stones before, but now it's 500. What a snob. Yu said with dissatisfaction. Lin Ling smiled and did not mind. 500 then. It's no big deal. Although he was extremely famous in the mortal realm, in the saint's great domain, he was just an ordinary person, and Lin Ling was not interested in announcing his identity. He did not have the time to show off his strength. Look at their clothes, it's not the style of Crystal City. They are definitely country bumpkins from the border village. Can they take out 500 vitality stones? Hee hee. Hee hee, they definitely don't want to lose face. Hee hee. Then I'll see how he takes it out. Hee hee. The surrounding people did not believe that Lin Ling could take out 500 vitality stones, especially those young masters. Their faces were complacent because if Lin Ling could not take out 500 vitality stones, not only would he lose face, they could also take advantage of the situation and let the two beauties know how powerful they were. Unfortunately, 500 origin stones was simply too little for a legend of the mortal world. Take it. 500 vitality stones. Bring the map over. All right. Before Yu could say anything, Yuer said coldly. They did not lack vitality stones, but they did not like that woman's snob, Chi. When 500 vitality stones were taken out, the entire shop gasped. 100 vitality stones was enough for an ordinary person to use for a year. Only martial artists would use it to buy maps. As for 500, the woman who sold the map was also surprised. How much commission did she want? And even if she got 100 vitality stones as commission, it would be enough for her to use for a year. However, when she saw Yuer's cold expression, she immediately felt unhappy. That was because the two women were too beautiful, causing her to be extremely jealous. Moreover, she guessed that the two women had braced themselves and taken out all their savings for the sake of face. Sorry, now it's 1,000 vitality stones. Fine. As she thought of this, the woman raised her chin and spoke. She knew that these people would definitely not be able to produce 1,000 origin stones. She planned to sell the map for 500 origin stones after these two women begged for mercy. At that time, she would teach them a good lesson. You're going too far. Fine. And Yuer's brows furrowed. If you can't take out the money, then I can't sell the map to you. If you don't have money, then don't pretend to be rich. The woman sneered and said, don't think that you're so great just because you can take out 500 vitality stones. I'm a member of the North Celestial Royal Family. What kind of money have I not seen? Also, those 500 vitality stones should be all your savings. You're too naive. Fine. You're too much. Fine. Yu had always been kind, but at this moment, she could not bear it anymore. The woman was clearly making things difficult for them. Hee hee, interesting. Interesting. The people around them became interested. The market of the North Celestial Royal Family had always been based on status. Guests with low status naturally would not be treated well. Later, when we take out 1,000 vitality stones, are you going to raise the price by 10,000? Yu said again. Wait until you take it out first. I suspect that you don't have it at all. The woman began to play with her nails again, with an air of indifference. Let's go. It's just a map. Don't buy it from her. Go. Rich and willful. Ha ha ha, you really can't afford it. If you don't have money, why are you pretending? You're just a few country bumpkins. Do you really think you're residents of Crystal City? Get lost. Our shop is noble. Even if we don't want the commission, we won't do business with you. Don't dirty our floor. Seeing Lin Ling speak, the woman thought that Lin Ling couldn't pay the money. Brother Ling, let's just buy it. It's only 1,000 yuan stones anyway. Although Yu felt wronged, when she thought of the purpose of this trip, she still said obediently. Silly girl, I can't bear to let you suffer because of a map. Lin Ling held Yu and Yuer's hands and left. However, when everyone thought that they were about to leave, Lin Ling's footsteps quickly came to a stop. He stared at the old man who had bought the map before and said, "How much is your map?" What? Everyone's eyes widened. It wasn't that Lin Ling didn't want to buy the map, but he didn't want to buy it from the shop. Don't sell it to him. The woman was immediately enraged. The old man smiled bitterly. Although he wanted to help Lin Ling, the market of the North Immortal royal family was not to be trifled with. 1,000 primeval stones. Lin Ling directly stated, causing the old man's expression to drastically change. The map he had bought was only 100 source stones. However, just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's voice drifted out once again. 2,000 yuan stones. 5,000 yuan stones. Lin Ling's voice was like a string of cannons, blasting the old man into a daze, and the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. As for the woman, she still wanted to threaten the old man not to sell the map, but now she was excited. If she sold the map for 500 primeval stones, she could get a commission of 100 for her own use. What about 5,000? Her heart was beating violently. 10,000 primeval stones. However, a sound that caused her heart to beat even more fiercely rang out. 20,000. 30,000. Lin Ling looked at the old man and said unhurriedly. The old man was scared silly. The people around them were the same, especially those young masters. At this moment, a sense of inferiority rose in their hearts. 100,000. The sound Lin Ling spat out didn't sound like money at all. Plop. The old man was so scared that he sat down on the ground and presented the map with both hands. Sell, sell, sell. Nobody is allowed to stop me. Me too. The entire store was in an uproar. Those who had maps all handed them over. 100,000 primeval stones. They wouldn't be able to find so many in their lifetime. No, it would be 3 lifetimes. Lin Ling smiled, then nodded at Yu. Yu waved her right hand, and white primordial stones poured out from her green ring like water, piling up on the ground, making everyone lick their lips. It was really 100,000 renminbi for the map. A map of 100 primeval stones had actually been inflated to 100,000. Everyone couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling. Their hearts were like thunder. This is what a tycoon is like. Even those young masters were rubbing their hands. If they could give their bodies to him, they would definitely agree. I've poured out a bit too much. Forget it, I won't take the extra. And Yuer roughly looked at the ground, then curled her lips and said, "There's about 50,000 extra primeval stones. Just treat it as a gift to this old man." With Lin Ling's current wealth, primeval stones were simply innumerable. 15 primeval stones were like a strand of hair to him. 50,000 extra, just treat it as a gift? The surrounding people looked like they were struck by lightning again. If Lin Ling was from the countryside, then they were even worse than country bumpkins. Let's go. Lin Ling naturally didn't have time to care about their thoughts. He took the map and left with Yu and the others. At this moment, Yu and Yuer were extremely happy. They stared at the woman who was already in a daze, then spread out their hands and said, "You're rich, you can do whatever you want." Money. The woman stood there trembling, then finally fainted. 15 primeval stones. What if she didn't look down on others and sold the map? That commission would be enough for her to live a happy life. Because of jealousy, because she looked down on Yu and the others, she missed out on a great fortune. "Sir, you're so generous in the market of the Northern Celestial Royal Family. Do you want to stay for a cup of tea?" Just as Lin Ling was about to step out of the door, a middle-aged man suddenly walked over with a smile. It seemed like he wanted to invite Lin Ling to have tea, but it was obvious that he wanted to keep Lin Ling, because Lin Ling's previous actions were like a slap to their faces. Not interested. Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he said, "What if I insist that you stay?" The middle-aged man's voice also became dignified. Lin Ling finally stopped, turned around, and said indifferently, "If you insist on keeping me, you'll regret it." His voice was calm, but it made the middle-aged man's whole body tremble, and he didn't dare to speak anymore. When he looked into Lin Ling's eyes, an indescribable pressure came over him, making him feel as if the whole world revolved around this young man. if he dared to keep this young man, heaven and earth would kill him. Invite tea, but you don't have any sincerity, then forget it. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Lin Ling left again. The middle-aged man stood in place, not daring to move. Only when Lin Ling disappeared did he realize that his whole body was drenched in sweat, and there was also a puddle of water on the ground. Outside the street, Yu and the others were obviously very happy. The two girls were like little girls, buying things on both sides of the street, such as selling things to Lin Yi, buying things to ancestor Tai Yan, and buying things to Imo Yanchen. At this moment, they were perfectly satisfied, because their men could handle everything, just like what happened before. If it were an ordinary person, they could only swallow their anger, but their men wouldn't allow them to suffer any grievances, and stood up for them, using crazy amounts of money to make the other party speechless. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was looking at the map. One had to admit that Crystal City was really big. Even with the map, it took Lin Ling a long time to find it. Dao-seeking Tower? Lin Ling's eyes finally lit up. The former Dao-seeking mountain had become the Dao-seeking Tower today, and looking at the geographical location, it should be that place. Let's go, girl. Lin Ling waved to Yu and the others. They're here. Yu and the others' voices came from afar. One had to admit that in a place where no one knew them, they were like ordinary people, letting loose as they pleased. Lin Ling also enjoyed this feeling. Of course, although no one knew them, they were still the center of attention on the street. What a handsome man, and those two girls are also very beautiful. They're a match made in heaven. I really envy that young man. Both of them are devastatingly beautiful. If I can get one of them in my life, I can die in peace. But looking at them, they don't seem to be local residents of Crystal City. Around the street, many people laughed. One had to admit that looking at a handsome man and a handsome woman was also a great enjoyment. Yu was holding a specialty of Crystal City in her hand. After taking a bite, she gave it to Lin Ling, and Annuer did the same. Just like that, the three of them headed towards the Dao-seeking Tower. Dao-seeking Restaurant, Wuxing 5th degree realm practitioners could be seen everywhere. There were even quite a number of 10th degree realm Wuxing practitioners. However, martial emperors were nowhere to be seen. But thinking about it, once one stepped into the martial emperor realm, one would be a martial emperor. How could such a person appear here so easily? Moments later, a towering restaurant appeared in front of Lin Ling's eyes. The restaurant was entirely white and looked extremely holy. It was divided into 10 levels, but its height seemed to be the highest restaurant in the entire Crystal City. Moreover, from the passers-by, it could be seen that everyone was extremely respectful towards the restaurant. Dao? Lin Ling raised his head to look at the sky. He sensed a mysterious power of law spreading out. That was Dao, Heaven Dao, Martial Dao, they were all Dao. Interesting, I wonder if that old granny is still around. Lin Ling smiled and led Yu and the rest into the restaurant. Who is that person? How dare he enter Dao-seeking Restaurant? From the looks of it, he doesn't seem to be a resident of Crystal City. His guts aren't bad. There's a good show to watch. I think he's only Wuxing 1st degree realm. With such cultivation, he's just asking for humiliation. If he wants to go up. The surrounding people sneered. Apparently, they had tried many times to enter Dao-seeking Restaurant, but they were all stopped. Dao-seeking Restaurant was the place to pursue Dao in Crystal City. Many geniuses and even the older generation experts who were stuck at a bottleneck would ascend Dao-seeking Restaurant in search of an opportunity to break through. Moreover, the wine in this restaurant was extremely powerful and could greatly increase a practitioner's ability. Sir, without Wuxing Realm, you can't step into the restaurant. Moreover, ordinary Wuxing Realm cultivators can't step in either. Scram. There were 2 stone carvings at the entrance of Dao-seeking Restaurant. At this moment, the stone carvings swayed and transformed into 2 white-haired old men who spoke coldly. The Black Skeleton Stone King has awakened. Hee, guess how many meters that youth will be swept away? Maybe he'll be swept out of Crystal City. That's right. In the past, someone wanted to enter the restaurant but was blocked by the Black Skeleton Stone King and was sent flying out of the city. Everyone looked forward to it even more. Lin Ling didn't know what the crowd was thinking. He calmly looked at the 2 old men and didn't say a word. Then, he led Yu and stepped inside. He sensed that these two stone men were in actual fact only in Wuxing's 10th stage realm, and this cultivation, he didn't need to care about it. How dare you? The two stone golems roared angrily, and a terrifying power of law spread out, causing the entire street to sway. Excuse me. Lin Ling softly shouted, but did not move. His gaze looked towards the stone man on his left as a frightening aura surged from the depths of his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and the space laws appeared. Like a pool of lightning, they blocked the stone man's laws. How dare you? The stone person on the right shouted angrily. He had been guarding this place for a long time, yet this was the first time he saw such an arrogant individual. Even if Huang's son Yuanchi came, he still wasn't this insolent. Yuanchi Zi was the strongest genius in the saint's great domain, and also one of the desolate's children of the mortal world. Stop. But just as the stone man on the right was about to make a move, an anxious shout was heard from not too far away. It was the stone man on the left. Let them in. Following that, the stone man on the left said something, which made everyone shocked. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled and led Yu and the rest into the restaurant. Why? It was until Lin Ling and the other two disappeared before the stone man on the right opened his mouth. Earlier on, that young man didn't seem to make a move against his brother, so why did his brother stop him? Those two young ladies, their abilities are not bad. The stone man on the left said, as for that young man, he's even more terrifying. Although he didn't make a move against me, but from his eyes, if he really wanted to use force, he could destroy us. What? The stone man on the right couldn't help but tremble. Just one look and his brother was afraid. What was that young man's background? Was his ability so strong? Our responsibility is to stop those practitioners who haven't reached Wuxing's first-degree realm from entering the restaurant. He has obviously reached the standard, so let him in. The stone man on the left said in a low voice. He also couldn't tell where Lin Ling came from, but the previous glance gave him an illusion that this young man seemed to be an ancient strong practitioner on the same level as Granny Wen Dao. When Yuanchi Zi entered Dao-seeking restaurant, I thought he was the only one who shocked us, but who knew that there was another one here? But this matter isn't something we can bother about, so let's continue to guard this place. The two stone men closed their eyes and once again turned into stone statues guarding the door. What's going on? Seeing this, those people from afar were even more confused as they started to discuss animatedly. On the other hand, Lin Ling led Yu into the restaurant. The restaurant's surface area was very big, but it was also filled with a large number of practitioners, both young and old, whose cultivations were between Wuxing's second-degree realm. And when Lin Ling stepped in, many people instantly looked towards them, because those who could enter Dao-seeking restaurant were those whose strength had been recognized. What a beautiful woman! Many young men secretly said. However, when they checked their cultivation, they found that Lin Ling's cultivation was the same as theirs. They didn't know that this was caused by the jade pendant immortal weapon that Lin Ling was wearing. What's this place for? Yu's beautiful eyes looked around curiously. Lin Ling's gaze fell on a stone tablet not far away. It was written that if one wanted to enter Dao-seeking restaurant, they had to drink all 9 floors of Dao-seeking wine. Then, Lin Ling looked at the restaurant again and found that many people were sitting with wine cups in front of them. However, they didn't move at all. Some closed their eyes and pondered, while others looked at Lin Ling indifferently. It was extremely strange. It's so quiet. What are they doing? Even Yu was curious. Ignore them. If you want to go to the second floor, you have to drink first. Lin Ling shook his head and came to the front of the counter. There stood a cold old man, who seemed to be from ancient times. Do you want to drink? The old man said expressionlessly. 9 cups. We'll drink 3 cups each. Lin Ling said indifferently. If you want to go to the second floor, you have to drink 3 cups of wine. Are you sure you want to drink now? The old man was slightly surprised because Lin Ling didn't hesitate and ordered the wine directly. I'm sure. Lin Ling nodded directly. The old man's eyes flickered and he took out 9 cups of wine. The wine looked pitch black and ripples spread out in the wine. It was as mysterious as the night. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't tell the origin of the wine in such a short time. Interesting. After so long, that old lady still likes to play with strange and novel things. Lin Ling shrugged, picked up the wine cup, and drank directly. This action caused everyone in the restaurant to be stunned. Then, everyone started to take pleasure in the misfortune of others. As for Lin Ling, after drinking a cup of wine, he immediately felt the source of real force in his dantian burning. Moreover, his power of law was also burning and was disappearing one by one. Why is this wine so fierce? Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Haha. Mysterious wine, where did this fool come from? Is the wine of Wendao restaurant so delicious? Someone said disdainfully. Looking carefully, there was already a cup of wine in front of him, but he still did not drink it. Clearly, he was brewing and hesitating whether to drink it or not. The wine of Wendao restaurant could burn the source of corporeal power and burn the precepts. If one's foundation was not strong, it was easy to become a cripple. That was why they were hesitating whether to drink it or not. Reckless. Looks like another cripple is born. Another person sneered, as if he was excited to see others in dire straits. Brother Ling, are you okay? Yu and the rest asked nervously. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes and face were red, as if there was a mysterious force burning him. However, he realized that the power of precepts that had been burned seemed to have been tempered. The precepts were born again, and they were even more condensed. It turned out that this wine had such benefits. No wonder so many people came to drink it, as everyone knew, the number of precepts represented one's strength. The more precepts one had, the stronger one would be. However, if one met someone with greater talent, 1 precepts would be comparable to 2 precepts. Naturally, they would not be able to win. However, this wine could improve the quality of precepts, greatly increasing one's strength. It was similar to talent. Good wine. After realizing this, Lin Ling raised his head and drank. The strong wine entered his throat, and he was full of heroism. He had not experienced this feeling in a long time. This wine was even more ferocious than the strong wine of the demon race. He's really lucky to have survived the first glass of wine. It seems that being an idiot has its benefits too. Without fear, one's cultivation speed will be faster. The person who spoke earlier immediately said with jealousy. They still didn't dare to drink, so they were jealous of Lin Ling. That's right. I thought a cripple would be born. Another person said with dissatisfaction. Again. At this moment, Lin Ling picked up the second cup of wine and poured it down his throat. Boom, in the depths of his dantian, black flames appeared around the source of corporeal power, burning continuously. However, it made Lin Ling's precepts even stronger. Again. Lin Ling drank more and more enthusiastically. This Wendao wine was not bad. Continuous drinking? The restaurant was silent. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning, even the old man was shocked. Could it be that this guy was not Wuxing's second-degree realm? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling downed 3 cups of wine. His boldness shocked the entire floor, especially the 2 people who had mocked Lin Ling. Their faces turned pale, because to be able to drink 3 cups of wine meant that the youth had already entered the second floor. His strength was something they could only look up to. More? To everyone's horror, Lin Ling still wanted to drink more. The corner of the old man's mouth twitched. He immediately waved his hand and said, "This wine is very precious. Each person can only drink 3 cups. Moreover, after 3 cups, the effects will disappear. Sir, it's useless for you to ask for more wine. It doesn't matter, as long as the wine is good," said Lin Ling with a smile. The old man was stunned. Lin Ling was actually doing this for the sake of tasting good wine? If Sir wants to drink stronger wine, why not go up to the second floor? That old man suggested. Lin Ling nodded his head. But his gaze shifted and looked at the people who mocked him earlier. He muttered to himself, "Don't tell me this restaurant forbids martial arts. As long as you don't kill, you can do anything." That old man immediately replied. The minute he said that, Lin Ling's gaze turned icy cold. If it was at the start, he couldn't be bothered to haggle over anything. But when the wine entered his throat, that impulse made him dare to raise his sword to the 9 heavens. This was using wine to move the heavens and earth. Thump, hearing Lin Ling's words, all the practitioners on the first floor felt their hearts pounding. they all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Ling. As for the two people who mocked Lin Ling, their bodies were trembling. "Drink the wine." Lin Ling's icy cold voice was heard. It made the two of them turn pale instantly. They lowered their heads, not daring to say a single word. "Killing is not allowed here, but it doesn't seem difficult to cripple you. You can continue acting. If you continue acting, I'll cripple you directly." Lin Ling's voice became even colder. The two people's teeth chattered. They knew they couldn't continue acting. They smiled and said, "We were just reminding you. We hope you don't take it to heart." "Reminding? Why do I feel like you're mocking me? Moreover, I'm a very easygoing person. I don't mind the first time you mocked me. But it seems like this isn't the first time you've mocked me." Lin Ling's voice was like thunder. It shocked the two people so much that their ears hurt. "Sir, please show mercy." The two people immediately knelt down and kowtowed continuously. "Don't worry. It's not easy for you to cultivate, so I won't cripple you. But I've drunk 3 cups of wine, so you'll have to drink your wine immediately," Lin Ling said indifferently. This. The two of them were stunned. If they didn't drink, Lin Ling would cripple them. But if they drank, if they weren't prepared enough, then it would be easy for their physical energy source to be burnt. Thinking in this way, the two of them considered fighting it out. But when they met Lin Ling's eyes, their hearts trembled. From Lin Ling's eyes, they sensed a terrifying might, as though killing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. "We'll drink." They didn't dare to resist anymore. The two of them drank some strong wine. One of them spat out blood and his cultivation retreated, the other person fainted directly. His body surface was burning with black flames. Apparently, the two of them had failed. Whether they would become cripples or not, would depend on when they woke up. So vicious. Many people subconsciously looked towards Lin Ling. They were certain that Lin Ling wasn't Wuxing's second-degree realm cultivation. "Let's go, prepare to go up to the second story." Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Lin Ling looked at Yu and the rest and smiled. Yu and the rest pondered for a moment and raised their wine cups to drink. Instantly, the two ladies emitted a terrifying might, making everyone on the first story suck in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying aura. Where did these people come from? Why hadn't they seen them before? Even the elderly on the first story was extremely astonished. But Yu and the rest's cultivation was high, so they weren't used to it initially. But very soon, they weren't affected and instead, their cultivations improved by a notch. "We can go up to the second story now." Lin Ling wasn't surprised by this result. He led the two ladies up to the second story. After the three of them left, the first story hall then started to discuss. From the looks of it, they don't seem to be residents of Crystal City. Could they be from the French village? There's a high possibility of this. Their abilities are definitely Wuxing's third-degree realm. But those two who fainted, one of them is from the North Immortal Royal Residence while the other is from the Infinite Immortal Clan. Offending them would mean offending 2 human immortal emperors. Just wait, they will definitely be chased down when they reach the second story. Those people looked at the stairs in anticipation. But they were thinking too much. The 9th level Dao seeking wine? Interesting. When they reached the second level, Lin Ling ordered 3 cups of wine in a blink of an eye. Yu and the others were the same, extremely heroic. Oh? Who are these guys? How dare they? The experts on the second level sneered. A few of them wanted to mock them, but they quickly realized that Lin Ling and the rest were unharmed. Instead, they looked like they were drunk. Instantly, all of them were like ducks being held by their necks, not daring to say a word. As for Lin Ling, he went straight to the 3rd level and ignored the people around him as he continued to drink. 4th level, 5th level, 6th level. They gradually reached the 8th level. After drinking more than 10 cups of Dao-seeking wine, Lin Ling and the rest felt a little tipsy. But the benefits were great. The power of law they possessed was more condensed and there was a hint of Dao. As for the Dao-seeking tower, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into it. All the geniuses and experts from the Great Saint regions were in an uproar, because the speed of Lin Ling and the rest was too fast. It could be said that they reached the 8th level in 2 hours. This was the first miracle in the Great Saint regions. Most importantly, no one knew where Lin Ling and the rest came from. The Dao-seeking tower is divided into 10 levels. The 9th level is where the strongest person in the Great Saint regions, Wuxing, stayed. They actually managed to reach it. They will definitely fail. Previously we were just wrong. The 3 of them are definitely Wuxing's 10th realm, so it's not strange that they can reach the 9th level. That may not be so. Even if it's Wuxing's 10th realm, he may not be able to reach the 9th level. It is said that primeval beginning is there. Moreover, there are many ancient experts there too. Some of them have been there for thousands of years. The entire Dao-seeking tower was discussing Lin Ling and the rest. Lin Ling and the rest did not care at all. They walked up the stairs and were about to reach the 9th level. There are only 15 cups of wine on the 9th level. The more people who come up, the more competition there is. Scram. At this moment, 3 figures spoke coldly at the top of the stairs. Looking carefully, these 3 people were not young anymore, and their strength was also unfathomable. Seniors, must you stop us? Lin Ling raised his head and said indifferently. The people on the 9th floor are either rich or respectable. Those without a background are not allowed to enter. Scram. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't scram, I'll send you scram. Do you see the window? If you don't want to be thrown out of the window, disappear from my sight immediately. The 3 elders spoke indifferently as they looked down at Lin Ling's group. You're older, so I'll give you face. But if you insist on stopping me, then you'll have to bear the consequences. Lin Ling said again. Haha, what are the consequences? Those old men all laughed out loud. Hearing this, Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense and took a step forward. However, at this time, Yu and the others stopped Lin Ling with a smile and were about to attack. It could be seen that with the help of the strong alcohol, their courage had grown by quite a bit. These 2 little girls. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Let's settle this quickly. I heard that there are only 15 cups of wine. We can't miss it. All right. Yu and the others stepped onto the stairs. Little girl, don't think that you can ignore your seniors just because you have some ability. Today, I'll teach you on behalf of your master. Those few old men's statuses were obviously not low. They were the 4 great human immortal royal family's guardians. When they saw Yu and the others making a move, they also exploded with terrifying power of law. That level of law had reached over 3,000. One had to know that an ordinary 10th stage realm Wuxing had around 2,500 laws. But they had around 3,600 laws. From this, it could be seen that they had cultivated for a longer time than ordinary people. Today, I'll teach you what the power of law is. Those old men all said in a dignified manner, their words filled with arrogance. Of course, they had enough qualifications to be proud. However, just as their laws exploded, Yu and Anuer also released their powerful auras. One had 4,000 laws, the other had 5,000 laws. Most importantly, those laws were more terrifying than ordinary laws. What? Those old men's pupils constricted. These 2 girls were not old, but they had more laws than them. Moreover, some practitioners relied on the power of law, martial arts or external objects to increase their power of law. But the girls in front of them seemed to have reached 5,000 laws just by exploding their auras. One by one, slender hands patted those old men's shoulders, instantly making their auras disappear. One of the old men did not believe in heresy and once again exploded with his power. But his face was red from holding it in. His power of law was suppressed. This meant that the difference in strength between him and Yu and the others was too great. Yu and Anuer both laughed and said, "Teach us the power of law?" Although the laughter was pleasant to the ears, when it landed in those old men's ears, it was immediately like a resounding slap. Those old men were all stunned. One of them wanted to say something, but Anuer had already turned cold. Lin Ling said to throw you out. You dare? Do you know who we are? We are the protectors of the 4 great worldly immortal royal families. Those old men were furious. One had to know that if they left Dao-seeking tower, it would be 10 years before they could come back again. Moreover, if they were thrown out, how humiliating would that be? I don't know them. To the surprise of those old men, Anuer directly said coldly. You. Those old men were all fuming with anger. in the Great Saint Domain, who did not know the four great worldly immortal royal families? This was simply a joke, however, in reality, Xianxia really did not know them. Whoosh, Xianxia began to throw people out through the window of the stairs. Sister Yu, leave one for me. Yu also began to throw people out. The actions of the two women caused all the martial artists on the 8th floor to suck in a breath of cold air. Moreover, there was a strange feeling in their hearts. Although the actions of the two women were overbearing, because they were so beautiful, even if they threw people away they were still beautiful. Of course, this was beautiful, but no one dared to underestimate the strength of these two women. In fact, some people were secretly jealous of Lin Ling because Lin Ling actually had two beautiful and powerful lovers. It was very enviable. The North Celestial royal family will not let you go. Little girl, you have guts. Those old men were thrown out of the restaurant one by one, leaving behind harsh words before they left. Boring. I'm tired of hearing such words. Xianxia imitated Lin Ling and shrugged. Me too. Yu also shrugged cutely. As for those old men, they were thrown out on the street, attracting a large number of onlookers. They were so angry that their faces turned red and their ears turned red. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not expect Yu to play a prank on him. He led the two women to the 9th floor. The 9th floor was also the last floor. It was said that those who could reach the 10th floor would be able to meet the owner of the restaurant. Lin Ling came here to meet the owner of the restaurant. 3 corpses. Their goal was the 15 cups of wine in the center. Only after drinking 3 cups of wine would they be qualified to go to the 10th level. However, there were only 15 cups of wine, which meant that only 5 people could go to the 5th level. Therefore, although the vast hall seemed to be quiet, the competition was actually extremely intense. After Lin Ling and the other two stepped in, they immediately broke the immersed atmosphere, causing numerous gazes to look over. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he swept his gaze across the crowd. There were more than a dozen people here, but less than 5 of them were worthy of his attention. One of the young men was very strong and had primeval qi. He seemed to be stronger than Tianzong Shenwu and the others because his cultivation had reached level 1 martial emperor realm. The other person was an old man who had been cultivating for a long time. He was also a rank 1 martial emperor. As for the third person, she was a female swordsman. Judging from her aura, Lin Ling guessed that she was from one of the 4 immortal royal families. She was also extremely powerful. It was obvious that the strongest cultivators of the Great Saint Realm were gathered here. While Lin Ling was inspecting them, everyone was also looking at Lin Ling. All of them were a little surprised, because on the surface, Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't high. It couldn't even compare to the 2 beautiful women beside him. Who is this person? Why does he feel so familiar? One of them, a young man in a loose robe, frowned. He was one of the children of desolation, primordial beginning. Of course, no matter how low Lin Ling's cultivation was, the fact that Lin Ling was able to reach the 9th floor was proof of his strength. However, that was all there was to it. Because none of the people present were weak, and with the arrival of Lin Ling's group, there wasn't enough wine to go around. It seems that the Battle of Genesis has caused quite a stir. The experts of the mortal world are all eager to take action. They are all preparing for the tournament of heavenly legends that will be held in a year's time. However, some people don't know their limits. They think that they have the ability to participate in the tournament of heavenly legends, so they came to the Tao-seeking tower to improve their strength. What a disgrace! Suddenly, a young man spoke in a cunning and harsh manner, and the person he spoke to was surprisingly Lin Ling. Clearly, Lin Ling's appearance made him very unhappy. Of course, the others felt the same way. In their minds, if they wanted to participate in the Prodigy tournament, they had to be at least at the Martial Emperor realm. Although Lin Ling and the other 2 were powerful, they were clearly not at the Martial Emperor realm. With such strength, they might as well give up the opportunity to become stronger and help others. Lin Ling didn't say much. He was paying attention to the situation in the restaurant to see if there were any hidden experts. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. Yu and the others were dissatisfied. Lin Ling was the son of Huang, and it was certain that he would participate in the Battle of Prodigies. What right did that person have to mock Lin Ling? Moreover, they had come here to ascend to the 10th level, so what did that have to do with that person? You sound so powerful. Could it be that you're going to participate in the tournament of prodigies? Anuere said indifferently. The young man smiled faintly and said confidently, I can't say that I'm powerful. However, I'm from the North Celestial royal family, and I'm the strongest young talent in the entire royal family. I'm also famous in the sage realm. After saying that, he looked at Yuan Shizi, who was not far away, and said, although I'm not as good as Senior Yuan, he can definitely participate in the tournament of prodigies. However, as long as I work hard, I can also participate. It's better than some people who overestimate themselves. So, you're not qualified to participate now? A person who is not qualified to participate in the tournament of prodigies has the nerve to criticize others? I don't know who gave you the confidence, or is it that the North Celestial royal family is also thick-skinned? Anuere said coldly. Her words made the young man's expression freeze, and he was speechless. You also took advantage of the alcohol from before to say, you said before that others can't see themselves clearly. Aren't you the same? When the two women spoke, the young man's face immediately turned green. He thought that his demeanor had moved the two beauties, but it turned out that the two beauties were laughing at him. The young man did not care about being laughed at by ordinary people, but being laughed at by two beauties. One could imagine how he felt. Lin Ling still ignored the young man. He used his soul power to check the surroundings. When he saw that there was nothing unusual, he was finally ready to make a move. He took a step forward and walked toward the center of the hall to grab a cup of wine. As soon as he moved, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to be broken, and the eyes of the experts moved. Wendao wine was not tasty. Firstly, the wine on the 9th floor had more side effects. Secondly, there was less wine and more people. How dare you? The young man who had asked the others to gather their power of law immediately retracted it. That young man was called Bei Mu, and he was the #1 genius of the North Celestial royal family. If he made a move, he should be able to stop Qin Haodong. Lin Ling acted as if he did not hear him and continued to walk forward. North Celestial golden brilliant fist. Bei Mu was furious and threw out a punch. His fist was like a rising sun, and every ray of light was a fist imprint. The restaurant shook, and even the experts on the 8th floor felt the pressure. 6,000 power of law. Someone exclaimed. Bei Mu was only in Wuxing's 10th stage realm, but the number of laws he possessed was terrifying. It was just that when this kind of strength encountered Lin Ling, it was clearly still a notch weaker. Scram! Lin Ling shouted with an expressionless face. He could sense that Bei Mu was only a 4th-grade divine rank genius. Although he had a lot of laws, Bei Mu's laws were still weaker than his own. Azura Demon King. Lin Ling punched out, his physical strength erupting. Moreover, it contained the power of the space laws. Ka ka ka, spatial cracks appeared, appearing all around Lin Ling like pools of lightning. Boom, the punch seemed to reach the center of the golden light. What? The young man's expression changed drastically as a powerful force attacked him, causing him to lose control of his body. He crashed into the wall of the restaurant and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lost? How is that possible? Seeing this, the eyes of everyone in the restaurant flickered. Bei Mu was in Wuxing's 10th stage realm and his cultivation was not weak. He could probably defeat all the other experts in Wuxing's realm. However, the young man's full-strength punch had defeated Bei Mu. This was undoubtedly shocking. Of course, if they knew that Lin Ling did not use his full strength, they would be even more shocked. Not good. Suddenly, someone shouted angrily. Due to a moment of carelessness, Lin Ling had actually picked up one of the cups. It was too late to stop him now. Lin Ling had already drank it in one gulp. When the black flame wine entered his throat, it was even more ferocious than the previous cups. Boom, Lin Ling's body was ignited by a mysterious flame. The most terrifying thing was that the flame contained the mysterious power of law. No one dared to get close to it. You overestimate yourself. Seeing this, the people in the restaurant said coldly. Lin Ling was probably going to die. After all, if the wine tasted good, they would have attacked long ago. Burning the body, soul, and law wine. In the ancient times, there was a Tao-seeking cultivator who severed the 3 corpses to obtain the law of heaven and earth. So that's how it is. 3 cups of wine because he was rank 3 Wuxing, his foundation was the most solid. Moreover, he had 2 great talents and an extremely powerful body. Beheading 3 corpses. The upper corpse worm is called Peng Ho. It lives in the head and causes the person to become stupid and have no intelligence. The middle corpse worm is called Peng Ji. It lives in the chest and causes the person to have delusions and worries. The lower corpse worm is called Peng Jiao. It lives in the stomach and causes the person to desire food and drink. Only by beheading 3 corpses can one become a saint, blessed by the heavens. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He did not expect the old man to comprehend this mysterious Tao-seeking wine after so many years of comprehension. Boom, almost at the same time, the flames on Lin Ling's body receded. This wine not only refined Lin Ling's laws, it also improved his cultivation. Still alive? Everyone's expression changed drastically. They were shocked. Hee, not only am I alive, I almost broke through. Lin Ling smiled faintly, his gaze suddenly landing on Bei Mu, who was on the wall. He moved and appeared in front of Bei Mu, punching out, but it instantly stopped in front of Bei Mu's face. The terrifying wind caused Bei Mu's hair to flutter, and at the same time, his cold voice floated out. You said I can't see myself clearly? Hearing this, Bei Mu's body trembled. So strong, did this young man not use his full strength in the previous clash? Me? Bei Mu wanted to say something, but nothing came out. His confidence had been destroyed. You are not qualified to come to the 9th floor. Lin Ling withdrew his fist and turned to leave, leaving Bei Mu standing there trembling. His cultivation is not high, and he doesn't have many laws. How could he win against Bei Mu? Everyone in the restaurant frowned. This was the first time they felt that Lin Ling was not simple, especially that Huang's son Yuancher Zi. He felt that Lin Ling was very familiar. Your Excellency really knows how to act. You're obviously not weak, but you pretend to be weak. Using this opportunity, you snatched the first cup of wine. I have to say, you're really scheming. It was Grand Protector Lunasolar from the boundless immortal tribes. He had been in the Tao-seeking tower for 1,000 years and had yet to drink a single cup. However, Lin Ling was able to drink one and was completely unscathed. This made him extremely jealous. Scheming? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the old man indifferently. Then I'm going to drink the second cup now. You can see if I'm pretending to be weak. You won't be able to drink the second cup. Everyone here can defeat Bei Mu, they just don't bully him. Defeating him doesn't mean anything. The old man said indifferently, Of course, I am very curious as to how you were able to drink the first cup of wine. I think you will tell me the method. Give it a try then. Lin Ling turned around and walked towards the center. He was going to drink the second cup of wine. The crowd frowned. The young man was crazy to want to drink the second cup. After all, the wine could burn people to death. Otherwise, why would they hesitate for such a long time? Moreover, Lin Ling was going to drink the second cup of wine. Wasn't he ignoring them? Take another step forward and try. The old man frowned, but Lin Ling still walked forward. The old man finally made his move. Buddhist butcher saber. The old man took a step forward and instantly appeared above Lin Ling. His palm was like a saber as it ruthlessly chopped down. This saber was merciless and could kill everything. It had the power to shock the heavens and make ghosts weep. Lunasolar has also made his move. This senior has killed 10 billion people in the past. If it wasn't for the fact that he was just one step away from stepping into the martial emperor realm and becoming a big shot in the human realm, he wouldn't be here today. I saw that young man earlier. The strength he displayed was Wuxing's 9th stage. He can't stop Lunasolar. All the experts squinted their eyes and analyzed the strength of the two sides. Clang, almost at the same time, Lin Ling made his move. The law of space erupted. Above his head, the old man continued to chop down with his palm. You're still too inexperienced. 8,000 Buddhist butcher chi. His law energy was obviously more terrifying. It had almost reached 10,000, and 10,000 law energy was the dividing line. That was the symbol of the martial emperor realm. Crack, it was unknown what the restaurant was made of, but it was extremely hard. At this moment, cracks appeared on the floor and Lin Ling's legs began to sink. Obviously, Lin Ling was no match for the old man with the law of space. Get out of here. Seeing this, the old man's aura rose. Lin Ling's eyes were opened. Although his trump card could kill a big shot in the human realm, that was only with the strength of a minor saint. His own strength was still lacking. Now, through the battle, he was slowly making up for his lack of foundation. That's not necessarily true. His right hand was still holding the sword. White flames appeared on his left hand. The aura of the King of Hell erupted. Yellow spring flame. As soon as the mysterious flame appeared, everyone in the restaurant was astonished. In the current world, there were only two people who were good at using the yellow spring flame. One was the Yellow Spring Emperor, and the other was the Son of Desolation, Lin Ling. This meant that the young man was Lin Ling. Why is he here? Xianxia frowned. The Divine Marquis Mansion and the North Celestial Emperor wanted to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling shouldn't have dared to come here. The Son of Desolation? The others also frowned. No wonder this young man was so strong. It was said that Lin Ling was the #1 genius in the human realm, demon race, deity race, and ghost race. You're Lin Ling? As for the old man who attacked, he was also surprised at this moment. But soon, he sneered, so what if you're the Son of Desolation? In this world, strength determines everything. Break! He wanted to break Lin Ling's sword, but gradually, he realized that Lin Ling was getting further and further away from him. It was as if he was floating away. Then, he realized that it wasn't Lin Ling who was floating away, it was him who was floating away. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared above the restaurant and a powerful suction force sucked the old man into the 6 paths of reincarnation. You said that I bullied the weak and that I'm a schemer. That's why I drank the first cup of wine. Lin Ling didn't even look at the old man. The old man's face became paler. Lin Ling wasn't scheming, he just didn't want to attack from the beginning. If Beimu hadn't attacked, Lin Ling wouldn't have used his strength. Obviously, he wasn't scheming. Wait, I admit defeat. The old man said anxiously. He was getting closer and closer to the reincarnation flame. He could even see the mysterious black space in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored him. If he hadn't been able to block the Buddha slaughtering blade, he would have died. Since the old man came with killing intent, how could Lin Ling be lenient? No. The old man roared and disappeared into the 6 paths of reincarnation. He was just a step away from reaching the martial emperor realm. Unfortunately, he had waited for so many years and in the end, he had failed. The Yellow Springs Flame, a 5th grade divine world talent? Moreover, the reincarnation flame gave me a great pressure. Lin Ling probably has the strength of 10,000 laws. Zhan Wuwu, Lin Ling's monstrous talent could only be understood after witnessing it with one's own eyes. Moreover, Lin Ling was extremely famous in the mortal world, devil world, and nation of God. Today, he was going to bring his name to the great saint domain. I'll drink the second cup. Lin Ling waved his right hand and a wine cup appeared. He raised his head and drank. Many people squinted their eyes at the sight. Lin Ling had used his formidable strength to obtain the qualifications to participate. As for Beimu, his face was pale. Previously, he had looked down on Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling was wasting cultivation resources. But now, he knew that Lin Ling was the Desolate Son and was qualified to participate in the competition. Beimu, who was not qualified to participate, was mocking Lin Ling. This was extremely ironic. Boom, after drinking the second cup, Lin Ling's body began to burn again. The sage severing 3 corpses had begun to sever the corpse worm Pengji. According to legends, only by severing the 3 corpses could one become a true martial emperor. However, severing the 3 corpses was very difficult, so most cultivators did not sever the 3 corpses. The advantage of severing the 3 corpses was that it could expel all impurities, not only the physical body, the soul, but also the law. Lin Ling's law energy had not only become more condensed, but its quantity had also increased crazily. With the help of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he could release 10,000 law energy. However, he only had 1,800 law energy. Now, his law energy had increased to 2,800, a total of 1,000 law energy. Looking at Lin Ling's increase in strength, the crowd was envious. They could not understand why Lin Ling was fine after drinking the wine. How could they know that Lin Ling was a 3rd revolution Wuxing and had 2 divine rank talents? In addition, his soul force was strong and his essence, qi, and soul had reached their peak. Therefore, he could withstand the Tao-seeking wine. The third cup. Lin Ling's eyes were burning with passion. He's still drinking? Everyone's jaws dropped. Even primordial beginning Z was the same. He was a first-level martial emperor, but he did not dare to drink 3 cups in a row. Didn't anyone stop him? Someone whispered. Lin Ling was drinking right in front of him. This was undoubtedly a disgrace to them. However, Xianxia Z shook his head. The other martial emperor also shook his head. This was not because they believed that Lin Ling was stronger than them. It was just that Lin Ling was able to erupt with 10,000 laws. This meant that it would be very difficult for them to defeat Lin Ling. Moreover, there were 15 glasses of wine. Lin Ling drinking 3 glasses wouldn't affect him at all. Looks like everyone acknowledges his strength, even Xianxia Z. Seeing this, many people secretly shook their heads. No one dared to go up. Then let me do it. Wu Wu, the female swordsman from the celestial race, was half a step away from becoming a martial emperor. She was second only to Yuan Shizhi in the Great Saint Realm. Not long ago, she was also a desolate child. Of course, with her strength, it was impossible for her to stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling also looked at the woman in surprise. In fact, he felt that Yu was stronger than the woman. We have been here for many years, so we have formed a rule. Anyone who wants to drink must accept the challenge. Although you are a desolate child, the rule cannot be broken. The woman said coldly. An ancient sword appeared in her hand, buzzing continuously. Seeing this, Lin Ling was somewhat impressed. When he erupted with powerful strength, no one dared to stop him. However, this woman had the arrogance of a swordsman. She was like a snow plum blossom in a frozen sky. She still dared to challenge him. Her temperament was very good. All right. Lin Ling also pulled out his tyrannical song sword. He respected arrogant and unyielding martial artists very much. Although you are a desolate child and your strength is very strong, you should know that I am a swordsman. It is common for me to turn defeat into victory. Don't underestimate me. Wu Wu said indifferently. Since we are already opponents, then I won't underestimate you. Lin Ling said. Wu Wu nodded with satisfaction. If Lin Ling played with her from above, then it would be like she had been humiliated. However, Lin Ling did not. He treated everyone equally. Be careful, flying snow sword. Wu Wu attacked. Her sword seemed fancy, but it was very practical. There were not many laws, but they were all condensed at the tip of the sword. It was a very terrifying sword. In the restaurant, ice and snow filled the sky. The sword was like a white rainbow piercing the sun. From this point of view, Wu Wu was stronger than Baimu. Moreover, if the chief law protector really wanted to fight to the death, he might not be a match for Wu Wu. Because every battle between swordsmen was a battle of life and death. What a fierce sword. Lin Ling was shocked. He pointed his tyrannical song sword forward, and the laws of space erupted. It actually collided with the sword amidst the flying snow. Rumble, the power of 2 laws erupted, and the restaurant swayed. It's not over yet. To everyone's surprise, Wu Wu was like a ribbon. She actually passed through the tip of Lin Ling's sword and stabbed out. This sword was no doubt amazing. Although Wu Wu's laws of space were not much, each of her attacks was fatal. Her ability to control the situation is so strong. Lin Ling praised inwardly. In his eyes, the sword was like the horizon. It was getting closer and closer to his forehead. Although his godly demon body had reached great success, he did not doubt that if the sword stabbed him, he would definitely be injured. You lost. Almost at the same time, Wu Wu's voice sounded. It's still early. At the critical moment, Lin Ling quickly withdrew his sword. On the huge sword, the laws of space erupted. Clang, Wu Wu's sword stabbed the body of the tyrannical song sword, and it could not move any further. So powerful. Seeing this, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's reaction was very fast. Moreover, his ancient sword gave up its agility and increased its defense. It could both attack and defend. Even Wu Wu was full of admiration. However, at this time, Lin Ling did not show any mercy. After blocking the sword, he swung his ancient sword. Great creation! If this sword hit Wu Wu, it would definitely split her into 2. This sword was also extremely ruthless. Wu Wu's expression changed. However, she did not blame Lin Ling. On the contrary, if Lin Ling showed mercy, it would be a humiliation to her. Snow Dance Begonia. At the critical moment, Wu Wu's figure turned into a ribbon again. It was extremely flexible and looked extremely beautiful. It was as if the sword of heaven was dancing. She immediately avoided Lin Ling's sword. However, her sword suffered a calamity. Because she had channeled all her laws into her movement technique, it caused her sword to be extremely weak. Crack, her sword was suddenly cut in half by Lin Ling. Wu Wu also appeared on the other side with half of her sword in hand. Amazing. I didn't expect Wu Wu's sword to be so strong. Lin Ling is also very powerful. As expected of the Son of Desolation. Previously, I thought that Lin Ling would definitely lose with Wu Wu's sword. Who knew that Lin Ling would reverse the situation? Moreover, I thought that Wu Wu would definitely be killed by Lin Ling's domineering sword. However, she dodged it. This is a battle between a light sword and a heavy sword. Both have their own advantages. It depends on who can display their advantages. Convinced. June's flying frost, one sword breaks the snowy sky. While everyone was still in shock, Wu Wu had just stabilized her footing when she suddenly exploded with a terrifying power of law, causing the restaurant to be filled with swords. Moreover, it formed the most dazzling sword amidst the flying snow. It was as if a fairy had passed through. This sword contained 10,000 power of law. What? Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they saw this. Wu Wu actually possessed a fatal strike. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. A swordsman was indeed a martial artist who rose from the brink of death. Body of God and Demon, Azura Demon Bone, God and Demon World Creation. At the crucial moment, Lin Ling exploded with all his power of law and integrated it into his sword. He was going all out. Brother Ling. Yu Yu and the rest instantly shouted out in worry. Unfortunately, Lin Ling acted as if he did not hear them. Boom, the two swords collided once again. Ice and space laws exploded. Everything in the restaurant turned into dust. As for those below the 9th level, all the martial artists found it difficult to breathe. They immediately knew that a terrifying battle had broken out on the 9th level. Swoosh, at the same time, a black shadow shot out and crashed heavily in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling's body was stained with blood, and so was the corner of his mouth. However, he still stood there. Not far from him, Wu Wu stood with her broken sword. Her breathing was a little hurried. Apparently, she had exploded with all her strength in the previous sword. However, her eyes were filled with intense shock, because Lin Ling had not lost yet. My sword has given up on agility and speed, but its advantage is defense. Lin Ling said indifferently. Moreover, you're only at the peak of Wu Xing, but you exploded with 10,000 power of law. Aren't you afraid that it will affect your foundation? Hehe, don't think that I'm not famous. In the 9th level, my strength is ranked 3rd, just below Yuancher Z. As for me exploding with 10,000 power of law, it's nothing. You must know that the number 1 emperor of the 4 eras, Li Xiaoyao, also exploded with 10,000 power of law when he was at Wuxing's 10th stage realm. Moreover, you also exploded with 10,000 power of law when you were at Wuxing's 9th stage realm. Therefore, challenging the limit is the characteristic of a genius. Wu Wu said proudly. However, when she mentioned Li Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with admiration. Lin Ling was a little stunned, but he said seriously, you saw them challenge their limits, but do you know the regret in their hearts? Take Li Xiaoyao for example. When he was at the 10th level of the martial saint realm, he was indeed able to erupt with the power of 10,000 laws. However, it was precisely because of this that he regretted it after stepping into the martial god realm. This was because his foundation was not solid enough. He was not a 3rd revolution martial saint, and his power of laws was not able to sever the 3 corpses. If it was not for his perseverance and his efforts to make up for it, he would have been stuck at the same spot, unable to advance any further. How do you know all these? Wu Wu was shocked. Lin Ling shook his head. He definitely knew. He said indifferently, I can currently erupt with 10,000 units of the power of laws because my foundation is solid. The world only sees my achievements, but they don't know the price I paid behind the scenes. After that, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. I haven't lost yet. Let's fight again. Boom, the godly demon body appeared behind him. It was as if his feet were on the ground and his head was touching the sky. He took a big step forward and punched out with the Azura Demon King fist. Flying snow sky. Upon seeing this, Wu also waved her broken sword and started fighting again. Boom. Boom, boom. Both of them were injured and had exploded with their full strength. Therefore, they were evenly matched. However, everyone could see that Lin Ling was at a disadvantage. After all, Tian Wu's attacks were more agile, while Lin Ling's attacks were more powerful and his defense was strong. 100 moves, 200 moves, 300 moves, Lin Ling seemed to be defeated every time, but he managed to hold on. However, the injuries on his body were getting worse and worse. Upon seeing this, Yu and the rest were even more worried. The experts in the restaurant secretly clenched their fists. Could it be that Wu could defeat Lin Ling? Could she stop Lin Ling from drinking the third cup of wine? If that was the case, it would be a great honor. However, just as they had this thought, Wu floated backward and said indifferently, I admit defeat. Boom, as soon as she said this, everyone's heart exploded. Lin Ling was about to lose, but Wu admitted defeat. This was too fake. Wu, don't embarrass the great Saint Regent. One of the experts frowned and said. Wu held the broken sword and did not even look at that person. She returned to where she was previously standing. If you are not convinced, then go ahead. Why did no one dare to fight before? Only when I went to fight, you came to criticize me. The expert looked embarrassed and said, even so, at least you have a chance to win. Yes, don't tell me you want to see him drink the third cup of wine. We've been here for so long, but none of us drank a cup of wine. Do you want Lin Ling to benefit from it? If he drinks the third cup of wine, it will be a disgrace to the great Saint Regent. The others were unwilling to give up. Only Xianxia frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. In the end, he said, it's not that Wu is losing to Lin Ling, but Lin Ling is losing to Wu. As soon as he said this, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning again. Wu's sword is broken. Lin Ling does not want to take advantage of her, so he abandoned his sword to fight. Moreover, Lin Ling has been using the talent of the celestial demon body. He did not use the flame of the underworld. Otherwise, Wu would have been defeated. Xianxia looked deeply at Lin Ling and said. At this moment, he finally knew why Lin Ling could become the leader of the Desolation's children. What? I see. I knew it. How could Lin Ling be so weak? So, they are competing with their swords. Everyone was enlightened. They looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling was already covered in injuries. However, even if he was injured and almost died, he did not explode with more strength. Everything was for the sake of competing with their swords. This was also to respect Wu. Wu did not know this at first, but she guessed it after the continuous battles. Therefore, she admired Lin Ling. Now, not only her, even Xianxia was secretly admiring him. This was a cultivator of our generation. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly and ignored everyone's thoughts. He picked up the third cup of wine and drank it, the scorching mysterious flame, Lin Ling's law, and the third corpse was severed. Boom, not long after, Lin Ling's body exploded with a powerful aura. The law surged, causing the restaurant to shake again. Realm breakthrough. Lin Ling had reached Wuxing's 10th stage realm. The total number of laws in his body was more than 3,500, which was 1,000 more than ordinary people. This was the advantage of the third transformation Wuxing. At the beginning, it was increased by 200, but later on, the increased law multiplied. This was also because of the Wen Dao Wine's addition. Looking at Lin Ling's breakthrough, the admiration in Wu's eyes grew stronger. She felt that Lin Ling deserved to drink the third cup of wine. She accepted her previous loss wholeheartedly. She even saw a familiar figure on Lin Ling. That was the figure of Li Xiaoyao whom she admired the most in her life. Asked Granny. Wu thought to herself. Before she met Lin Ling, she thought that the child of famine was only SOSO. But after personally interacting with him, she finally realized that in terms of monstrous geniuses and geniuses, there was still a great distance between her and Lin Ling. When Wuxing was in the 9th realm, his strength was already comparable to a rank 1 martial emperor. Now that he has broken through, his strength is unimaginable. Everyone in the hall sighed. This was especially true for Xianxia. Although he was at rank 1 martial emperor realm, he was confident that he would not be a match for Lin Ling. Of course, if his talent increased by another level, he could still defeat Lin Ling. After all, there was still some time before the tournament of geniuses. Brother Ling, you've broken through. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, Yu and the rest happily walked over and smiled. I actually haven't broken through to the martial emperor realm. I've severed 3 corpses. Not only my physical body, but even my soul and laws have been tempered. How disappointing. Lin Ling said with a frown. Although severing 3 corpses seemed simple, in reality, it was more important than any heavenly treasure. It could even be compared to third transformation wuxing. Therefore, it would be strange if Lin Ling was not disappointed that he did not break through in one go this time. Yu and the others were speechless. Xianxia and the others were speechless. If not for the fact that they couldn't defeat Lin Ling, Xianxia would have attacked him. After all, it was difficult for Wuxing to break through to the next realm. Lin Ling had broken through, but he was still not satisfied. Yu, drink this wine too. It can increase your strength again. Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. Yes. Yu and Luo Feng nodded their heads. They picked up their wine cups and began to drink. If it was at the beginning, the people around them would definitely stop them. But now, no one dared to stop them. Moreover, many people secretly admired Lin Ling. Boom, as soon as the 2 women drank the wine, a 5-colored light soared into the sky. That aura seemed to be the real Tao, and Yuer, on the other hand, was surrounded by a dreamy world. There was the scenery of the northern kingdom and the starry sky. It made one feel as if they were in an illusion. Everyone's jaws dropped. Forget about Lin Ling. He was the son of Huang, so he could be safe and sound after drinking the Tao-seeking wine. But the woman beside him was also safe and sound? This was especially true for the old man who had been here for 1,000 years. Even his beard was puffed up because he had been hesitating for 1,000 years. But this girl was straightforward. After drinking a mouthful of wine, her strength increased greatly. It would be strange if he was not jealous. Brother Ling, another cup. Yu said again. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Yu and Yu Yang were both talented in the Xian body. If something happened to them, then no one would be qualified to drink the Tao-seeking wine. Boom. As soon as the second cup of wine entered their stomachs, the power of laws of the 2 women became like a violent storm. What kind of freak is this? Xianxia's body trembled. He had thought that Lin Ling was monstrous enough. Who knew that the 2 women were even more monstrous? Third cup. The more Yu and Yu Yang drank, the more excited they became. The third cup entered their stomachs. Boom, and Yuer's cultivation had broken through and her power of laws had become more condensed. Moreover, a terrifying soul force was emitted, causing everyone in the restaurant to tremble. Rank 1 martial emperor realm. This. Everyone pointed at the 2 women, wishing that they could dig a hole and hide in it. They had cultivated bitterly for many years, but in an instant, they were defeated by the 2 women. Lin Ling smiled with satisfaction. However, at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his heart. You're back? That's great. After that, a staircase slowly extended down from the 9th floor. This sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. Could it be that Lin Ling was qualified to enter the 10th floor? This made them even more jealous. I'm so envious of this kid. I heard that Elder Wen Dao is an expert from a much older era than Daoist came. With his guidance, any martial arts bottleneck can be overcome. Xianxia was depressed. He had never thought that Lin Ling would enter the 10th floor. Lin Ling smiled. He came here not for Elder Wen Dao's guidance, but to find the treasures left behind in the past. Yu, I'll go up first. If you've been waiting for too long, you can go out and take a walk. After saying that, Lin Ling walked up the stairs. After a while, Lin Ling reached the 10th floor. What was surprising was that this place was like a fairyland. There were green mountains, flowing streams, and calm seas. It was as if he had come to another world. In that fairyland-like world, an old woman was holding a shower head and watering the flowers. When she sensed Lin Ling's arrival, she turned around and smiled, "You're finally back." Lin Ling looked at the old woman with a smile. She was Elder Wen Dao, the mother of the great Saint Domain. She was even older than him. In the past, when Xiaoyao first came to the great Saint Domain, he came in contact with Elder Wen Dao and had a good relationship with her. At that time, Xiaoyao also taught Xiaoyao martial arts. Of course, later on, Xiaoyao's strength greatly increased and he had long surpassed Elder Wen Dao. However, he respected Elder Wen Dao very much. "You're back." Lin Ling smiled as if he had seen his family. "Haha, little Li." Surprisingly, Elder Wen Dao threw away the shower head and pounced on Lin Ling. Then, she hugged Lin Ling. Lin Ling was speechless. Elder Wen Dao was like this in the past, and she was still like this now. Her temper was like an old urchin. "Yo, you're still so handsome in this life. Your chest, your hands, the more Elder Wen Dao touches them, the more I like them." Elder Wen Dao. Although Elder Wen Dao was sad for a long time after knowing that you had fallen, Elder Wen Dao knew that you would definitely come back because you're not a fool. You must have a backup plan. Elder Wen Dao. It's good that you're back. Starting from the beginning, you'll go even further than Li Xiaoyao. Elder Wen Dao. Elder Wen Dao stroked Lin Ling and said with a smile. "Elder Wen Dao, can you stop touching me?" Elder Wen Dao. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Are you back to find the treasures you left behind in the past?" Elder Wen Dao looked at Lin Ling seriously. One had to admit that Xiaoyao was extremely smart in the past. Before he left, he had left behind a large number of treasures. However, the location of the treasures was a secret that only Elder Wen Dao knew. That was because the treasures were not fixed in one place. They could change locations at any time and move according to the feng shui of the 5 peaks. "Thank you, Elder Wen Dao." Elder Wen Dao. Lin Ling quickly bowed. In this world, the only person he could not see through was Granny Wen Dao. Furthermore, even though he was stronger than Granny Wen Dao in the past, he sometimes had the misconception that Granny Wen Dao was actually stronger than he had imagined. He even suspected that Granny Wen Dao had been to the martial god realm. Hee, everything has a cause and effect. What was left behind in the past is the cause, and today is the effect. Little Li, remember, everyone's martial path is full of twists and turns. Perhaps Li Xiaoyao's fall was one of those twists and turns. Only by stepping over these waves can you rise again. Elder Wen Dao looked at Lin Ling seriously, her words carrying a deeper meaning. The young master of the Northern Immortal Royal Family Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Grandma was as mysterious as ever. "I'll help you find the treasure first. After I find it, you have to chat with Grandma for 3 days and 3 nights. Let Grandma take a good look at you." Grandma Wen changed her previous seriousness and immediately said with a smile. Her smile was a bit like a female pervert. Lin Ling was speechless. Clear heaven and earth, wind generates water vapor, heaven and earth stem and branch, qi-seeking feng shui formula. At the same time, Grandma Wen Dao's voice floated out. Instantly, a vast land appeared in the sky of the 10th floor. There were mountains, rivers, winds, and clouds. One could even faintly see the direction of the feng shui deep underground. Little Li, everything in the world has its own rules. Feng shui is also one of the great Daos. In ancient times, there was a saying that the father is buried in a blessed land and the son is born into an emperor. That is because the burial above feng shui conforms to the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, you will be able to learn the Tao of feng shui better. You will be able to find ancient treasures in the 5 great mountains and rivers. You will also be able to defy the heavens and change your fate to obtain the great law of feng shui. The ethereal voice echoed out from time to time, causing Lin Ling to nod. While he was watching, Yu and the others on the 9th floor had become much stronger. After a moment of boredom, they left through the stairs. "Wait." Primeval Beginning said at this moment. "What? Are you trying to stop us?" And Yuer said coldly. Hearing this, Yuancher smiled bitterly. He was also a desolation child and was loved by women everywhere. However, at this moment, the 2 girls were very cold to him. "Your strength has already entered the ranks of desolation's children. I can't stop you. I just want to remind you that there are people who are stronger than you in Saint's big domain. If they know that you are Lin Ling's woman, I'm afraid they will attack you. Xianxia said. Thank you for your reminder. However, you are also from one of the 4 great immortal royal families. Therefore, how do we know if you have good intentions? Furthermore, the people who know Lin Ling's identity are also only the martial artists on this floor. Therefore, if others want to make a move against Lin Ling, it will definitely come from you all. And Yuer said. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled bitterly. And Yuer ignored him and left with Yu. This was because they didn't know how long Lin Ling would take to meet Grandma Wendao. Therefore, they planned to wait for Lin Ling in Crystal City. After all, as girls, they also wanted to buy some things for their families. Crystal City was like a city that never sleeps, it was always so lively. Yu and the others watched as they walked. Of course, they were also secretly extremely vigilant. However, what they did not expect was that sometimes, the trouble did not come from Lin Ling, but from their own radiance. TSK, these 2 girls are not bad. I've been in Crystal City for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such beauties. On the street, several figures stopped Yu and the others. Among them, a thin and weak young man stared at Yu and the other girl with a smile. This person's face was pale like a woman's. Clearly, he was too lecherous and evil, causing his chi and blood to be poor. Hee, you 2 beauties, it's your fortune to have caught the eye of young Master Bei. Come back with us. The guard beside the young man was also well liked and immediately stepped forward. Get lost. And Yuer frowned and immediately shouted angrily. She had not experienced such a thing in a long time. Because in the sacred rainforest, everyone knew their identity, so no one dared to flirt with them. Yo, ice beauties. Not bad, I like them. The other one is very pure. This young master likes this kind of little girl even more. Not only was the young man not angry, he even stroked his chin and said. The surrounding crowd was silent. That was Beinan, the 9th son of the North Celestial Emperor. Although he was not strong, the background behind him was not to be underestimated. Beinan's talent in martial arts was average, so he was used to being a playboy. Everyone in Crystal City knew him. Most importantly, this person was very lecherous. If he had his eyes on a girl, he would get it no matter what. It was said that he even dared to flirt with a girl from the Xianxia royal family. In the past, he was almost killed because of this. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get lost. However, Yuer was not a naive flower. Therefore, not only was she not afraid, but her aura became even colder. So fierce, such breasts. I haven't even said anything, and you're already so arrogant? Interesting, very interesting. Men, take them away. Beinan sneered and waved his hand. Swoosh, however, just as his guards moved, Yu moved. A 5-colored light appeared and formed a halo. Within it, a fair hand gently slapped out, boom, one of the guards turned into crystal fragments and disappeared in an instant. Extreme Northern Ice Realm. And Yuer also let out a low roar. Her terrifying soul power, accompanied by frost, froze the ground. Crack, the remaining guards turned into ice sculptures and their souls were shattered. What? Beinan was stunned. These 2 girls were so strong, the crowd on the street gasped. They had thought that a tragedy would happen, but who knew that young Master Beinan's men would be wiped out? Speaking of which, we've seen many people flirt with girls in public. However, this is the first time I've seen someone as useless as you. And Yuer and Yu slowly walked towards Beinan. They had been trained by Lin Ling and were already used to killing people. You, what do you want to do? Beinan was indeed a strong person. He was so scared that he fell to the ground. Of course, we're going to kill you. Yu smiled as if she was talking about something very normal. Do you know who I am? Beinan's teeth were chattering. Moreover, his pants were instantly wet and the smell of urine drifted out. Haha. Seeing this, the crowd burst into laughter. Beinan wanted to snatch the girls on the street with his current state? What a disgrace. However, the strength of the 2 girls was also very mysterious. They were clearly not ordinary people. Useless. And Yuer frowned. She had never seen such a useless man. I'm useless, a big useless man. Beauties, please spare my life. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything. Beinan quickly got up and kowtowed. What a spineless man. Sister Yue, let's go. Yu looked at Beinan with disgust. She did not intend to attack him anymore, however, and Yue was not as kind as Yu. If they were too weak, they would have been the ones to suffer. Moreover, over the years, Beinan must have defiled many girls. Lick your own urine back. That way, you won't have to die. And Yue said calmly. Lick my own urine? Beinan's eyes narrowed. If he really did that, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom would be utterly disgraced. You can refuse, but you'll die. And Yue shouted. Her cold demeanor reminded him of Lin Ling's imposing manner. I'll lick it. Beinan immediately lay on the ground and licked his own urine like a dog. TSK, this young master of the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom has no dignity at all. Serves him right. How can his feet not get wet if he walks by the river all the time? He's finally kicked an iron plate. 2 heroines, well done. Why don't we ask the restaurant to bring out some feces and urine for young Master Bei to eat before he leaves? The crowd started to jeer. Apparently, Beinan's reputation was terrible. The sinister northern mammy, how dare you make us, the people of the North Celestial royal family, drink urine. However, at this moment, a crafty and harsh voice drifted over. An old woman leaned on a cane while coughing as she walked over. Her back was hunched, and her steps were unsteady as if she would die at any moment. Moreover, her face that was covered in wrinkles was extremely gloomy. Northern Mama? Beinan turned to look at the old man and was immediately shocked. Bei Mama, could it be that person? The crowd was in an uproar. Clearly, they had heard of the old woman's name. Although she was old, her insidiousness was extremely famous in Crystal City. Most importantly, this person's strength was extremely terrifying. It was said that he was only inferior to the 4 human immortal realm giants. Young Master Bei, you're really a piece of trash. You're not good at martial arts and the old master will give you whatever you want. You can live a happy life. Our northern immortal royal family can afford to raise a piece of trash like you. However, it's not a small matter if you embarrass the royal family. The northern granny's voice was sharp, like the cry of a nighthawk. North Mama, please spare my life. It's not that I'm useless, it's just that those 2 ladies are too strong. Some of my guards are in Wuxing's 10th stage realm but they're not their match. Beinan kept kowtowing, he seemed to be very afraid of North Mama. Really? The North Mammy said in a strange tone as she stared at Yu and the other girl. Yu and the others felt as if they were being stared at by a venomous snake. The old woman's strength was terrifying. She had probably reached the 4th level of a martial emperor realm. Yes. Absolutely. I, Beinan, would never dare to lie to you. Beinan said. You wouldn't dare to lie to me. The North Granny nodded. Her words made Beinan smile, thinking that he had escaped a disaster. But soon, the North Granny's voice floated out, however, drinking urine on the street is a disgrace to the North Immortal royal family. This is not a light crime. With that, she stretched out her skinny hand and grabbed Beinan's left arm. Northern Immortal blood corrosion. Beinan's body twitched as he begged for mercy. His left arm had turned into a pile of flesh. The Northern deity eats flesh. His hand grabbed Beinan's right arm, and in an instant, his right arm was reduced to a pile of bones. Northern Immortal Shirgu. Beinan slammed his palm on his spine and all of a sudden, all of his bones melted away, rendering him a cripple. The whole street was filled with Beinan's miserable cries, causing countless people to feel a chill in their hearts. What a cruel method. Bei Mama, spare me. Beinan struggled to speak. Northern Immortal soul devouring. However, the old woman stretched out her hand and grabbed Beinan's head. Instantly, Beinan's face twisted and became ferocious. When the old woman released her hand, Beinan fell to the ground and became an idiot. Seeing this, the people on the street all had goosebumps. The North Mammy was so scary. Bring her back and take good care of her, don't neglect her. Bei Mama said sharply. Then, someone took Beinan away. However, he had already become an idiot, and he couldn't be any more crippled. What kind of life could he enjoy if he brought him back? Girls, it's your turn. The North Mammy glared coldly at Yu and the others as she reached out her hand to grab them. Seeing this, Yu and the others immediately burst out with their full strength. The terrifying power of laws reached more than 10,000. Not bad. You have reached the martial emperor realm at such a young age. The North Mammy nodded. Her withered hand still reached out, but when it collided with Yu and the others' power of laws, her expression changed instantly. This was because she sensed that Yu and the others' power of laws was very strong. One of their laws was comparable to 3 of the others. TSK, I didn't expect to meet 2 excellent geniuses here. This is great, this is great. If these 2 girls are trained, they can represent me in the Prodigy tournament in a year's time. The North Mammy was delighted. Are you willing to be my disciples? No. Not interested. No. 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 Yu and the others frowned. How can such excellent talents be wasted? The only way is to become my disciples. You don't have the chance to refuse. North Immortal God Fallen World. Yes. The North Mammy was not surprised by the 2 girls' rejection. She simply burst out with a terrifying power of laws. Her talent was not as good as Yu and the others, but her cultivation level was higher. Once the power of laws was released, heaven and earth were like withered hands that suddenly grabbed Yu and the others, making them unable to fight back. Take them away. Seeing this, the North Mammy immediately smiled. Yu and the others could not resist, and could only be taken away by force. TSK, I didn't expect the harvest to be so good. Such seedlings, other than me, who else can train them? When I devour their souls, they will listen to my orders forever. The North Mammy left with her walking stick, looking very happy. Beside her, someone said, Mammy, these 2 girls' talents are terrifying. I'm afraid they have some background. What are you afraid of? Crystal City is our world. Even if the giants of the human world come, we won't be afraid of them. The few of them quickly disappeared, leaving the crowd on the street stunned. At this moment, on the 10th floor of the Dao-seeking tower, Lin Ling opened his eyes. In his mind, the 5 great mountains were right in front of his eyes. He was surprised to find that through Dao-seeking Granny's Qi-seeking feng shui technique, his eye of time could see the entire world. For example, he could see what was happening in the demon realm, he could see the ghost realm, he could even see the nation of God. This was a terrifying ability. Shaoli, I asked you to learn this technique last time, but you refused. Now you know the benefits. Dao-seeking Granny stared at Lin Ling and smiled. Thank you, Grandma Dao-seeking Granny. Lin Ling quickly bowed. Right now, the Genesis battle will decide the fate of the world. Little Li Zi will definitely rule the world. However, Little Li Zi is going to participate in the Heavenly Pride competition. Therefore, Little Li Zi must obtain the treasures of the Saint's grand domain. Grandma Dao-seeking Granny said, the treasure has been found. Every dog has its day. It's now in the territory of the Divine Marquis Palace. It's in that place? Hearing this, Lin Ling's face changed. The Divine Marquis Palace had a grudge with him. It would be troublesome to get the treasure there. The law of heaven and earth is like this. If you want something, you have to pay a price. So, you should think of a way to get the treasure. Grandma Dao-seeking Granny smiled. Granny, are you not going to help? Lin Ling asked tentatively. Although Grandma Dao-seeking Granny's strength was not high, it was only on the surface. After all, even Li Xiaoyao had not seen Grandma Dao-seeking Granny use her full strength. You know my character. I won't help you with this kind of thing. At most, I will remind you that your 2 little wives have been taken away by the royal family of the North Immortal. Grandma Dao-seeking Granny said. Then, she waved her right hand and displayed what happened on the street. Royal family of the North Immortal? Lin Ling's brows immediately furrowed. Translator, Transin editor, Transin looking for partners. Lin Ling shook his head, it's too far. Moreover, what kind of master would take the initiative to look for his disciple for help? If that's the case, I don't want to be a master anymore. Moreover, Grandma said that if you want something, you have to pay the price. So, I believe that there's nothing in this world that I, Lin Ling, can't do. That's good. Go and save them immediately. It'll be bad if you're late. Grandma Wendao said. Lin Ling immediately left. When he reached the 9th floor, Yuanzhi walked over and said, Lin Ling, we're both sons of Huang. So, when your wife left, I reminded them. Now, you should go and find them immediately. If something happens, it'll be troublesome. Lin Ling looked at Yuanzhi in surprise, but he shook his head and said, there's already trouble. He felt that Yuanzhi's temper was not bad, so he told him about what happened to Yu and the others. This is troublesome. After all, Crystal City is the territory of the 4 immortal royal families. We, the Yuanzhi royal family, can't cover the sky with one hand. Otherwise, we'll definitely help you. Yuanzhi shook his head. Lin Ling and the Yuanzhi royal family had no enmity, so he naturally wouldn't miss the chance to befriend Lin Ling. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Suddenly, he said, are you interested in cooperating? I know a place with treasures, but I can't leave alone. So, if you cooperate with me, you can get 10% of the treasures. If even you, Lin Ling, are interested in treasures, then the treasures must be precious. I'm interested, but for now, you should save your wife first. Yuanzhi said. Saving them isn't difficult. The difficult part is how to get the treasures. Are you cooperating now? Lin Ling asked. Hearing this, Yuanzhi fell into deep thought. Normally, he shouldn't cooperate with Lin Ling because Lin Ling offended the Northern Immortal Royal Family and the Divine Marquis abode. Their combined strength wasn't something he could resist. But looking at the big picture, Lin Ling's favor couldn't be missed. After all, Lin Ling was a legend in the human realm. Although he didn't have any power in Crystal City, he was in existence in the human realm. Okay, I promise you. After making his decision, Yuanzhi immediately nodded. Let's go. Lin Ling brought him out of the Dao-seeking tower and walked along the main street. His Eye of Time appeared and he actually saw through the entire Crystal City. This Ji-seeking feng shui chi feng shui feng is. Lin Ling was shocked. Then, he smiled. He saw 2 familiar faces. Come with me. The 18 islands of the spirit tribe were above the chaotic demon sea, so it wasn't far from the great saint realm. It's you, Lin Ling? When the spirit tribe crown prince saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but be shocked. Moreover, it seemed like Lin Ling was here to look for them. This is the spirit tribe crown prince of the desolate children? Yuanzhi was also surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ling to know so many experts. I'm here to look for you. Lin Ling sat down at the table. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, inviting the spirit tribe crown prince to cooperate. It was obviously difficult to get the treasures from the Divine Marquis abode because there were many experts in the Divine Marquis abode. Lin Ling couldn't stop all of them. Moreover, the Northern Immortal Royal Family was also eyeing them. Therefore, he needed a partner. Even without the treasures, I'll help you. Tell me, what do you want? Even if my brother doesn't help you, I'll help you. Surprisingly, the Spirit Tribe Crown Prince and Black Feather Princess agreed immediately. That's good. Now, I need to save my wife and then decide on the next step of the plan. Lin Ling immediately smiled. Fortunately, his Eye of Time had improved again. Therefore, he could find Yu and the others in the vast Northern Immortal Royal Family. The situation is not good for us if the Northern Immortal Royal Family attacks. Therefore, we have to act secretly. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Even if they sent out a small saint, they wouldn't be able to stop 2 human immortal giants. Therefore, it was best to act secretly. It would be even better if they could stir up the situation in Crystal City. Then what should I do? I don't know why, but I'm very excited. Yuanzhi came over and rubbed his hands. Looking at Yuanzhi's excited look, Lin Ling was speechless. Yuanzhi was a guy who looked cold on the surface but was secretly passionate on the inside. He was a guy who wanted to see the world in chaos. Then, Lin Ling said in a low voice. Everyone nodded. What made them speechless was that other than Xianxia, the Spirit Tribe Crown Prince also seemed to be very excited. This group of guys wanted to see the world in chaos. After the plan was roughly explained, everyone left and went to carry it out excitedly. At night, Crystal City was still bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Ling wore a mask and walked alone. The streets around him were filled with discussions from time to time. However, Lin Ling ignored all of them. His eye of time was looking ahead. In fact, he was also looking at the entire Crystal City. Ghost tribe? And it seems to be the son of the Ghost King? Interesting, this boundary city is getting more and more lively. There are also sons of demon tribe experts over there? Could it be that these fellows are here because of my treasure? But that's not very likely. No one should know where my treasure is. A storm is brewing in Crystal City. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Suddenly, more plans appeared in his mind, which made him laugh. The Northern Immortal royal family was located in the north of Crystal City. It occupied a vast area and was divided into the main family and the branch family. The security here was as strict as the Imperial City. Moreover, there were many martial emperor experts hidden here. On top of a mountain, Lin Ling looked down at the buildings below. If he were to force his way into that place, it would definitely be troublesome. Then, Lin Ling disappeared on the spot. Using the Eye of Time, he entered the Northern Immortal royal family like a ghost. This place was like a maze. It was obviously difficult to find Yu and the others. However, it was not a problem for Lin Ling. After spending an hour, Lin Ling finally saw Yu and the others. Then, he continued to move forward. At this moment, in a basement of the Northern Immortal royal family, there was a green boundary array. 2 women were standing in the array. They were Yu and the others. Sister Yu, what should we do? That old witch is very powerful and she hit us. I'm afraid that Brother Ling won't be able to find us. Yes, even if we find them, it will be very difficult to take them away from the Northern Immortal royal family. Yes. Yu and the others whispered. Their faces were full of uneasiness. They were afraid that they would implicate Lin Ling. Stop dreaming. No matter where you come from, once you enter the Northern Immortal royal family, you will never be able to leave, even if you are a giant of the human realm. Crystal City is the territory of the 4 human immortal royal families. No one is allowed to behave atrociously here. The guard said indifferently. If the 2 beauties were not the Northern Granny's people, they would have attacked them immediately because the 2 women were too beautiful. Unfortunately, we can only look and not touch them. I heard that the Northern Granny wants to devour their souls. If the Northern Granny is in a good mood, she might reward us with these 2 women. Yes, the Northern Granny only cares about their talents. TSK. Even if these 2 women accompany us for a night, we can die in peace. Battle of the Dragons and Tigers, Pa. At this time, footsteps suddenly came from the basement, causing the faces of the guards to change. Could it be that the North Mama had returned? You're not even allowed to look at my woman, let alone have any thoughts about her. However, to their surprise, the person who entered the basement was a handsome young man. This person was wearing a blue and white robe and a mask. He looked extremely mysterious. Who are you? The guards furrowed their brows as if they were facing a great enemy. This was the North Granny's secret chamber. How did this young man find this place? The one who wants your lives. The person who came was Lin Ling. Then, he swung his sword and instantly beheaded a few guards, leaving only 1 person alive. The North Celestial Emperor doesn't have the final say in Crystal City. As for the remaining person, Lin Ling didn't kill him. Instead, he crippled him with a punch. Then, he arrived in front of the green barrier. His hands moved rapidly, breaking the barrier. Brother Ling. Yu and the others were extremely surprised. They never thought that Lin Ling would find this place. Let's leave first. Lin Ling didn't explain anything and just smiled. He glanced around the basement and found that there were many treasures. He might as well plunder them all and wrote a few words on the wall before he left. Heroes of the Lulin are elusive, robbing the rich to help the poor. Yu and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw those words. Was Lin Ling treating the North Celestial royal family as his own backyard? However, Lin Ling hurriedly took them away. 15 minutes after Lin Ling left, a figure appeared in the basement. She was holding onto a walking stick and coughing as she walked. It was the North Granny. However, when she entered, the mess in the basement made her so angry that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Her people were all dead, the barrier she had set up had been broken, most importantly, the treasures she had collected over the years had all been plundered. As for the two disciples she had snatched back, they had disappeared without a trace. Who is it? The Northern Granny's old face turned malevolent. This was the first time in her life that she had been so angry. Bay. Nanny. At this moment, one of the guards who was still alive spoke with great difficulty. You're still alive? The North Granny stretched out her right hand and grabbed the guard's head. She then searched his soul and saw a mysterious masked man. It was this man who had saved you and the others. She looked at the wall again and spat out another mouthful of blood. The heroes of the forest were elusive, and they robbed the rich to help the poor. Such words were undoubtedly very ironic. Did she think that she, Bay Mama, was the landlord? This person said that Crystal City is not the North Deity Emperor's world. The only people who dare to say that are the three immortal royal families. Moreover, he said that the two women were his women. Since he dared to speak in such a domineering manner, he must be one of the three human immortal royal families. Hero of the forest? Could it be an archer from the divine constabulary? They are indeed elusive. Very well, Divine Marquis Manor, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom has never interfered with your business, but you've taken the initiative to attack. The North Granny smashed her walking stick on the ground. She was furious. The two women's talents were terrifying. They could decide the Genesis battle, so the Divine Marquis Manor would definitely not miss it. Moreover, the whole street saw what happened today, so the Divine Marquis Manor might have heard about it too. I must inform the North Deity Emperor about this. She immediately left the basement. Almost at the same time, in the vast Crystal City, the Divine Marquis Manor's marketplace was also plundered today. Those marketplaces mainly sold natural treasures. Who are you? How dare you? The experts in the market were extremely surprised. There were actually people who dared to provoke the Divine Marquis Manor in Crystal City? Dare? You came to the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom to rob people. Why don't you say that you're brave? Brothers, let's rob them. There were only 3 people, but they were extremely powerful. Even the ordinary 10th degree Wuxing was no match for them. Royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom, you've gone too far. The experts in the market were furious. They had never interfered with the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. Today, the veil was finally broken? Hero of the forest? Elusive and elusive? What a joke. After the 3 of them robbed, they left words on the wall and disappeared without a trace. The 3 of them were Xianxia and the others. Moreover, they were extremely agitated at this moment. In just half an hour, the other market was robbed again. In just one night, there were more than 10 markets that were robbed. The losses were heavy. When the news spread to the Divine Marquis Manor, the entire Divine Marquis Manor was furious. A mysterious dragon that shows its head but not its tail? What is the meaning of this? Do you think the Divine Marquis Manor is a pushover? This is too much. The Divine Marquis's face was extremely cold. He was so angry that he broke more than 10 teacups. My lord, this is a little strange. The royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom has always treated us with respect. It's impossible for them to attack us. I suspect that someone is trying to take advantage of the situation. You mean the royal family of the Infinite Celestial Kingdom? Very likely. Whether this is the case or not, it depends on how the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom explains it to us. If their attitude is good and they clarify the facts, then someone is indeed trying to take advantage of the situation. The Divine Marquis's eyes darkened. The same thing happened to the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the North Celestial King smashed the teacup in his hand. He was so angry that he paced back and forth in the living room. My lord, those 2 girls have the legendary Xian body. If I devour their souls, those 2 girls could represent the future of the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. However, the Divine Marquis Manor is too much. They broke into our manor, stole the girls, and even left a message. The North Granny lowered her head and said, Divine Marquis, do Do you really want to force us to break off our relationship? The North Celestial King's face became even colder. Anyone would be furious if two seedlings were snatched away out of the blue. Not only that, the Divine Constabulary even dared to leave such an arrogant message. This was an insult to their dignity. My lord, the people of the Divine Marquis Manor are here to see you. At this moment, a guard reported. Let him in. The North Celestial King suppressed his anger. The people of the Divine Marquis Manor came at the right time. This meant that they must have something to do with the kidnapping. Therefore, he wanted to see how the people of the Divine Marquis Manor would explain it to him. A middle-aged man strode in with his hands behind his back. He raised his chin high and looked extremely noble. Seeing this, the North Celestial King's suppressed anger boiled again. How dare they be so arrogant after stealing their girls? The middle-aged man stared at the North Celestial King and was also secretly angry. The North Celestial King had robbed their market. Now that he came personally, the North Celestial King did not welcome him. This attitude was too bad. Don't you think you should say something to apologize? Or should I say that this is all a misunderstanding? The middle-aged man immediately said coldly. Apologize? Misunderstanding? The North Celestial King could not hold it in anymore. They came to the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom to steal their girls and even left a message arrogantly. The royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom wanted to ask for an explanation, but the other party wanted them to apologize? Was there such a logic in this world? He took a step forward, grabbed the middle-aged man and gave him a dozen slaps. Fishing in troubled waters, paw paw paw. If it wasn't for the fact that the North Celestial Emperor still wanted that middle-aged man to go back and report the news, he would have already killed him. The middle-aged man was stunned. The royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom had robbed their market. He had come here today to ask for an explanation, but in the end, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom had beaten him directly, especially in the face. This was simply going too far. North Deity Emperor, you're shameless. The middle-aged man roared. Don't think that Crystal City was dominated by the Northern Immortal royal family. Their Divine Marquis Manor was not a pushover either. Tell Xianxia, whatever tricks he wants to play, go ahead, this matter is not over yet. The North Deity Emperor slapped the middle-aged man out of the hall and disappeared into the distance like a shooting star. The middle-aged man spat out dozens of mouthfuls of blood, but he was furious. After he returned to the Divine Marquis Mansion with serious injuries, he exaggerated the story. Without a doubt, the Divine Marquis Mansion was furious, because the Divine Constabulary had already given him face by personally coming to ask for an explanation, but in the end, they were slapped in the face. Alright, my Divine Constabulary will play with you. This was the first time Xianxia was so angry in his life. It was also the first time he met such an unreasonable person. He wanted to see why the royal family was so arrogant. Without a doubt, from tonight onwards, Crystal City would be in complete chaos. The terrifying atmosphere of a storm made everyone in the city feel as if they were facing a great enemy. However, this storm was still too small for Lin Ling's group. At this moment, Lin Ling brought Yu and the others towards the ghost young master and the son of the devil expert. They were all wearing masks to hide their identities, making it impossible for others to see through them. As for this move, it was to make the waters of Crystal City even more chaotic. This way, Lin Ling would be able to fish in troubled waters and obtain the treasures hidden in the Divine Marquis Mansion. Who are you, and why did you kill us? Those young masters of the ghost race had come here in a low-key manner, but they did not expect that their identities would be seen through by the strong practitioners. In fact, they were also very depressed. They had just arrived in the human world, so they were traveling everywhere. However, they met the Grim Reaper in Crystal City. You're here to steal the treasures I hid in the North Immortal royal family, right? Dream on. Lin Ling said with his mask on. With a slash of his sword, the young master from the ghost race turned into smoke and disappeared from the earth. I won't let you off. This young master of the ghost clan clearly had some background. Although he was killed, he did not die. It was as if he was a soul. I'm waiting for you not to let me go. A smile appeared under Lin Ling's mask, and he left in a carefree manner. After that, he'd gone to kill the son of an expert from the devil race. Obviously, such actions had completely infuriated the devil race and ghost race, although the demon race experts were also doubtful about Lin Ling's origins. Only the 4 immortal imperial clans dared to be so bold in Crystal City. Therefore, they somewhat trusted Lin Ling's words. Most importantly, they heard the word treasure. Could it be that the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom had found the treasure left behind by some powerful cultivator and had decided to kill all the unnecessary people in order to eliminate the competitors? In an instant, the ghost race and demon race were both enraged and tempted. Many experts rushed towards Crystal City. This caused the water in Crystal City to become even more chaotic. A huge storm was brewing. The demon race and ghost race had a huge army. Moreover, in Crystal City, there were rumors that a treasure had appeared in Crystal City. All of a sudden, the experts of the godly kingdom became restless as well. Haha, this is great. Right now, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom has become the focus. No matter how they try to hide it, I'm afraid no one will believe them. Treasures move people's hearts. The demon race and ghost race experts will definitely use the fact that their own people were killed as an excuse to force the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. Lin Ling, we've made such a big fuss. Now that we've accomplished our goal, what should we do next? In an inn, Xianxia and the crown prince of the spirit race looked at Lin Ling and asked. The water is starting to get messy. Let's start to fish in troubled waters. The goal of this trip is the treasures of the Divine Marquis Mansion. Once the worldly immortal giant leaves, we will start to move. Lin Ling said calmly. Divine Marquis Palace. Xianxia and the others' hearts skipped a beat. If it wasn't for Lin Ling messing up their plans, it would be impossible to get the treasure there. Lin Ling's name was Mad God. However, he was not as reckless as they thought. In fact, he was extremely smart. Let's wait and see. Lin Ling toyed with the wine glass in his hand as he looked into the distance through the window. At this moment, in the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom, a large number of experts had gathered in the main hall. They were all looking at the North Celestial King. The North Celestial King's face was still filled with anger. In fact, he still did not understand why the Divine Marquis Palace would provoke him. Moreover, he had already given them face by not going to the Divine Marquis Palace to ask for the girls. Who knew that the people from the Divine Marquis Palace would be so shameless? Master, why don't I go to the Divine Marquis Palace to ask for the reason? The North Granny said respectfully. She felt that ever since the 2 girls were captured, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom had been in bad luck. Alright, you can go ask the Divine Marquis. The North Celestial King nodded. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to break off relations with the Divine Marquis Palace. The North Granny left immediately while the other experts spoke. My lord, something is wrong with Crystal City. It seems like many experts from the demon race and ghost race have appeared. I heard that they are looking for some treasure. They are really King messing around. Hearing that, the North Celestial King frowned even more. Unlucky things were happening one after another. Boom. However, at this moment, the entire royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom was in an uproar. The North Celestial King's expression changed as he rushed out of the main hall. In the sky, a huge arrow was shot over. It pierced through a large number of buildings and destroyed half of the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. An arrow? Isn't that the symbol of the Divine Marquis Palace? Old Devil Marquis, you are courting death. The North Celestial King was furious. He had already guessed who that person was. Old North Celestial, you have some guts. How dare you touch my territory? In the sky, a man in a black robe appeared. It was the Divine Marquis. I haven't even said that you have guts. How dare you say that I have guts? Do you think that there is no one in the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom? Let's fight. The North Celestial King's beard was fluttering. He took a step forward and appeared in the sky. A terrifying power of law erupted. Right now, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom was being destroyed. This was witnessed by the entire city. If he did not do anything, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom would lose face. Kill. The experts of the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom also rushed out. Mysterious dragon's whereabouts? What an arrogant message. I would like to see what kind of divine dragon you are. F***CKU. Robbing the rich to help the poor. You are the first to rob people with such a good reason. Let's fight. The experts of the Divine Marquis Palace also moved out. Today, they must not lose face. Otherwise, if others were to rob their market, the Divine Marquis Palace would not be able to stay in Crystal City. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. A terrifying battle broke out in the north of Crystal City, shocking the entire city. As for the Xianxia royal family and the two giants of the immortal race, they were watching the show with smiles on their faces. Divine Marquis, UF** King sneak attack? Treasure in hand, ha ha ha, this is the consequence of offending my divine lord manner. Let me tell you, if you don't apologize today, I will shoot you until you have no face to see anyone. In the distance, Xianxia smiled faintly with an indescribable pride. Suppressing the North Deity Emperor in front of the entire city was also a supreme honor. Apologize? The North Deity Emperor was so angry that he almost vomited bile. What did they do wrong? Two geniuses had been snatched away, yet they still had to apologize? Die. The heavenly island appeared in the sky. The island was like a huge dark cloud that was thrown out by the North Celestial Emperor. Rumble. As the island crashed down, there were countless casualties and screams of agony could be heard. Regardless of whether it was the North Deity Emperor or the people of the Divine Lord Matter, all of them were severely injured. Even Xianxia was smashed by the huge island until he vomited blood and his clothes were torn. Mother **Ker, how dare you touch me? Thus, the Divine Marquis became even angrier. The two worldly immortal stage giants fought fiercely, and the Crystal City seemed to have been destroyed. In the distance, Lin Ling looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh. It's very lively. We should move. With that, he brought Yu and the rest towards the Divine Lord Matter. While they were on the move, the battle at the Royal North Immortal Tribe was already in full swing. The Royal North Immortal Tribe was also completely destroyed. The two human immortal imperial clans' faces were bruised and swollen. They were either dead or injured. The North Celestial Emperor and the Deity Marquis both stopped fighting and panted from afar. However, both of them didn't like each other. North Deity Emperor, do you feel pain now? I know your whole family. Xianxia, if you don't give me an explanation today, I, the Northern Deity, will not live under the same sky as you. Hand it over to your mother. You robbed my market for no reason, and I still want you to give me an explanation. The two of them were cursing at each other, but they gradually realized that something was wrong. Don't talk nonsense. When did I loot your market? You, on the other hand, are the one who should give me an explanation for coming to the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom to steal people. Rob your whole family? Do you think I'm that free? Or is the North Immortal Royal family prettier? I feel like vomiting whenever I see you, let alone going to the North Celestial Royal family to snatch her away. Are you serious? Why would I, the Divine Marquis, lie? Then what the F***CK are you fighting for? After the two of them talked, they suddenly felt depressed. After fighting for so long, they didn't seem to have any reason to attack. North Celestial Emperor, are you sure you didn't rob my market? Am I that free? Facing the questioning of the Divine Lord Mansion, the North Deity Emperor suddenly felt like he was being toyed with. Xianxia Child was the same. He stood there like a fool. The two of them looked at each other's bruised and swollen faces, then looked at the ground in a sorry state, and suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. What made them even more depressed was that all the cultivators in the city were also talking about it. Why are they fighting? It seems like they don't have any reason to attack. It seems like they have fought for nothing. Pooh. Many people couldn't help but laugh. How could there be such a foolish person? Moreover, this person was a human immortal. The laughter was so loud that the North Immortal Emperor and the North Immortal Emperor wished they could dig a hole and hide in it. Especially the North Immortal Emperor. Not only was he depressed, he was even more aggrieved because his North Immortal Royal clan had been destroyed. How unlucky. However, this wasn't the end of it. North Immortal Emperor, shouldn't you give us an explanation for killing the people of the ghost race? I heard that your North Immortal Royal clan has a treasure. Are you trying to take it all for yourself? A large number of people from the ghost race and demon race appeared and said coldly. Who the F***CK framed me? The North Immortal Emperor could no longer hold back his anger. Unlucky things kept happening one after another. Who did he, the North Immortal Emperor, offend? No matter what, you have to give us an explanation today. The expert from the ghost race said cruelly. Today, not only did he have to give an explanation, he also wanted to get the treasure. Attack! The demon race emperor also shouted angrily. Fighting again? The North Immortal Emperor was even more depressed. While the battle was going on in the north of Crystal City, the Divine Lord Mansion was extremely quiet. However, at this moment, a few people wearing masks appeared in the mansion. Who are you? Someone in the mansion shouted angrily. They could see that these people were very mysterious. Hee hee, people looking for the treasure. Lin Ling smiled and threw out a punch. All the guards were smashed into the wall, and the wall was sent flying. There were no experts in the Divine Lord Mansion at the moment. Therefore, if Lin Ling did not barge in, he would be too cautious. Let's go in. After leading the few people into the mansion, Lin Ling used the chi-seeking wind and cloud art to search for the treasure hidden in the ground. Yu Yu and the rest were in charge of blocking the guards. Not long after, Lin Ling finally smiled. He came to a rockery and formed a complicated barrier with both hands. Then, the rockery exploded. Wind and water dragons shot up to the sky. Those were the dragons of Feng Shui. Seeing this, Lin Ling took out the tyrannical song sword and slashed at the ground. Rumble, the ground was cut open like tofu. Gradually, a misty river appeared in the depths. Upon closer inspection, it was not a river, but a large amount of misty qi. Those were the qi of Feng Shui. Around the river, there were a lot of treasures. Although they were old, they were still rich in spiritual qi. Looking at the treasures, Lin Ling smiled. They were the treasures left behind by Li Xiaoyao. Haha, there really are treasures. That's the hibiscus immortal fruit, a specialty of the saint's great domain. Eating it can give birth to 300 power of law. Heavens, I actually saw it here. That saber looks like a 4-star immortal weapon. Brother Ling, I want that sword. Yu Yu and the rest came to the side of the big hole and looked down excitedly. As for Yuancher Z and the rest, it was as if they were struck by lightning. Because there were so many treasures, their entire immortal royal family could not compare. Collect your own treasures and end this quickly. Lin Ling smiled. Without wasting any time, he waved his right hand and a large number of treasures flew into his purple mansion. Moreover, the Yellow Spring Army was equipped with a 3-star immortal weapon. Without a doubt, the Yellow Spring Army's strength had greatly increased. They might be able to fight against the giants of the mortal world. With these treasures, who can beat me in the prodigy competition? Lin Ling's eyes were burning. His purpose in coming to the saint's great domain was accomplished. Everyone quickly collected the treasures and then went to the Divine Marquis Mansion. However, just as they walked out of the door, an old woman descended from the sky and looked at them blankly. It was the North Granny. Why are you all here? Were you really kidnapped by the Divine Marquis Mansion? The North Granny was shocked, extremely shocked. Looking at the sinister old woman, Lin Ling was stunned. However, he smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry, the one who kidnapped Yu and the rest was not the Divine Marquis Mansion, it was me. The North Granny was even more shocked. Who is this person? However, what shocked her even more was what happened next. I'm sorry, the one who robbed the market of the Divine Marquis Mansion was also us. Because the Divine Marquis Mansion has real treasures, but there are too many experts. It's difficult for us to enter and take them. Therefore, someone had to stop the Divine Marquis, and that person was the North Immortal Emperor. Yuancher royal family boom. The Northern Granny looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She then turned her head to look at the battle in the distance and felt extremely terrified. What a deep scheme. He actually made 2 human immortal stage giants run in circles. Are you done being surprised? Can you make way now? I have to hurry back. Lin Ling said indifferently. Good, good, I've underestimated you. If you have the ability, tell me your name. The North Granny recovered from her shock, but her expression was extremely cold. This was the first time in her life that she had been played like this. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not hide anything. It's you. No wonder you're so powerful. However, you're still too inexperienced. You shouldn't have told me everything because you'll never be able to leave this place. Ha ha ha. The North Granny suddenly laughed. She laughed so excitedly that she kept coughing. I've also heard that Crystal City has a treasure, but for so many years, no one has been able to find it. I didn't expect you to find the treasure. What exactly is the treasure? North Granny walked forward step by step. Because the treasures follow the feng shui, no one knows the exact location. As for what the treasures are, no one knows. However, there should be more than 100,000 three-star immortal weapons. Lin Ling also walked forward slowly. Plop, North Mammy's heart was beating wildly. Such a rich treasure? That's great, it's all hers. Why are you telling me this? Don't you know that this could easily lead to a fatal disaster? Very quickly, the North Granny bared her fangs, her greed and murderous intent overflowing. Why should I tell you? The reason is very simple. You kidnapped my wife. My wife is my reverse scale, so I want you to die knowing that you can't offend my wife. Lin Ling said coldly. A very good man. Unfortunately, his life is too short. A terrifying murderous intent exploded from the North Granny's body. However, even though she was fast, Lin Ling wasn't slow either. He stretched out his right hand and a black shadow instantly shot out from his sleeve. It transformed into a bloody mouth and pounced towards the North Granny. Old witch, your life is mine. The black shadow also unleashed a terrifying law like a black torrent. It was a minor saint. The moment the North Granny saw the minor saint, she immediately sensed the terrifying power of the giant serpent. Lin Ling actually had such a terrifying trump card? You want to eat my wife's soul? You're already dead. Lin Ling held Yu and the others' hands and walked past the North Granny. The North Granny stood there trembling. She was surrounded by a terrifying giant snake. At this moment, she was afraid. She did not expect that she was the cause of all this. Because she took Yu and the others away, she brought Lin Ling into the Northern Celestial Royal Family, causing the Northern Celestial Royal Family to face all kinds of disasters. Lin Ling, how despicable. The North Celestial Royal Family will not let you go. The North Granny finally let out an angry roar. Unfortunately, she couldn't stop the little saint's bite. This old witch's flesh is sour and ugly. I'm sorry, minor saint. Lin Ling said. If the North Granny hadn't touched his reverse scale, perhaps the old woman wouldn't have died. She said she wouldn't let you go before she died. Brother Ling, I'm tired of hearing such words. Yu said with a smile. Me too. Lin Ling shrugged. Behind them, Xianxia and the Crown Prince of the Spirit Tribe were shocked. Although they knew that Lin Ling's trump card was terrifying, they only knew how difficult it was to deal with Lin Ling after witnessing the fall of a martial emperor. Alright, I've accomplished my goal. It's time for me to leave. Happy cooperation. After walking a few streets, Lin Ling looked at Xianxia and the others and said with a smile. It's rare for you to come to the Great Saint Realm. Why don't you pay a visit to the Xianxia royal tribe? My master, the primeval spiritual being, would like to meet Lin Ling. Xianxia said after thinking for a while. Lin Ling frowned when he heard that. It would be better to leave now. The primeval spiritual being has a good reputation. He has a good relationship with the 18 islands of the spirit tribe. Lin Ling, why don't you pay him a visit? The Crown Prince of the Spirit Tribe looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling looked at Yu and the others and nodded. Although he didn't want to complicate matters, he believed in Xianxia. Although he didn't have much contact with Xianxia, Lin Ling was quite good at judging people. That's great. Seeing Lin Ling nod, Xianxia laughed excitedly. He brought Lin Ling to the primeval spiritual being. Luckily, Crystal City was big enough. Therefore, even if the North Deity Emperor knew that he had been tricked, it would be difficult for him to find Lin Ling and the others. And that was the truth. The North Deity Emperor was still fighting. Although the North Deity Emperor was quite strong, he couldn't take on so many people at once. His hair was messed up and his face was swollen. But at this time, someone shouted from the ground. Lord North Deity, the North Granny's life jade is broken. But before she died, she said that everything was Lin Ling's trick. that person said with a terrified expression. He even said what the North Granny said before she died. Lin Ling? Lin Ling, a legend in the human world? The North Deity Emperor almost went crazy when he heard that. The deity Marquis felt something sweet in his throat and almost spat out blood. However, he forced it back down. As for the elites of the Ghost Tribe and the Demon Tribe, they were frowning. However, what that person said next made the North Deity Emperor and the deity Marquis vomit blood. The North Granny also said that the real treasure is in the deity Marquis mansion. This is Lin Ling's plan to lure us away. Pfft, the North Deity Emperor was already injured. At this moment, his injuries worsened. He spat out a mouthful of blood 100 meters away. The deity Marquis felt something sweet in his throat again and spat out another mouthful of blood. He couldn't swallow it anymore and spat it out 100 meters away. After fighting for a long time, they had all fallen into Lin Ling's trap. Not only did the two forces suffer great losses from the battle, but the most important thing was that the legendary treasure was also obtained by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling again. The elites of the Demon Tribe were stunned. Without a doubt, they roared angrily. They had heard of this Lin Ling several times. Every time he appeared, it would cause an uproar in the Demon Tribe. What a good plan. It seems like he's also the one who killed the Crown Prince of the Ghost Tribe. The experts of the Ghost race weren't in a much better state as well. Because they'd helped Lin Ling, at this moment, Lin Ling didn't know about the anger of the big shots. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After arriving at the Xianxia royal family, Lin Ling realized that this place was like an ethereal immortal gate. There were cranes flying in the sky and Qilin walking around. It gave off a celestial feeling. You and you and the others looked at the surroundings filled with birds and flowers, and they all became happy. Xianxia Z continued to introduce everything about the Xianxia royal family. Of course, the arrival of Lin Ling and the others had also caused a commotion among the younger generation of the Xianxia royal family. What a beautiful woman. She can be compared to Xianxia Guer. Xianxia Guer is the #1 genius below senior brother Xianxia Z. She's also the daughter of our master. We can only look up to her. Those two women shouldn't be that powerful. Maybe we can get closer to them? Dream on. Don't you see that handsome young man? He's obviously the lover of those two women. Even senior brother Xianxia seems to respect him very much. Xianxia Guji. It could be seen that Xianxia Z's seniority in the Xianxia royal family was not low. With him around, everyone looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Of course, there was also envy in their eyes. Haha, Huang's son, Lin Ling, the legend of the mortal dimension, Lin Ling. I've long since heard of this name, and now that I've met you today, you're indeed a young elite. At this time, a large number of people walked out. The man in the lead was dressed in a white robe. His long hair casually scattered, giving people a feeling of immortality. What was surprising was that he was not old, only in his 30s. This person was none other than the primeval spiritual master. Beside him, a woman in a white muslin dress was also curiously staring at Lin Ling. This woman's temperament was like that of a celestial, and she was a first-rate beauty just like Yu and the others. Greetings, primeval Zhenren. Lin Ling looked at him in surprise, then smiled and bowed. This is too much for me. Xianxia Zhenren's expression changed. He hurriedly helped Lin Ling up, which made many people gasp. They did not understand why Lin Ling was qualified to be helped by Xianxia Zhenren himself. You're a legend of the mortal world. Even I have to look up to the three mysterious of the mortal world. So, it's good that we're on the same level. Xianxia Zhenren laughed, which made many people understand. Then he continued, I've heard about what happened to you. I shouldn't have let you stay, but Lin Ling is after all a legend in the mortal realm. I've heard a lot about you, so I took the liberty to invite Your Excellency Lin Ling to make friends. I hope Your Excellency can forgive me. It is my good fortune to be able to meet primeval Zhenren. The other party was very polite, so Lin Ling was also very polite. Next, the primeval spiritual master brought Lin Ling and the others to a mountain peak. There were immortal fruits and immortal wine on the mountain peak. It was like an immortal's home. Looking into the distance, there were fluttering white clouds. It felt as if they could ascend to immortality at any time, everyone sat down and started conversing with each other. Tomorrow, my primordial immortal peach will ripen. This fruit takes 10,000 years to ripen. Your Excellency Lin Ling has really come at the right time. Yuan Zhenren proposed a toast to Lin Ling and said, "Guer, come and dance, let's toast for everybody." After chatting for a bit, that woman called Yuan Guer walked out, dancing lightly and gracefully. Under the immortal music, she seemed as light as an immortal. Good, good, good. The spiritual race crown prince couldn't help but clap. However, the black feather princess, Yu, and the others narrowed their eyes. Their sharp female intuition told them that the celestial maiden seemed to be very interested in Lin Ling. Yuan Zi also noticed this and smiled bitterly. He was not surprised by his junior sister's action. Because his junior sister was proud and arrogant, she only worshipped the top young talents in the world. And Lin Ling was the youngest genius of the human race. Plus, he was handsome. It would be strange if his junior sister was not moved. "Young master, Guer will treat you to a drink." After a round of immortal dance, the primeval bone child floated in front of Lin Ling. He stretched out his hand and a cup of wine appeared. From Lin Ling's point of view, Yuan's bone was indeed beautiful, like a fairy flying from the heavens. "Thank you." However, before Lin Ling could take the wine, Yuer said with a smile. She took the wine and drank it for Lin Ling. Moreover, Yu sat beside Lin Ling and secretly pinched Lin Ling's thigh. Lin Ling gasped and he could hear Yu's jealous voice. "Who told you to flirt?" He was wronged. Lin Ling felt wronged because he did not do anything. "Hee, young master is so lucky to have such a beautiful wife by your side. This is the wish of all men in the world." At this moment, the primeval bone child saw Yuer's actions. Her eyes dimmed but she quickly smiled and floated back. "Thank you." And Yuer immediately replied for Lin Ling and poured wine for Lin Ling. She was extremely obedient. Yu was the same. This undoubtedly made the primeval bone child and the spirit tribe crown prince even more jealous. Lin Ling continued to smile bitterly. He knew that Yu and the rest did not want to lose to the primeval bone child, so they acted naturally. Of course, Yu and the rest's actions made Lin Ling feel a little proud. "Hee, my daughter has embarrassed herself." However, the tournament of geniuses is getting closer. With your strength, Lin Ling, I'm afraid you'll make a name for yourself again. Moreover, I'm going to participate in the tournament of geniuses. When I meet you, Lin Ling, I hope you'll be merciful to Lin Ling. The primeval bone child did not pay much attention to what had just happened. Instead, he smiled and said. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The primeval bone child was going to participate in the tournament of geniuses? Hee, Lin Ling, you probably don't know that all legends and giants of the human world can participate in the tournament of geniuses. As long as you get a good ranking, you can participate in the Battle of Genesis in 3 years. The Spirit Tribe Crown Prince said. I see. Lin Ling nodded in realization. It must be a rule added by the giants of the human world, because the Battle of Genesis would decide the entire world. The giants of the human world naturally did not want to miss the opportunity. Then, Lin Ling looked at the primeval bone child. He did not expect the primeval bone child to be her father. Everyone chatted again. Because they were going to taste the primeval immortal peach tomorrow, Lin Ling and the rest stayed for one more day. As night fell, the primeval bone child became more ethereal. Celestial music drifted in the air, completely different from the chaos in Crystal City. Lin Ling did not cultivate and walked around casually. Even Li Xiaoyao did not have much of an impression of the primeval bone child. Because in the Great Saint Realm, Li Xiaoyao only remembered the divine Marquis Mansion and the mysterious ancient giant, the Death Arrow Martial God. The Death Arrow Martial God was defeated by Li Xiaoyao in the past. In the end, he was chased to the Great Saint Realm and promised never to step into the human world. Of course, those promises were just a joke. Young master, you are in such a good mood. Now, everyone in the city is looking for you, but you are here drinking wine. You are not afraid even if the sky collapses. You are indeed the mad god Lin Ling. At this time, an ethereal voice came from behind Lin Ling. It was the primeval bone child. Hee, I am in the primeval bone child. With the primeval bone child around, what am I afraid of? Lin Ling immediately laughed. Young master, you really know how to talk. The primeval bone child also laughed. Her smile could make 100 flowers dim in comparison. It had to be said that the primeval bone child was indeed a rare beauty in the world. She gave people a feeling that she was boneless. Moreover, she looked as pure as a fairy. However, her figure was extremely good. She was straight where she should be and perky where she should be. However, Lin Ling could be considered to have seen many beauties. Therefore, although he felt that she was beautiful, he would not be moved. The son of Huang, Lin Ling, from the ancient Face sect. He rose up by himself and helped his race to stand firm in the chaotic world. He conquered the world in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. After that, he entered the Rainforest Sacred Land like a dazzling star and finally became the king of the Rainforest Sacred Land. Moreover, he came to the vast Shanpeng province and became famous in the human world. Now, he is an existence that cannot be underestimated among the various races. The primeval bone child looked into the distance and said. This made Lin Ling shocked. He did not expect the other party to be so familiar with him. Framing. Hee, it's already so late. If a man and a woman are alone together, it'll be easy for others to gossip. But at this moment, a jealous voice drifted over. In the distance, Yu and an Yuer were strolling over. Greetings, elder sister Yu and elder sister Yuer. Yuancher Guer's expression changed as she hurriedly bowed. I don't dare to call you sister. I just hope that you don't do some ugly things behind other people's backs. And Yuer said slyly. She stared at Yuancher Guer with some evil intentions. Lin Ling immediately smiled bitterly. He wanted to say that there was nothing between him and Yuancher Gugu, but it seemed that the more he said, the more discredited it was. Elder sister is right. Guer knows his mistake. Guer will leave immediately. Yuancher Guer understood the meaning behind his words. Her beautiful eyes were a little moist, but she still bowed. She just wanted to see the person she admired. That was all. This was her dream. She didn't do anything shameful. Take care, I won't see you off. And Yuer appeared very cold. After all, she also knew that Lin Ling was very outstanding and had attracted the admiration of countless women. However, she had to ensure Lin Ling's safety. She was afraid that Lin Ling would be deceived. I'm innocent. After Yuancher Guguer left, Lin Ling immediately raised his hand and said, I'll be lenient if I confess. Seeing Lin Ling's expression, and Yuer and Yu both burst into laughter. We do believe in you, but sometimes we don't believe in others. Hearing those words, Lin Ling's heart warmed. He held the two women's hands and looked at the starry sky in the distance. Yuancher Jinren was sitting cross-legged in one of the rooms. Sandalwood was burning in the room and it was extremely quiet. A person was kneeling in front of him. It was Yuancher Z. Master, you can't. Although Lin Ling and I don't have a deep friendship, how could I harm him? Yuan Shizi raised his head and said. Lin Ling is my absolute opponent in the tournament of young geniuses. If I don't attack him now, I won't have any chance in the tournament of young geniuses. The same goes for you. Yuancher Jinren said with his eyes closed. A jug of wine appeared in his hand. Lin Ling is very loyal to his friends. He trusts you now. Give him this wine of Dharma ignition. The wine of burning law, the wine of burning truth, 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 ultimately turning an expert into a cripple? Master, I can't do it. Yuan Shizi kowtowed. Lin Ling's trump card is very strong. Even I don't dare to casually face that mysterious snake. Otherwise, do you think I would need this wine to harm him? I promise you, if Lin Ling drinks this wine, after he becomes a cripple, I will guarantee his safety for the rest of his life. But if you refuse, your hometown, your parents will all die. Moreover, you are in my Yuancher royal family. You can see how my master treats you. You have today, it's all because of my master. Think about it yourself. Yuancher Jinren said lightly. Yuancher Jinren's body trembled. Thinking of the people in his hometown and his grandmother, he finally picked up the wine pot and turned to leave. He was the disciple of Yuancher Jinren, so he had no right to refuse. After Yuancher Jinren left, Yuancher Jinren finally opened his eyes. Treasure? I heard it was left by Li Xiaoyao. If I can get it, my strength will increase greatly in the tournament of young geniuses. I can also participate in the battle of young geniuses. His eyes were blazing with the light of ambition. The next day, the sun rose from the east, warming the earth. Lin Ling and the others were notified early in the morning. They went to eat the primeval immortal peaches because the immortal peaches at this time were the best. In fact, Lin Ling had no interest in the immortal peaches at all. He stayed for one more day because of Xianxia. Everyone once again gathered at the same mountain peak as yesterday. There were tables and chairs there, and the fragrance of peaches wafted out from the top. Several glistening red peaches were placed there. When the primeval spiritual master saw Lin Ling and the others arrive, he personally went to welcome them. TSK, I heard that the primordial immortal peach is the #1 peach in the world. Even the island masters of the spirit tribe's 18 islands covet it. I didn't expect us to have the fortune to taste it. Brother, you're taking advantage of Lin Ling. The spirit tribe crown prince and the black feather princess were a little excited. After tasting this peach, they could go back and show off a little. This is the best time to taste this peach. Don't miss it. After inviting Lin Ling and the others to take a seat, the primeval spiritual master smiled faintly and asked Lin Ling and the others to start eating. One had to admit that the primeval immortal peach was indeed delicious. Once it entered one's mouth, one would forget to leave. It smells so good. Yu and the others exclaimed in surprise. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He didn't think much of it because he had tasted even more delicious immortal peaches before. It was just that Li Xiaoyao tasted it back then. As for the spirit tribe crown prince, he was even more exaggerated. Not only did he take a bite, he even licked his fingers and almost licked the core of the peach. Haha. His appearance undoubtedly caused everyone to burst into laughter. After laughing, the primeval spiritual master suddenly looked at the primeval spiritual master. Primeval spiritual master, Lin Ling is your close friend. He will be leaving soon. Aren't you going to send him off with a cup of wine? Hearing that, the primeval spiritual master's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled slightly. His smile was somewhat sincere. Seeing that, the primeval spiritual master also smiled, but his smile was very forced. Although he and Lin Ling had known each other for a long time, Lin Ling was a person with a true temperament. As long as he was a friend, he would do anything. But now, was he going to frame his friend? Primeval spiritual master, your cultivation is still some distance away from Lin Ling. After Lin Ling leaves, I will guide you well. Don't embarrass me at the genius tournament. At this time, the primeval spiritual master smiled. His words were reminding the primeval spiritual master that as long as he toasted, he would have a meteoric rise in the future. Of course, before you cultivate in seclusion, you should go home and take a look. Don't let your family worry. The primeval spiritual master said again. This sentence was a threat. The primeval spiritual master secretly gritted his teeth. Thinking of his family, he finally took out a pot of wine from the table and poured it for Lin Ling, Yu, and the others. Lin Ling's eyes flashed strangely. He felt that there was something wrong with the primeval spiritual master, but he could not tell what exactly it was. In the end, he chose to believe in his friend. Lin Ling, Yu, and Yuer, the crown prince of the spirit tribe, the princess of Black Feather, it is my blessing to have met all of you in this life. After today, we will meet again in a year. This wine is to send you off. The primeval spiritual master poured the wine and said sincerely to Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others stood up, holding the wine cup and said one after another. They had worked together not long ago. Although the time was short, they could be considered as half-comrades. We will meet again in the genius tournament in a year's time. The primeval spiritual master, don't be weaker than me. Lin Ling looked at the primeval spiritual master and said with a tone of challenge. He was not arrogant because he was stronger than the primeval spiritual master. Hearing this, the primeval spiritual master's heart warmed, but various thoughts appeared in his mind. Lin Ling treated him sincerely and treated him as a true friend. How could the primeval spiritual master harm him? Stop, the wine is poisonous. Poisoned, this was the most difficult decision he had ever made in his life. The palm of his hand was flesh, and the back of his hand was also flesh. However, Lin Ling treated him sincerely. He really couldn't frame Lin Ling. The wine is poisoned? The faces of the crown prince and the others changed drastically. They looked at the wine in their hands in shock. Even Lin Ling frowned. Senior brother, what's going on? From the look on Xianxia Guguer's face, she seemed to have just found out about this. She looked at Lin Ling with worry in her eyes. At this moment, Xianxia stepped forward and knocked the wine out of Lin Ling's hand. I'm sorry. I took advantage of your trust. But this wine is poisonous, you can't drink it. With that, he turned around and knelt before the primeval spiritual master. A master for a day is a father for life. Master's orders, this disciple does not dare to disobey. But to poison my friends, I, Xianxia, cannot do it. If you want to kill me or behead me, master can do it. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountaintop fell silent. Lin Ling and the rest looked at the primeval spiritual master. Did the primeval spiritual master want to harm them? Obviously, this result was beyond their imagination because they had a good impression of the primeval spiritual master. Haha, Xianxia, you really know how to joke. However, to everyone's surprise, primeval Xianxuan's face was as calm as an ancient well. He slowly walked out, picked up primeval Xianxuan's wine jug, raised his head and drank it. Then, he asked, this wine is poisonous? His words were sarcastic, but everyone saw that the primeval spiritual master was safe and sound, which shocked everyone. The primordial beginning Xianxuan smiled and came to the crown prince of the spirit tribe again. He took his wine cup and drank it. This wine is poisoned? He asked again. Boom, Xianxia's heart exploded. How could this be? Lin Ling and the others frowned. For a moment, they were confused. Xianxia, I never thought that one day, you would slander my master like this. Xianxuan said indifferently, but his face became colder and colder. Master, Xianxia was stunned, he still did not understand what had happened. However, what the primeval spiritual master said next made everyone feel as if they were struck by lightning. I treated you like a son and hoped that you could inherit my mantle in the future. Unfortunately, you disappointed me too much. You were too soft-hearted and indecisive. Fortunately, I didn't believe you from the beginning. Therefore, the wine was indeed not poisonous, but the poison was in the primeval immortal peach. After saying this, the primeval spiritual master's face actually shone with a sinister light. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face turned gloomy. He believed in the primeval sage because of the primeval sage, but he didn't expect the primeval sage to deceive his own disciple. Puff, almost at the same time, Yu, the spirit clan crown prince, and the others all spat out mouthfuls of blood. The blood was pitch black, and when it landed on the ground, it actually burned the earth. Burning law sky poison. Seeing the blood that Yu and the others spat out, Lin Ling's face changed dramatically. The burning law sky poison was a kind of fruit liquid that could burn a martial artist's source of strength. It was invisible and colorless, and even soul power and the power of law couldn't detect it. It was extremely vicious. However, this kind of rare poisonous fruit only appeared in the martial god realm. He didn't expect to see it here. The burning law sky poison's effect was to turn a mortal realm giant into a useless person, and his source of strength would be completely burned. Apparently, the primeval spiritual master had hidden the poison in the primeval immortal peach. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling also sensed that the source of strength in his dantian was bursting with a terrifying power. It spread out from the source of strength, and a source of strength was being burned by the poison. This kind of burning was not painful, and was not as terrible as the severing three corpses, but it was more dangerous. It was like a worm, constantly devouring the source of strength. Master, you. Only then did the primeval spiritual master know that his master didn't believe him at all and had already prepared a backup plan. Father, why are you doing this? Xianxia Guer also exclaimed and looked at Lin Ling worriedly. She worshipped Lin Ling from the bottom of her heart. They have treasures on them, so they can't leave this place. In a year's time, they will also be my opponents, so I will kill them if I can. The primeval spiritual master said calmly, with a hint of madness in his words. Lin Ling, I'm sorry, I've harmed you. The primeval spiritual master hurriedly said to Lin Ling, feeling extremely guilty. Lin Ling's face was a little pale, but he waved his hand and laughed. It's your master who wants to harm us, not you. This means that I, Lin Ling, didn't misjudge you. Hearing this, the primeval spiritual master was even more touched. As for the primeval spiritual master, he narrowed his eyes. Lin Ling couldn't escape death, but he was still so heroic. No wonder he was the #1 genius of the human race. So what? You're going to die here today. The primeval spiritual master made a complicated seal with his hands and then shouted, "Primeval reincarnation." A mysterious force rose from the foot of the mountain. It was the primeval chi. It was said that this power of law was extremely ancient. Although it didn't have any special characteristics, it was very domineering. When the hazy clouds and mist reached the top of the mountain, it formed a white vortex in the sky. It was a shocking sight. At the foot of the mountain, a large number of elites had also arrived. They seemed to have received an order to make Lin Ling and the rest stay here forever. Moreover, they were very excited. It was said that the entire city was looking for Lin Ling. But what if Lin Ling died in the hands of the primeval royal family? This was undoubtedly a great honor. Moreover, this would also make the Divine Marquis Mansion and the North Celestial royal family owe them a favor. Master, no. Seeing the terrifying white vortex, the primeval spiritual master knelt down and went to the primeval spiritual master. Get lost. The primeval spiritual master kicked him away, his face even darker. Lin Ling, what should we do? I don't think I can use the power of law. Moreover, my source of corporeal force is being continuously devoured. Yu, the crown prince of the spirit tribe, and the princess of Black Feather all said anxiously, life and death depended on this moment. At this time, Lin Ling was undoubtedly their backer. Haha, I found this poisonous fruit in a secret realm in the Grand Saint Realm. I checked the ancient records and mixed the liquid of Dharma ignition. Once you are entangled by the Dharma ignition poison, no one can cure you. The only outcome is that you will become a cripple. The primeval spiritual master walked forward step by step. Moreover, in Lin Ling's primeval immortal peach, I put the most liquid of Dharma ignition. You, Lin Ling, will go from being the #1 genius to being the #1 trash. Ha ha ha. The primeval spiritual master was extremely excited. Die. He could not suppress his murderous intent and reached out with his hand. Master. The primeval spiritual master was severely injured by the kick, but he quickly crawled over and hugged the primeval spiritual master's leg, trying to stop him. You used your disciples' respect to harm others. You are so ugly. But if you want to keep us here, you are still lacking. Humph. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. He stretched out his sleeve, and the small saint turned into a black torrent and rushed out. He opened his bloody mouth and was about to reverse the situation. I knew you had a powerful pet. Unfortunately, I was prepared. The primeval trichi of the primeval origin is the path of the Jade Void. Humph. Despicable. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned slightly. The primeval Zhenren was one of the giants in the mortal realm. A minor saint should not be weaker than him. Indeed, my Jade Virtual Road cannot stop your mysterious ancient snake. Yuanshi Zhenren suddenly said with a cold smile on his face. However, it can delay the ancient snake for 2 hours. Boom, upon hearing this, Lin Ling and the others raised their heads and looked at the sky. They saw that after the vortex sucked in the little saint, it actually formed a spiral path of laws. The little saint was walking on the path of laws. It seemed that he couldn't break through the spiral path. Amaze, this word appeared in Lin Ling's mind. The strength of a minor saint was not weaker than that of the primeval spiritual being. However, sometimes, there was no need to defeat a minor saint. It was enough to keep a minor saint occupied. Without a little saint, how was Lin Ling going to stop the overlords of the mortal world? At this moment, even Yu and the others could see the primeval Zhenren's intention. No wonder the primeval Zhenren dared to attack Lin Ling. He already had a plan. Hee, Lin Ling, you didn't think that you would die here, did you? The primeval beginning immortal seemed to be in control of the entire situation, but at this time, primeval Lord of Heaven once again stood in front of primeval Zhenren and hugged his leg. You dare to stop me? The primeval spiritual master lowered his head and bellowed. A teacher for a day is a father for life. I don't dare to stop you, but I can't watch Lin Ling and the others die in your hands. They trusted me, I can't let them down. Xianxia raised his head and said. For the sake of friendship, you actually gave up your own future. Are you stupid? Get lost. Xianxia struck out with his palm, causing Xianxia to spit out blood and fly 100 meters away. Xianxia stepped forward again, wanting to kill Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others had lost the ability to fight. They all looked coldly at the primeval Xianxia. However, seeing how ugly the primeval Xianxia was, the crown prince of the spirit tribe cursed, "Old man, you wear human skin, but your heart is as ugly as a maggot. Why didn't your father shoot you on the wall? What a foul mouth. I'll kill you first." Xianxia had never been scolded so harshly before. His face immediately turned ashen. I cannot let them down. But at this moment, a shadow came from afar and hugged the primeval Xianxia again. It was the primeval Xianxia. Scram! The anger on primeval Xianxia's face intensified. He stomped his foot and heavily injured primeval Xianxia, causing him to lie on the ground. I cannot let them down. However, primeval Lord of Heaven quickly got up and hugged primeval Xianxia's leg again. From the beginning to the end, he did not make a move, nor did he dare to hit his master. He only used his body to stop the primeval Xianxia. Xianxia, don't be silly. He doesn't treat you as a disciple. He's just using you. The crown prince of the spirit tribe couldn't take it anymore and roared. I know, but a teacher for a day is a father for life. Xianxia said firmly. Although he also felt that his master was very ugly, his principle did not allow him to attack his master. Therefore, if he wanted to stop his master, he could only rely on his own life. That's right. You treat me as your master, but I don't treat you as a disciple. If it weren't for your talent, do you think you could have become my first disciple? Primeval Xianxia's face did not change at all. Instead, he mercilessly struck out with his palm. Rumble, the mountain shook. Under the palm, all the bones in primeval Xianxia's body were shattered. It was as if he was locked to the ground. Seeing this, the primeval Xianxia snorted and moved forward again. However, just as he moved, his right ankle was grabbed by an arm again. I can't let them down. It was still the same sentence. He was still as determined as ever. He was still using his life to stop his master. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest were moved. They treated primeval Xianxia as their own brother. Unfortunately, the primeval Xianxia did not care. He stomped his left foot and broke primeval Xianxia's arm. Then, he looked at Lin Ling with a sneer on his face. In his opinion, Lin Ling was definitely going to die. Moreover, so many people wanted to kill Lin Ling, but they all failed. He was the only one who succeeded. Thinking about it, he felt proud. Sect leader, kill him. In the distance, the disciples of the primeval royal family were cheering. They were also waiting for a miracle. However, just as the primeval Xianxia was about to strike, a figure in white suddenly blocked in front of Lin Ling. Father, don't kill him. That person was primeval Guzi. Seeing this, even Lin Ling was extremely surprised. You are all crazy. The primeval Xianxia was furious. It was fine if his disciples stopped him, but now even his daughter was stopping him? Get out of my way, or don't blame me for killing you. The primeval Xianxia's face was filled with murderous intent. Father, I asked senior brother to invite him here for my own selfish reasons. If anything happens to him here, I will feel guilty. I just want to see my idol up close. I don't want to hurt him. Father, let him go. Primeval Guzi said as she knelt down. Guzi. Looking at the seemingly boneless primeval Guzi, Yu and the others' eyes flickered. They were not so repulsed by this woman anymore. Lin Ling was still standing there. At this moment, his dantian was still burning, causing him to be unable to use his strength. However, he was still a third transformation Wuxing, and he had even severed 3 corpses. His laws and corporeal power source were stronger than ordinary people. In addition, he was very knowledgeable, so he found a temporary way to break it. It was to fight poison with poison, allowing the corporeal power source to burn. However, this required a short period of time. Moreover, there was a method in his memory that allowed him to know that if this liquid was combined with a few heavenly treasures, not only would it not be poisonous, it would also be a great supplement. Father. At this moment, Primeval Guzi shouted again. Sigh. The primeval Zhenren sighed softly, you know that father loves you the most. Seeing this, Primeval Guzi finally smiled. Her father seemed to have compromised. She could not help but walk towards the primeval Zhenren. However, just as she walked towards the primeval Zhenren's eyes flashed coldly, and he slapped out fiercely, no one can stop me, including you. Boom, that terrifying slap landed on Primeval Guzi's body, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. She was smashed into the distance, and the blood splattered on her white dress. It was so poignant. Old bastard. The spiritual crown prince and the others were furious. As the saying went, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. However, the primeval Zhenren did not even spare his own daughter for his own ambitions. He was truly insane. You have no right to criticize me. For now, you should take care of yourselves. The primeval Zhenren's expression turned colder. He blamed all of Primeval Guzi's injuries on Lin Ling and the others. If not for Lin Ling and the others, would his disciple and daughter have resisted him? Your daughter, your disciple, at least they still have their own conscience, but you have nothing. Ugly, as a master, as a father, you are truly ugly. At this moment, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. His voice was like a knife that stabbed into the primeval Zhenren's heart, causing his face to twist. Shut up. End of chapter 2050. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.